On the Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. The Secret Doctrine and its Study. Being extracts from the notes of personal teachings given by H.P. Blavatsky to private pupils during the years 1888 to 1891, included in a large manuscript volume left to me by my father, who was one of the pupils. Signed P.J. Bowen. H.P.B. was specially interesting upon the matter of the secret doctrine during the past week. I had better try to sort it all out and get it safely down on paper while it is fresh in my mind. As she said herself, it may be useful to someone 30 or 40 years hence. The secret doctrine is only quite a small fragment of the esoteric doctrine known to the higher members of the occult brotherhoods. It contains, she says, just as much as can be received by the world during this coming century. The world, she explained, means man living in the personal nature. This, quote, world, unquote, will find in the 2 volumes of the secret doctrine all its utmost comprehension can grasp, but no more. But this is not to say that the disciple who is not living in, quote, the world, unquote, cannot find any more in the book than the, quote, world, unquote, finds. Every form, no matter how crude, contains the image of its, quote, creator, unquote, concealed within it. So likewise does an author's work, no matter how obscure, contain the concealed image of the author's knowledge. From this saying, I take it that the secret doctrine must contain all that H.P.B. knows herself, and a great deal more than that, seeing that much of it comes from men whose knowledge is immensely wider than hers. Furthermore, she implies unmistakably that another may well find knowledge in it which she does not possess herself. It is a stimulating thought to consider that it is possible that I myself may find in H.P.B.'s words knowledge of which she herself is unconscious. She dwelt on this idea a good deal. X said afterwards, H.P.B. must be losing her grip, meaning, I suppose, confidence in her own knowledge, and myself also see her meaning better, I think. She is telling us, without a doubt, not to anchor ourselves to her as the final authority, nor to anyone else, but to depend altogether upon our own widening perceptions. Later note on above, I was right. I put it to her direct, and she nodded and smiled. It was worth something to get her approving smile. At last we have managed to get H.P.B. to put us right on the matter of the study of the secret doctrine. Let me get it down, while it is all fresh in mind. Reading the secret doctrine page by page, as one reads any other book, she says, will only end us in confusion. The first thing to do, even if it takes years, is to get some grasp of the 3 fundamental principles given in the proem. Follow that up by study of recapitulation, the numbered items in the summing up to Volume 1, Part 1. Then take the preliminary notes, Volume 2, and the conclusion, Volume 2. H.P.B. seems pretty definite about the importance of the teaching in the conclusion relating to the times of coming of the races and sub-races. She puts it more plainly than usual that there is really no such thing as a future coming of races. There is neither coming nor passing, but eternal becoming, she says. The 4th root race is still alive. So are the 3rd and 2nd and 1st, that is, their manifestations on our present plane of substance are present. I know that she means, I think, but it is beyond me to get it down in words. So likewise the 6th sub-race is here, and the 6th root race, and the 7th, and even people of the coming rounds. After all, that's understandable. Disciples and brothers and adepts can't be people of the everyday 5th sub-race, for the race is a state of evolution. But she leaves no question but that, as far as humanity at large goes, we are hundreds of years in time and space from even the sixth subrace. I thought HPB showed a peculiar anxiety in her insistence on this point. She hinted at dangers and delusions coming through ideas that the new race had dawned definitely on the world. According to her, the duration of a subrace for humanity at large coincides with that of the sidereal year, the circle of the Earth's axis, about 25,000 years. That puts the new race a long way off. We have had a remarkable session on the study of the secret doctrine during the past 3 weeks. I must sort out my notes and get the results safely down before I lose them. She talked a good deal about the fundamental principles. She says, if one imagines that one is going to get a satisfactory picture of the constitution of the universe from the secret doctrine, one will get only confusion from its study. It is not meant to give any such final verdict on existence, but to lead towards the truth. She repeated this latter expression many times. It is worse than useless going to those whom we imagined to be advanced students, she said, and asking them to give us an, quote, interpretation, unquote, of the secret doctrine. They cannot do it. If they try, all they give are cut and dried exoteric renderings which do not remotely resemble the truth. To accept such interpretation means anchoring ourselves to fixed ideas, whereas truth lies beyond any ideas we can formulate or express. Exoteric interpretations are all very well, and she does not condemn them so long as they are taken as pointers for beginners, and are not accepted by them as anything more. Many persons who are in, or will in the future be in, the Theosophical Society are of course potentially incapable of any advance beyond the range of a common exoteric conception. But there are and will be others, and for them she sets out the following and true way of approach to the secret doctrine. Come to the secret doctrine, she says, without any hope of getting the final truth of existence from it, or with any idea other than seeing how far it may lead towards the truth. See in study a means of exercising and developing the mind never touched by other studies. Observe the following rules. No matter what one may study in the secret doctrine, let the mind hold fast, as the basis of its ideation, to the following ideas. A. The fundamental unity of all existence. This unity is a thing altogether different from the common notion of unity, as when we say that a nation or an army is united, or that this planet is united by lines of magnetic force, or the like. The teaching is not that. It is that existence is one thing, not any collection of things linked together. Fundamentally, there is one being. This being has two aspects, positive and negative. The positive is spirit or consciousness. The negative is substance, the subject of consciousness. This being is the absolute in its primary manifestation. Being absolute, there is nothing outside it. It is all being. It is indivisible, else it would not be absolute. If a portion could be separated, that remaining could not be absolute, because there would at once arise the question of comparison between it and the separated part. Comparison is incompatible with any idea of absoluteness. Therefore it is clear that this fundamental one existence, or absolute being, must be the reality in every form there is. I said that, though this was clear to me, I did not think that many in the lodges would grasp it. Theosophy, she said, is for those who can think, or for those who can drive themselves to think, not mental sluggards. HPB has grown very mild of late. Dumbskulls used to be her name for the average student. The atom, the man, the God, she says, are each separately, as well as all collectively, absolute being in their last analysis, that is, their real individuality. It is this idea which must be held always in the background of the mind to form the basis for every conception that arises from the study of the secret doctrine. The moment one lets it go, and it is most easy to do so when engaged in any of the many intricate aspects of the esoteric philosophy, the idea of separation supervenes, and the study loses its value. B. The second idea to hold fast to is that there is no dead matter. Every last atom is alive. It cannot be otherwise, since every atom is itself fundamentally absolute being. Therefore, there is no such thing as spaces of ether or akasha, or call it what you like, in which angels and elementals disport themselves like trout in water. That's a common idea. The true idea shows every atom of substance, no matter of what plane, to be in itself alive. C. The third basic idea to be held is that man is the microcosm. As he is so, then all the hierarchies of the heavens exist within him. But in truth, there is neither macrocosm nor microcosm, but one existence, great and small as such only as viewed by a limited consciousness. D. Fourth and last basic idea to be held is that expressed in the great Hermetic axiom. It really sums up and synthesizes all the others. Quote, as is the inner, so is the outer. As is the great, so is the small. As it is above, so it is below. There is but one life and law, and he that worketh, it is one. Nothing is inner, nothing is outer, nothing is great, nothing is small, nothing is high, nothing is low in the divine economy. Unquote. No matter what one takes as study in the secret doctrine, one must correlate it with those basic ideas. I suggested that this is a kind of mental exercise which must be excessively fatiguing. HPB smiled and nodded. One must not be a fool, she said, and drive oneself into the madhouse by attempting too much at first. The brain is the instrument of waking consciousness, and every conscious mental picture formed means change and destruction of the atoms of the brain. Ordinary intellectual activity moves on well-beaten paths in the brain, and does not compel sudden adjustments and destructions in its substance. But this new kind of mental effort calls for something very different, the carving out of new, quote, brain paths, unquote, the ranking in different order of the little brain lives. If forced injudiciously, it may do serious physical harm to the brain. This mode of thinking, she says, is what the Indians call jnana yoga. As one progresses in jnana yoga, one finds conceptions arising which, though one is conscious of them, one cannot express nor yet formulate into any sort of mental picture. As time goes on, these conceptions will form into mental pictures. This is a time to be on guard and refuse to be deluded with the idea that the newfound and wonderful picture must represent reality. It does not. As one works on, one finds the once admired picture growing dull and unsatisfying and finally fading out or being thrown away. This is another danger point, because for the moment one is left in a void without any conception to support one, and one may be tempted to revive the cast of picture for want of a better to cling to. The true student will, however, work on unconcerned, and presently further formless gleams come, which again in time give rise to a larger and more beautiful picture than the last. But the learner will know now that no picture will ever represent the truth. This last splendid picture will grow dull and fade like the others, and so the process goes on until at last the mind and its pictures are transcended, and the learner enters and dwells in the world of no form, but of which all forms are narrowed reflections. The true student of the secret doctrine is a jnana yogi, and this path of yoga is the true path for the Western student. It is to provide him with signposts on that path that the secret doctrine has been written. Later note: I have read over this rendering of her teaching to HPB, asking if I have got her aright. She called me a silly dumbskull to imagine anything can ever be put in words aright, but she smiled and nodded as well, and said I had really got it better than anyone else ever did, and better than she could do it herself. I wonder why I am getting all this. It should be passed to the world, but I am too old ever to do it. I feel such a child to HPB, yet I am 20 years older than her in actual years. She has changed much since I met her 2 years ago. It is marvelous how she holds up in the face of dire illness. If one knew nothing and believed nothing, HPB would convince one that she is something away and beyond body and brain. I feel especially during these last meetings, since she has become so helpless bodily, that we are getting teachings from another and higher sphere. We seem to feel and know what she says, rather than hear it with our bodily ears. X said much the same thing last night. 19th of April, 1891. Signed, Robert Bowen. Publisher's Preface. The Theosophical movement of the 19th century began in 1875. The Secret Doctrine, first published in 1888, was written by Madame H.P. Blavatsky to establish an authentic record of the teachings of the Theosophical philosophy. The Secret Doctrine is not, she said, a treatise or a series of vague theories, but contains all that can be given out to the world in this century. Quote from Volume 1, page 38 from the introductory. By 1925, 50 years after the inauguration of the movement in New York City, the original edition had long been out of print. At that time, the midpoint of the centennial cycle of the Theosophical movement, the Theosophy Company first made available a facsimile edition of Madame Blavatsky's great work in the form of a photographic reproduction of the original edition. The present volume is identical with previous printings of the facsimile edition, although from new plates. Besides the original edition of 1888, the only one authorized by Madame Blavatsky, several other editions of this work have appeared. One of these, the so-called Third and Revised Edition of 1893, is marred by many thousands of alterations, some of them trivial, some actual mutilations of the original text. Included in later printings of the so-called Revised Edition is a spurious third volume of the Secret Doctrine, issued in 1897, 6 years after the death of H.P. Blavatsky. Compiled from miscellaneous papers found among her effects, this volume forms no part of the original Secret Doctrine written by H.P.B. The Third and Revised Edition was followed by another in 1938, this time in 6 volumes, called the ADR Edition. Except for additional indexes, a biographical sketch of the author, various typographical changes, and the inclusion of the material attempting to justify publication of the spurious third volume, this ADR edition is substantially the same as the earlier revised version. Still another edition of the Secret Doctrine has been printed from reset type, except for gratuitous, quote, corrections, unquote, of the author's Sanskrit scholarship. and the addition of irrelevant sectarian matter. This edition is virtually an accurate reproduction of the original text. Its exact authenticity, however, cannot be determined without laborious comparison with the original. The genuine secret doctrine has only 2 volumes, while as originally written, the secret doctrine was to be published in 4 volumes. Only 2 volumes were given to the printer by HPB. The remaining 2 volumes, although complete or nearly complete, were withheld by her for reasons clearly indicated at the close of the 2nd volume of the original edition. See Volume 2, page 798. With the present printing of the Secret Doctrine, the Theosophy Company continues its function of providing students and inquirers with unaltered editions of the original literature of the Theosophical movement. The 2 volumes of the original edition are here bound in one for the convenience of students. Otherwise, this edition is a perfect facsimile of the original edition and can be relied upon as such. November 17th, 1947. The Theosophy Company. The Secret Doctrine, the synthesis of science, religion, and philosophy by H.P. Blavatsky, author of Isis Unveiled. There is no religion higher than truth. Volume 1. Cosmogenesis. Entered according to the Act of Congress in the year 1888 by H.P. Blavatsky, in the office of the Librarian of Congress at Washington, D.C. This work I dedicate to all true Theosophists in every country and of every race, for they called it forth, and for them it was recorded. Preface. The author, the writer rather, feels it necessary to apologize for the long delay which has occurred in the appearance of this work. It has been occasioned by ill health and the magnitude of the undertaking. Even the 2 volumes now issued do not complete the scheme, and these do not treat exhaustively of the subjects dealt with in them. A large quantity of material has already been prepared dealing with the history of occultism as contained in the lives of the great adepts of the Aryan race, and showing the bearing of occult philosophy upon the conduct of life, as it is and as it ought to be. Should the present volumes meet with favorable reception, no effort will be spared to carry out the scheme of the work in its entirety. The 3rd volume is entirely ready, the 4th almost so. This scheme, it must be added, was not in contemplation when the preparation of the work was first announced. As originally announced, it was intended that the Secret Doctrine should be an amended and enlarged version of Isis Unveiled. It was, however, soon found that the explanations which could be added to those already put before the world in the last named and other works dealing with esoteric science were such as to require a different method of treatment, and consequently the present volumes do not contain in all 20 pages extracted from Isis Unveiled. The author does not feel it necessary to ask the indulgence of her readers and critics for the many defects of literary style and the imperfect English which may be found in these pages. She is a foreigner, and her knowledge of the language was acquired late in life. The English tongue is employed because it offers the most widely diffused medium for conveying the truths which it had become her duty to place before the world. These truths are in no sense put forward as a revelation, nor does the author claim the possession of a revealer of a mystic law for the first time in the world's history, for what is contained in this work is to be found scattered throughout thousands of volumes embodying the scriptures of the great Asiatic and early European religions, hidden on the glyph and symbol, and hitherto left unnoticed because of this veil. What is now attempted is to gather the oldest tenets together and to make of them one harmonious and unbroken whole. The sole advantage which the writer has over her predecessors is that she need not resort to personal speculations and theories. For this work is a partial statement what she herself has been taught by more advanced students, supplemented in a few details only by the results of her own study and observation. The publication of many of the facts herein stated has been rendered necessary by the wild and fanciful speculations in which many theosophists and students of mysticism have indulged during the last few years, in their endeavor to, as they imagined, work out a complete system of thought from the few facts previously communicated to them. It is needless to explain that this book is not the secret doctrine in its entirety, but a select number of fragments of its fundamental tenets, special attention being paid to some facts which have been seized upon by various writers and distorted out of all resemblance to the truth. But it is perhaps desirable to state unequivocally that the teachings, however fragmentary and incomplete, contained in these volumes, belong neither to the Hindu, the Zoroastrian, the Chaldean, nor the Egyptian religion, neither to Buddhism, Islam, Judaism, nor Christianity exclusively. The secret doctrine is the essence of all these. Sprung from it in their origins, the various religious schemes are now made to merge back into their original element, out of which every mystery and dogma has grown, developed, and become materialized. It is more than probable that the book will be regarded by a large section of the public as a romance of the wildest kind, for who has ever heard of the Book of Zion? The writer, therefore, is fully prepared to take all the responsibility for what is contained in this work, and even to face the charge of having invented the whole of it. That it has many shortcomings, she is fully aware. All that she claims for it is that, romantic as it may seem to many, its logical coherence and consistency entitle this new Genesis to rank, at any rate, on the level with the working hypotheses so freely accepted by modern science. Further, it claims consideration not by reason of any appeal to dogmatic authority, but because it closely adheres to nature and follows the laws of uniformity and analogy. The aim of this work may be thus stated: to show that nature is not, quote, a fortuitous concurrence of atoms, unquote, and to assign to man his rightful place in the scheme of the universe, to rescue from degradation the archaic truths which are the basis of all religions, and to uncover to some extent the fundamental unity from which they all spring. Finally, to show that the occult side of nature has never been approached by the science of modern civilization. If this is in any degree accomplished, the writer is content. It is written in the service of humanity, and by humanity and the future generations it must be judged. Its author recognizes no inferior court of appeal. Abuse she is accustomed to. Calumny she is daily acquainted with. At slander she smiles in silent contempt. De minimis non curat lex. London, October 1888. H.P.B. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. The book now continues with the introductory. Gently to hear, kindly to judge. Shakespeare. Since the appearance of theosophical literature in England, it has been customary to call its teachings esoteric Buddhism, and having become a habit, as an old proverb based on daily experience has it, quote, error runs down an inclined plane, while truth has to laboriously climb its way uphill, unquote. Old truths are often the wisest. The human mind can hardly remain entirely free from bias, and decisive opinions are often formed before a thorough examination of a subject from all its aspects has been made. This is said with reference to the prevailing double mistake, A, of limiting Theosophy to Buddhism, and B, of confounding the tenets of the religious philosophy preached by Gautama, the Buddha, with the doctrines broadly outlined in esoteric Buddhism. Anything more erroneous than this could be hardly imagined. It has enabled our enemies to find an effective weapon against Theosophy, because, as an eminent Pali scholar very pointedly expressed it, there was in the volume named, quote, neither esotericism nor Buddhism, unquote. The esoteric truths presented in Mr. Sennett's work had ceased to be esoteric from the moment they were made public. Nor did it contain the religion of Buddha, but simply a few tenets from hitherto hidden teaching, which are now supplemented by many more, enlarged and explained in the present volumes. But even the latter, though giving out many fundamental tenets from the secret doctrine of the East, raised but a small corner of the dark veil, for no one, not even the greatest living adept, would be permitted to, or could, even if he would, give out promiscuously to a mocking, unbelieving world that which has been so effectually concealed from it for long aeons and ages. Esoteric Buddhism was an excellent work with a very unfortunate title, though it meant no more than does the title of this work, The Secret Doctrine. It proved unfortunate because people are always in the habit of judging things by their appearance rather than their meaning, and because the error has now become so universal that even most of the fellows of the Theosophical Society have fallen victims to the same misconception. From the first, however, protests were raised by Brahmins and others against the title, and in justice to myself I must add that Esoteric Buddhism was presented to me as a completed volume, and that I was entirely unaware of the manner in which the author intended to spell the word Buddhism, Budh-ism. This has to be laid directly at the door of those who, having been the first to bring the subject under public notice, neglected to point out the difference between Buddhism, the religious system of ethics preached by the Lord Gautama, and named after his title of Buddha, the Enlightened, and Buddha, wisdom or knowledge, vidya, the faculty of cognizing from the Sanskrit root bud, to know. We Theosophists of India are ourselves the real culprits, although at the time we did our best to correct the mistake. See Theosophist, June 1883. To avoid this deplorable misnomer was easy. The spelling of the word had only to be altered, and by common consent both pronounced and written Buddhism instead of Buddhism. Nor is the latter term correctly spelt and pronounced, as it ought to be called in English, Buddhism, and its votaries Buddhists. This explanation is absolutely necessary at the beginning of a work like this one. The wisdom religion is the inheritance of all the nations the world over, though the statement was made in Esoteric Buddhism, preface to the original edition, that, quote, 2 years ago, that is 1883, neither I nor any other European living knew the alphabet of the science, here for the first time put into scientific shape, unquote, etc. This error must have crept in through inadvertence, for the present writer knew all that which is divulged in esoteric Buddhism, and much more, many years before it became her duty, in 1880, to impart a small portion of the secret doctrine to the European gentlemen, one of whom was the author of Esoteric Buddhism. And surely the present writer has the undoubted, though to her rather equivocal, privilege of being European by birth and education. Moreover, a considerable part of the philosophy expounded by Mr. Sennett was taught in America, even before Isis Unveiled was published, to 2 Europeans and to my colleague, Colonel H.S. Olcott. Of the 3 teachers the latter gentleman has had, the first was a Hungarian initiate, the second an Egyptian, the third a Hindu. As permitted, Colonel Olcott has given out some of this teaching in various ways. If the other 2 have not, it has been simply because they were not allowed, their time for public work having not yet come. But for others it has, and the appearance of Mr. Sennett's several interesting books is a visible proof of the fact. It is above everything important to keep in mind that no theosophical book acquires the least additional value from pretended authority. In etymology, Adi and Adi Buddha, the one or the first and supreme wisdom, is a term used by Aryasanga in his secret treatises, and now by all the mystic northern Buddhists. It is a Sanskrit term and an appellation given by the earliest Aryans to the unknown deity, the word Brahma not being found in the Vedas and the early works. It means the absolute wisdom, is translated the primeval uncreated cause of all by Fritz Edward Hall. Aeons of untold duration must have elapsed before the epithet of Buddha was so humanized, so to speak, as to allow the term being applied to mortals and finally appropriated to one whose unparalleled virtues and knowledge caused him to receive the title of the Buddha of wisdom unmoved. Bodha means the innate possession of divine intellect or, quote, understanding, unquote. Buddha, the acquirement of it by personal efforts and merit, while buddhi is the faculty of cognizing the channel through which divine knowledge reaches the ego, the discernment of good and evil, divine conscience also, and spiritual soul, which is the vehicle of Atma. When buddhi absorbs our egotism, destroys it, with all its vikaras, Avalokiteshvara becomes manifested to us, and nirvana or mukti is reached. Mukti being the same as nirvana, that is freedom from the trammels of maya or illusion. Bodhi is likewise the name of a particular state of trance condition called samadhi, during which the subject reaches the culmination of spiritual knowledge. Unwise are those who, in their blind and in our age untimely hatred of Buddhism, and by reaction of Buddhism, deny its esoteric teachings, which are those also of the Brahmins, simply because the name suggests what to them, as monotheists, are noxious doctrines. Unwise is the correct term to use in their case, for the esoteric philosophy is alone calculated to withstand, in this age of crass and illogical materialism, the repeated attacks on all and everything man holds most dear and sacred in his inner spiritual life. The true philosopher, the student of the esoteric wisdom, entirely loses sight of personalities and special religions. Moreover, esoteric philosophy reconciles all religions, strips every one of its outward human garments, and shows the root of each to be identical with that of every other great religion. It proves the necessity of an absolute divine principle in nature. It denies deity no more than it does the sun. Esoteric philosophy has never rejected God in nature, nor deity and the absolute abstract ends. Reader's note, that is spelled E-N-S. End of reader's note. It only refuses to accept any of the gods of the so-called monotheistic religions, gods created by man in his own image and likeness, a blasphemous and sorry caricature of the ever-unknowable. Furthermore, the records we mean to place before the reader embrace the esoteric tenets of the whole world since the beginning of our humanity, and Buddhistic occultism occupies therein only its legitimate place, and no more. Indeed, the secret portions of the Dan, or Jnana, Zen of Gautama's metaphysics, grand as they appear to one unacquainted with the tenets of the wisdom religion of antiquity, are but a very small portion of the whole. Note: Dan, now become in modern Chinese and Tibetan phonetics Chan, is the general term for the esoteric school and their literature. In the old books, the word Jnana is defined as to reform one's self by meditation and knowledge, a second inner birth. Hence Zan, Jan phonetically, or the Book of Zion. End of note. The Hindu reformer limited his public teachings to the purely moral and physiological aspect of the wisdom religion, to ethics and man alone, things unseen and incorporeal, the mystery of being outside our terrestrial sphere. The great teacher left entirely untouched in his public lectures, reserving the hidden truths for a select circle of his airheads. The latter received their initiation at the famous Apataparna cave, the Satapani of Mahavansa, near Mount Baibhar, the Webhara of the Pali manuscripts. This cave was in Ragria, the ancient capital of Mogadha, and was the Keta cave of Fahian, as rightly suspected by some archaeologists. Note: Mr. Beglaw, the chief engineer at Buddha Gaya and a distinguished archaeologist, was the first, we believe, to discover it. End of note. Time and human imagination made short work of the purity and philosophy of these teachings, once that they were transplanted from the secret and sacred circle of the Arhats, during the course of their work of proselytism, into a soil less prepared for metaphysical conceptions than India. That is, once they were transferred into China, Japan, Siam, and Burma. How the pristine purity of these grand revelations was dealt with may be seen in studying some of the so-called esoteric Buddhist schools of antiquity in their modern garb, not only in China and other Buddhist countries in general, but even in not a few scholars in Tibet, left to the care of uninitiated lamas and Mongolian innovators. Thus the reader is asked to bear in mind the very important difference between orthodox Buddhism, that is, the public teachings of Gautama the Buddha, and his esoteric Buddhism. His secret doctrine, however, differed in no wise from that of the initiated Brahmins of his day. The Buddha was a child of the Aryan soil, a born Hindu, a Kshatriya, and a disciple of the twice-born, the initiated Brahmins, or Dviyas. His teachings, therefore, could not be different from their doctrines, for the whole Buddhist reform merely consisted in giving out a portion of that which had been kept secret from every man outside of the enchanted circle of temple initiates and ascetics. Unable to teach all that had been imparted to him, owing to his pledges, though he taught a philosophy built upon the groundwork of the true esoteric knowledge, the Buddha gave to the world only its outward material body and kept its soul for his elect. See also Volume 2. Many Chinese scholars among Orientalists have heard of the soul doctrine. None seem to have understood its real meaning and importance. That doctrine was preserved secretly, too secretly perhaps, within the sanctuary. The mystery that shrouded its chief dogma and aspirations, Nirvana, has so tried and irritated the curiosity of those scholars who have studied it that, unable to solve it logically and satisfactorily by untying the Gordian knot, they cut it through by declaring that Nirvana meant absolute annihilation. Toward the end of the first quarter of this century, a distinct class of literature appeared in the world, which became with every year more defined in its tendency. Being based, soi-disant, on the scholarly researches of Sanskritists and Orientalists in general, it was held scientific. Hindu, Egyptian, and other ancient religions, myths, and emblems were made to yield anything the symbologist wanted them to yield, thus often giving out the rude outward form in a place of the inner meaning. Works most remarkable for their ingenious deductions and speculations, in circolo vicioso, foregone conclusions generally changing places with premises, as in the syllogisms of more than one Sanskrit and Pali scholar, appeared rapidly in succession, over-flooding the libraries with dissertations rather on phallic and sexual worship than on real symbology, and each contradicting the other. This is the true reason, perhaps, why the outline of a few fundamental truths from the secret doctrine of the archaic ages is now permitted to see the light, after long millenniums of the most profound silence and secrecy. I say a few truths, advisedly, because that which must remain unsaid could not be contained in 100 such volumes, nor could it be imparted to the present generation of the Sadducees. But even the little that is now given is better than complete silence upon those vital truths. The world of today, in its mad career towards the unknown, which it is too ready to confound with the unknowable whenever the problem eludes the grasp of the physicist, is rapidly progressing on the reverse, material plane of spirituality. It has now become a vast arena, a true valley of discord and of eternal strife, a necropolis wherein lie buried the highest and the most holy aspirations of our spirit soul. That soul becomes with every new generation more paralyzed and atrophied. The, quote, amiable infidels and accomplished profligates, unquote, of society, spoken of by Greeley, care little for the revival of the dead sciences of the past, but there is a fair minority of earnest students who are entitled to learn the few truths that may be given to them now, and now much more than 10 years ago, when Isis Unveiled, or even the later attempts to explain the mysteries of esoteric science, were published. One of the greatest, and withal the most serious objection to the correctness and reliability of the whole work will be the preliminary stanzas. How can the statements contained in them be verified? True, if a great portion of the Sanskrit, Chinese, and Mongolian works quoted in the present volumes are known to some Orientalists, the chief work, that one from which the stanzas are given, is not in the possession of European libraries. The Book of Zion, or Jan, is utterly unknown to our philologists, or at any rate was never heard of by them under its present name. This is, of course, a great drawback to those who follow the methods of research prescribed by official science, but to the students of occultism and to every genuine occultist this will be of little moment. The main body of the doctrines given is found scattered throughout hundreds and thousands of Sanskrit manuscripts, some already translated, disfigured in their interpretations as usual, others still awaiting their turn. Every scholar, therefore, has an opportunity of verifying the statements herein made, and of checking most of the quotations. A few new facts, new to the profane Orientalists only, and passages quoted from the commentaries will be found difficult to trace. Several of the teachings also have hitherto been transmitted orally, yet even those are in every instance hinted at in the almost countless volumes of Brahminical, Chinese, and Tibetan temple literature. However it may be, and whatsoever is in store for the writer through malevolent criticism, one fact is quite certain. The members of several esoteric schools, the seat of which is beyond the Himalayas, and whose ramifications may be found in China, Japan, India, Tibet, and even in Syria, besides South America, claim to have in their possession the sum total of sacred and philosophical works in manuscripts and type. All the works, in fact, that have ever been written, in whatever language or characters, since the art of writing began, from the ideographic hieroglyphs down to the alphabet of Cadmus and the Devanagari. It has been claimed in all ages that ever since the destruction of the Alexandrian library, see Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 27, every work of a character that might have led the profane to the ultimate discovery and comprehension of some of the mysteries of the secret science was, owing to the combined efforts of the members of the brotherhoods, diligently searched for. It is added, moreover, by those who know that once found, save 3 copies left and stored safely away, such works were all destroyed. In India, the last of the precious manuscripts was secured and hidden during the reign of the Emperor Akbar. Note: Professor Max Müller shows that no bribes or threats of Akbar could extort from the Brahmans the original text of the Veda, and boasts that European Orientalists have it. Lecture on the Secret of Religion, page 23. Whether Europe has the complete text is very doubtful, and the future may have very disagreeable surprises in store for the Orientalists. End of note. It is maintained, furthermore, that every sacred book of that kind, whose text was not sufficiently veiled in symbolism, or which had any direct references to the ancient mysteries, after having been carefully copied in cryptographic characters, such as to defy the art of the best and cleverest paleographer, was also destroyed to the last copy. During Akbar's reign, some fanatical courtiers, displeased at the emperor's sinful prying into the religions of the infidels, themselves helped the Brahmins conceal the manuscripts. Such was Badauni, who had an undisguised horror for Akbar's mania for idolatrous religions. Note: Badauni wrote in his Muntakab at-Tawarik, quote, "His Majesty relished inquiries into the sects of these infidels, who cannot be counted, so numerous are they, and who have no end of revealed books, as they, the Shramana and Brahmins, surpass other learned men in their treatises on morals, on physical and religious sciences, and reach a high degree in their knowledge of the future, in spiritual power and human perfection. They brought proofs based on reason and testimony, and inculcated their doctrines so firmly that no man could now raise a doubt in His Majesty, even if mountains were to crumble to dust, or the heavens were to tear asunder." Unquote. This work was kept secret, and was not published till the reign of Jahangir. Ain-i Akbari, translated by Dr. Blockman, page 104, end of note. Moreover, in all the large and wealthy lamaseries, there are subterranean crypts and cave libraries cut in the rock, whenever the Gompa and the Lakang are situated in the mountains. Beyond the western Sedam and the solitary passes of Kuen-Lun, there are several such hiding places. Note: Karakorum Mountains, western Tibet. Along the ridge of Altintoka, whose soil no European foot has ever trodden so far, there exists a certain hamlet lost in a deep gorge. It is a small cluster of houses, a hamlet rather than a monastery, with a poor-looking temple in it, with an old lama, a hermit, living nearby to watch it. Pilgrims say that the subterranean galleries and halls under it contain a collection of books, the number of which, according to the accounts given, is too large to find room even in the British Museum. Note: according to the same tradition, the now desolate regions of the waterless land of Tarim, a true wilderness in the heart of Turkestan, were in the days of old covered with flourishing and wealthy cities. At present, hardly few verdant oases relieve its dead solitude. One such sprung in the sepulchre of a vast city swallowed by and buried under the sandy soil of the desert, belongs to no one, but is often visited by Mongolians and Buddhists. The same tradition speaks of immense subterranean abodes, of large corridors filled with tiles and cylinders. It may be an idle rumor, and it may be an actual fact. End of note. All this is very likely to provoke a smile of doubt, but then, before the reader rejects the truthfulness of the reports, let him pause and reflect over the following well-known facts. The collective researches of the Orientalists, and especially the labors of late years of the students of comparative philology and the science of religions, have led them to ascertain as follows. An immense, incalculable number of manuscripts, and even printed works known to have existed, are now to be found no more. They have disappeared without leaving the slightest trace behind them. Were they works of no importance, they might, in the natural course of time, have been left to perish, and their very names would have been obliterated from human memory. But it is not so, for, as now ascertained, most of them contain the true keys to works still extant, and entirely incomprehensible for the greater portion of their readers, without those additional volumes of commentaries and explanations. Such are, for instance, the works of Lao Tse, the predecessor of Confucius. Note: quote, if we turn to China, we find that the religion of Confucius is founded on the 5 king and the 4 Shu books. in themselves of considerable extent and surrounded by voluminous commentaries, without which even the most learned scholars would not venture to fathom the depth of their sacred canon." Unquote. Lectures on the Science of Religion, page 185, Max Müller. But they have not fathomed it, and this is the complaint of the Confucianists, as a very learned member of that body in Paris complained in 1881. End of note. He is said to have written 930 books on ethics and religions, and 70 on magic, 1,000 in all. His great work, however, the heart of his doctrine, the Tao Te Ching, or the sacred scriptures of the Tao Se, has in it, as Stanislas Julien shows, only about 5,000 words. Tao Te Ching, page 27. Hardly a dozen of pages. Yet Professor Max Müller finds that, quote, "the text is unintelligible without commentaries, so that Mr. Julien had to consult more than 60 commentators for the purpose of his translation," unquote. The earliest going back as far as the year 163 before Christ, not earlier as we see. During the 4 centuries and a half that preceded the earliest of the commentators, there was ample time to veil the true Lao Tse doctrine from all but his initiated priests. The Japanese, among whom are now to be found the most learned of the priests and followers of Lao Tse, simply laugh at the blunders and hypotheses of the European Chinese scholars. And tradition affirms that the commentaries to which our Western sinologists have access are not the real occult records, but international veils, and that the true commentaries, as well as almost all the texts, have long since disappeared from the eyes of the profane. If one turns to the ancient literature of the Semitic religions, to the Chaldean scriptures, the elder sister and instructress, if not the fountainhead of the Mosaic Bible, the basis and starting point of Christianity, what do the scholars find? To perpetuate the memory of the ancient religions of Babylon, to record the vast cycle of astronomical observations of the Chaldean Magi, to justify the tradition of their splendid and eminently occult literature, what now remains? Only a few fragments, said to be by Berosus. These, however, are almost valueless even as a clue to the character of what has disappeared, for they passed through the hands of his reverence the Bishop of Caesarea, that self-constituted censor and editor of the sacred records of other men's religions, and they doubtless bear to this day the mark of his eminently veracious and trustworthy hand. For what is the history of this treatise on the once grand religion of Babylon? Written in Greek by Berosus, a priest of the temple of Belus, for Alexander the Great, from the astronomical and chronological records preserved by the priest of that temple, and covering a period of 200,000 years, it is now lost. In the 1st century before Christ, Alexander Polyhistor made a series of extracts from it, also lost. Eusebius used these extracts in writing his Chronicon between 270 to 340 Anno Domini. The points of resemblance, almost of identity, between the Jews and the Chaldean scriptures made the latter most dangerous to Eusebius in his role of defender and champion of the new faith which had adopted the Jewish scriptures, and with them an absurd chronology. Note: found out and proven only now through the discoveries made by George Smith, vide his Chaldean account of Genesis, and which, thanks to this Armenian forger, have misled all the so-called civilized nations, for over 1,500 years into accepting Jewish derivations for direct divine revelation. End of note. It is pretty certain that Eusebius did not spare the Egyptian synchronistic tables of Manetho, so much so that Bunsen charges him with mutilating history most unscrupulously. Note: Bunsen's Egypt's Place in History, Volume 1, page 200. End of note. And Socrates, a historian of the 5th century, and Syncellus, vice patriarch of Constantinople, 8th century, both denounce him as the most daring and desperate forger. Is it likely, then, that he dealt more tenderly with the Chaldean records, which were already menacing the new religion so rashly accepted, so that, with the exception of these more than doubtful fragments, the entire Chaldean sacred literature has disappeared from the eyes of the profane as completely as the lost Atlantis? A few facts that were contained in the Barosian history are given in Part 2 of Volume 2, and may throw a great light on the true origin of the fallen angels, personified by Bel and the dragon. Turning now to the oldest Aryan literature, the Rig Veda, the student will find, following strictly in this the data furnished by the said Orientalists themselves, that, although the Rig Veda contains only about 10,500 verses, or 1,028 hymns, in spite of the Brahmanas and the mass of glosses and commentaries, it is not understood correctly to this day. Why is this so? Evidently because the Brahmanas, the scholastic and oldest treatises on the primitive hymns, themselves require a key which the Orientalists have failed to secure. What do the scholars say of Buddhist literature? Have they got it in its completeness? Assuredly not, notwithstanding the 325 volumes of the Kanjur and the Tanjur of the northern Buddhists, each volume, we are told, quote, weighing from 4 to 5 pounds, unquote. Nothing, in truth, is known of Lamaism. Yet the sacred canon of the Southern Church is said to contain 29,368,000 letters in the Sadharma Alankara, or, exclusive of treatises and commentaries, quote, 5 or 6 times the amount of the matter contained in the Bible, unquote, the latter, in the words of Professor Max Müller, rejoicing only in 3,567,180 letters. Notwithstanding, then, these, quote, 325 volumes, unquote, in reality, Kanjur comprising 108 and Tanjur 225 volumes. Quote, the translators, instead of supplying us with the correct versions, have interwoven them with their own commentaries for the purpose of justifying the dogmas of their several schools. Unquote. Note: Buddhism in Tibet, page 78. Moreover, quote, according to a tradition preserved by the Buddhist schools, both of the south and of the north, the sacred Buddhist canon comprised originally 80,000 or 84,000 tracts, but most of them were lost, so that there remained but 6,000, unquote, the professor tells his audiences. Quote, lost, unquote, as usual for Europeans, but who can be quite sure that they are likewise lost for Buddhists and Brahmins? Considering the sacredness for the Buddhists of every line written upon Buddha and his good law, the loss of nearly 76,000 tracts does seem miraculous. Had it been vice versa, everyone acquainted with the natural course of events would subscribe to the statement that, of these 76,000, 5,000 or 6,000 treatises might have been destroyed during the persecutions in and emigrations from India. But as it is well ascertained that Buddhist arhats began their religious exodus for the purpose of propagating the new faith beyond Kashmir and the Himalayas as early as the year 300 before our era, and reached China in the year 61 AD, when Kashyapa at the invention of the Emperor Ming-ti, went there to acquaint the, quote, Son of Heaven, unquote, with the tenets of Buddhism. It does seem strange to hear the Orientalists speaking of such a loss as though it were really possible. They do not seem to allow for one moment the possibility that the texts may be lost only for West and for themselves, or that the Asiatic people should have the unparalleled boldness to keep their most sacred records out of the reach of foreigners, thus refusing to deliver them to the profanation and misuse of races even so, quote, vastly superior, unquote, to themselves. Notes. Lassen, Indische Altertumskunde, Volume 2, page 1072, shows a Buddhist monastery erected in the Kailas range in 137 before Christ, and General Cunningham earlier than that. End of note. Note, Reverend T. Edkins, Chinese Buddhism. End of note. Owing to the expressed regrets and numerous confessions of almost every one of the Orientalists, see Max Müller's lectures, for example, the public may feel sufficiently sure, a, that the students of ancient religions have indeed very few data upon which to build such final conclusions as they generally do about the old religions, and b, that such lack of data does not prevent them in the least from dogmatizing. One would imagine that, thanks to the numerous records of the Egyptian theogony and mysteries preserved in the classics and in a number of ancient writers, the rites and dogmas of pharaonic Egypt ought to be well understood at least, better at any rate than the too abstruse philosophies and pantheism of India, of whose religion and language Europe had hardly any idea before the beginning of the present century. Along the Nile and on the face of the whole country there stand to this hour, exhumed yearly and daily, fresh relics which eloquently tell their own history. Still it is not so. The learned Oxford philologist himself confesses the truth by saying that, quote, though we see still standing the pyramids and the ruins of temples and labyrinths, their walls covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions, and with the strange pictures of gods and goddesses on rolls of papyrus, which seem to defy the ravages of time, we have even fragments of what may be called the sacred books of the Egyptians. Yet, though much has been deciphered in the ancient records of that mysterious race, the mainspring of the religion of Egypt and the original intention of its ceremonial worship are far from being fully disclosed to us. Note. So little acquainted are greatest Egyptologists with the funerary rites of the Egyptians and the outward marks of the difference of sexes made on the mummies, that it has led to the most ludicrous mistakes. Only a year or two since, one of that kind was discovered at Bulaq, Cairo. The mummy of what had been considered the wife of an unimportant pharaoh has turned out, thanks to an inscription found on an amulet hung on his neck, to be that of Sesostris, the greatest king of Egypt. End of note. A, quote, scientific treatment, unquote, of a subject is no guarantee for its historical basis, and with such scarcity of data on hand, no philologist, even among the most eminent, is justified in giving out his own conclusions for historical facts. No doubt, the eminent Orientalist has proved thoroughly, to the world's satisfaction, that according to Grimm's law of phonetic rules, Odin and Buddha are two different personages, quite distinct from each other, and he has shown it scientifically. When, however, he takes the opportunity of saying in the same breath that Odin was worshipped as the supreme deity during a period long anterior to the age of the Veda and of Homer, unquote, Comparative Theology, page 318, he has not the slightest historical basis for it. He makes history and fact subservient to his own conclusions, which may be very, quote, scientific, unquote, in the sight of Oriental scholars, but yet very wide of the mark of actual truth. The conflicting views on the subject of chronology in the case of the Vedas, of the various eminent philologists and Orientalists, from Martin Haug down to Mr. Max Müller himself, are an evident proof that the statement has no historical basis to stand upon, internal evidence being very often a jack-o'-lantern instead of a safe beacon to follow. Nor has the science of modern comparative mythology any better proof to show that those learned writers who have instead for the last century or so that there must have been, quote, fragments of a primeval revelation granted to the ancestors of the whole race of mankind, preserved in the temples of Greece and Italy, unquote, were entirely wrong. For this is what all the Eastern initiates and pundits have been proclaiming to the world from time to time. When a prominent Sinhalese priest assured the writer that it was well known that the most important Buddhist tracts belonging to the sacred Canaan were stored away in countries and places inaccessible to the European pundits, the late Swami Dayanand Saraswati, the greatest Sanskritist of his day in India, assured some members of the Theosophical Society of the same fact with regard to ancient Brahmanical works. When told that Professor Max Müller had declared to the audiences of his lectures that the theory, quote, that there was a primeval preternatural revelation granted to the fathers of the human race finds but few supporters at present, unquote, the wholly unlearned man laughed. His answer was suggestive. Quote, if Mr. Mox Müller, as he pronounced the name, were a Brahmin and came with me, I might take him to the Gupta cave, a secret crypt, near Okimat in the Himalayas, where he would soon find out that what crossed the Kalapani, the black waters of the ocean, from India to Europe, were only the bits of rejected copies of some passages from our sacred books. There was a primeval revelation, and it still exists, nor will it ever be lost to the world, but will reappear, though the Mlekach will of course have to wait, unquote. Questioned further on this point, he would say no more. This was at Meerut in 1880. No doubt the mystification played in the last century at Calcutta by the Brahmins upon Colonel Wilford and Sir William Jones was a cruel one. But it had been well deserved, and no one was more to be blamed in that affair than the missionaries and Colonel Wilford themselves. The former, on the testimony of Sir William Jones himself, see Asiatic Resolution, Volume 1, page 272, were silly enough to maintain that, quote, the Hindus were even now almost Christians, because their Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesha were no other than the Christian Trinity, unquote. Note, see Max Müller's Introduction to the Science of Religion, Lecture on False Analogies in Comparative Theology, pages 288 and 296, et sequens. This relates to the clever forgery on leaves inserted in old Puranic manuscripts, in correct and archaic Sanskrit, of all that the pundits of Colonel Wilford had heard from him about Adam and Abraham, Noah, and his 3 sons, etc., etc. End of note. It was a good lesson. It made the Oriental scholars doubly cautious, but perchance it has also made some of them too shy, and caused, in its reaction, the pendulum of foregone conclusions to swing too much the other way. For, quote, that first supplier on the Brahmanical market, unquote, made for Colonel Wilford, has now created an evident necessity and desire in the Orientalists to declare nearly every archaic Sanskrit manuscript so modern as to give to the missionaries full justification for availing themselves of the opportunity. That they do so, and to the full extent of their mental powers, is shown by the absurd attempts of late to prove that the whole Puranic story about Krishna was plagiarized by the Brahmins from the Bible. but the facts cited by the Oxford professor in his lectures on the science of religion concerning the now famous interpolations for the benefit and later on to the sorrow of Colonel Wilford do not at all interfere with the conclusions of which one who studies the secret doctrine must unavoidably come. For if the result shows that neither the New nor even the Old Testament borrowed anything from the more ancient religion of the Brahmins and Buddhists, it does not follow that the Jews have not borrowed all they know from the Chaldean records, the latter being mutilated later on by Eusebius. As to the Chaldeans, they assuredly got their primitive learning from the Brahmins, for Rawlinson shows an undeniably Vedic influence in the early mythology of Babylon, and Colonel Franz Kennedy has long since justly declared that Babylonia was, from her origin, the seat of Sanskrit and Brahman learning. But all such proofs must lose their value in the presence of the latest theory worked out by Professor Max Müller. What it is everyone knows. The code of phonetic laws has now become a universal solvent for every identification and, quote, connection, unquote, between the gods of many nations. Thus, though the mother of Mercury, Buddha, Thoth, Hermes, etc., was Maya, the mother of Buddha, Gautama, also Maya, and the mother of Jesus, likewise Maya, illusion, for Mary is Mare, the sea, the great illusion symbolically. Yet these three characters have no connection, nor can they have any, since Bob has, quote, laid down his code of phonetic laws, unquote. In their efforts to collect together the many skeins of unwritten history, it is a bold step for our Orientalists to take to deny a priori everything that does not dovetail with their special conclusions. Thus, while new discoveries are daily made of great arts and sciences having existed far back in the night of time, even the knowledge of writing is refused to some of the most ancient nations, and they are credited with barbarism instead of culture. Yet the traces of an immense civilization, even in Central Asia, are still to be found. This civilization is undeniably prehistoric, and how can there be a civilization without literature in some form, without annals or chronicles? Common sense alone ought to supplement the broken links in the history of departed nations. The gigantic unbroken wall of the mountains that hem in the whole tableland of Tibet, from the upper course of the river Kwan down to the Karakoram hills, witnessed a civilization during millenniums of years, and would have strange secrets to tell mankind. The eastern and central portions of those regions, the Nanskain and the Altinitaga, were once upon a time covered with cities that could well vie with Babylon. A whole geological period has swept over the land since those cities breathed their last, as the mounds of shifting sand, and the sterile and now dead soil of the immense central plains of the basin of Tarim testify. The borderlands alone are superficially known to the traveller. Within those tablelands of sand there is water, and fresh oases are found blooming there, wherein no European foot has ever yet ventured or trodden the now treacherous soil. Among these verdant oases there are some which are entirely inaccessible even to the native profane traveller. Hurricanes may, quote, tear up the sands and sweep whole plains away, unquote. They are powerless to destroy that which is beyond their reach. Built deep in the bowels of the earth, the subterranean stores are secure, and as their entrances are concealed in such oases, there is little fear that anyone should discover them, even should several armies invade the sandy wastes where, quote, not a pool, not a bush, not a house is seen, and the mountain range forms a rugged screen round the parched flats of the dry, dry desert, unquote. But there is no need to send the reader across the desert when the same proofs of ancient civilization are found even in comparatively populated regions of the same country. The oasis of Cherchen, for instance, situated about 4,000 feet above the level of the river Cherchen-Daria, is surrounded with the ruins of archaic towns and cities in every direction. There, some 3,000 human beings represent the relics of about 100 extinct nations and races, the very names of which are now unknown to our ethnologists. An anthropologist would feel more than embarrassed to class, divide and subdivide them. the more so as the respective descendants of all these antediluvian races and tribes know as little of their own forefathers themselves as if they had fallen from the moon. When questioned about their origin, they replied that they know not whence their fathers had come, but had heard that their first or earliest men were ruled by the great genii of these deserts. This may be put down to ignorance and superstition, yet in view of the teachings of the secret doctrine, the answer may be based upon a primeval tradition. Alone the tribe of Khorasan claims to have come from what is now known as Afghanistan, long before the days of Alexander, and brings a legendary lore to that effect as corroboration. The Russian traveller, Colonel now General Pryevalsky, found quite close to the oasis of Tcherchin the ruins of two enormous cities, the oldest of which was, according to local tradition, ruined 3,000 years ago by a hero and giant, and the other by the Mongolians in the 10th century of our era. Quote, "The emplacement of the two cities is now covered, owing to shifting sands and the desert wind, with strange and heterogeneous relics, with broken china and kitchen utensils and human bones. The natives often find copper and gold coins, melted silver, ingots, diamonds, and turquoises, and what is the most remarkable, broken glass," unquote. Quote, "Coffins of some undecaying wood or material also, within which beautifully preserved embalmed bodies are found. The male mummies are all extremely tall, powerfully built men with long waving hair. A vault was found with 12 dead men sitting in it. Another time, in a separate coffin, a young girl was discovered by us. Her eyes were closed with golden discs, and the jaws held firm by a golden circlet running from under the chin across the top of the head. Clad in a narrow woolen garment, her bosom was covered with golden stars, the feet being left naked." Unquote. From a lecture by N.M. Pryevalsky. To this, the famous traveller adds that all along their way on the river Tcherchin, they heard legends about 23 towns buried ages ago by the shifting sands of the deserts. The same tradition exists on the Lob Nor and in the oasis of Keria. The traces of such civilization, and these and like traditions, give us the right to credit other legendary lore warranted by well-educated and learned natives of India and Mongolia, where they speak of immense libraries reclaimed from the sand, together with various relics of ancient magic lore, which have all been safely stowed away. To recapitulate, the secret doctrine was the universally diffused religion of the ancient and prehistoric world. Proofs of its diffusion, authentic records of its history, a complete chain of documents showing its character and presence in every land, together with the teaching of all its great adepts, exist to this day in the secret crypts of the libraries belonging to the occult fraternity. This statement is rendered more credible by a consideration of the following facts. The tradition of the thousands of ancient parchments saved when the Alexandrian library was destroyed, the thousands of Sanskrit works which disappeared in India in the reign of Akbar, the universal tradition in China and Japan that the true old texts, with the commentaries which alone make them comprehensible, amounting to many thousands of volumes, having long passed out of the reach of profane hands, the disappearance of the vast sacred and occult literature of Babylon, the loss of those keys which alone could solve the 1,000 riddles of the Egyptian hieroglyphic records, the tradition in India that the real secret commentaries which alone make the Veda intelligible, though no longer visible to profane eyes, still remain for the initiate, hidden in secret caves and crypts, and an identical belief among the Buddhists with regard to their secret books. The occultists assert that all these exist, safe from Western spoliating hands, to reappear in some more enlightened age, for which, in the words of the late Swami Dayananda Saraswati, quote, "the mlekach, outcasts, savages, those beyond the pale of the Aryan civilization, will have to wait," unquote. For it is not the fault of the initiates that these documents are now, quote, "lost," unquote, to the profane, nor was their policy dictated by selfishness or any desire to monopolize the life-giving sacred law. There were portions of the secret science that for incalculable ages had to remain concealed from the profane gaze, but this was because to impart to the unprepared multitude secrets of such tremendous importance was equivalent to giving a child a lighted candle in a powder magazine. The answer to a question which has frequently arisen in the minds of students when meeting with statements such as this may be outlined here. We can understand, they say, the necessity for concealing from the herd such secrets as the vril, that's V-R-I-L, or the rock-destroying force, discovered by J.W. Keeley of Philadelphia. But we cannot understand how any danger could arise from the revelation of such a purely philosophic doctrine as, for example, the evolution of the planetary chains. The danger was this. Doctrines such as the planetary chain or the seven races at once give a clue to the sevenfold nature of man, for each principle is correlated to a plane, a planet, and a race, and the human principles are, on every plane, correlated to sevenfold occult forces, those of the higher planes being of tremendous power, so that any septenary division at once gives a clue to tremendous occult powers, the abuse of which would cause incalculable evil to humanity. A clue which is, perhaps, no clue to the present generation, especially the Westerns, protected as they are by their very blindness and ignorant materialistic disbelief in the occult, but a clue which would, nevertheless, have been very real in the early centuries of the Christian era to people fully convinced of the reality of occultism and entering a cycle of degradation which made them rife for abuse of occult powers and sorcery of the worst description. The documents were concealed, it is true, but the knowledge itself and its actual existence had never been made a secret by the hierophants of the temple, wherein mysteries have ever been made a discipline and stimulus to virtue. This is very old news, and was repeatedly made known by the great adepts, from Pythagoras and Plato down to the Neoplatonists. It was the new religion of the Nazarenes that wrought a change for the worse in the policy of centuries. Moreover, there is a well-known fact, a very curious one, corroborated to the writer by a reverend gentleman attached for years to a Russian embassy, namely, that there are several documents in the St. Petersburg imperial libraries to show that, even so late as during the days when freemasonry and secret societies of mystics flourished unimpeded in Russia, that is, at the end of the last and the beginning of the present century, more than one Russian mystic travelled to Tibet via the Ural Mountains in search of knowledge and initiation in the unknown crypts of Central Asia, and more than one returned years later with a rich store of such information as could never have been given him anywhere in Europe. Several cases could be cited, and well-known names brought forward, but for the fact that such publicity might annoy the surviving relatives of the said late initiates. Let anyone look over the annals and history of Freemasonry in the archives of the Russian metropolis, and he will assure himself of the fact stated. This is a corroboration of that which has been stated many times before, and, unfortunately, too indiscreetly. Instead of benefiting humanity, the virulent charges of deliberate invention and imposture with a purpose thrown at those who asserted but a truthful, if even a little-known fact, have only generated bad karma for the slanderers. But now the mischief is done, and truth should no longer be denied, whatever the consequences. Is it a new religion, we are asked? By no means. It is not a religion, nor is its philosophy new, for, as already stated, it is as old as thinking man. Its tenets are not now published for the first time, but have been cautiously given out to and taught by more than one European initiate, especially by the late Aragon. More than one great scholar has stated that there never was a religious founder, whether Aryan, Semitic, or Turanian, who had invented a new religion or revealed a new truth. These founders were all transmitters, not original teachers. They were the authors of new forms and interpretations, while the truths upon which the latter were based were as old as mankind. Selecting one or more of those grand varieties, actualities visible only to the eye of the real sage and seer, out of the many orally revealed to man in the beginning, preserved and perpetuated in the adhyata of the temples through initiation, during the mysteries, and by personal transmission. they revealed these truths to the masses. Thus every nation received in its turn some of the said truths, under the veil of its own local and special symbolism, which, as time went on, developed into a more or less philosophical cultus, a pantheon in mythical disguise. Therefore is Confucius, a very ancient legislator in historical chronology, though a very modern sage in the world's history, shown by Dr. Legge, who calls him, quote, emphatically a transmitter, not a maker, unquote, as saying, I only hand on, I cannot create new things, I believe in the ancients, and therefore I love them, unquote. Quoted in The Science of Religions by Max Müller. See Lunju, paragraph 1a. Schott, Chinesische Literatur, page 7. And Max Müller's Life of Confucius, page 96. End of note. The writer loves them too, and therefore believes in the ancients, and the modern heirs to their wisdom. And believing in both, she now transmits that which she has received and learnt herself to all those who will accept it. As to those who may reject her testimony, that is, the great majority, she will bear them no malice, for they will be as right in their way of denying as she is the right in hers in affirming, since they look at truth from two entirely different standpoints. Agreeably with the rules of critical scholarship, the Orientalist has to reject a priori whatever evidence he cannot fully verify for himself. And how can a Western scholar accept on hearsay that which he knows nothing of? Indeed, that which is given in these volumes is selected from oral as much as from written teachings. The first installment of the esoteric doctrines is based upon stanzas, which are the records of a people unknown to ethnology. It is claimed that they are written in a tongue absent from the nomenclature of languages and dialects with which philology is acquainted. They are said to emanate from a source, occultism, repudiated by science, and, finally, they are offered through an agency incessantly discredited before the world by all those who hate unwelcome truth or have some special hobby of their own to defend. Therefore, the rejection of these teachings may be expected and must be accepted beforehand. Noah, styling himself a, quote, scholar, unquote, in whatever department of exact science, will be permitted to regard these teachings seriously. They will be derided and rejected a priori in this century, but only in this one. For in the 20th century of our era, scholars will begin to recognize that the secret doctrine has neither been invented nor exaggerated, but, on the contrary, simply outlined, and finally that its teachings antedate the Vedas. Note: this is no pretension to prophecy, but simply a statement based on the knowledge of facts. Every century an attempt is being made to show the world that occultism is no vain superstition. Once the door permitted to be kept a little ajar, it will be opened wider with every new century. The times are ripe for a more serious knowledge than hitherto permitted, though still very limited so far. End of note. Have not the latter been derided, rejected, and called, quote, a modern forgery, unquote, even so recently as 50 years ago? Was not Sanskrit proclaimed at one time the progeny of, and a dialect derived from, the Greek, according to Lempiere and other scholars? About 1820, Professor Max Müller tells us, the sacred books of the Brahmins, of the Magians, and of the Buddhists, quote, were all but unknown. Their very existence was doubted, and there was not a single scholar who could have translated a line of the Veda, of the Zendavesta, or of the Buddhist Tripitaka. And now the Vedas are proved to be the work of the highest antiquity, whose preservation amounts almost to a marvel. Lecture on the Vedas by Max Müller. The same will be said of the secret archaic doctrine, when proofs are given of its undeniable existence and records. But it will take centuries before much more is given from it. Speaking of the keys to the zodiacal mysteries as being almost lost to the world, it was remarked by the writer in Isis Unveiled some 10 years ago that, quote, the said key must be turned 7 times before the whole system is divulged. We will not give it but 1 turn, and thereby allow the profane 1 glimpse into the mystery.
Happy he who understands the whole, unquote. The same may be said of the whole esoteric system. One turn of the key and no more was given in Isis. Much more is explained in these volumes. In those days the writer hardly knew the language in which the work was written, and the disclosure of many things freely spoken about now was forbidden. In century the 20th, some disciple more informed and far better fitted may be sent by the masters of wisdom to give final and irrefutable proofs that there exists a science called Guapta-vidya, and that, like the once mysterious sources of the Nile, the source of all religions and philosophies now known to the world has been for many ages forgotten and lost to men, but is at last found. Such a work as this has to be introduced with no simple preface, but with a volume rather, one that will give facts, not mere disquisitions, since the secret doctrine is not a treatise or a series of vague theories, but contains all that can be given out to the world in this century. It would be worse than useless to publish in these pages even those portions of the esoteric teachings that have now escaped from confinement, unless the genuineness and authenticity, at any rate the probability, of the existence of such teachings was first established. Such statements as will now be made have to be shown warranted by various authorities, those of ancient philosophers, classics, and even certain learned church fathers, some of whom knew these doctrines because they had studied them, had seen and read works written upon them, and some of whom had even been personally initiated into the ancient mysteries, during the performance of which the arcane doctrines were allegorically enacted. The writer will have to give historical and trustworthy names, and to cite well-known authors, ancient and modern, of recognized ability, good judgment, and truthfulness, as also to name some of the famous proficients in the secret arts and science, along with the mysteries of the latter, as they are divulged, or rather partially presented before the public in their strange archaic form. How is this to be done? What is the best way for achieving such an object? Was the ever-recurring question. To make our plan clearer, an illustration may be attempted. When a tourist coming from a well-explored country suddenly reaches the border of a terra incognita, hedged in and shut out from the view by a formidable barrier of impassable rocks, he may still refuse to acknowledge himself baffled in his exploratory plans. Ingress beyond is forbidden, but if he cannot visit the mysterious region personally, he may still find a means of examining it from as short a distance as can be arrived at. Helped by his knowledge of landscapes left behind him, he can get a general and pretty correct idea of the transmural view, if he will only climb to the loftiest summit of the altitudes in front of him. Once there, he can gaze at it at his leisure, comparing that which he dimly perceives with that which he has just left below, now that he is, thanks to his efforts, beyond the line of the mists of the cloud-capped cliffs. Such a point of a preliminary observation for those who would like to get a more correct understanding of the mysteries of the pre-archaic periods given in the texts cannot be offered to them in these 2 volumes. But if the reader has patience, and would glance at the present state of beliefs and creeds in Europe, compare and check it with what is known to history of the ages directly preceding and following the Christian era, then he will find all this in Volume 3 of this work. In that volume a brief recapitulation will be made of all the principal adepts known to history, and the downfall of the mysteries will be described, after which began the disappearance and final and systematic elimination from the memory of men of the real nature of initiation and the sacred science. From that time its teachings became occult, and magic sailed out, but too often under the venerable but frequently misleading name of hermetic philosophy. As real occultism had been prevalent among the mystics during the centuries that preceded our era, so magic, or rather sorcery, with its occult arts, followed the beginning of Christianity. However great and zealous the fanatical efforts during those early centuries to obliterate every trace of the mental and intellectual labor of the pagans, it was a failure. But the same spirit of the dark demon of bigotry and intolerance has perverted systematically and ever since every bright page written in the pre-Christian periods. Even in her uncertain records, History has preserved enough of that which has survived to throw an impartial light upon the whole. Let then the reader tarry a little with the writer on the spot of observation selected. He is asked to give all his attention to that millennium which divided the pre-Christian and the post-Christian periods by the year 1 of the Nativity. This event, whether historically correct or not, has nevertheless been made to serve as a first signal for the erection of manifold bulwarks against any possible return of, or even a glimpse into, the hated religions of the past, hated and dreaded, because throwing such a vivid light on the new, unintentionally veiled interpretation of what is now known as the, quote, new dispensation, unquote. However superhuman the efforts of the early Christian fathers to obliterate the secret doctrine from the very memory of man, they all failed. Truth can never be killed, hence the failure to sweep away entirely from the face of the earth every vestige, and to shackle and gag every witness who testified to it. Let one only think of the thousands and perhaps millions of manuscripts burnt, of monuments with thereto indiscreet inscriptions and pictorial symbols pulverized to dust, of the bands of early hermits and ascetics roaming about among the ruined cities of Upper and Lower Egypt, in desert and mountain, valleys and highlands, seeking for and eager to destroy every obelisk and pillar, scroll or parchment they could lay their hands on, if it only bore the symbol of the Tao, or any other sign borrowed and appropriated by the new faith. And he will then see plainly how it is that so little has remained of the records of the past. Verily, the fiendish spirits of fanaticism, of early and medieval Christianity and of Islam, have from the first loved to dwell in darkness and ignorance, and both have made, quote, the sun like blood, the earth a tomb, the tomb a hell, and hell itself a murkier gloom, unquote. Both creeds have won their proselytes at the point of the sword, of heaven-kissing hecatombs of human victims. Over the gateway of century first of our era, the ominous words, quote, the karma of Israel, unquote, fatally glowed. Over the portals of our own, the future seer may discern other words that will point to the karma for cunningly made-up history, for events purposely perverted, and for great characters slandered by posterity, mangled out of recognition, between the two causes of Jagannatha, bigotry and materialism, one accepting too much, the other denying all. Wise is he who holds to the golden midpoint, who believes in the eternal justice of things. Says pt1, the, quote, witness to the wonderful speeches of a freethinker who belongs to 1,000 sects, unquote. And, quote, in the assembly of the day of resurrection, when past things shall be forgiven, the sins of the Kaaba will be forgiven for the sake of the dust of Christian churches, unquote. To this, Professor Max Müller replies, the sins of Islam are as worthless as the dust of Christianity. On the day of resurrection, both Mohammedans and Christians will see the vanity of their religious doctrines. Men fight about religion on earth. In heaven they shall find out that there is only one true religion, the worship of God's Spirit, unquote. Note, Lectures on the Science of Religion by F. Max Müller, page 257. In other words, quote, there is no religion or law higher than truth, unquote. Quote, Satyat Nasti Parodharma, unquote, the motto of the Maharaja of Benares, adopted by the Theosophical Society. As already said in the preface, the secret doctrine is not a version of Isis Unveiled, as originally intended. It is a volume explanatory of it rather, and, though entirely independent of the earlier work, an indispensable corollary to it. Much of what was in Isis could hardly be understood by theosophists in those days. The secret doctrine will now throw light on many a problem left unsolved in the first work, especially on the opening pages which have never been understood. Concerned simply with the philosophies within our historical times and the respective symbolism of the fallen nations, only a hurried glance could be thrown at the panorama of occultism in the 2 volumes of Isis. In the present work, detailed cosmogony and the evolution of the four races that preceded our fifth race, humanity, are given. And now 2 large volumes explain that which was stated on the first page of Isis Unveiled alone, and in a few allusions scattered hither and thither throughout that work. Nor could the vast catalogue of the archaic sciences be attempted in the present volumes, before we have disposed of such tremendous problems as cosmic and planetary evolution, and the gradual development of the mysterious humanities and races that preceded our Adamic humanity. Reader's note. Adamic meaning the race of Adam, and the reader's note. Therefore, the present attempt to elucidate some mysteries of the esoteric philosophy has, in truth, nothing to do with the earlier work. As an instance, the writer must be allowed to illustrate what is said. Volume 1 of Isis begins with a reference to, quote, an old book, unquote. Quote, so very old that our modern antiquarians might ponder over its pages an indefinite time, and still not quite agree as to the nature of the fabric upon which it is written. It is the only original copy now in existence. The most ancient Hebrew document on occult learning, Sifra Zenyuta, was compiled from it, and that at a time when the former was already considered in the light of a literary relic. One of its illustrations represents the divine essence emanating from Adam. Note: the name is used in the sense of the Greek word anthropos. End of note. Like a luminous arc proceeding to form a circle, and then, having attained the highest point of its circumference, the ineffable glory bends back again and returns to earth, bringing a high type of humanity in its vortex. As it approaches nearer and nearer to our planet, the emanation becomes more and more shadowy, until upon touching the ground it is as black as night. Unquote. The, quote, very old book, unquote, is the original work from which the many volumes of QT were compiled. Not only this latter and the Sifra Zenyuta, but even the Sefer Jezaira, the work attributed by the Hebrew Kabbalists to their patriarch Abraham, the book of Xiuqing, China's primitive Bible, the sacred volumes of the Egyptian Thot Hermes, the Puranas in India, and the Chaldean Book of Numbers, and the Pentateuch itself, all are derived from that one small parent volume. Rabbi Jeshua ben Kanania, who died about Anno Domini 72, openly declared that he had performed, quote, miracles, unquote, by means of the book of Sefer Jezaire, and challenged every skeptic. Frank, quoting from the Babylonian Talmud, names 2 other thaumaturgists, Rabbis Kanina and Oshoy. See Jerusalem Talmud, Sanhedrin, chapter 7, etc., and Frank, pages 55 and 56. Many of the medieval occultists, alchemists, and Kabbalists claim the same, and even the late modern Magus, Eliphas Levi, publicly asserts it in print in his books on magic. End of note. Tradition says that it was taken down in Zenzar, the secret sacerdotal tongue, from the words of the divine beings who dictated it to the sons of light in Central Asia at the very beginning of the 5th hour race. For there was a time when its language, the Zenzar, was known to the initiates of every nation, when the forefathers of the Toltec understood it as easily as the inhabitants of the lost Atlantis, who inherited it in their turn from the sages of the 3rd race, the Manushis, who learnt it direct from the Devas of the 2nd and 1st races. The illustration spoken of in Isis relates to the evolution of these races and of our 4th and 5th race, humanity, in the Vaivasvata Manvantara, or round, each round being composed of the yugas of the 7 periods of humanity, 4 of which are now past in our life cycle, the middle point of the 5th being nearly reached. The illustration is symbolical, as everyone can well understand, and covers the ground from the beginning. The old book, having described cosmic evolution and explained the origin of everything on earth, including physical man, after giving the true history of the races from the 1st down to the 5th hour race, goes no further. It stops short at the beginning of the Kali Yuga, just 4,989 years ago, at the death of Krishna, the bright sun god, the once living hero and reformer. Reader's note. The said year, 4,989 years ago, is to be understood in the reference of the year in which this book was published, that is, in 1888, and a reader's note. But there exists another book. None of its possessors regard it as very ancient, as it was born with, and is only as old as the Black Age, namely about 5,000 years. In about 9 years hence, the first cycle of the first 5 millenniums, that began with the great cycle of the Kali Yuga, will end. Reader's note. Around the year of 1897. End of reader's note. And then the last prophecy contained in that book, the first volume of the prophetic record for the Black Age, will be accomplished. We have not long to wait, and many of us will witness the dawn of the new cycle, at the end of which not a few accounts will be settled and squared between the races. Volume 2 of the prophecies is nearly ready, having been in preparation since the time of Buddha's grand successor, Sankaracharya. One more important point must be noticed, one that stands foremost in the series of proofs given of the existence of one primeval universal wisdom, at any rate for the Christian Kabbalists and students. The teachings were, at least, partially known to several of the fathers of the Church. It is maintained, on purely historical grounds, that Origen, Synesius, and even Clemens Alexandrinus had been themselves initiated into the mysteries before adding to the Neoplatonism of the Alexandrian school, that of the Gnostics, under the Christian veil. More than this, some of the doctrines of the secret schools, though by no means all, were preserved in the Vatican, and have since become part and parcel of the mysteries, in the shape of disfigured additions made to the original Christian program by the Latin Church. Such is the now materialized dogma of the Immaculate Conception. This accounts for the great persecutions set on foot by the Roman Catholic Church against occultism, Masonry, and heterodox mysticism generally. The days of Constantine were the last turning point in history, the period of the supreme struggle that ended in the Western world throttling the old religions in favor of the new one, built on their bodies. From thence the vista into the far distant past, beyond the quote, deluge, unquote, and the Garden of Eden, began to be forcibly and relentlessly closed by every fair and unfair means against the indiscreet gaze of posterity. Every issue was blocked up, every record that hand could be laid upon destroyed. Yet there remains enough, even among such mutilated records, to warrant us in saying that there is in them every possible evidence of the actual existence of apparent doctrine. Fragments have survived geological and political cataclysms to tell the story, and every survival shows evidence that the now secret wisdom was once the one fountainhead, the ever-flowing perennial source at which were fed all its streamlets, the later religions of all nations, from the first down to the last. This period, beginning with Buddha and Pythagoras at the one end and the Neoplatonists and the Gnostics at the other, is the only focus left in history wherein coverage for the last time the bright rays of light streaming from the aeons of time gone by, unobscured by the hands of bigotry and fanatism. This accounts for the necessity under which the right has labored to be ever explaining the facts given from the various past by evidence gathered from the historical period. No other means was at hand, at the risk even of being once more charged with a lack of method and system. The public must be made acquainted with the efforts of many world adepts, of initiated poets, writers, and classics of every age, to preserve in the records of humanity the knowledge of existence, at least, of such a philosophy, if not actually of its tenets. The initiates of 1888 would indeed remain incomprehensible and ever a seemingly impossible myth, were not like initiates shown to have lived in every other age of history. This could be done only by naming chapter and verse where may be found mention of these great characters who were preceded and followed by a long and interminable line of other famous antediluvian and postdiluvian masters in the arts.
Thus only could be shown, on semi-traditional and semi-historical authority, that knowledge of the occult and the powers it confers on man are not altogether fictions, but that they are as old as the world itself. To my judges, past and future, therefore, whether they are serious literary critics or those howling dervishes in literature who judge a book according to the popularity or unpopularity of the author's name, who are hardly glancing at its contents, fasten like lethal bacilli on the weakest points of the body, I have nothing to say, nor shall I condescend to notice those crack-brained slanderers, fortunately very few in number, who, hoping to attract public attention by throwing discredit on every writer whose name is better known than their own, foam and bark at their very shadows. These, having first maintained for years that the doctrines taught in the Theosophist, and which culminated in esoteric Buddhism, had been all invented by the present writer, have finally turned round, and denounced Isis Unveiled and the rest as a plagiarism from Eliphas Levi, Paracelsus, and Mirabile Dictu, Buddhism and Brahmanism. As well charge Renan with having stolen his Vie de Jésus from the Gospels, and Max Müller his Sacred Books of the East, or his Chips from the philosophies of the Brahmins and Gautama the Buddha. But to the public in general and the readers of the Secret Doctrine I may repeat what I have stated all along, and which I now clothe in the words of Montaigne. Gentlemen, quote, I have here made only a nosegay of culled flowers, and have brought nothing of my own but the string that ties them, unquote. Pull the string to pieces, and cut it up in shreds, if you will. As for the nosegay of facts, you will never be able to make away with these. You can only ignore them, and no more. We may close with a parting word concerning this Volume 1. In an introduction prefacing a part dealing chiefly with cosmogony, certain subjects brought forward might be deemed out of place, but one more consideration added to those already given have led me to touch upon them. Every reader will inevitably judge the statements made from the standpoint of his own knowledge, experience, and consciousness, based on what he has already learned. This fact the writer is constantly obliged to bear in mind, hence also the frequent references in this first book to matters which, properly speaking, belong to a later part of the work, but which could not be passed by in silence, lest the reader should look down on this work as a fairy tale indeed, a fiction of some modern brain. Thus the past shall help to realize the present, and the latter to better appreciate the past. The errors of the day must be explained and swept away. Yet it is more than probable, and in the present case it amounts to certitude, that once more the testimony of long ages and of history will fail to impress anyone but the very intuitional, which is equal to saying the very few. But in this, as in all like cases, the true and the faithful may console themselves by presenting a sceptical modern Sadducee with the mathematical proof and memorial of his obdurate obstinacy and bigotry. There still exists somewhere in the archives of the French Academy the famous law of probabilities worked out by an algebraical process for the benefit of skeptics by certain mathematicians. It runs thus: if two persons give their evidence to a fact, and thus impart it to each of them 5 divided by 6 of certitude, that fact will have then 35 divided by 36 of certitude. That is, its probability will bear on its improbability the ratio 35 to 1. If 3 such evidences are joined together, the certitude will become 215 divided by 216. The agreement of 10 persons giving each 1/2 of certitude will produce 1023 divided by 1000. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. A facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. The book now continues with the proem. Proem. Pages from a prehistoric period. An archaic manuscript, a collection of palm leaves made impermeable to water, fire, and air by some specific unknown process, is before the writer's eye. On the first page is an immaculate white disc within a dull black ground. On the following page the same disc, but with a central point. The first the student knows to represent cosmos in eternity before the reawakening of still slumbering energy. the emanation of the word in later systems. The point in the hitherto immaculate disk, space and eternity in pralaya, denotes the dawn of differentiation. It is the point in the mundane egg, see part 2, the mundane egg, the germ within the latter which will become the universe, the all, the boundless, periodical cosmos, this germ being latent and active, periodically and by turns. The one circle is divine unity, from which all proceeds, whither all returns. Its circumference, a forcibly limited symbol in view of the limitation of the human mind, indicates the abstract, ever incognizable presence, and its plane, the universal soul, although the two are one. Only the face of the disk being white and the ground all round black shows clearly that its plane is the only knowledge, dim and hazy though it still is, that is attainable by man. It is on this plane that the manvanteric manifestations begin, for it is in this soul that slumbers, during the pralaya, the divine thought, wherein lies concealed the plan of every future cosmogony and theogony. Note: it is hardly necessary to remind the reader once more that the term divine thought, like that of universal mind, must not be regarded as even vaguely shadowing forth an intellectual process akin to that exhibited by man. The unconscious, according to von Hartmann, arrived at the vast creative, or rather evolutionary plan, by a clairvoyant wisdom superior to all consciousness, which in the Vedantic language would mean absolute wisdom. Only those who realize how far intuition soars above the tardy processes of rational inactive thought can form the faintest conception of that absolute wisdom which transcends the ideas of time and space. Mind, as we know it, is resolvable into states of consciousness, of varying duration, intensity, complexity, etc., all in the ultimate resting on sensation, which is again Maya. Sensation, again, necessarily postulates limitation. The personal God of orthodox theism perceives, thinks, and is affected by emotion. He repents and feels fierce anger. But the notion of such mental states clearly involves the unthinkable postulate of the externality of the existing stimuli, to say nothing of the impossibility of ascribing changelessness to a being whose emotions fluctuate with events in the worlds he presides over. The conceptions of a personal God as changeless and infinite are thus unpsychological and, what is worse, unphilosophical. End of note. It is the one life, eternal, invisible, yet omnipresent, without beginning or end, yet periodical in its regular manifestations, between which periods reigns the dark mystery of non-being, unconscious, yet absolute consciousness, unrealizable, yet the only self-existent reality, truly a chaos to the sense, a cosmos to the reason. Its one absolute attribute, which is itself eternal, ceaseless motion, is called in esoteric parlance the great breath, which is the perpetual motion of the universe in the sense of limitless, ever-present space. Note: Plato proves himself uninitiate when saying in Cratylus that theos is derived from the verb thein, to move, to run, as the first astronomers who observed the motions of the heavenly bodies called the planets theoi, the gods. See Book 2, Symbolism of the Cross and Circle. Later the word produced another term, aletheia, the breath of God. End of note. That which is motionless cannot be divine, but then there is nothing in fact and reality absolutely motionless within the universal soul. Almost 5 centuries before Christ, Leucippus, the instructor of Democritus, maintained that space was filled eternally with atoms accutated by ceaseless motion, the latter generating in due course of time when those atoms aggregated rotary motion, through mutual collisions producing lateral movements. Epicurus and Lucretius taught the same, only adding to the lateral motion of the atoms the idea of affinity, an occult teaching. From the beginning of man's inheritance, from the first appearance of the architects of the globe he lives in, the unrevealed deity was recognized and considered under its only philosophical aspect, universal motion, the thrill of the creative breath in nature. Occultism sums up the one existence thus: It is an arcane, living or moving fire, and the eternal witnesses to this unseen presence are light, heat, moisture. This trinity including and being the cause of every phenomenon in nature. Note: Nominalists argue with Berkeley that it is impossible to form the abstract idea of motion distinct from the body moving, in Principles of Human Knowledge, Introduction, paragraph 10, may put the question, what is that body? The producer of that motion? Is it a substance? Then, are you believers in a personal God, etc., etc.? This will be answered farther on, in the addendum to this book. Meanwhile, we claim our rights of conceptualists, as against Roscelini's materialistic views of realism and nominalism. Has science, says one of his ablest advocates, Edward Clodd, revealed anything that weakens or opposes itself to the ancient words in which the essence of all religion, past, present, and to come, is given? To do justly, to love mercy, to walk humbly before thy God. Provided we connote by the word God not the crude anthropomorphism which is still the backbone of our current theology, but the symbolic conception of that which is life and motion of the universe. To know which in physical order is to know time past, present, and to come, in the existence of successions of phenomena. To know which in the moral is to know what has been, is, and will be within human consciousness. See Science and the Emotions, a discourse delivered at South Place Chapel, Finsbury, London, December 27th, 1885. End of note. Intracosmic motion is eternal and ceaseless. Cosmic motion, the visible, or that which is subject to perception, is finite and periodical. As an eternal abstraction, it is the ever-present. As a manifestation, it is finite both in the coming direction and the opposite, the two being the alpha and omega of successive reconstructions. Cosmos, the noumenon, has naught to do with the casual relations of the phenomenal world. It is only with reference to the intracosmic soul, the ideal cosmos in the immutable divine thought, that we may say, it never had a beginning, nor will it have an end. With regard to its body or cosmic organization, though it cannot be said that it had a first or will ever have a last construction, yet at each new Manvantara its organization may be regarded as the first and the last of its kind, as it evolutes every time on a higher plane. A few years ago only it was stated that the esoteric doctrine teaches, like Buddhism and Brahmanism, and even the Kabbalah, that the one infinite and unknown essence exists from all eternity, and in regular and harmonious successions is either passive or active. In the poetical phraseology of Manu, these conditions are called the days and the nights of Brahma. The latter is either awake or asleep. The Svabhavikas, or philosophers of the older school of Buddhism, which still exists in Nepal, speculate only upon the active condition of this essence, which they call Svabhavat, and deem it foolish to theorize upon the abstract and unknowable power in its passive condition. Hence they are called atheists by both Christian theologians and modern scientists, for neither of the two are able to understand the profound logic of their philosophy. The former will allow of no other God than the personified secondary powers, which have worked out the visible universe, and which became with them the anthropomorphic God of the Christians, the male Jehovah, roaring amid thunder and lightning. In its turn, rationalistic science greets the Buddhists and the Svabhavikas as the, quote, positivists, unquote, of the archaic ages. If we take a one-sided view of the philosophy of the latter, our materialists may be right in their own way. The Buddhists maintain that there is no creator, but an infinitude of creative powers, which collectively form the one eternal substance, the essence of which is inscrutable, hence not a subject for speculation of any true philosopher. Socrates invariably refused to argue upon the mystery of universal being. Yet no one would ever have thought of charging him with atheism, except those who were bent upon his destruction. Upon inaugurating an active period, says the secret doctrine, an expansion of this divine essence from without inwardly and from within outwardly, occurs in obedience to eternal and immutable law, and the phenomenal or visible universe is the ultimate result of the long chain of cosmical forces thus progressively set in motion. In like manner, when the passive condition is resumed, a contraction of the divine essence takes place, and the previous work of creation is gradually and progressively undone. The visible universe becomes disintegrated, its material dispersed, and, quote, darkness, unquote, solitary and alone, broods once more over the face of the, quote, deep, unquote. To use a metaphor from the secret books, which will convey the idea still more clearly, an outbreathing of the, quote, unknown essence, unquote, produces the world, and an inhalation causes it to disappear. This process has been going on from all eternity, and our present universe is but one of an infinite series which had no beginning and will have no end, unquote. See Isis Unveiled, also The Days and Nights of Brahma, in Part 2 of this book. This passage will be explained as far as it is possible in the present work, though as it now stands it contains nothing new to the Orientalists. Its esoteric interpretation may contain a good deal which has hitherto remained entirely unknown to the Western student. Reader's note. Sketches of the symbols of this chapter, soon to be described, have been uploaded along with this audio file. End reader's note. The first illustration being a plain disc. The second one, in the archaic symbol, shows a disc with a point in it. The first differentiation in the periodical manifestations of the ever-eternal nature, sexless and infinite, adit in that, Rig Veda. The point in the disc, or potential space within abstract space. In its third stage, the point is transformed into a diameter. It now symbolizes a divine, immaculate Mother Nature within all-embracing absolute infinitude. When the diameter line is crossed by a vertical one, symbol of a circle with a cross in it, it becomes the mundane cross. Humanity has reached its third root race. It is the sign for the origin of human life to begin. When the circumference disappears and leaves only the cross, it is a sign that the fall of man into matter is accomplished, and the fourth race begins. The cross within a circle symbolizes pure pantheism. When the cross was left uninscribed, it became phallic. It had the same and yet other meanings as a Tau inscribed within a circle, or as a Thor's hammer, the Jaina cross so-called, or simply swastika within a circle. By the third symbol, the circle divided in two by the horizontal line of the diameter, the first manifestation of creative, still passive because feminine, nature was meant. The first shadowy perception of man connected with procreation is feminine, because man knows his mother more than his father. Hence female deities were more sacred than the male. Nature is therefore feminine, and to a degree objective and tangible, and the spirit principle which fructifies it is concealed. By adding to the circle with the horizontal line in it a perpendicular line, the Tau was formed, T, the oldest form of the letter. It was the glyph of the third root race to the day of its symbolical fall, that is, when the separation of sexes by natural evolution took place, when the figure became a circle with a vertical line. The circle of sexless life modified or separated, a double glyph or symbol. With the races of our fifth race, it became in symbology the Sek, and in Hebrew Nkabva, of the first formed races. Note, see that suggestive work, The Source of Measures, where the author explains the real meaning of the word Sek, from which sacred, sacrament are derived, which have now become synonyms of holiness, though purely phallic. End of note. Then it changed into the Egyptian emblem of life, and still later into the sign of Venus. Then comes the swastika, Thor's hammer, or the Hermetic cross now, entirely separated from its circle, thus becoming purely phallic. The esoteric symbol of Kali Yuga is the five-pointed star reversed, the sign of human sorcery, with its 2 points, horns, turned heavenward, a position every occultist will recognize as the one of the left hand and used in ceremonial magic. Note: we are told by the Western mathematicians and some American Kabbalists that in the Kabbalah also the value of the Jehovah name is that of the diameter of a circle. Add to this the fact that Jehovah is the third Sephiroth, Bina, a feminine word, and you have the key to the mystery. By certain Kabbalistic transformations, this name, androgynous in the first chapters of Genesis, becomes in its transformations entirely masculine, Cainite, and phallic. The fact of choosing a deity among the pagan gods and making of it a special national god to call upon it as the one living God, the God of gods, and then proclaim this worship monotheistic, does not change it into the one principle whose unity admits not of multiplication, change, or form, especially in the case of a priapic deity as Jehovah now demonstrated to be. End of note. It is hoped that during the pursual of this work the erroneous ideas of the public in general with regard to pantheism will be modified. It is wrong and unjust to regard the Buddhists and Advaiti occultists as atheists. If not all of them philosophers, they are at any rate all logicians, their objections and arguments being based on strict reasoning. Indeed, if the Parabrahman of the Hindus may be taken as a representative of the hidden and nameless deities of other nations, this absolute principle will be found to be the prototype from which all the others were copied. Parabrahm is not God because it is not a God. It is that which is supreme and not supreme. Paravara, explains Mandukya Upanishad 2, verse 28. It is supreme as cause, not supreme as effect. Parabrahm is simply, as a secondless reality, the all-inclusive cosmos, or rather the infinite cosmic space, in the highest spiritual sense, of course. Brahma, neuter, being the unchanging, pure, free, undecaying supreme root, the one true existence, Paramartika, and the absolute Chit and Chitanaya, intelligence, consciousness, cannot be a cognizer, for that can have no subject of cognition. Can the flame be called the essence of fire? This essence is the life and light of the universe. The visible fire and flame are destruction, death, and evil. Quote, fire and flame destroy the body of an arhat. Their essence makes him immortal. From Bodhimur, Book 2, unquote. The knowledge of the Absolute Spirit, like the effulgence of the sun, or like heat in fire, is naught else than the absolute essence itself, says Sankaracharya. It is the spirit of the fire, not fire itself. Therefore, the attributes of the latter, heat or flame, are not the attributes of the spirit, but of that of which the spirit is the unconscious cause. Is not the above sentence the true keynote of later Rosicrucian philosophy? Parabrahm is, in short, the collective aggregate of cosmos in its infinity and eternity, the that and this to which distributive aggregates cannot be applied. Note: see Vedantachara by Major G. A. Jacob, as also the Aphorisms of Chandilya, translated by Cowell, page 42. End of note. From Maitreya Upanishad. In the beginnings this was the Self, one only. The great Sankaracharya explains that this referred to the universe, Jagat, the sense of the words in the beginning, meaning before the reproduction of the phenomenal universe. Therefore, when the pantheists echo the Upanishads, which state, as in the secret doctrine, that this cannot create, They do not deny a creator, or rather a collective aggregate of creators, but only refuse, very logically, to attribute creation, and especially formation, something finite, to an infinite principle. With them, Parabrahman is passive because an absolute cause, the unconditioned mukta. It is only limited omniscience and omnipotence that are refused to the latter, because these are still attributes, as reflected in man's perceptions. And because Parabrahm, being the supreme all, the ever-invisible spirit and soul of nature, changeless and eternal, can have no attributes, absoluteness very naturally precluding any idea of the finite or conditioned from being connected with it. And if the Vedantin postulates attributes as belonging simply to its emanation, calling it Ishvara plus Maya, and the Avidya, agnosticism and nescience rather than ignorance, it is difficult to find any atheism in this conception. Note: nevertheless, prejudiced and rather fanatical Christian Orientalists would like to prove this pure atheism. For proof of this, see about Major Jacob's Vedantashara. Yet the whole antiquity echoes this Vedantic thought. Omnis enim persedivum natura necesse est, immortalia evo summa cum pace fruatur. End of note. Since there can be neither two infinities nor two absolutes in a universe supposed to be boundless, this self-existence can hardly be conceived of as creating personally. In the sense of perception of finite beings, that is non-being in the sense that it is the one beingness, for in this all lies concealed its co-eternal and coeval emanation or inherent radiation, which upon becoming periodically Brahma, the male-female potency, becomes or expands itself into the manifested universe. Narayana, moving on the abstract waters of space, is transformed into the waters of concrete substance moved by him, who now becomes the manifested word, or Logos. The orthodox Brahmins, those who rise the most against the pantheists and Advaitis, calling them atheists, are forced, if Manu has any authority in this matter, to accept the death of Brahma, the creator, at expiration of every age of this creative deity. 100 divine years, a period which in our years requires 15 figures to express it. Yet no philosopher among them will view this, quote, death, unquote, in any other sense than as a temporary disappearance from the manifested plane of existence, or a periodical rest. The occultists are therefore at one with the Advaita Vedantian philosophers as to the above tenet. They show the impossibility of accepting on philosophical grounds the idea of the absolute all-creating, or even evolving the golden egg, into which it is said to enter in order to transform itself into Brahma, the creator, who expands himself later into gods and all the visible universe. They say that absolute unity cannot pass to infinity, for infinity presupposes the limitless extension of something, and the duration of that something, and the one all, is like space, which is the only mental and physical representation on this earth, or our plane of existence, neither an object of, nor a subject to, perception. If one could suppose the eternal infinite all, the omnipresent unity, instead of being in eternity, becoming through periodical manifestations a manifold universe or a multiple personality, that unity would cease to be one. Locke's idea that, quote, pure space is capable of neither resistance nor motion, unquote, is incorrect. Space is neither a limitless void nor a conditioned fullness, but both. Being on the plane of absolute abstraction, the ever-incognizable deity, which is void only to finite minds. Note: the very names of the two chief deities, Brahma and Vishnu, ought to have long ago suggested their esoteric meanings, for the root of one, Brahmam, or Brahm, is derived by some from the word Bri, to grow or to expand. See Calcutta Review, volume 66, page 14. And of the other, Vishnu, from the root vis, to pervade, to enter in the nature of the essence, Brahma Vishnu being this infinite space, of which the gods, the rishis, the manus, and all in this universe are simply the potencies, vibhutaya. And on that of Mayavic perception, the plenum, the absolute container of all that is, whether manifested or unmanifested. It is, therefore, the absolute all. There is no difference between the Christian apostles. In him we live and move and have our being, and the Hindu rishis. The universe lives in, proceeds from, and will return to Brahma, Brahma. For Brahma, neuter, the unmanifested, is that universe in abscondito, and Brahma, the manifested, is the Logos, made male-female in the symbolical orthodox dogmas. Note: see Manu's account of Brahma separating his body into male and female, the latter the female Vak, in whom he creates Virai, and compare this with the esotericism of chapters 2, 3, and 4 of Genesis. End of note. The God of the apostle initiate and of the rishi, being both the unseen and the visible space. Space is called in the esoteric symbolism the seven-skinned eternal Mother-Father. It is composed from its undifferentiated to its differentiated surface of 7 layers. What is that which was, is, and will be, whether there is a universe or not, whether there be gods or none, asks the esoteric Sensoric Catechism. And the answer made is space. It is not the one unknown ever-present God in nature, or nature in abscondito, that is rejected, but the God of human dogma and his humanized, quote, word, unquote. His infinite conceit and inherent pride and vanity. Man shaped it himself with his sacrilegious hand out of the material he found in his own small brain fabric, and forced it upon mankind as a direct revelation from the one unrevealed space. Note: occultism is indeed in the air at the close of this our century. Among many other works recently published, we would recommend one especially to students of theoretical occultism who would not venture beyond the realm of our special human plane. It is called New Aspects of Life and Religion by Henry Pratt, M.D. It is full of esoteric dogmas of philosophy, the latter rather limited in the concluding chapters by what seems to be a spirit of conditioned positivism. Nevertheless, what is said of space as the unknown first cause merits quotation. Quote, "This unknown something, thus recognized as, and identified with, the primary embodiment of simple unity, is invisible and impalpable." Abstract space, granted. Quote, "And because invisible and impalpable, therefore incognizable. And this incognizability has led to the error of supposing it to be a simple void, a mere receptive capacity. But, even viewed as an absolute void, space must be admitted to be either self-existent, infinite, and eternal, or to have a first cause outside, behind, and beyond itself. And yet, could such a cause be found and defined, this would only lead to the transferring thereto of the attributes otherwise accruing to space, and thus merely throw the difficulty of origination a step farther back, without gaining additional light as to primary causation." Unquote, page 5. This is precisely what has been done by the believers in an anthropomorphic creator, an extracosmic instead of an intracosmic God. Many, most of Mr. Pratt's subjects, we may say, are old Kabbalistic ideas and theories which he presents in quite a new garb. Quote, "New aspects," unquote, of the occult in nature, indeed. Space, however, viewed as a substantial unity, the living source of life, is as the unknown causeless cause, is the oldest dogma in occultism, millenniums earlier than pater aeter of the Greeks and Latins. So are the force and matter, as potencies of space, inseparable, and the unknown revealers of the unknown. They are all found in Aryan philosophy, personified by Vishvakarman, Indra, Vishnu, etc., etc. Still, they are expressed very philosophically and under many unusual aspects in the work referred to. End of note. The occultist accepts revelation as coming from divine yet still finite beings, never from the unmanifestable one life, from those entities called primordial man, Dhyani Buddhas, or Dhyankohans, the Rishi Prajapati of the Hindus, the Elohim or sons of God, the planetary spirits of all nations who have become gods for men. He also regards the Adi Shakti, the direct emanation of Mula Prakriti, the eternal root of that and the female aspect of the creative cause Brahma, in her akashic form of the universal soul, as philosophically a Maya and cause of human Maya. But this view does not prevent him from believing in its existence so long as it lasts to it for one Mahamanvantara, nor from applying Akasa, the radiation of Mula Prakriti, to practical purposes, connected as the world soul is with all natural phenomena, known or unknown to science. Note: in contradistinction to the manifested universe of matter, the term Mula Prakriti, from Mula, the root, and Prakriti, nature, or the unmanifested primordial matter, called by Western alchemists Adam's earth, is applied by the Vedantins to Parabrahmam. Matter is dual in religious metaphysics and septenary in esoteric teachings, like everything else in the universe. As Mula Prakriti, it is undifferentiated and eternal. As Vyakta, it becomes differentiated and conditioned according to Svestavatara Upanishad 1.8 and Devi Bhagavata Purana. The author of the 4 lectures on the Bhagavad Gita says, in speaking of Mula Prakriti, from its, the Logos, objective standpoint, Parabrahmam appears to it as Mula Prakriti. Of course, this Mula Prakriti is material to it, as any material object is material to us. Parabrahmam is an unconditioned and absolute reality, and Mula Prakriti is a sort of veil thrown over it. Theosophists, Volume 8, page 304. End of note. The oldest religions of the world, exoterically, for the esoteric root or foundation is one, are the Indian, the Mazdian, and the Egyptian. Then comes the Chaldean, the outcome of these, entirely lost to the world now, except in its disfigured Sabinaism as at present rendered by the archaeologists. Then, passing over a number of religions that will be mentioned later, comes the Jewish, esoterically, as in the Kabbalah, following in the line of Babylonian Magism, exoterically, as in Genesis and the Pentateuch, a collection of allegorical legends. Read by the light of the Zohar, the initial 4 chapters of Genesis are the fragment of a highly philosophical page in the world's cosmogony. See Book 3, Gupta Vidya and the Zohar. Left in their symbolical disguise, they are a nursery tale, an ugly thorn in the side of science and logic, an evident effect of karma. To have let them serve as a prologue to Christianity was a cruel revenge on the part of the rabbis, who knew better what their Pentateuch meant. It was a silent protest against their spoliation, and the Jews have certainly now the better of their traditional persecutors. The above-named exoteric creeds will be explained in the light of the universal doctrine as we proceed with it. The Occult Catechism contains the following questions and answers. What is it that ever is? Space, the eternal Anupadaka. Note. Meaning, parentless. See farther on. End of note. What is it going? The great breath. Then, are there 3 eternals? No, the 3 are one. That which ever is one. That which ever was is one. That which is ever being and becoming is also one, and this is space. Explain, O Lanu, meaning disciple. The one is an unbroken circle, ring, with no circumference, for it is nowhere and everywhere. The one is the boundless plane of the circle, manifesting a diameter only during the manvantaric periods. The one is the indivisible point found nowhere, perceived everywhere during those periods. It is the vertical and the horizontal, the father and the mother, the summit and base of the father, the two extremities of the mother, reaching in reality nowhere. For the one is the ring as also the rings that are within that ring. Light in darkness and darkness in light, the breath which is eternal. It proceeds from without inwardly when it is everywhere, and from within outwardly when it is nowhere. That is Maya, one of the centers. Notes. Esoteric philosophy, regarding as Maya, or the illusion of ignorance, every finite thing, must necessarily view in the same light every intracosmic planet and body, as being something organized, hence finite. The expression, therefore, it proceeds from without inwardly, etc., refers to the first portion of the sentence to the dawn of the Mahamanvantaric period, or the great re-evolution after one of the complete periodical dissolutions of every compound form in nature, from planet to molecule, into its ultimate essence or element, and in its second portion, to the partial or local Manvantara, which may be a solar or even a planetary one. By center, a center of energy or cosmic focus is meant when the so-called creation or formation of a planet is accomplished by that force which is designated by the occultists life and by science energy. Then the process takes place from within outwardly, every atom being said to contain in itself creative energy of the divine breath. Hence, whereas after an absolute pralaya, or when the pre-existing material consists but of one element, and breath is everywhere, the latter acts from without inwardly. After a minor pralaya, everything having remained in statu quo, in a refrigerated state, so to say, like the moon, at the first flutter of Manvantara, the planet or planets begin their resurrection to life from within outwardly. End of note. It expands and contracts, exhalation and inhalation.
When it expands, the mother diffuses and scatters. When it contracts, the mother draws back and ingathers. This produces the periods of evolution and dissolution, Manvantara and Pralaya. The germ is invisible and fiery. The root, the plane of the circle, is cool. But during evolution and Manvantara, her garment is cold and radiant. Hot breath is the father who devours the progeny of the many-faced element, and leaves the single-faced ones homogeneous. Cool breath is the mother who conceives, forms, brings forth, and receives them back into her bosom, to reform them at the dawn of the day of Brahma, or Manvantara. Unquote. For clearer understanding on the part of the general reader, it must be stated that occult science recognizes 7 cosmical elements, 4 entirely physical, and the 5th, ether, semi-material, as it will become visible in the air towards the end of our 4th round, to reign supreme over the others during the whole of the 5th. The remaining 2 are as yet absolutely beyond the range of human perception. These latter will, however, appear as presentiments during the 6th and 7th races of this round, and will become known in the 6th and 7th rounds respectively. Note. It is curious to notice how, in the evolutionary cycles of ideas, ancient thought seems to be reflected in modern speculation. Had Mr. Herbert Spencer read and studied ancient Hindu philosophers when he wrote a certain passage in his First Principles, page 482? Or is it an independent flash of inner perception that made him say half correctly, half incorrectly, quote,
motion as well as matter being fixed in quantity, it would seem that the change in the distribution of matter which motion affects, coming to a limit in whichever direction it is carried, and the indestructible motion thereupon necessitates a reverse distribution. Apparently, the universally coexistent forces of attraction and repulsion which, as we have seen, necessitate rhythm in all minor changes throughout the universe, also necessitate rhythm in the totality of its changes, produce now an immeasurable period during which the attracting forces predominating cause universal concentration, and then an immeasurable period during which the repulsive forces predominating cause universal diffusion. Alternate eras of evolution and dissolution." Unquote. End of note. These 7 elements, with their numberless sub-elements, far more numerous than those known to science, are simply conditional modifications and aspects of the one and only element. This latter is not ether, not even akasha, but the source of these. Note, whatever the views of physical science upon the subject, occult science has been teaching for ages that akasha, of which ether is the grossest form, the 5th universal cosmic principle, to which corresponds and from which proceeds human manas, is cosmically a radiant, cool, creative in its physical nature, correlative in its grossest aspects and portions, immutable in its higher principles. In the former condition it is called the sub-root, and in conjunction with radiant heat it recalls, quote, "dead worlds to life." Unquote. In its higher aspect it is the soul of the world, in its lower, the destroyer. End of note. The 5th element, now advocated quite freely by science, is not the ether hypothesized by Sir Isaac Newton, although he calls it by that name, having associated it in his mind probably with the aether, the father-mother of antiquity. As Newton intuitionally says, quote, "Nature is a perpetual circulatory worker, generating fluids out of solids, fixed things out of volatile, and volatile out of fixed, subtile out of gross, and gross out of subtile. Thus, perhaps, may all things be originated from ether." Unquote. Hypotheses 1675. The reader has to bear in mind that the stanzas given treat only of the cosmogony of our own planetary system, and what is visible around it, after a solar pralaya. The secret teachings with regard to the evolution of the universal cosmos cannot be given, since they could not be understood by the highest minds in this age, and there seem to be very few initiates, even among the greatest, who are allowed to speculate upon this subject. Moreover, the teachers say openly that not even the highest Janikochans have ever penetrated the mysteries beyond those boundaries that separate the myriads of solar systems from the central sun, as it is called. Therefore, that which is given relates only to our visible cosmos, after a night of Brahma. Before the reader proceeds to the consideration of the stanzas from the Book of Jan, which form the basis of the present work, it is absolutely necessary that he should be made acquainted with a few fundamental conceptions which underlie and pervade the entire system of thought to which his attention is invited. The basic ideas are few in number, and on their clear apprehension depends the understanding of all that follows. Therefore, no apology is required for asking the reader to make himself familiar with them first, before entering on the pursual of the work itself. The secret doctrine establishes 3 fundamental propositions. A. An omnipresent, eternal, boundless and immutable principle on which all speculation is impossible, since it transcends the power of human conception and could only be dwarfed by any human expression or similitude. It is beyond the range and reach of thought, in the words of Mandukya, unthinkable,
and unspeakable. To render these ideas clear to the general reader, let him set out with the postulate that there is one absolute reality which antecedes all manifested conditioned being. This infinite and eternal cause, dimly formulated in the unconscious and unknowable of current European philosophy, is the rootless root of all that was, is, or ever shall be. It is, of course, devoid of all attributes, and is essentially without any relation to manifested finite being. It is beingness rather than being, in Sanskrit sat, and is beyond all thought or speculation. This beingness is symbolized in the secret doctrine under two aspects. On the one hand, absolute abstract space, representing bare subjectivity, the one thing which no human mind can either exclude from any conception or conceive of by itself. On the other, absolute abstract motion representing unconditioned consciousness. Even our Western thinkers have shown that consciousness is inconceivable to us apart from change, and motion best symbolizes change, its essential characteristic. This latter aspect of the one reality is also symbolized by the term the great breath, a symbol sufficiently graphic to need no further elucidation. Thus, then, the first fundamental axiom of the secret doctrine is the metaphysical one absolute beingness, symbolized by finite intelligence as the theological trinity. It may, however, assist the student if a few further explanations are given here. Herbert Spencer has of late so far modified his agnosticism as to assert that the nature of the first cause, which the occultist more logically derives from the causeless cause, the eternal, and the unknowable, may be essentially the same as that of the consciousness which wells up within us. Note: the quote first unquote presupposes necessarily something which is the first brought forth, the first in time, space, and rank, and therefore finite and conditioned. The quote first unquote cannot be the absolute, for it is a manifestation. Therefore, Eastern occultism calls the abstract all the causeless one cause, and the rootless root, and limits the first cause to the logos, in the sense that Plato gives to this term. End of note. In short, that the impersonal reality pervading the cosmos is the pure noumenon of thought. This advance on his part brings him very near to the esoteric and Vedantine tenet. Note: see Mr. Subaro's 4 able lectures on the Bhagavad Gita in Theosophist, February 1887. Parabrahm, the one reality, the absolute, is the field of absolute consciousness, that is, that essence which is out of all relation to conditioned existence, and of which conscious existence is a conditioned symbol. But once that we pass in thought from this to us absolute negation, duality supervenes in the contrast of spirit or consciousness, and matter, subject and object. Spirit, or consciousness, and matter are, however, to be regarded not as independent realities, but as the two facets or aspects of the absolute, Parabrahm, which constitute the basis of conditioned being, whether subjective or objective. Considering this metaphysical triad as the root from which proceeds all manifestation, the great breath assumes the character of pre-cosmic ideation. It is the fons et origo and of all individual consciousness, and supplies the guiding intelligence in the vast scheme of cosmic evolution. On the other hand, pre-cosmic root substance, mula prakriti, is that aspect of the absolute which underlies all the objective planes of nature. Just as pre-cosmic ideation is the root of all individual consciousness,
so pre-cosmic substance is the substratum of matter in the various grades of its differentiation. Hence it will be apparent that the contrast of these two aspects of the Absolute is essential to the existence of the manifested universe. Apart from cosmic substance, cosmic ideation could not manifest as individual consciousness, since it is only through a vehicle of matter that consciousness wells up as I am I, a physical basis being necessary to focus a ray of the universal mind at a certain stage of complexity. Note, the vehicle referred to is called in Sanskrit upadhi. End of note. Again, apart from cosmic ideation, cosmic substance would remain an empty abstraction, and no emergence of consciousness could ensue. The manifested universe, therefore, is pervaded by duality, which is, as it were, the very essence of its existence as manifestation. But just as the opposite poles of subject and object, spirit and matter, are but aspects of the one unity in which they are synthesized, so in the manifested universe there is that which links spirit to matter, subject to object. This something, at present unknown to Western speculation, is called by the occultist Fohat, reader's note, or Fohat in modern English, and the reader's note. It is the, quote, bridge, unquote, by which the, quote, ideas, unquote, existing in the, quote, divine thought, unquote, are impressed on cosmic substance as the, quote, laws of nature, unquote. Fohat is thus the dynamic energy of cosmic ideation. Or, regarded from the other side, it is the intelligent medium, the guiding power of all manifestation, the thought divine, transmitted and made manifest through the Dyan Kochans, the architects of the visible world. Note, Dyan Kochans are called by Christian theology archangels, seraphs, etc., etc. End of note. Thus from spirit or cosmic ideation comes our consciousness. From cosmic substance, the several vehicles in which that consciousness is individualized and attains to self, or reflective consciousness, while Fohat in its various manifestations is the mysterious link between mind and matter, the animating principle, electrifying every atom into life. The following summary will afford a clear idea to the reader. 1. The Absolute, the Parabrahma Vedantines, or the One Reality, Sat, which is, as Hegel says, both absolute being and non-being. 2. The first manifestation, the impersonal and, in philosophy, unmanifested Logos, the precursor of the, quote, manifested, unquote. This is the, quote, first cause, unquote, the, quote, unconscious, unquote, of European pantheists. 3. Spirit matter, life, the, quote, spirit of the universe, unquote, the Purusha and Prakriti, or the second Logos. 4. Cosmic ideation, Mahat, or intelligence, the universal world soul, the cosmic noumenon of matter, the basis of the intelligent operations in and of nature, also called Mahabuddhi, the one reality, its dual aspects in the conditioned universe. Further, the secret doctrine affirms b. The eternity of the universe in toto as a boundless plane, periodically, quote, the playground of numberless universes incessantly manifesting and disappearing, unquote, called, quote, the manifesting stars, unquote, and the, quote, sparks of eternity, unquote, quote, the eternity of the pilgrim, unquote, is like a wink of the eye of self-existence, from Book of John. Note, pilgrim is the appellation given to our monad, the two-in-one, during its cycle of incarnations. It is the only immortal and eternal principle in us, being an indivisible part of the integral whole, the universal spirit, from which it emanates, and into which it is absorbed at the end of the cycle. When it is said to emanate from the one spirit, an awkward and incorrect expression has to be used, for lack of appropriate words in English. The Vedantins call it Sutratma, thread soul, but their explanation too differs somewhat from that of the occultists. To explain which difference, however, is left to the Vedantins themselves. End of note. Quote, the appearance and disappearance of worlds is like a regular tidal ebb of flux and reflux, unquote. See Part 2, Days and Nights of Brahma. This second assertion of the secret doctrine is the absolute universality of that law of periodicity, of flux and reflux, ebb and flow, which physical science has observed and recorded in all departments of nature. An alternation such as that of day and night, life and death, sleeping and waking, is a fact so common, so perfectly universal, and without exception, that it is easy to comprehend that in it we see one of the absolutely fundamental laws of the universe. Moreover, the secret doctrine teaches C, the fundamental identity of all souls with the universal oversoul, the latter being itself an aspect of the unknown root, and the obligatory pilgrimage for every soul, a spark of the former, through the cycle of incarnation, or quote, necessity, unquote, in accordance with cyclic and karmic law during the whole term. In other words, no purely spiritual buddhi, divine soul, can have an independent conscious existence before the spark which issued from the pure essence of the universal sixth principle, or the oversoul, has A, passed through every elemental form of the phenomenal world of that manvantara, and B, acquired individuality first by natural impulse, then by self-induced and self-devised efforts, checked by its karma, thus ascending through all the degrees of intelligence, from the lowest to the highest manas, from mineral and plant up to the holiest archangel, Dhyani Buddha. The pivotal doctrine of the esoteric philosophy admits no privileges or special gifts in man, save those won by his own ego through personal effort and merit throughout a long series of metempsychoses and reincarnations. This is why the Hindus say that the universe is Brahma and Brahma, for Brahma is in every atom of the universe, the six principles in nature being all the outcome, the variously differentiated aspects of the seventh and one, the only reality in the universe, whether cosmical or microcosmical, and also why the permutations, psychic, spiritual, and physical, on the plane of manifestation and form of the sixth, Brahma, the vehicle of Brahma, are viewed by metaphysical antiphrases as elusive and mayavic. For although the root of every atom individually and of every form collectively is that seventh principle or the one reality, still in its manifested phenomenal and temporary appearance, it is no better than the evanescent illusion of our senses. C, for clear definition, addendum, gods, monads and atoms, and also theophania, bodhisattvas and reincarnation, etc., etc. In its absoluteness, the one principle under its two aspects of Parabrahman and Mulaprakriti is sexless, unconditioned and eternal. Its periodical manvantaric emanation, or primal radiation, is also one, androgynous and phenomenally finite. When the radiation radiates in its turn, all its radiations are also androgynous, to become male and female principles in their lower aspects. After pralaya, whether the great or the minor pralaya, the latter leaving the worlds in statu quo, the first that reawakes to active life is the plastic akasha, father-mother, the spirit of soul of ether, or the plane of the surface of the circle. Note, it is not the physical organisms that remain in statu quo. least of all the psychical principles, during the great cosmic or even solar pralayas, but only the akashic or astral, quote, photographs, unquote. But during the minor pralayas, once overtaken by the, quote, night, unquote, the planets remain intact, though dead, as a huge animal, caught and embedded in the polar ice, remains the same for ages. End of note. Space is called the mother before its cosmic activity, and father mother at the first stage of reawakening. See comments to stanza 2.
In the Kabbalah,
It is also father mother son, but whereas in the Eastern doctrine these are the seventh principle of the manifested universe, or its Atma Buddhimanas, spirit, soul, intelligence, the triad branching off and dividing into 7 cosmical and 7 human principles.
in the Western Kabbalah of
The Christian mystics, it is the triad or trinity, and with their occultists, the male-female Jehovah, Yahweh. In this lies the whole difference between the esoteric and the Christian trinities. The mystics and the philosophers, the Eastern and Western pantheists, synthesize their pregenetic triad in the pure divine abstraction. The Orthodox anthropomorphize it. Hiranyagarbha, Hari, the 3 hypostases of the manifesting, quote, spirit of the Supreme Spirit, unquote, by which title Prithivi, the earth, greets Vishnu in his first avatar, are the purely metaphysical abstract qualities of formation, preservation, and destruction, and are the 3 divine avashtas, literally hypostases, of that which, quote, does not perish with created things, unquote, or akyuta, a name of Vishnu. Whereas the Orthodox Christian separates his personal creative deity into the 3 personages of the Trinity, and admits of no high deity. The latter, in occultism, is the abstract triangle, with the Orthodox the perfect cube. The creative God or the aggregate gods are regarded by the Eastern philosopher as Bhranti Darsanata, false apprehension, something conceived of by reason of erroneous appearances as a material form, and explained as arising from the elusive conception of the egotistic personal and human soul, the lower 5th principle. It is beautifully expressed in a new translation of Vishnu Purana, that Brahma in its totality has essentially the aspect of Prakriti, both evolved and unevolved, Mula Prakriti, and also the aspect of spirit and the aspect of time. Spirit, O twice born, is the leading aspect of the Supreme Brahma. Note, thus Spencer, who, nevertheless, like Schopenhauer and von Hartmann, only reflects an aspect of the old esoteric philosophers, and hence lands his readers on the bleak shore of agnostic despair, reverently formulates the grand mystery, quote, that which persists unchanging in quantity, but ever-changing in form, under these sensible appearances which the universe presents to us, is an unknown and unknowable power, which we are obliged to recognize as without limit in space and without beginning or end in time, unquote. It is only daring theology, never science or philosophy, which seeks to gauge the infinite and unveil the fathomless and unknowable. End of note. The next is a twofold aspect, Prakriti, and is the time lost, unquote. Kronos is shown in the Orphic theogony as being also a generated god or agent. At this stage of the reawakening of the universe, the sacred symbolism represents it as a perfect circle with a root point in the center. This sign was universal, therefore we find it in the Kabbalah also. The Western Kabbalah, however, now in the hands of Christian mystics, ignores it altogether, though it is plainly shown in the Zohar. These sectarians begin at the end, and show as the symbol of a pre-genetic cosmos this sign, a circle with a cross in it, calling it the union of the rose and cross, the great mystery of occult generation, from whence the name, Rosicrucians, rose cross. As may be judged, however, from the most important, as the best known of the Rosicrucian symbols, there is one which has never been hitherto understood even by modern mystics. It is that of the pelican tearing open its breast to feed its 7 little ones, the real creed of the Brothers of the Rosy Cross, and a direct outcome from the Eastern secret doctrine. Brahma, neuter, is called Kalahansa, meaning, as explained by Western Orientalists, the eternal swan or goose. See stanza 3, comment 8. And so is Brahma, the creator. A great mistake is thus brought under notice. It is Brahma, neuter, who ought to be referred to as Hansavahana, he who uses the swan as his vehicle, and not Brahma, the creator, who is the real Kalahansa, while Brahma, neuter, is Hamsa, as will be explained in the commentary. Let it be understood that the terms Brahma and the Parabrahmam are not used here because they belong to our esoteric nomenclature, but simply because they are more familiar to the students in the West. Both are the perfect equivalents of our 1, 3, and 7 voweled terms, which stand for the one all and the one all in all. Such are the basic conceptions on which the secret doctrine rests. It would not be in place here to enter upon any defense or proof of their inherent reasonableness, nor can I pause to show how they are in fact contained, though too often under a misleading guise, in every system of thought or philosophy worthy of the name. Once that the reader has gained a clear comprehension of them and realized the light which they throw on every problem of life, they will need no further justification in his eyes, because their truth will be to him as evident as the sun in heaven. I pass on, therefore, to the subject matter of the stanzas as given in this volume, adding a skeleton outline of them in the hope of thereby rendering the task of the student more easy, and placing before him in a few words the general conception therein explained. Stanza 1. The history of cosmic evolution, as traced in the stanzas, is, so to say, the abstract algebraical formula of that evolution. Hence the student must not expect to find there an account of all the stages and transformations which intervene between the first beginnings of quote, universal unquote, evolution and our present state. To give such an account would be impossible, as it would be incomprehensible to men who cannot even grasp the nature of the plane of existence next to that to which, for the moment, their consciousness is limited. The stanzas, therefore, give an abstract formula which can be applied, mutatis mutandis, to all evolution, to that of our tiny earth, to that of the chain of planets, to which that earth forms one, to the solar universe to which that chain belongs, and so on, in an ascending scale, till the mind reels and is exhausted in the effort. The 7 stanzas given in this volume represent the 7 terms of this abstract formula. They refer to and describe the 7 great stages of the evolutionary process, which are spoken of in the Puranas as the 7 creations, and in the Bible as the days of creation. The first stanza describes the state of the one all during Pralaya, before the first flutter of reawakening manifestation. A moment's thought shows that such a state can only be symbolized. To describe it is impossible. Nor can it be symbolized except in negatives, for since it is the state of absoluteness per se, can possess none of those specific attributes which serve us to describe objects in positive terms. Hence that state can only be suggested by the negatives of all the most abstract attributes which men feel rather than conceive as the remotest limits attainable by their power of conception. The stage described in stanza 2 is, to a Western mind, so nearly identical with that mentioned in the first stanza that to express the idea of its difference would require a treatise in itself. Hence it must be left to the intuition and the higher faculties of the reader to grasp, as far as he can, the meaning of the allegorical phrases used. Indeed, it must be remembered that all these stanzas appeal to the inner faculties rather than to the ordinary comprehension of the physical brain. Stanza 3 describes the reawakening of the universe to life after pralaya. It depicts the emergence of the monads from their state of absorption within the One, the earliest and highest stage in the formation of worlds, the term monad being one which may apply equally to the vastest solar system or the tiniest atom. Stanza 4 shows the differentiation of the quote, German quote, of the universe into the septenary hierarchy of conscious divine powers, who are the active manifestations of the one supreme energy. They are the framers, shapers, and ultimately the creators of all the manifested universe, in the only sense in which the name creator is intelligible. They inform and guide it. They are the intelligent beings who adjust and control evolution, embodying in themselves those manifestations of the one law, which we know as the laws of nature. Generically, they are known as the Dyankochans, though each of the various groups has its own designation in the secret doctrine. This stage of evolution is spoken of in Hindu mythology as the creation of the gods. In stanza 5, the process of world formation is described: first diffused cosmic matter, then the fiery, quote, whirlwind, unquote, the first stage in the formation of a nebula. That nebula condenses, and after passing through various transformations, forms a solar universe, a planetary chain, or a single planet, as the case may be. The subsequent stages in the formation of a world are indicated in stanza 6, which brings the evolution of such a world down to its fourth great period, corresponding to the period in which we are now living. Stanza 7 continues the history, tracing the descent of life down to the appearance of man, and thus closes the first book of the secret doctrine. The development of man from his first appearance on this earth in this round to the state in which we now find him will form the subject of Book 2. Note: the stanzas which form the thesis of every section are given throughout in their modern translated version, as it would be worse than useless to make the subject still more difficult by introducing the archaic phraseology of the original with its puzzling style and words. Extracts are given from the Chinese, Tibetan, and Sanskrit translations of the original Sansara commentaries and glosses on the Book of Jian, these being now rendered for the first time into a European language. It is almost unnecessary to state that only portions of the 7 stanzas are here given. Were they published complete, they would remain incomprehensible to all, save the few high occultists. Nor is there any need to assure the reader that, no more than most of the profane, does the writer, or rather the humble recorder, understand those forbidden passages. To facilitate the reading, and to avoid the too frequent reference to footnotes, it was thought best to blend together texts and glosses, using the Sanskrit and Tibetan proper names whenever those cannot be avoided, in preference to giving the originals. The more so, as the said terms are all accepted synonyms, the former only being used between a master and his chelas, or disciples. Thus, were one to translate into English, using only the substantives and technical terms as employed in one of the Tibetan and Sansara versions, verse 1 would read as follows: Thoak in Zugu slept 7 korlo, Sodmanas Ajiba, all Niug Buzum, Kochog not, Tiankam not, La Kochang not, Tenbrel Chugni not, Dharmakaya ceased, Tgilshang not become, Barang and Shah in Ngovonij, alone Thoog Yisin inite of Sunchang and Jung group, Parishnipanna, etc., etc., which would sound like pure abracadabra. As this work is written for the instruction of students of occultism and not for the benefit of philologists, we may well avoid such foreign terms whenever it is possible to do so. The untranslatable terms alone, incomprehensible unless explained in their meanings, are left, but all such terms are rendered in their Sanskrit forms. Needless to remind the reader that these are, in almost every case, the late developments of the later language, and pertain to the fifth root race. Sanskrit, as now known, was not spoken by the Atlanteans, and most of the philosophical terms used in the systems of the India of the post-Mahabharatan period are not found in the Vedas, nor are they to be met with in the original stanzas, but only their equivalents. The reader who is not a theosophist is once more invited to regard all that which follows as a fairy tale, if he likes, at the best as one of the yet unproven speculations of dreamers, and at the worst as an additional hypothesis to the many scientific hypotheses past, present, and future, some exploded, some still lingering. It is not in any sense worse than are many of the so-called scientific theories, and it is in every case more philosophical and probable. In view of the abundant comments and explanations required, the references to the footnotes are given in the usual way, while the sentences to be commented upon are marked with figures. Additional matter will be found in the chapters of symbolism forming Part 2, as well as in Part 3, these being often more full of information than the text. The secret doctrine now continues with the stanzas from the Book of John that form the heart of this book. But to make this audiobook more accessible to the general listener, it will be continued in compliance with Blavatsky's recommendations for its study, and therefore continue with the summing up, beginning on page 269 of the first volume of the facsimile edition. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. The audiobook now continues with summing up the first part of the first volume, which deals with the pitch and marrow of the secret doctrine, Hermes in Christian garb, some occult aphorisms, and the seven powers of nature. Quote, "The history of creation and of this world from its beginning up to the present time is composed of 7 chapters. The 7th chapter is not yet written," unquote. From T. Savareau, Theosophist, 1881. However incomplete and feeble as an exposition, it is at any rate an approximation, using the word in a mathematical sense, to that which is the oldest basis for all the subsequent cosmogonies. The attempt to render in a European tongue the grand panorama of the ever-periodically recurring law impressed upon the plastic minds of the first races endowed with consciousness by those who reflected the same from the universal mind is daring, for no human language, save the Sanskrit, which is that of the gods, can do so with any degree of adequacy. But the failures in this work must be forgiven for the sake of the motive. As a whole, neither of the foregoing nor what follows can be found in full anywhere. It is not taught in any of the 6 Indian schools of philosophy, for it pertains to their synthesis, the 7th, which is the occult doctrine. It is not traced on any crumbling papyrus of Egypt, nor is it any longer graven on Assyrian tile or granite wall. The books of the Vedanta, the last word of human knowledge, give out but the metaphysical aspect of this world cosmogony, and their priceless thesaurus, the Upanishads, Upanishad being a compound word meaning the conquest of ignorance by the revelation of secret spiritual knowledge, require now the additional possession of a master key to enable the student to get at their full meaning. The reason for this I venture to state here as I learned it from a master. The name Upanishads is usually translated esoteric doctrine. These treatises form part of the Shruti, or revealed knowledge, revelation in short, and are generally attached to the Brahmana portion of the Vedas as their third division. Note: the Vedas have a distinct dual meaning, one expressed by the literal sense of the words, the other indicated by the meter and the svara, intonation, which are as the life of the Vedas.
Learned
Pundits and philologists, of course, deny that svara has anything to do with philosophy or ancient esoteric doctrines, but the mysterious connection between svara and light is one of its most profound secrets. Quote from T. Sabaro's First Years of Theosophy, page 154. There are over 150 Upanishads enumerated by and known to Orientalists, who credit the oldest with being written probably about 600 years before Christ, but of genuine texts there does not exist a fifth of the number. The Upanishads are to the Vedas what the Kabbalah is to the Jewish Bible. They treat of and expound the secret and mystic meaning of the Vedic texts. They speak of the origin of the universe, the nature of deity, and of spirit and soul, as also of the metaphysical connection of mind and matter. In a few words, they contain the beginning and the end of all human knowledge, but they have now ceased to reveal it since the day of Buddha. If it were otherwise, the Upanishads could not be called esoteric, since they are now openly attached to the sacred Brahmanical books, which have, in our present age, become accessible even to the mlekas, outcasts, and the European Orientalists. One thing in them, and this is in all the Upanishads, invariably and constantly points to their ancient origin, and proves A, that they were written in some of their portions before the caste system became the tyrannical institution which it still is, and B, that half of their contents have been eliminated, while some of them were rewritten and abridged. Quote, the great teachers of the higher knowledge and the Brahmans are continually represented as going to a kshatriya military caste. Kings become their pupils. Unquote. As Cowell pertinently remarks, the Upanishads breathe an entirely different spirit from other Brahmanical writings, a freedom of thought unknown in earlier work except in the Rig Veda hymns themselves. The second fact is explained by tradition recorded in one of the manuscripts on Buddha's life. It says that the Upanishads were originally attached to their Brahmanas after the beginning of a reform, which led to the exclusiveness of the present caste system among the Brahmins, a few centuries after the invasion of India by the, quote, twice born, unquote. They were complete in those days, and were used for the instruction of the chelas who were preparing for their initiation. This lasted so long, as the Vedas and the Brahmanas remained in the sole and exclusive keeping of the temple Brahmins, while no one else had the right to study or even read them outside of the sacred caste. Then came Gautama, the prince of Kapilavastu, after learning the whole of the Brahmanical wisdom in the Rashya or the Upanishads, and finding that the teachings differed little, if at all, from those of the teachers of life inhabiting the snowy ranges of the Himalaya. The disciple of the Brahmins, feeling indignant because the sacred wisdom was thus withheld from all but the Brahmins, determined to save the whole world by popularizing it. Note: the teachers of life inhabiting the snow range of the Himalaya are also called the sons of wisdom and of the first mist, and the brothers of the sun in the Chinese records. Shigatse Tibet is mentioned in the manuscripts of the sacred library of the province of Fujian as the great seat of occult learning from time immemorial, ages before Buddha. The Emperor Yu the Great, 2,207 years before Christ, a pious mystic and great adept, is said to have obtained his knowledge from the great teachers of the snowy range in Zidang. End of note. Then it was that the Brahmins, seeing that their sacred knowledge and occult wisdom was falling into the hands of the mlekas, abridged the texts of the Upanishads, originally containing thrice the matter of the Vedas and Brahmanas together, without altering, however, one word of the texts. They simply detached from the manuscripts the most important portions containing the last word of the mystery of being. The key to the Brahmanical secret code remained henceforth with the initiates alone, and the Brahmins were thus in a position to publicly deny the correctness of Buddha's teachings by appealing to the Upanishads, silence forever on the chief questions. Such is the esoteric tradition beyond the Himalayas. Sri Sankaracharya, the greatest initiative living in the historical ages, wrote many a bhashya on the Upanishads. But his original treatises, as there are reasons to suppose, have not yet fallen into the hands of the Philistines, for they are too jealously preserved in his monasteries, matams. And there are still weightier reasons to believe that the priceless bhashyas, commentaries, on the esoteric doctrines of the Brahmins by their greatest expounder, will remain for ages yet a dead letter to most of the Hindus, except the Smartava Brahmins. This sect, founded by Sankaracharya, which is still very powerful in southern India, is now almost the only one to produce students who have preserved sufficient knowledge to comprehend the dead letter of the Bhashyas. The reason of this is that they alone, I am informed, have occasionally real initiates at their head in their matams, as for instance in the Sringagiri in the western Ghats of Mysore. On the other hand, there is no sect in that desperately exclusive caste of the Brahmins more exclusive than is the Shmartava, and the reticence of its followers to say what they may know of the occult sciences and the esoteric doctrine is only equalled by their pride and learning. Therefore, the writer of the present statement must be prepared beforehand, and even the denial of such statements as are brought forward in this work. Not that any claim to infallibility or to perfect correctness in every detail of all that which is herein said was ever put forward. Facts are there, and they can hardly be denied, but owing to the intrinsic difficulties of the subjects treated and the almost insurmountable limitations of the English tongue, as of all other European languages, to express certain ideas, it is more than probable that the writer has failed to present the explanations in the best and in the clearest form. Yet all that could be done was done under every adverse circumstance, and this is the utmost that can be expected of any writer. Let us recapitulate and show, by the vastness of the subjects expounded, how difficult, if not impossible, it is to do them full justice. 1. The secret doctrine is the accumulated wisdom of the ages, and its cosmogony alone is the most stupendous and elaborate system that is, even in the esotericism of the Puranias. But such is the mysterious power of occult symbolism that the facts which have actually occupied countless generations of initiated seers and prophets to marshal, to sit down and explain, in the bewildering series of evolutionary progress, are all recorded on a few pages of geometrical signs and glyphs. The flashing gaze of those seers has penetrated into the very kernel of matter, and recorded the soul of things there, where an ordinary profane, however learned, would have perceived but the external work of form. But modern science believe not in the soul of things, and hence will reject the whole system of ancient cosmogony. It is useless to say that the system in question is no fancy of one or several isolated individuals, that it is the uninterrupted record covering thousands of generations of seers whose respective experiences were made to test and to verify the traditions passed orally by one early race to another of the teachings of high and exalted beings who watched over the childhood of humanity. That for long ages the wise men of the fifth race, of the stock saved and rescued from the last cataclysm and shifting of continents, had passed their lives in learning, not teaching. How did they do so? It is answered by checking, testing, and verifying in every department of nature the traditions of old by the independent visions of great adepts. That is, men who have developed and perfected their physical, mental, psychic, and spiritual organizations to the utmost possible degree. No vision of one adept was accepted till it was checked and confirmed by the visions, so obtained as to stand as independent evidence, of other adepts, and by centuries of experiences. 2. The fundamental law in that system is the central point from which all emerged, around and toward which all gravitates, and upon which is hung the philosophy of the rest. It is the one homogeneous divine substance principle, the one radical cause. Quote, some few whose lamps shone brighter have been led from cause to nature's secret head, and found that one first principle must be, unquote. It is called substance principle, for it becomes, quote, substance, unquote, on the plane of the manifested universe, an illusion, while it remains a, quote, principle, unquote, in the beginningless and endless abstract, visible and invisible space. It is the omnipresent reality, impersonal because it contains all and everything. Its impersonality is the fundamental conception of the system. It is latent in every atom in the universe, and is the universe itself. See in chapters on symbolism, primordial substance, and divine thought. 3. The universe is the periodical manifestation of this unknown absolute essence. To call it essence, however, is to sin against the very spirit of the philosophy. For though the noun may be derived in this case from the verb esse, to be, yet it cannot be identified with a being of any kind that can be conceived by human intellect. It is best described as neither spirit nor matter, but both. Parabrahmam and Mula Prakriti are one in reality, yet two in the universal conception of the manifested, even in the conception of the one Logos, its first manifestation, to which, as the able lecturer in the notes of the Bhagavad Gita shows, it appears from the objective standpoint of the one Logos as Mula Prakriti and not as Parabrahmam, as its veil and not the one reality hidden behind, which is unconditioned and absolute. 4. The universe is called, with everything in it, Maya, because all is temporary therein, from the ephemeral life of a firefly to that of the sun. Compared to the eternal immutability of the one, and the changelessness of that principle, the universe, with its evanescent, ever-changing forms, must be necessarily, in the minds of a philosopher, no better than a will-o'-the-wisp. Yet the universe is real enough to the conscious beings in it, which are as unreal as it is itself. 5. Everything in the universe, throughout all its kingdoms, is conscious, that is, endowed with the consciousness of its own kind and on its own plane of perception. We men must remember that because we do not perceive any signs which we can recognize of consciousness, say in stones, we have no right to say that no consciousness exists there. There is no such thing as either dead or blind matter, as there is no blind or unconscious law. These find no place among the conceptions of occult philosophy. The latter never stops at surface appearances, and for it the noumenal essences have more reality than their objective counterparts. It resembles therein the medieval nominalists, for whom it was the universals that were the realities and the particulars which existed only in name and human fancy. 6. The universe is worked and guided from within outwards. As above, so it is below, as in heaven, so on earth. And man, the microcosm and miniature copy of the macrocosm, is the living witness to this universal law and to the mode of its action. We see that every external motion, act, gesture, whether voluntary or mechanical, organic or mental, is produced and preceded by internal feeling or emotion, will or volition, and thought or mind. As no outward motion or change, when normal, in man's external body can take place unless provoked by an inward impulse given through one of these functions named, so with external or manifested universe. The whole cosmos is guided, controlled, and animated by almost endless series of hierarchies of sentient beings, each having a mission to perform, and who, whether we give to them one name or another, and call them Djörnkochans or angels, are messengers in the sense only that they are the agents of karmic and cosmic laws. They vary infinitely in their respective degrees of consciousness and intelligence, and to call them all pure spirits without any of the earthly alloy which time is wont to prey upon, is only to indulge in poetical fancy. For each of these beings either was or prepares to become a man, if not in the present, then in a past or coming cycle, manvantara. They are perfected, were not incipient, men. They differ morally from the terrestrial human beings on their higher, less material spheres, only in that they are devoid of the feeling of personality and of the human emotional nature, two purely earthly characteristics. The former, or the perfected, have become free from those feelings because a. They have no longer fleshly bodies, an ever-numbing weight on the soul, and b. The pure spiritual element being left untrammeled and more free, they are less influenced by Maya than man can ever be unless he is an adept who keeps his two personalities, the spiritual and the physical, entirely separated. The incipient monads, having never had terrestrial bodies yet, can have no sense of personality or egoism. That which is meant by personality being a limitation and a relation, or, as defined by Coleridge, individuality existing in itself but with a nature as a ground. The term cannot of course be applied to non-human entities, but, as a fact insisted upon by generations of seers, none of these beings, high or low, have either individuality or personality as separate entities. That is, they have no individuality in the sense in which a man says, I am myself and no one else. In other words, they are conscious of no such distinct separateness as men and things have on earth. Individuality is the characteristic of their respective hierarchies, not of their units. And these characteristics vary only with the degree of the plane to those hierarchies belong. The nearer to the region of homogeneity and the one divine, the purer and the less accentuated that individuality in the hierarchy. They are finite in all respects, with the exception of their higher principles, the immortal sparks reflecting the universal divine flame, individualized and separated only by the spheres of illusion, by differentiation as elusive as the rest. They are living ones, because they are the streams projected on the cosmic screen of the illusion from the absolute life, being in whom life cannot become extinct before the fire of ignorance is extinct in those who sense these lives. Having sprung into being under the quickening influence of the uncreated beam, the reflection of the great central sun that radiates on the shores of the river of life, it is the inner principle in them which belongs to the waters of immortality, while its differentiated clothing is as perishable as man's body. Therefore Young was right in saying that angels are men of a superior kind, and no more. They are neither ministering nor protecting angels, nor are they harbingers of the Most High, still less the messengers of wrath of any god of such a man's fancy has created. To appeal to their protection is as foolish as to believe that their sympathy may be secured by any kind of propitiation, for they are, as much as man himself, the slaves and creatures of immutable karmic and cosmic law. The reason for it is evident. Having no elements of personality in their essence, they can have no personal qualities, such as attributed by men in their exoteric religions to their anthropomorphic god, a jealous and exclusive god who rejoices and feels wrathful, is pleased with sacrifice, and is more despotic in his vanity than any finite foolish man. Man, as shown in Book 2, being a compound of these essences of all those celestial hierarchies, may succeed in making himself, as such, superior in one sense to any hierarchy or class, or even combinations of them. Man can neither propitiate nor command the devas, it is said, but by paralyzing his lower personality and arriving thereby at the full knowledge of the non-separateness of his higher self from the one absolute self, man can, even during his terrestrial life, become as one of us. Thus it is, by eating of the fruit of knowledge, which dispels ignorance, that man becomes like one of the Elohim or the Dhyanis, and once on their plane the spirit of solidarity and perfect harmony, which reigns in every hierarchy, must extend over him and protect him in every particular. The chief difficulty which prevents men of science from believing in divine as well as in nature spirits is their materialism. The main impediment before the spiritualist which hinders him from believing in the same while preserving a blind belief in the quote, spirits unquote, of the departed is the general ignorance of all, except some occultists and Kabbalists, about the true essence and nature of matter. It is on the right comprehension of the primeval evolution of spirit matter and its real essence that the student has to depend for the further elucidation in his mind of the occult cosmogony, and for the only sure clue which can guide his subsequent studies. In sober truth, as just shown, every spirit, so-called, is either a disembodied or a future man, as from the highest archangel, Dhyan Kochan, down to the last conscious builder, the inferior class of spiritual entities. All such are men, having lived aeons ago in other manvantaras, on this or other spheres. So the inferior, semi-intelligent and non-intelligent elementals are all future men. That fact alone, that a spirit is endowed with intelligence, is a proof to the occultist that that being must have been a man and acquired his knowledge and intelligence throughout the human cycle. There is but one indivisible and absolute omniscience and intelligence in the universe, and this thrills throughout every atom and infinitesimal point of the whole finite cosmos, which hath no bounds, and which people call space, considered independently of anything contained in it. But the first differentiation of its reflection in the manifested world is purely spiritual, and the beings generated in it are not endowed with a consciousness that has any relation to the one we conceive of. They can have no human consciousness or intelligence before they have acquired such personally and individually. This may be a mystery, yet it is a fact in esoteric philosophy, and a very apparent one too. The whole order of nature evinces a progressive march towards a higher life. There is design in the action of the seemingly blindest forces. The whole process of evolution, with its endless adaptations, is a proof of this. The immutable laws that weed out the weak and feeble species to make room for the strong, and which ensure the quote, survival of the fittest, unquote, though so cruel in their immediate action, are all working towards the grand end. The very fact that adaptations do occur, that the fittest do survive in the struggle for existence, shows that what is called unconscious nature is in reality an aggregate of forces manipulated by semi-intelligent beings, elementals, guided by high planetary spirits, Dhyan Kochans, whose collective aggregate forms the manifested verbum of the unmanifested logos, and constitutes at one and the same time the mind of the universe and its immutable law. Note: nature taken in its abstract sense cannot be unconscious, as it is the emanation from, and thus an aspect on the manifested plane, of the absolute consciousness. Where is that daring man who would presume to deny to vegetation and even to minerals a consciousness of their own? All he can say is that this consciousness is beyond his comprehension. Three distinct representations of the universe in its three distinct aspects are impressed upon our thought by the esoteric philosophy: pre-existing, ever-existing, phenomenal. The pre-existing evolved from the ever-existing, and the phenomenal the world of illusion, the reflection and shadow thereof. During the great mystery and drama of life known as the Manvantara, real cosmos is like the object placed behind the white screen upon which are thrown the Chinese shadows called forth by the magic lanterns. The actual figures and things remain invisible, while the wires of evolution are pulled by the unseen hands, and men and things are thus but the reflections on the white field of the realities behind the snares of Mahamaya, or the great illusion. This was taught in every philosophy, in every religion, ante as well as post-Diluvian, in India and Chaldea, by the Chinese as by the Grecian sages. In the former countries, these three universes were allegorized in exoteric teachings by the three trinities emanating from the central eternal germ and forming with it a supreme unity: the initial, the manifested, and the creative triad, or the three-in-one. The last is but the symbol, in its concrete expression, of the first ideal, too. Hence esoteric philosophy passes over the necessarianism of this purely metaphysical conception, and calls the first one only the ever-existing. This is the view of every one of the 6 great schools of Indian philosophy, the 6 principles of that unit body of wisdom of which the gnosis, the hidden knowledge, is the 7th. The writer hopes that, superficially handled as may be the comments on the 7 stanzas, enough has been given in the cosmogonic portion of the work to show archaic teachings to be more scientific, in the modern sense of the word, on their very face, than any other ancient scriptures left to be regarded and judged on their exoteric aspect. Since, however, as confessed before, this work withholds far more than it gives out, the student is invited to use his own intuition. Our chief care is to elucidate that which has already been given out, and, to our regret, very incorrectly at times, to supplement the knowledge hinted at, whenever and wherever possible, by additional matter, and to bulwark our doctrines against the too strong attacks of modern sectarianism, and more especially against those of our latter-day materialism, very often miscalled science, whereas in reality the words scientists and sciolists ought alone to bear the responsibility for many illogical theories offered to the world. In its great ignorance, the public, while blindly accepting everything that emanates from, quote, authorities, unquote, and feeling it to be its duty to regard every dictum coming from a man of science as a proven fact, the public, we say, is taught to scoff at anything brought forward from, quote, heathen, unquote, sources. Therefore, as materialistic scientists can be fought solely with their own weapons, those of controversy and argument, an addendum is added to every book contrasting our respective views and showing how even great authorities may often err. We believe that this can be done effectually by showing the weak points of our opponents, and by proving their too frequent sophisms, made to pass for scientific dicta, to be incorrect. We hold to Hermes and his wisdom in its universal character, they to Aristotle as against intuition and the experience of the ages, fancying that truth is the exclusive property of the Western world, hence the disagreement. As Hermes says, knowledge differs much from sense, for sense is of things that surmount it. But knowledge, gui, is the end of sense, that is, of the illusion of our physical brain and its intellect, thus emphasizing the contrast between the laboriously acquired knowledge of the senses and mind, manas, and the intuitive omniscience of the spiritual divine soul, buddhi. Whatever may be the destiny of these actual writings in a remote future, we hope to have proven so far the following facts. 1. The secret doctrine teaches no atheism, except in the Hindu sense of the word Nashtika, or the rejection of idols, including every anthropomorphic god. In this sense, every occultist is a Nastika. 2. It admits a logos, or a collective, quote, creator, unquote, of the universe, a demiurgos in the sense implied when one speaks of an architect as the creator of an edifice, whereas that architect has never touched one stone of it, but, while furnishing the plan, left all the manual labor to the mansions. In our case, the plan was furnished by the ideation of the universe, and the constructive labor was left to the hosts of intelligent powers and forces. But that demiurgos is no personal deity, that is, an imperfect extra-cosmic god, but only the aggregate of Dyankochans and the other forces. As to the latter, 3. They are dual in their character, being composed of A, the irrational brute energy inherent in matter, and B, the intelligent soul or cosmic consciousness which directs and guides that energy, and which is the Dyankochanic thought reflecting the ideation of the universal mind. This results in a perpetual series of physical manifestations and moral effects on earth during mammontaric periods, the whole being subservient to karma. As that process is not always perfect, and since however many proofs it may exhibit of a guiding intelligence behind the veil, it still shows gaps and flaws, and even results very often in evident failures. Therefore, neither the collective host, demiurgos, nor any of the working powers individually are proper subjects for divine honors or worship. All are entitled to the grateful reverence of humanity, however, and man ought to be ever striving to help the divine evolution of ideas by becoming, to the best of his ability, a co-worker with nature in the cyclic task. The ever unknowable and incognizable Karana alone, the causeless cause of all causes, should have its shrine and altar on the holy and ever untrodden ground of our heart, invisible, intangible, unmentioned, save through, quote, the still small voice, unquote, of our spiritual consciousness. Those who worship before it ought to do so in the silence and the sanctified solitude of their souls, making their spirit the sole mediator between them and the universal spirit, their good actions the only priests, and their sinful intentions the only visible and objective sacrificial victims to the presence. See Part 2 on the hidden deity. Note, quote, when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, but enter into thine inner chamber, and having shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret. From Matthew chapter 6. Our Father is within us, in secret, our seventh principle, in the inner chamber of our soul perception. The kingdom of heaven and of God is within us, says Jesus, not outside. Why are Christians so absolutely blind to the self-evident meaning of the words of wisdom they delight in mechanically repeating? End of note. 4. Matter is eternal. It is the upadi, the physical basis, for the one infinite universal mind to build thereon its ideations. Therefore, the esotericists maintain that there is no inorganic or dead matter in nature, the distinction between the two made by science being as unfounded as it is arbitrary and devoid of reason. Whatever science may think, however, and exact science is a fickle dame, as we all know by experience, occultism knows and teaches differently from time immemorial, from Manu and Hermes down to Paracelsus and his successors. Thus Hermes, the thrice great Trismegistus, says, O my son, matter becomes, formerly it was, for matter is the vehicle of becoming. Note, to this the late Mrs. Dr. Kingsford, the able translator and compiler of the Hermetic fragments, see The Virgin of the World, remarks in a footnote,
Dr. Menard observes that in Greek the same word signifies to be born and to become. The idea here is that the material of the world is in its essence eternal, but that before creation or becoming it is in a passive and motionless condition. Thus it was before being put into operation. Now it becomes, that is, it is mobile and progressive, and she adds the purely Vedantic doctrine of the Hermetic philosophy that creation is thus the period of activity, Manvantara, of God, who, according to Hermetic thought, or which, according to the Vedantin, has two modes, activity or existence, God evolved, Deus explicticus, and passivity of being, pralaya, God involved, Deus implicticus. Both modes are perfect and complete, as are the waking and sleeping states of man. Fichte, a German philosopher, distinguished being, sein, as one, which we know only through existence, Dasein, as the manifold. This view is thoroughly Hermetic. The ideal forms are the archetypal or formative ideas of the Neoplatonists, the eternal and subjective concepts of things subsisting in the divine mind prior to becoming. Unquote, page 134, end of note. Becoming is the mode of activity of the uncreated deity. Having been endowed with the germs of becoming, matter, objective, is brought into birth, for the creative force fashions it according to the ideal forms. Matter not engendered had no form. It becomes when it is put into operation, says Hermes, the definitions of Asclepius, page 134, Virgin of the World. 5. The universe was evolved out of its ideal plan, upheld through eternity in the unconsciousness of that which the Vedantins call Parabrahm. This is practically identical with the conclusions of the highest Western philosophy. Quote, the innate, eternal and self-existing ideas, unquote, of Plato, now reflected by von Hartmann, the unknowable of Herbert Spencer, bears only a faint resemblance to that transcendental reality believed in by occultists, often appearing merely a personification of a force behind phenomena, an infinite and eternal energy from which all things proceed, while the author of the philosophy of the unconscious has come, in this respect only, as near to a solution of the great mystery as mortal man can. Few were those, whether in ancient or medieval philosophy, who have dared to approach the subject or even hint at it. Paracelsus mentions it inferentially. His ideas are admirably synthesized by Dr. F. Hartmann, F.T.S., in his Life of Paracelsus. All the Christian Kabbalists understood well the Eastern root idea. The active power, the perpetual motion of the great breath, only awakens cosmos at the dawn of every new period, setting it into motion by means of the two contrary forces, and thus causing it to become objective on the plane of illusion. Note on the two contrary forces, the centripetal and the centrifugal forces, which are male and female, positive and negative, physical and spiritual, the two being the one primordial force. End of note. In other words, that dual motion transfers cosmos from the plane of the eternal ideal into that of finite manifestation, or from the noumenal to the phenomenal plane. Everything that is, was, and will be eternally is, even the countless forms, which are finite and perishable only in their objective, not in their ideal form. They existed as ideas in the eternity, and when they pass away, they will exist as reflections. Note, occultism teaches that no form can be given to anything, either by nature or by man, whose ideal type does not already exist on the subjective plane. More than this, that no such form or shape can possibly enter man's consciousness, or evolve in his imagination, which does not exist in prototype, at least as an approximation. End of note.
Neither the form of man, nor that of animal, plant or stone, has ever been created, and it is only on this plane of ours that it commenced becoming, that is, objectivizing into its present materiality, or expanding from within outwards, from the most sublimated and supersensuous essence into its grossest appearance. Therefore our human forms have existed in the eternity as astral or ethereal prototypes, according to which models the spiritual beings or gods, whose duty it was to bring them into objective being and terrestrial life, evolved the protoplasmic forms of the future egos from their own essence. After which, when this human upadhi, or basic mold, was ready, the natural terrestrial forces began to work on those supersensuous molds which contained, besides their own, the elements of all the past vegetable and future animal forms of this globe in them. Therefore, man's outward shell passed through every vegetable and animal body before it assumed the human shape, as this will be fully described in Book 2, with the commentaries thereupon. There's no need to say more of it here. According to the Hermetico-Kabbalistic philosophy of Paracelsus, it is Yekaterinoslav, the ancestor of the just-born protégé, introduced by Mr. Crookes in chemistry, or primordial pro-materia, that evolved out of itself the cosmos. When evolution took place, the Yekaterinoslav divided itself, melted and dissolved, developing from within itself idios or chaos, called respectively mysterium magnum, Iliados, limbus major, or primordial matter. This primordial essence is of a monistic nature, and manifests itself not only as vital activity, a spiritual force, an invisible, incomprehensible, and indescribable power, but also as vital matter of which the substance of living beings consists. In this idios, the primordial matter, or the proto-ilos, which is the matrix of all created things, is contained the substance from which everything is formed. It is the chaos out of which the macrocosm, and later on, by evolution and division in mysteria specialia, each separate being came into existence. Note: this word is explained by Dr. Hartmann from the original texts of Paracelsus before him as follows. According to this great Rosicrucian, mysterium is everything out of which something may be developed, which is only germinally contained in it. A seed is the mysterium of a plant, an egg that of a living bird, etc. End of note. Quote, all things and all elementary substances were contained in it in potentia, but not in actu, unquote, which makes the translator, Dr. F. Hartmann, justly observe that, quote, it seems that Paracelsus anticipated the modern discovery of the potency of matter 300 years ago, unquote. Page 42. This Magnus Limbus, then, or Iliaster of Paracelsus, is simply our old friend Father-Mother, within, before it appeared in space, of the second and other stanzas. It is the universal matrix of cosmos, personified in the dual character of macro and microcosm, or the universe and our globe, by Aditi Prakriti, the spiritual and the physical nature. Note: it is only the medieval Kabbalists who, following the Jewish and one or two Neoplatonists, applied the term microcosm to man. Ancient philosophy called the earth the microcosm of the macrocosm, and man the outcome of the two. End of note. For we find it explained in Paracelsus that the Magnus Limbus is the nursery out of which all creatures have grown, in the same sense as the tree grows out of a small seed, with the difference, however, that the great limbus takes its origin from the word, while the limbus minor, the terrestrial seed or sperm, takes it from the earth. The great limbus is the seed out of which all beings have come, and the little limbus is each ultimate being that reproduces its form, and that has itself been produced by the great. The latter possesses all the qualifications of the great one, in the same sense as a son has an organization similar to that of his father. See commentaries, Book 2, paragraph 3. As Iliaster dissolved, Ares, the dividing, differentiating and individualizing power, Forhat, another old friend, began to act. All production took place in consequence of separation. There were produced out of the ideals the elements of fire, water, air, and earth, whose birth, however, did not take place in a material mode or by simple separation, but by spiritual and dynamical, not even complex combinations. That is, mechanical mixture as opposed to chemical combination, just as fire may come out of a pebble or a tree out of a seed, although there is originally no fire in the pebble nor a tree in the seed. Spirit is living, and life and spirit, prakriti purusha, produce all things, but they are essentially one and not two. The elements, too, have each one its own Iliaster, because all the activity of matter in every form is only an effluvium of the same fount. But as from the seed grow the roots with their fibers, and after that the stalk with its branches and leaves, and lastly the flowers and seeds, likewise all beings were born from the elements, and consist of elementary substances, out of which other forms may come into existence, bearing the characteristics of their parents." Unquote. This doctrine, preached 300 years ago, remarks the translator, is identical with the one that had revolutionized modern thought, after having been put into a new shape and elaborated by Darwin. It was still more elaborated by Kapila in the Sankhya philosophy. The elements, as the mothers of all creatures, are of an invisible spiritual nature and have souls. Note: the Eastern occultist says, are guided and informed by the spiritual beings, the workmen in the invisible worlds and behind the veil of occult nature, or nature in abscondito. End of note. They all spring from the Mysterium Magnum, from Philosophia ad Athenienses. Compare this with Vishnu Purana, quote, from Pradhana, primordial substance, presided over by Kshetranya, embodied spirit, proceeds the evolution of those qualities. From the great principle Mahat, universal intellect or mind, proceeds the origin of the subtle elements, and from these the organs of sense. Unquote. From Book 1, Chapter 2. Thus it may be shown that all the fundamental truths of nature were universal in antiquity, and that the basic ideas upon spirit, matter, and the universe, or upon God, substance, and man, were identical. Taking the two most ancient religious philosophies on the globe, Hinduism and Hermetism, from the scriptures of India and Egypt, the identity of the two is easily recognizable. This becomes apparent to one who reads the latest translation and rendering of the Hermetic fragments just mentioned by our late lamented friend, Dr. Anna Kingsford. Disfigured and tortured as these have been in their passage through sectarian Greek and Christian hands, the translator has most ably and intuitionally seized the weak points and tried to remedy them by means of explanations and footnotes. And she says, the creation of the visible world by the working gods or titans as agents of the supreme God is a thoroughly Hermetic idea, recognizable in all religious systems, and in accordance with modern scientific research, which shows us everywhere the divine power of operating through natural forces. Unquote. Note on the Supreme God, a frequent expression in the said fragments to which we take exception. The universal mind is not a being or God. Unquote. End of note. Quote, that universal being that contains all and which is all, put into motion the soul and the world, all that nature comprises, says Hermes, in the manifold unity of universal life, distinguished by their variations, are, nevertheless, united in such a manner that the whole is one, and that everything proceeds from unity. Unquote. From Asclepius, Part 1. Unquote. God is not a mind, but the cause that the mind is, not a spirit, but the cause that the spirit is, not light, but the cause that the light is. Unquote. From Divine Pimander, Book 9, verse 64. The above shows plainly that Divine Pirmanda, however much distorted in some passages by Christian, quote, smoothing, unquote, was nevertheless written by a philosopher, while most of the so-called hermetic fragments are the production of sectarian pagans with a tendency towards an anthropomorphic supreme being. Yet both are the echo of the esoteric philosophy and the Hindu Puranas. Compare two invocations, one to the Hermetic Supreme All, the other to the Supreme All of the later Aryans, says a Hermetic fragment cited by Suidas. See Mrs. Kingsford's The Virgin of the World. I adjure thee, heaven, holy work of the great God. I adjure thee, voice of the Father, uttered in the beginning when the universal world was framed. I adjure thee by the word, only Son of the Father, who upholds all things. Be favorable, be favorable. This just preceded by the following. Thus the ideal light was before the ideal light, and the luminous intelligence of intelligence was always, and its unity was nothing else than the spirit enveloping the universe, out of whom is neither God nor angels, nor any other essentials, for he, it, ? Is the Lord of all things, and the power and the light, and all depends on him, it, ? And is in him, it, ? etc. Fragments of the writings of Hermes to Ammon. This is contradicted by the very same Trismegistus, who is made to say, to speak of God is impossible, for corporeal cannot express the incorporeal, that which has not any body nor appearance, nor form nor matter, cannot be apprehended by sense. I understand, Tatius, I understand, that which it is impossible to define, that is God. Physical eclogus, florilegium of Stobaeus. The contradiction between the two passages is evident, and this shows a. that Hermes was a generic nom de plume used by a series of generations of mystics of every shade, and b. that a great discernment has to be used before accepting a fragment as esoteric teaching only because it is undeniably ancient. Let us now compare the above with a like invocation in the Hindu scriptures, undoubtedly as old, if not far older. Here it is Paransara, the Aryan Hermes, who instructs Maitreya, the Indian Asclepius, and calls upon Vishnu in his triple hypostasis. Glory to the unchangeable, holy, eternal, supreme Vishnu, of one universal nature, the mighty over all, to him who is Hiranyagarbha, Hari and Shankara, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer of the world, to Vasudeva, the liberator of his worshippers, to him whose essence is both single and manifold, who is both subtle and corporeal, indiscrete and discrete, to Vishnu, the cause of final emancipation, the cause of the creation, existence, the end of the world, who is the root of the world and who consists of the world. Vishnu Purana, Book 50. This is a grand invocation, full of philosophical meaning underlying it, but for the profane masses as suggestive as is the first of an anthropomorphic being. We must respect the feeling that dictated both, but we cannot help finding it in full disharmony with its inner meaning, even with that which is found in the same Hermetic treatise, where it is said, "Reality is not upon the earth, my son, and it cannot be thereon. Nothing on earth is real, they are only appearances. He, man, is not real, my son, as man. The real consists solely in itself and remains what it is. Man is transient, therefore is not real. He is but appearance, and appearance is the supreme illusion." Tatius. Then the celestial bodies themselves are not real, my father, since they also vary. Trismegistus. That which is subject to birth and to change is not real. There is in them a certain falsity, seeing that they too are variable. Tatius. And what then is the primordial reality? Trismegistus. That which is one and alone, O Tatius. That which is not made of matter, nor in any body, nor which has neither color nor form, which changes not nor is transmitted, but which always is. This is quite consistent with the Vedantic teaching. The leading thought is occult, and many are the passages in the Hermetic fragments that belong bodily to the secret doctrine. The latter teaches that the whole universe is ruled by intelligent and semi-intelligent forces and powers, as stated from the very beginning. Christian theology admits and even enforces belief in such, but makes an arbitrary division and refers to them as angels and devils. Science denies the existence of such, and ridicules the very idea. Spiritualists believe in the spirits of the dead, and outside these deny entirely any other kind or class of invisible beings. The occultists and Kabbalists are thus the only rational expounders of the ancient traditions, which have now culminated in dogmatic faith on the one hand, and dogmatic denials on the other, for both belief and unbelief embrace but one small corner each of the infinite horizons of spiritual and physical manifestations, and thus both are right from their respective standpoints, and both are wrong in believing that they can circumscribe the whole within their own special and narrow barriers, for they can never do so. In this respect science, theology, and even spiritualism show little more wisdom than the ostrich does when it hides its head in the sand at its feet, feeling sure that there can be thus nothing beyond its own point of observation and the limited area occupied by its foolish head. As the only works now extant upon the subject under consideration within reach of the profane of the Western, quote, civilized, unquote, races, are the above-mentioned Hermetic books, or rather Hermetic fragments, we may contrast them in the present case with the teachings of esoteric philosophy. To quote for this purpose from any other would be useless, since the public knows nothing of the Chaldean works, which are translated into Arabic and preserved by some Sufi initiates. Therefore the definitions of Asclepius, as lately compiled in glass by Mrs. A. Kingsford, F.T.S., some of which sayings are in remarkable agreement with the esoteric Eastern doctrine, have to be resorted to for comparison, though not a few passages show a strong impression of some later Christian hand. Yet on the whole the characteristics of the genii and gods are those of Eastern teachings, while concerning other things there are passages which differ widely in our doctrines. Note: the Hermetic philosophers called theoi, gods, genii, and daimones in the original texts. Those entities whom we call devas, gods, Dhyan Kohans, Shitkala, Kuan Yin, the Buddhists call them, and by other names. The daimones are, in the Socratic sense, and even in the Oriental and Latin theological sense, the guardian spirits of the human race, those who dwell in the neighborhood of the immortals, and thence watch over human affairs, as Hermes has it. In esoteric parlance, they are called Chitkala, some of which are those who have furnished man with his fourth and fifth principles from their own essence, and others the Pitris, so called. This will be explained when we come to the production of the complete man. The root of the name is Chitti, that by which the effects and consequences of actions and kinds of knowledge are selected for the use of the soul, or conscience, the inner voice in man. With the yogis, the Chitti is a synonym of Mahat, the first and divine intellect. But in esoteric philosophy, Mahat is the root of Chitti, its germ, and Chitti is a quality of Manas in conjunction with Buddhi, a quality that attracts to itself by spiritual affinity, a Chitkala, when it develops sufficiently in man. This is why it is said that Chitti is a voice acquiring mystic life and becoming a Kuan Yin. End of note. The following are a few extracts from a private commentary, hitherto secret. Note: this teaching does not refer to a Prakriti Purusha beyond the boundaries of our small universe. End of note. 17. The initial existence in the first twilight of the Mahamanvantara, after the Mahapralaya that follows every age of Brahma, is a conscious spiritual quality. In the manifested worlds, solar systems, it is, in its objective subjectivity, like the film from a divine breath to the gaze of the entranced seer. It spreads as it issues from Laya throughout infinity as a colorless spiritual field. Note, Laya, the ultimate quiescent state, the nirvana condition of the seventh principle. End of note. It is on the seventh plane and in its seventh state in our planetary world. Note, the teaching is all given from our plane of consciousness. End of note. 8. It is substance to our spiritual sight. It cannot be called so by men in their waking state. Therefore, they have named it in their ignorance God-Spirit. 9. It exists everywhere and forms the first upadhi, foundation, on which our world, that is, solar system, is built. Outside the latter, it is to be found in its pristine purity only between the solar systems or the stars of the universe, the worlds already formed or forming, those in Laya resting meanwhile in its bosom. As its substance is of a different kind from that known on earth, the inhabitants of the latter, seeing through it, believe in their illusion and ignorance that it is empty space. There is not one finger's breadth, angula, or void space in the whole boundless universe. 20. Matter or substance is septenary within our world, as it is so beyond it. Moreover, each of its states or principles is graduated into 7 degrees of density. Surya, the sun, in its visible reflection, exhibits the first or lowest states of the 7th, the highest state of the universal presence. The pure of the pure, the first manifested breath of the ever unmanifested Sat, be-ness. All the central physical or objective suns are in their substance the lowest state of the first principle of the breath, nor are any of these any more than the reflections of their primaries, which are concealed from the gaze of all but the Dhyan-Kohans, whose corporeal substance belongs to the 5th division of the 7th principle of the mother substance, and is, therefore, 4 degrees higher than the solar reflected substance. As there are 7 dhatu, principal substances in the human body, so there are 7 forces in man and in all nature. 21. The real substance of the concealed sun is a nucleus of mother substance. Note, or the dream of science, the primeval really homogeneous matter, which no mortal can make objective in this race or round either. End of note. It is the heart and the matrix of all the living and existing forces in our solar universe. It is the kernel from which proceed to spread on their cyclic journeys all the powers that set in action the atoms in their functional duties, and the focus within which they again meet in their 7th essence every 11th year. He who tells thee he has seen the sun, laugh at him, as if he had said that the sun moves really onward on his diurnal path. Note, Vishnu, in the form of the solar active energy, neither ever rises nor sets, and is at once the 7-fold sun and distinct from it, says Vishnu Purana in Book 2, Chapter 2. End of note. 23. It is on account of its septenary nature that the sun is spoken of by the ancients as one who is driven by 7 horses equal to the meters of the Vedas, or again that, though he is identified with the 7 Gaina, classes of being, in his orb, he is distinct from them, as he is indeed, as also that he has 7 rays, as indeed he has. Note, in the same manner as a man approaches a mirror placed upon a stand, beholds in it his own image, so the energy or reflection of Vishnu, the sun, is never disjoined, but remains in the sun as in a mirror that is there stationed. Vishnu Purana. End of note. 25. The 7 beings in the sun are the 7 holy ones, self-born from inherent power in the matrix or mother substance. It is they who send the 7 principal forces, called rays, which at the beginning of Pralaya will center into 7 new suns for the next Manvantara. The energy from which they spring into conscious existence in every sun is what some people call Vishnu, which is the breath of the absoluteness. Here there's a reference to the before read note on Vishnu. We call it the one manifested life, itself a reflection of the absolute. 26. The latter must never be mentioned in words or speech, lest it should take away some of our spiritual energies that aspire towards its state, gravitating ever onward unto it spiritually, as the whole physical universe gravitates toward its manifested center, cosmically. 27. The former, the initial existence, which may be called while in the state of being the one life, is, as explained, a film for creative or formative purposes. It manifests in 7 states, which, with their septenary subdivisions, are the 49 fires mentioned in sacred books. Note: in Vishnu and other Puranas. End of note. 29. The first is the mother, prima materia. Separating itself into its primary 7 states, it proceeds down cyclically. When having consolidated itself in its last principle as gross matter, it revolves around itself and informs with the 7th emanation of the last, the first and the lowest element, the serpent biting its own tail. In a hierarchy or order of being, the 7th emanation of her last principle is, note, see the hermetic nature, going down cyclically into matter when she meets heavenly man. End of note. In a hierarchy or order of being, the 7th emanation of her last principle is A. In the mineral, the spark that lies latent in it, and is called to its evanescent being by the positive awakening, the negative, and so forth. B. In the plant, it is that vital and intelligent force which informs the seed and develops it into the blade of grass, or the root and sapling. It is the germ which becomes the upadhi of the 7 principles of the thing it resides in, shooting them out as the latter grows and develops. C. In every animal it does the same. It is the life principle and vital power, its instinct and qualities, its characteristics and special idiosyncrasies. D. To man it gives all that bestows on all the rest of the manifested units in nature, but develops furthermore the reflection of all its 49 fires in him. Each of his 7 principles is an heir in full to, and a partaker of, the 7 principles of the Great Mother. The breath of her first principle is his spirit, Atma. Her second principle is Buddhi, soul. We call it erroneously the 7th. The third furnishes him with A, the brain stuff on the physical plane, and B, with the mind that moves it, which is the human soul, note by H.P. Blavatsky, according to his organic capacities. E, it is the guiding force in the cosmic and terrestrial elements. It resides in the fire provoked out of its latent into active being, for the whole of the 7 subdivisions of the secret left out principle reside in the terrestrial fire. It whirls in the breeze, blows with a hurricane, and sets the air in motion, which element participates in one of its principles also. Proceeding cyclically, it regulates the motion of the water, attracts and repels the waves according to fixed laws of which its 7th principle is the informing soul. Note: The writers of the above knew perfectly well the physical cause of the tides, of the waves, etc. It is the informing spirit of the whole cosmic solar body that is meant here, and is referred to whenever such expressions are used from the mystic point of view. End of note. F. Its 4 higher principles contain the germ that develops into the cosmic gods. Its 3 lower ones breed the lives of the elements, the elementals. G. In our solar world, the one existence in heaven and the earth, the root and flower, the action and the thought. It is in the sun and is as present in the glow-worm. Not an atom can escape it. Therefore, the ancient sages have wisely called it the manifested God in nature. End of the extracts from Hitherto Secret Private Commentary. It may be interesting in this connection to remind the reader what Mr. Subaru said of the forces, mystically defined. See 5 Years of Theosophy and the 12 Signs of the Zodiac. Thus he says, Kanya, the 6th sign of the Zodiac, or Virgo, means a virgin, and represents Shakti, or Mamaya. The sign is the 6th Rasi, or division, and indicates that there are 6 primary forces in nature, synthesized by the 7th. The Shakti stands as follows. 1. Parashakti, literally the greater supreme force of power. It means and includes the powers of the light and heat. 2. Jnana Shakti, the power of intellect, of real wisdom or knowledge. It has 2 aspects. The following are some of its manifestations when placed under the influence or control of material conditions. A. The power of the mind in interpreting our sensations. B. Its power in recalling past ideas, memory, and raising future expectation. C. Its power as exhibited in what are called by modern psychologists the laws of association, which enables it to form persisting connections between various groups of sensations and possibilities of sensations, and thus generate the notion or idea of an external object. D. Its power in connecting our ideas together by the mysterious link of memory, and thus generating the notion of self or individuality. Some of its manifestations when liberated from the bonds of matter are A. Clairvoyance, B. Psychometry. 3. Ichhyasakti, the power of will. Its most ordinary manifestation is the generation of certain nerve currents which set in motion such muscles as are required for the accomplishment of the desired object. 4. Kriya Shakti, the mysterious power of thought which enables it to produce external perceptible phenomenal results by its own inherent energy. The ancients held that any idea will manifest itself externally if one's attention is deeply concentrated upon it. Similarly, an intense volition will be followed by the desired result. A yogi generally performs his wonders by means of Ichhyasakti and Kriya Shakti. 5. Kundalini Shakti, the power of force which moves in a curved path. It is the universal life principle manifesting everywhere in nature. This force includes the 2 great forces of attraction and repulsion. Electricity and magnetism are but manifestations of it. This is the power which brings about that continuous adjustment of internal relations to external relations, which is the essence of life according to Herbert Spencer, and that continuous adjustment of external relations to internal relations, which is the basis of transmigration of souls, punyar innanman, rebirth, in the doctrines of the ancient Hindu philosophers. A yogi must thoroughly subjugate this power before it can attain moksha. 6. Mantrika Shakti, the force or power of letters, speech, or music. The Mantra Shastra has for its subject matter this force and all its manifestations. The influence of melody is one of its ordinary manifestations. The power of the ineffable name is the crown of this Shakti. modern science has but partly investigated the first, the second, and fifth of the forces above named, but is altogether in the dark as regards the remaining powers. The six forces are in their unity represented by the Daivi Prakriti, the seventh, the light of the Logos. The above is quoted to show the real Hindu ideas on the same. It is all esoteric, though not covering the 10th part of what might be said. For one, the 6 names of the 6 forces mentioned are those of the 6 hierarchies of Dian Kochans synthesized by their primary, the 7th, who personify the 5th principle of cosmic nature, or of the mother in its mystical sense. The enumeration alone of the yogi powers would require 10 volumes. Each of these forces has a living conscious entity at its head, of which entity is an emanation. But let us compare with the commentary just cited the words of Hermes, the thrice great. The creation of life by the sun is as continuous as his light. Nothing arrests or limits it. Around him, like an army of satellites, are innumerable choirs of genii. These dwell in the neighborhood of the immortals, and thence watch over human beings. They fulfill the will of their gods, karma, by means of storms, tempests, transitions of fire and earthquakes, likewise by famines and wars, for the punishment of impiety. Note. See stanza 3 and 4, and the commentaries thereupon, especially the commentaries on stanza 4, the Lipika and the 4 Maharajas, the agents of karma. It is the sun who preserves and nourishes all creatures, and even as the ideal world which environs the sensible world fills this last with the plenitude and universal variety of forms, so also the sun, enfolding all in his light, accomplishes everywhere the birth and development of creatures. Under his orders is the choir of genii, or rather the choirs, for there are many and diverse, and their number corresponds to that of the stars. Every star has its genii, good and evil by nature, or rather by their operation, for operation is the essence of the genii. All these genii preside over mundane affairs. They shake and overthrow the constitution of states and of individuals. They imprint their likeness on our souls. They are present in our nerves, our marrow, our veins, our arteries, and our very brain substance. At the moment which each of us receives life and being, he is taken in charge by the genii, elementals, who preside over birth, and who are classed beneath the astral powers, superhuman astral spirits. Note on all these genii preside over mundane affairs, and gods and dyanis too, not only the genii or guided forces. End of note. Note on elementals who preside over births. The meaning of this is that as a man is composed of all the great elements, fire, air, water, earth, and ether, the elementals which belong respectively to these elements feel attract to man by reason of their coessence. That element which predominates in a certain constitution will be the ruling element throughout life. For instance, if man has a preponderance of the earthly, gnomic element, the gnomes will lead him towards assimilating metals. Animal man is the son of the animal elements, out of which his soul, life, was born, and animals are the mirrors of man, says Paracelsus, in De Fundamento Sapiente. Paracelsus was cautious, and wanted the Bible to agree with what he said, and therefore did not say all. End of note. They change perpetually, not always identically, but revolving in circles. Note. Cyclic progress in development. End of note. They permeate by the body 2 parts of the soul, that it may receive from each the impress of its own energy. But the reasonable part of the soul is not subject to the genii. It is designed for the reception of the God, who enlightens it with the sunny ray. Note, the God in man, and often the incarnation of a God, a highly spiritual Duan in him, besides the presence of his own seventh principle. End of note. Those who are thus illumined are few in number, and from them the genii abstain, for neither genii nor gods have any power in the presence of a single ray of God. Note. Now, what God is meant here? Not God the Father, the anthropomorphic fiction, for that God is the Elohim collectively, and has no being apart from the host. Besides, such a God is finite and imperfect. It is the high initiates and adepts who are meant here by those men few in number, and it is precisely those men who believe in gods, and know no God with capital G, but one universal, unrelated, and unconditioned deity. End of note. But all other men, both soul and body, are directed by genii, to whom they cleave, and whose operations they effect. The genii have then the control of mundane things, and our bodies serve them as instruments. The above, save a few sectarian points, represents that which was a universal belief common to all nations, till about a century or so back. It is still as orthodox in its broad outlines and features among pagans and Christians alike, if one accepts a handful of materialists and men of science. For whether one calls the genii of Hermes and his gods powers of darkness and angels, as in the Greek and Latin churches, or spirits of the dead, as in spiritualism, or again bhoots and devas, shaitan or jinn, they are still called in India and Mussulman countries, they are all one and the same thing, illusion. Let not this, however, be misunderstood in the sense into which the great philosophical doctrine of the Vedantists has been lately perverted by Western schools. All that which is emanates from the Absolute, which, from this qualification alone, stands as the one and only reality. Hence everything extraneous to this Absolute, the generative and causative element, must be an illusion, most undeniably. But this is only so from the purely metaphysical view. A man who regards himself as mentally sane, and is so regarded by his neighbors, calls the visions of an insane brother, whose hallucinations make the victim either happy or supremely wretched, as the case may be, illusions and fancies likewise. But where is that madman for whom the hideous shadows in his deranged mind, his illusions, are not, for the time being, as actual and as real as the things which his physician or keeper may see? Everything is relative in this universe, everything is an illusion. But the experience of any plane is an actuality for the percipient being, whose consciousness is on that plane, though the said experience, regarded from the purely metaphysical standpoint, may be conceived to have no objective reality. But it is not against metaphysicians, but against physicists and materialists that esoteric teachings have to fight. And for these vital force, light, sound, electricity, even to the objectively pulling force of magnetism, have no objective being, and are said to exist merely as, quote, modes of motion, unquote, and, quote, sensations and affections of matter, unquote. Neither the occultists generally, nor the theosophists, reject, as erroneously believed by some, the views and theories of the modern scientists, only because these views are opposed to theosophy. The first rule of a society is to render unto Kaiser what is Kaiser's. The theosophists, therefore, are the first to recognize the intrinsic value of science. But when its high priests resolve consciousness into a secretion from the grey matter of the brain, and everything else in nature into a mode of motion, we protest against the doctrine as being unphilosophical, self-contradictory, and simply absurd from a scientific point of view, as much and even more than from the occult aspect of the esoteric knowledge. For truly the astral light of the described Kabbalists has strange and weird secrets for him who can see in it, and the mysteries concealed within its incessantly disturbed waves are there, the whole body of materialists and scoffers notwithstanding. Note, the astral light of the Kabbalists is very incorrectly translated by some aether. The latter is confused with the hypothetical ether of science, and both are referred to by some theosophists as synonymous with akasha. This is a great mistake. Quote, "A characteristic of akasha will serve to show how inadequately it is represented by ether," unquote, writes the author of Rational Refutations, thus unconsciously helping occultism. Quote, "In dimension, it is infinite. It is not made up of parts, and color, taste, smell, and tangibility do not appertain to it. So far forth it corresponds exactly to time, space, Ishvara, the Lord, but rather creative potency and soul, anima mundi. Its speciality, as compared therewith, consists in its being the material cause of sound. Except for its being so, one might take it to be one with vacuity." End of quote, page 120. In its vacuity, no doubt, especially for rationalists. At any rate, akasha is sure to produce vacuity in the brain of a materialist. Nevertheless, though akasha is not that ether of science, not even the ether of the occultists, who defines the latter as one of the principles of akasha only, it is as certainly, together with its primary, the cause of sound, only physical and spiritual, not a material cause by any means. The relations of ether to akasha may be defined by applying to both akasha and ether the words said of the god in the Vedas. So himself was indeed his own son, one being the progeny of the other and yet itself. This may be a difficult riddle to the profane, but very easy to understand for any Hindu, though not even a mystic. End of note. These secrets, along with many other mysteries, will remain non-existent to the materialists of our age, in the same way as America was a non-existent myth for Europeans during the early part of the medieval ages, whereas Scandinavians and Norwegians had actually reached and settled in that very old New World several centuries before. But as Columbus was born to rediscover and to force the old world to believe in antipodal countries, so will there be born scientists who will discover the marvels now claimed by occultists to exist in the regions of ether, where they're varied and multiform denizens and conscious entities. Then, nolens volens, science will have to accept the old, quote, superstition, unquote, as it has several others. And having been once forced to accept it, judging from past experience, its learned professors will, in all probability, as in the case of mesmerism and magnetism, now rebaptized hypnotism, father the thing and reject its name. The choice of the new appellation will depend in its turn on the modes of motion. The new name for the older automatic physical processes among the nerve fibrils of the scientific brain, or moleshot, as also very likely upon the last meal of the namer, since, according to the founder of the new, highly idealistic scheme, cerebration is generically the same as chilification. Note, Natural Reformer, January the 9th, 1887, article Phrenocosmobiology, by Dr. Lewins. End of note. Thus, were one to believe this preposterous proposition, the new name of the archaic thing would have to take its chance on the inspiration of the nameless liver, and then only would these truths have a chance of becoming scientific. But truth, however distasteful to the general blind majorities, has always had her champions, ready to die for her, and it is not the occultists who will protest against its adaptation by science under whatever new name. But until absolutely forced on the notice and acceptance of scientists, many an occult truth will be tabooed, as the phenomena of the spiritualists and other psychic manifestations were to be finally appropriated by its extraducers without the least acknowledgment or thanks. Nitrogen has added considerably to chemical knowledge, but its discoverer, Paracelsus, is to this day called a quack. How profoundly true are the words of H.T. Buckle in his admirable History of Civilization, Volume 1, page 256, when he says, "Owing to circumstances still unknown, karmic provision," note by H.P. Blavatsky, "there appear from time to time great thinkers who, devoting their lives to a single purpose, are able to anticipate the progress of mankind and to produce a religion or philosophy by which important effects are eventually brought about. But if we look into history, we shall clearly see that, although the origin of a new opinion may be thus due to a single man, the result which the new opinion produces will depend on the condition of the people among whom it is propagated. If either religion or philosophy is too much in advance of a nation, it can do no present service, but must bide its time until the minds of men are ripe for its reception. Note: this is cyclic law, but this law itself is often defied by human stubbornness. End of note. Every science, every creed, has had its martyrs. According to the ordinary course of affairs, a few generations pass away, and then there comes a period when these very truths are looked upon as commonplace facts, and a little later there comes another period in which they are declared to be necessary, and even the dullest intellect wonders how they could have ever been denied. That's the quote from H.T. Buckle. It is barely possible that the minds of the present generations are not quite ripe for the reception of occult truths. Such will be the retrospect furnished to the advanced thinkers of the fixed root race of the history of the acceptance of esoteric philosophy, fully and unconditionally. Meanwhile, the generations of our fifth race will continue to be led away by prejudice and preconceptions. Occult sciences will have the finger of scorn pointed at them from every street corner, and everyone will seek to ridicule and crush them in the name and for the great glory of materialism and its so-called science. The addendum which completes the present book shows, however, in an anticipatory answer to several of forthcoming scientific objections, the true and mutual positions of the defendant and plaintiff. The theosophists and occultists stand arranged by public opinion, which still holds high the banner of the inductive sciences. The latter have, then, to be examined, and it must be shown how far their achievements and discoveries in the realm of nature laws are opposed, not so much to our claims as to the facts of nature. The hour has now struck to ascertain whether the walls of the modern Jericho are so impregnable that no blast from the occult trumpet is ever likely to make them crumble. The so-called forces, with light and electricity heading them, and the constitution of the solar orb, must be carefully examined, as also gravitation and the nebular theories. The natures of ether and of other elements must be discussed, thus contrasting scientific with other occult teachings, while revealing some of the hitherto secret tenets of the latter. Vide addendum. Some 15 years ago, the writer was the first to repeat after the Kabbalists the wise commandments in the esoteric catechism. Close thy mouth, lest thou shouldst speak of this, the mystery, and thy heart, lest thou shouldst think aloud. And if thy heart has escaped thee, bring it back to its place, for such is the object of our alliance. Sefer Yezairach, Book of Creation. And again, this is a secret which gives death. Close thy mouth, lest thou shouldst reveal it to the vulgar. Compress thy brain, lest something should escape from it and fall outside. Rules of initiation. A few years later, a corner of the veil of Isis had to be lifted, and now another and a larger rent is made. But old and time-honored errors, such as become with every day more glaring and self-evident, stand arrayed in battle order now, as they did then. Marshalled by blind conservatism, conceit and prejudice, they are constantly on the watch, ready to strangle every truth which, awakening from its age-long sleep, happens to knock for admission. Such has been the case ever since man became an animal. That this proves in every case moral death to the revealers who brings to light any of these old truths is as certain as that it gives life and regeneration to those who are fit to profit even by The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 2, Anthropogenesis. The preliminary notes of Volume 2 deal with the following topics: on the archaic stanzas and the 4 prehistoric continents, the imperishable sacred land, the Hyperborean, Lemuria, Atlantis, the tropics at the pole.
e me didache thicese, alla tu pemphantos me.
My doctrine is not mine, but his that sent me. John chapter 7, verse 16. Modern science insists upon the doctrine of evolution. So do human reason and the secret doctrine. And the idea is corroborated by the ancient legends and myths, and even by the Bible itself when it is read between the lines. We see a flower slowly developing from a bud, and the bud from its seed. But whence the latter, with all its predetermined program of physical transformation, and its invisible, therefore spiritual forces, which gradually develop its form, color, and odor? The word evolution speaks for itself. The germ of the present human race must have pre-existed in the parent of this race, as the seed in which lies hidden the flower of next summer was developed in the capsule of its parent flower. The parent may be but slightly different, but it still differs from its future progeny. The antediluvian ancestors of the present elephant and lizard were, perhaps, the mammoth and the plesiosaurus. Why should not the progenitors of our human race have been the giants of the Vedas, the Voluspa, and the Book of Genesis? While it is positively absurd to believe the transformation of species to have taken place according to some of the more materialistic views of the evolutionists, it is but natural to think that each genus, beginning with the mollusks and ending with man, had modified its own primordial and distinctive forms. From Isis Unveiled, Volume 1, page 153. Preliminary notes on the archaic stanzas and the 4 prehistoric continents. Facies totius universi, quam vis infinitis modis variet, manet tamen semper edem. Spinoza. The stanzas, with the commentaries thereon, in this book, the second, are drawn from the same archaic records the stanzas on cosmogony in Book 1. As far as possible, a verbatim translation is given, but some of the stanzas were too obscure to be understood without explanation. Hence, as was done in Book 1, while they are first given in full as they stand, when taken verse by verse with their commentaries, an attempt is made to make them clear, by words added in brackets, in anticipation of the full explanation of the commentary. As regards the evolution of mankind, the secret doctrine postulates 3 new propositions, which stand in direct antagonism to modern science, as well as to current religious dogmas. It teaches A. the simultaneous evolution of 7 human groups on 7 different portions of our globe. B. the birth of the astral before the physical body, the former being a model for the latter. And C. that man, in this round, preceded every mammalian, the anthropoids included, in the animal kingdom. Note. See Genesis chapter 2, verse 19. Adam is formed in verse 7, and in verse 19 it is said, Out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam, to see what he would call them. Thus man was created before the animals, for the animals mentioned in chapter 1 are the signs of the zodiac, while the man, male and female, is not man, but the host of the Sephiroth, forces or angels, made in his, God's, image and after his likeness. The Adam, man, is not made in that likeness, nor is it so asserted in the Bible. Moreover, the second Adam is esoterically a septenary, which represents 7 men, or rather groups of men. For the first Adam, the Kadmon, is the synthesis of the 10 Sephiroth. Of these, the up-triad remains in the archetypal world as the future trinity, while the 7 lower Sephiroth create the manifested material world. And this septenae is the second Adam. Genesis and the mysteries upon which it was fabricated came from Egypt. The God of the first chapter of Genesis is the Logos, and the Lord God of the second chapter, the creative Elohim. The secret doctrine is not alone in speaking of primeval men born simultaneously on the 7 divisions of our globe. In the divine Pimande of Hermes we find the same 7 primeval men, evolving from nature and heavenly man, in the collective sense of the word, namely, from the creative spirits. And in the fragments collected by George Smith, of Chaldean tablets on which is inscribed the Babylonian legend of creation in the first column of the Kutta tablet. 7 human beings with the faces of ravens, black, swarthy complexions, whom, quote, the 7 great gods created, unquote, are mentioned. Or, as explained in lines 16 and 18, quote, in the midst of the earth they grew up and became great, left out. 7 kings, brothers of the same family, unquote. These are the 7 kings of Edom, to whom reference is made in the Kabbalah. The first race, which was imperfect, that is, was born before the, quote, balance, unquote, meaning sexes, existed, and which was therefore destroyed. From Zohar, Zifra Zenyuta, Idra Sutta, 2928, La Kabbalah, page 205. Quote, 7 kings, brethren, appeared and begat children. 6,000 in number were their peoples. From Hibbert Lectures, page 372. The god Nergas, death, destroyed them. How did he destroy them? By bringing into equilibrium, or balance, those who did not yet exist. From Sifra Zenyuta. They were, quote, destroyed, unquote, as a race, by being merged in their own progeny, by exudation, that is to say, the sexless race reincarnated in the bisexual, potentially, the latter in the androgynes, these again in the sexual, the later third race. For further explanation, vide infra. Note on, in the divine Pomander of Hermes we find the same 7 primeval men. Thus saith Pomander, this is the mystery that to this day was hidden, nature being mingled with a heavenly man, Elohim, or Dionys, brought forth a wonder, 7 men, all males and females, hermaphrodite, according to the nature of the 7 governors. Book 2, verse 29. Or the 7 hosts of the Pitris, or Elohim, who projected or created him. This is very clear, but yet see the interpretations of even our modern theologians, men supposed to be intellectual and learned. In the theological and philosophical works of Hermes Trismegistus, Christian Neoplatonist, were compiled by John David Chambers of Oriel College, Oxford, the translator wonders for whom these 7 men are intended. He solves the difficulty by concluding that as the original pattern man, Adam Kadmon, of the first chapter of Genesis, was masculine and feminine, the 7 may signify the succeeding patriarchs named in Genesis, page 9, a truly theological way of cutting the Gordian knot. End of note. Were the tablets less mutilated, they would be found to contain, word for word, the same account as given in the archaic records in Hermes, at least as regards the fundamental facts, if not as regards minute details. For Hermes is a good deal disfigured by mistranslations. It is quite certain that the seeming supernaturalism of these teachings, although allegorical, is so diametrically opposed to the dead-letter statements of the Bible as well as to the latest hypotheses of science, that it will evoke passionate denial. Note, as it is now asserted that the Chaldean tablets, which give the allegorical description of creation, the fall, and the flood, even to the legend of the Tower of Babel, were written before the time of Moses. See G. Smith's Chaldean Account of Genesis, page 86. How can the Pentateuch be called a revelation? It is simply another version of the same story. End of note. The occultists, however, know that the traditions of esoteric philosophy must be the right ones, simply because they are the most logical and reconcile every difficulty. Besides, we have the Egyptian books of Thoth, and the Book of the Dead, and the Hindu Puranas with the 7 Manus, as well as the Chaldeo-Assyrian accounts, whose tiles mention 7 primitive men, or Adams, the real meaning of which name may be ascertained through the Kabbalah. Those who know anything of the Samothracian mysteries will also remember that the generic name of the Kabiri was the Holy Fires, which created on 7 localities of the island of Electria, or Samothrace, the Kabir born of the Holy Lemnos, the island sacred to Vulcan. According to Pindar, see Philosophomena, Miller's edition, page 98. This Kabir, whose name was Adamas, was, in the tradition of Lemnos, the type of the primitive man born from the bosom of the earth. He was the archetype of the first males in the order of generation, and was one of the 7 autochthonous ancestors, or progenitors of mankind. The same source, page 108. If, while coupling with this the fact that Samothrace was colonized by the Phoenicians, and before them by the mysterious Pelasgians who came from the east, one remembers also the identity of the mystery gods of the Phoenicians, Chaldeans, and Israelites, it will be easy to discover whence came also the confused account of the Noachian deluge. It has become undeniable of late that the Jews who obtained their primitive ideas about creation from Moses, who had them from the Egyptians, compiled their Genesis and first cosmogonic traditions, when these were rewritten by Ezra and others from the Chaldeo-Akkadian account. It is therefore sufficient to examine the Babylonian and Assyrian cuneiform and other inscriptions to find also therein, scattered here and there, not only the original meaning of the name Adam, Admi, or Adami, but also the creation of 7 Adams or roots of men, born of Mother Earth, physically, and of the divine fire of the progenitors, spiritually or astrally. Note, vide paragraph Adam Adami in part 2 of this volume. End of note. The Assyriologists, ignorant of the esoteric teachings, could hardly be expected to pay any greater attention to the mysterious and ever-recurring number 7 on the Babylonian cylinders than they paid to it on finding the same in Genesis and the Bible. Yet the number of the ancestral spirits and their 7 groups of human progeny are there, notwithstanding the dilapidated condition of the fragments, as plainly as they are to be found in Pimander and in the book of the concealed mystery of the Kabbalah. In the latter Adman Kadman is the Sephirothal tree, as also the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and that tree, says verse 32, hath around it 7 columns, or palaces, of the 7 creative angels operating in the spheres of the 7 planets on our globe. As Adman Kadman is a collective name, so also is the name of the man Adam, says George Smith in his Chaldean account of Genesis. The word Adam used in these legends for the first human being is evidently not a proper name, but is only used as a term for mankind. Adam appears as a proper name in Genesis, but certainly in some passages is only used in the same sense as the Assyrian word. Page 86 of Chaldean account of Genesis. Moreover, neither the Chaldean nor the biblical deluge, the stories of Sisuthros and Noah, is based on the universal or even on the Atlantean deluges, recorded in the Indian allegory of Vaivashvata Manu. They are the exoteric allegories based on the esoteric mysteries of Samothrace. If the older Chaldees knew the esoteric truth concealed in the Puranic legends, the other nations were aware only of the Samothracian mystery and allegorized it. They adapted it to their astronomical and anthropological, or rather phallic, notions. Samothrace is known historically to have been famous in antiquity for a deluge, which submerged the country and reached the top of the highest mountains, an event which happened before the age of the Agronauts. It was overflowed very suddenly by the waters of the Euxine, regarded up to that time as a lake. Note, see Pliny 4, chapter 12, and Strabo 10, Herodotus 7, chapter 108, Pausanias 7, chapter 4, etc. But the Israelites had, moreover, another legend upon which to base their allegory, the, quote, deluge, unquote, that transformed the present Gobi Desert into a sea for the last time, some 10 or 12,000 years ago, and which drove many Noahs and their families onto the surrounding mountains. As the Babylonian accounts are now only restored from hundreds and thousands of broken fragments, the mound of Koyunjik alone having yielded to Layard's excavations over 20,000 fragments of inscriptions. The proofs here cited are comparatively scanty, yet such as they are, they corroborate almost every one of our teachings, certainly 3 at least. These are: 1. That the race which was the first to fall into generation was a dark race, Zalmat Gagwadi, which they call the Adami, or dark race, and that Sharku, or the light race, remained pure for a long while subsequently. 2. That the Babylonians recognized 2 principal races at the time of the fall, the race of the gods, the ethereal doubles of the Pitris, having preceded these 2. This is Sir H. Rawlinson's opinion. These, quote, races, unquote, are our second and third root races. 3. That these 7 gods, each whom created a man or group of men, were, quote, the gods imprisoned or incarnated, unquote. These gods were the god Zi, the god Ziku, noble life, director of purity, the god Mirku, noble crown, and savior from death of the gods, later on imprisoned, and the creator of, quote, the dark race which his hand has made, unquote. The god Libzu, wise among the gods, the god Nisi, and the god Suhab, and Hia, or Shah, their synthesis, the god of wisdom and of the deep, identified with the oneness dragon at the time of the fall and called collectively the Demiurge, or creator. See Chaldean account, Genesis, page 82. There are 2 creations, so-called, in the Babylonian fragments, and Genesis having adhered to this, one finds its first 2 chapters distinguished as the Elohite and the Jehovite creations. Their proper order, however, is not preserved in these or in any other exoteric accounts. Now these creations, according to the occult teachings, refer respectively to the formation of the primordial 7 men by the progenitors, the Pitris, or Elohim, and to that of the human groups after the fall. All this will be examined in the light of science and comparisons drawn from the scriptures of all the ancient nations, the Bible included, as we proceed. Meanwhile, before we turn to the anthropogenesis of the prehistoric races, it may be useful to agree upon the names to be given to the continents on which the 4 great races which preceded our Adamic race were born, lived, and died. Their archaic and esoteric names were many, and varied with the language of the nationality which mentioned them in its annals and scriptures. That which in the Vendidad, for instance, is referred to as Arianem Vaego, see Bund 79:12, wherein was born the original Zoroaster, is called in the Puranic literature Svetadvipa, Mount Meru, the abode of Vishnu, etc., etc., and in the secret doctrine is simply named the land of the, quote, gods, unquote, under their chiefs, the, quote, spirit of this planet, unquote. Note: by original we mean the Amshashbend, called Zarathustra, the lord and ruler of the Vara, made by Yima in that land. There were several Zarathustra, or Zartusts, the Dabistan alone enumerating 13. But these were all the reincarnations of the first one. The last Zoroaster was the founder of the fire temple of Azarex, and the writer of the works on the primeval sacred Magian religion destroyed by Alexander. End of note. Therefore, in view of the possible, and even very probable confusion that may arise, it is considered more convenient to adopt, for each of the 4 continents constantly referred to, a name more familiar to the cultured reader. It is proposed, then, to call the first continent, or rather the first terra firma, on which the first race was evolved by the divine progenitors, 1. The imperishable sacred land. The reasons for this name are explained as follows. This sacred land, of which more later on, is stated never to have shared the fate of the other continents, because it is the only one whose destiny is to last from the beginning to the end of the Manvantara throughout each round. It is the cradle of the first man and the dwelling of the last divine mortal, chosen as a sishta for the future seed of humanity. Out of this mysterious and sacred land very little can be said, except, perhaps, according to a poetical expression in one of the commentaries, that the pole star has its watchful eye upon it, from the dawn to the close of the twilight of, quote, a day, unquote, of the great breath. Note, in India called the Day of Brahma, end of note. 2. The Hyperborean will be the name chosen for the second continent, the land which stretched out its promontories southward and westward from the North Pole to receive the second rays, and comprised the whole of what is now known as Northern Asia. Such was the name given by the oldest Greeks to the far-off and mysterious region, whither their tradition made Apollo the Hyperborean travel every year. Astronomically, Apollo is of course the sun, who, abandoning his Hellenic sanctuaries, loved to visit annually his far-away country, where the sun was said never to set for one half of the year. Egus gar nuktos te kai amatos eidikelethoi, says a verse in the Odyssey, from the 10th, 86. But historically, or better perhaps, ethnologically and geologically, the meaning is different. The land of the Hyperboreans, the country that extended beyond Boreas, the frozen-hearted god of snows and hurricanes, who loved to slumber heavily on the chain of Mount Ripheus, was neither an ideal country as surmised by the mythologists, nor yet a land in the neighborhood of Scythia and the Danube. See Volker, Mythological Geography, pages 145 to 170. It was a real continent, a bona fide land, which knew no winter in those early days, nor have its sorry remains more than one night and day during the year, even now. The nocturnal shadows never fall upon it, said the Greeks, for it is the land of the gods, the favorite abode of Apollo, the god of light, and its inhabitants are his beloved priests and servants. This may be regarded as poetized fiction now, but it was poetized truth then. 3. The third continent we propose to call Lemuria. The name is an invention of Mr. P. L. Sclater, who asserted between 1850 and 1860, on zoological grounds, the actual existence in prehistoric times of a continent which he showed to have extended from Madagascar to Ceylon and Sumatra. It included some portions of what is now Africa, but otherwise this gigantic continent, which stretched from the Indian Ocean to Australia, has now wholly disappeared beneath the waters of the Pacific, leaving here and there only some of its highland tops, which are now islands. Mr. A. R. Wallace, the naturalist, quote, extends the Australia of tertiary periods to New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, and perhaps to Fiji, unquote. And from its marsupial types he infers, quote, a connection with the northern continent during the secondary period, unquote, writes Mr. C. Gould in The Mythical Monsters, page 47. The subject is treated at length elsewhere. Note. It is to be remarked, however, that Mr. Wallace does not accept Mr. Sclater's idea and even opposes it. Mr. Sclater supposes a land or continent formerly uniting Africa, Madagascar and India, but not Australia and India, and Mr. A. R. Wallace shows in his Geographical Distribution of Animals and Island Life that the hypothesis of such a land is quite uncalled for on the alleged zoological grounds. But he admits that a much closer proximity of India and Australia did certainly exist, and at a time so very remote that it was certainly pre-tertiary, and he adds in a private letter that no name has been given to this supposed land. Yet the land did exist, and was of course pre-tertiary, for Lemuria, accepting this name for the third continent, had perished before Atlantis had fully developed, and the latter sunk, and its chief portions had disappeared before the end of the Miocene period. End of note. 4. Atlantis, the fourth continent. It would be the first historical land where the traditions of the ancients to receive more attention than they have hitherto. The famous island of Plato of that name was but a fragment of this great continent. See Esoteric Buddhism. 5. The fifth continent was America. But, as it is situated at the antipodes, it is Europe and Asia Minor almost coeval with it, which are generally referred to by the Indo-Aryan occultists as the fifth. If their teaching followed the appearance of the continents in their geological and geographical order, then this classification would have to be altered. But as the sequence of the continents is made to follow the order of evolution of the races, from the first to the fifth, our Aryan root race, Europe must be called the fifth great continent. The secret doctrine takes no account of islands and peninsulas, nor does it follow the modern geographical distribution of land and sea. Since the day of its earliest teachings and the destruction of the great Atlantis, the face of the earth has changed more than once. There was a time when the delta of Egypt and northern Africa belonged to Europe, before the formation of the Strait of Gibraltar, and a further upheaval of the continent changed entirely the face of the map of Europe. The last serious change occurred some 12,000 years ago, and was followed by the submersion of Plato's little Atlantic island, which he calls Atlantis after its parent continent. Note, quote, now it is proved that in geologically recent times this region of North Africa was in fact a peninsula of Spain, and that its union with Africa proper was effected on the north by the rupture of Gibraltar, and on the south by an upheaval to which the Sahara owes its existence. The shores of this former Sea of Sahara are still marked by the shells of the same gastropoda that live on the shores of the Mediterranean. Unquote. Professor Oskar Schmidt, Doctrine of Descent and Darwinism, page 244, end of note. Geography was part of the mysteries in days of old. Says the Soha 3, folio 10a, quote, these secrets of land and sea were divulged to the men of the secret science, but not to the geographers. Unquote. The claim that physical man was originally a colossal pre-tertiary giant, and that he existed 18 million years ago, must of course appear preposterous to admirers of and believers in modern learning. The whole posse comitatus of biologists will turn away from the conception of this third-rate Titan of the secondary age, a being fit to fight as successfully with the then gigantic monsters of the air, sea, and land as his forefathers, the ethereal prototype of the Atlantean, had little need to fear that which could not hurt him. The modern anthropologist is quite welcome to laugh at our Titans, as he laughs at the biblical Adam, and as the theologian laughs at his Pythicid ancestor. The occultists and their severe critics may feel that they have pretty well mutually squared their accounts by this time. Occult sciences claim less and give more, at all events, than either Darwinian anthropology or biblical theology. Nor ought the esoteric chronology to frighten anyone, for which regard to figures, the greatest authorities of the day are as fickle and as uncertain as the Mediterranean wave. As regards the duration of the geological periods alone, the learned men of the Royal Society are all hopelessly at sea, and jump from 1 million to 500 millions of years with the utmost ease, as will be seen more than once during this comparison. Take one instance for our present purpose, the calculations of Mr. Crowell, whether, according to this authority, 2,500,000 years represent the time since the beginning of the Tertiary Age, or the Eocene period, as an American geologist makes him say. Note, A. Winchell, Professor of Geology, World Life, page 369. Or whether, again, Mr. Crowell allows 15 millions since the beginning of the Eocene period, as quoted by an English geologist. Note, Mr. Charles Gould, Late Geological Survey of Tasmania, in Mythical Monsters, page 84. End of note. Both sets of figures cover the claims made by the secret doctrine. Note. Sir Charles Lyell, who is credited with having, quote, happily invented the terms Eocene, Miocene, and Pliocene to mark the three divisions of the Tertiary Age, ought really to have settled upon some approximate age for his mind offspring. Having left the duration of these periods, however, to the speculations of specialists, The greatest confusion and perplexity are the result of that happy thought. It seems like a hopeless task to quote one set of figures from one work without the risk of finding it contradicted by the same author in an earlier or subsequent volume. Sir W. Thomson, one of the most eminent among the modern authorities, has changed about half a dozen times his opinion upon the age of the sun and the date of the consolidation of the earth's crust. In Thomson and Tate's Natural Philosophy, one finds only 10 million years allowed since the time when the temperature of the earth permitted vegetable life to appear on it. Appendix D at sequence. Also, transcription of Royal Society edition, 1823, Part 1, 157, 1862, where 847 is cancelled. Mr. Darwin gives Sir W. Thomson's estimate as, quote, a minimum of 98 and a maximum of 200 millions of years since the consolidation of the crust. See Charles Gould. In the same work, Natural Philosophy, 80 millions are given from the time of incipient incrustation to the present state of the world. And in his last lecture, as shown elsewhere, Sir W. Thomson declares in 1887, reader's note, that is 1 year prior to the printing of this book, and the reader's note, that the sun is not older than 15 millions of years. Meanwhile, basing his arguments as to the limits to the age of the sun's heat on figures previously established by Sir W. Thomlinson, Mr. Croll allows 60 millions of years since the beginning of the Cambrian period. This is hopeful for the lovers of exact knowledge. Thus, whatever figures are given by occult science, they are sure to be corroborated by those of someone among the modern men of science who are considered as authorities. End of note. For assigning, as the latter does, from 4 to 5 million years between the incipient and the final evolution of the fourth root race on the Lemurio-Atlantean continents, 1 million years for the fifth of Aryan race to the present date, and about 850,000 since the submersion of the last large peninsula of the Great Atlantis. All this may have easily taken place within the 15 million years conceded by Mr. Croll to the Tertiary age. But chronologically speaking, the duration of the period is of secondary importance, as we have, after all, certain American scientists to fall back upon. These gentlemen, unmoved by the fact that their assertions are called not only dubious but absurd, yet maintain that man existed so far back as in the secondary age. They have found human footprints on rocks of that formation, and furthermore, Monsieur de Quatrefages finds no valid scientific reason why man should not have existed during the secondary age. The ages and periods in geology are, in sober truth, hardly delineated, and moreover, no two geologists or naturalists agree as to the figures. Thus there is a wide margin for choice offered to the occultist by the learned fraternity. Shall we take for one of our supports Mr. T. Millard Reed? This gentleman, in a paper on Limestone as an Index of Geological Time, read by him in 1878 before the Royal Society, claims that the minimum time required for the formation of the sedimentary strata and the elimination of the calcareous matter is, in round numbers, 600 million years. See Proceedings of Royal Society, London, Volume 28, page 281. Or shall we ask support for our chronology from Mr. Darwin's works, where he demands for the organic transformations according to his theory from 300 to 500 million years? Sir C. Lyell and Professor Horton were satisfied with placing the beginning of the Cambrian age at 200 and 240 millions of years back respectively. Geologists and zoologists claim the maximum time, though Mr. Huxley at one time placed the beginning of the incrustation of the earth 1,000 million years ago, and would not surrender a millennium of it. But the main point for us lies not in the agreement or disagreement of the naturalists as to the duration of geological periods, but rather in their perfect accord on one point, for a wonder, and this a very important one. They all agree that during, quote, the Miocene age, unquote, whether 1 or 10 million years ago, Greenland and even Spitzbergen, the remnants of our second or Hyperborean continent, quote, had almost a tropical climate, unquote. Now the pre-Homeric Greeks had preserved a vivid tradition of this land of the eternal sun, whither the Apollo journeyed yearly. During the Miocene age, Greenland, in northern latitude 708, developed an abundance of trees, such as the yew, the redwood, the sequoia, allied to the Californian species, beeches, planes, willows, oaks, poplars, and walnuts, as well as a magnolia and a zamia, says science. In short, Greenland had southern plants unknown to northern regions. And now this natural question rises. If the Greeks knew in the days of Homer of a Hyperborean land, that is, a blessed land beyond the reach of Boreas, the god of winter and of the hurricane, an ideal region which the late Greeks and their classics have vainly tried to locate by searching for it beyond Scythia, a country where nights were short and days long, and beyond that land a country where the sun never set and the palm grew freely. If they know all of this, who then told them of it? In their day, and for ages previously, Greenland must certainly have been already covered with perpetual snows, with never-thawing ice, just as it is now. Everything tends to show that the land of the short nights and the long days was Norway or Scandinavia, beyond which was the blessed land of eternal light and summer. And to know of this, their tradition must have descended to the Greeks from some people more ancient than themselves, who were acquainted with those climatic details of which the Greeks themselves could know nothing. Even in our day, science suspects beyond the polar seas, at the very circle of the Arctic pole, the existence of a sea which never freezes and a continent which is ever green. The archaic teachings, and likewise the Puranas, for one who understands the allegories of the latter, contain the same statements. Suffice then to us the strong probability that a people now unknown to history lived during the Miocene period of modern science, at a time when Greenland was an almost tropical land. Note: the reader is requested to bear in mind that the first and the following sections are not strictly consecutive in order of time. In the first section, the stanzas which form the skeleton of the expositions are given, and certain important points commented upon and explained. In the subsequent sections, various additional details are gathered, and a full explanation of the subject is attempted. This audiobook now continues with the conclusion from Volume 2, Part 1. Conclusion of the first part of Volume 2. Space forbids us to say anything more, and this part of the secret doctrine has to be closed. The 49 stanzas and the few fragments from the commentaries just given are all that can be published in these volumes. These, with some still older records, to which none but the highest initiates have access, and a whole library of comments, glossaries, and explanations, form the synopsis of man's genesis. It is from the commentaries that we have hitherto quoted and tried to explain the hidden meaning of some of the allegories, thus showing the true views of esoteric antiquity upon geology, anthropology, and even ethnology. We will endeavor in the part which follows to establish a still closer metaphysical connection between the earliest races and their creators, the divine men from other worlds, accompanying the statesman's prophet with the most important demonstrations of the same in esoteric astronomy and symbolism. In Volume 3 of this work, the said volume and the fourth being almost ready, a brief history of all the great adepts known to the ancients and the moderns in their chronological order will be given, and also a bird's-eye view of the mysteries, their birth, growth, decay, and final death in Europe. This could not find room in the present work. Volume 4 will be almost entirely devoted to occult teachings. The duration of the periods that separate, in space and time, the fourth from the fifth rays, in the historical or even the legendary beginnings of the latter, is too tremendous for us to offer even to a theosophist any more detailed accounts of them. Note: the word historical is used because, although historians have dwarfed almost absurdly the dates that separate certain events from our modern day, nevertheless, once that they are known and accepted, they belong to history. Thus the Trojan War is an historical event, and though even less than 1,000 years before Christ is the date assigned to it, yet in truth it is near 6,000 and 5,000 years before Christ. End of note. During the course of the post-Diluvian ages, marked at certain periodical epochs by the most terrible cataclysms, too many races and nations were born, and have disappeared almost without leaving a trace for anyone to offer any description of the slightest value concerning them. Whether the masters of wisdom have a consecutive and full history of our race from its incipient stage down to the present times, whether they possess the uninterrupted record of man since he became the complete physical being, and became thereby the king of the animals and master on this earth, is not for the writer to say. Most probably they have, and such is our own personal conviction. But if so, this knowledge is only for the highest initiates, who do not take their students into their confidence. The writer can, therefore, give but what she has herself been taught, and no more. But even this will appear to the profane reader rather as a weird, fantastic dream than a possible reality. This is only natural, and as it should be, since for years such was the impression made upon the humble writer of these pages herself. Born and bred in European, matter-of-fact and presumably civilized countries, she assimilated the foregoing with the utmost difficulty. But there are proofs of a certain character which become irrefutable and are undeniable in the long run to every earnest and unprejudiced mind. For a series of years such were offered to her, and now she has the full certitude that our present globe and its human races must have been born, grown, and developed in this, and in no other way. But this is the personal view of the writer, and her orthodoxy cannot be expected to have any more weight than any other doxy in the eyes of those to whom every fresh theory is heterodox until otherwise proved. Therefore are we occultists fully prepared for such questions as these. How does one know that the writer has not invented the whole scheme? And supposing she has not, how can one tell that the whole of the foregoing as given in the stanzas is not the product of the imagination of the ancients? How could they have preserved the records of such an immense, such an incredible antiquity? The answer that the history of this world since its formation and to its end is written in the stars, that is recorded in the zodiac and the universal symbolism whose keys are in the keeping of the initiates, will hardly satisfy the doubters. The antiquity of the zodiac in Egypt is much doubted, and it is denied point blank with regard to India. Your conclusions are often excellent, but your premises are always doubtful, the writer was once told by a profane friend. To this the answer came that it was one point at least gained on the scientific syllogisms, for with the exception of a few problems from the domain of purely physical science, both the premises and conclusions of the men of science are as hypothetical as they are almost invariably erroneous. And if they do not so appear to the profane, the reason is simply this: the said profane is very little aware, taking as it does his scientific data on faith, that both premises and conclusions are generally the product of the same brains, which, however learned, are not infallible, a truism demonstrated daily by the shifting and reshifting of scientific theories and speculations. However it may be, the records of the temples, zodiacal and traditional, as well as the ideographic records of the East, as read by the adepts of the sacred science and Vidya, are not a whit more doubtful than the so-called ancient history of the European nations, now edited, corrected, and amplified by half a century of archaeological discoveries, and the very problematical readings of the Assyrian titles, cuneiform fragments, and Egyptian hieroglyphics. So are data based upon the same readings, in addition to an almost inexhaustible number of secret works, of which Europe knows nothing, plus the perfect knowledge by the initiates of the symbolism of every word so recorded. Some of these records belong to an immense antiquity. Every archaeologist and paleontologist is acquainted with the ideographic productions of certain semi-savage tribes who from time immemorial have aimed at rendering their thoughts symbolically. This is the earliest mode of recording events and ideas, and how old this knowledge is in the human race may be inferred from some signs, evidently ideographic, found on hatchets of the Paleolithic period. The Red Indian tribes of America, only a few years ago, comparatively speaking, petitioned the President of the United States to grant them possession of 4 small lakes, the petition being written on the tiny surface of a piece of a fabric, which is covered with barely a dozen representations of animals and birds. See Lubbock. The American savages have a number of such different kinds of writing, but not one of us scientists is yet familiar or even knows of the early hieroglyphic cipher still preserved in some fraternities, and named in occultism the Zensar. Moreover, all those who have decided to regard such modes of writing, that is, the ideographs of the Red Indians and even the Chinese characters, as, quote, attempts of the early races of mankind to express their untutored thoughts, unquote, will decidedly object to our statement that writing was invented by the Atlanteans and not at all by the Phoenicians. Indeed, such a claim as that writing was known to mankind many hundreds of millenniums ago in the face of the philologists who have decreed that writing was unknown in the days of Panini in India, as also to the Greeks in the time of Homer, will be met by general disapprobation, if not with silent scorn. All denial and ridicule notwithstanding, the occultists will maintain the claim, and simply for this reason. From Bacon down to our modern Royal Society, we have a too long period full of the most ludicrous mistakes made by science to warrant our believing in modern scientific assumptions rather than in the denials of our teachers. Writing, our scientists say, was unknown to Panini, and this sage nevertheless composed a grammar which contains 3,996 rules, and is the most perfect of all the grammars that were ever made. Panini is made out to have lived barely a few centuries before Christ by the most liberal, and the rocks in Iran and Central Asia, whence the philologists and historians show us the ancestors of the same Panini, the Brahmins coming into India, 2,000 and 3,000 years old, 12,000 according to some fearless paleontologists, and unknown to the Greeks so late as 770 before Christ. And the Phoenicians who had invented it and knew writing as far back as 1,500 before Christ at the earliest were living among the Greeks and elbowing them all the time. Note: it is an historical fact that Sankoniathon compiled and wrote in Phoenician characters from annals and state documents in the archives of the older Phoenician cities the full record of their religion in 1250 before Christ. End of note. All these scientific and contradictory conclusions disappeared, however, into thin air when Schliemann discovered A, the site of ancient Troy, whose actual existence had been so long regarded as a fable, and B, excavated on that site earthenware vessels with inscriptions in characters unknown to the paleontologists and the all-denial syncretists. Who will now deny Troy or these archaic inscriptions? As Professor Virchow witnesses, I was myself an eyewitness of 2 such discoveries and helped to gather the articles together. The slanderers have long since been silenced, who were not ashamed to charge the discoverer with an imposture. Note: Professor Virchow in Appendix 1 to Schliemann's Ilios, Murray, 1880. End of note. Nor were truthful women spared any more than truthful men. Du Caillou, Gordon Cumming, Madame Merian. Note: Gossi writes of the latter, she is set down a thorough heretic, not at all to be believed, a manufacturer of unsound natural history, an inventor of false facts in science. From Romance of Natural History, page 227, end of note. Bruce and a host of others were charged with lying. Madame Marian, says the author of Mythical Monsters, who gives this information in the introduction, was accused of deliberate falsehood in reference to her description of a bird-eating spider nearly 200 years ago. But nowadays reliable observers have confirmed it in regard to South America, India, and elsewhere. Audubon was accused by botanists of having invented the yellow water lily, which he figured in his Birds of the South under the name of Lymphea lutea, and after having lain under the imputation for years, was confirmed at last by the discovery of the long-lost flower in Florida in 1876. Popular Science Monthly number 60, April 1877. And as Audubon was called a liar for this, and for his Horatius Washingtoni, note, Dr. Covey writes, that famous bird of Washington was a myth. Either Audubon was mistaken, or else, as some do not hesitate to affirm, he lied about it. End of note. So Victor Hugo was ridiculed for his marvelous word-painting of the devilfish, and his description of a man becoming its helpless victim. The thing was derided as an impossibility, yet within a few years were discovered, on the shores of Newfoundland, cuttlefish with arms extending to 30 feet in length, and capable of dragging a good-sized boat beneath the surface, and their action has been reproduced for centuries past by Japanese artists. Mythical Monsters, page 11, introduction. And if Troy was denied and regarded as a myth, the existence of Herculaneum and Pompeii declared a fiction, the travels of Marco Polo laughed at and called as absurd a fable as one of Baron Munchausen's tales, why should the rite of Isis unveiled and of the secret doctrine be any better treated? Mr. Charles Gould, the author of the above-cited volume, quotes in his excellent work a few lines from Macmillan, 1860, which are as true as life, and too much to the point not to be reproduced. Quote, when a naturalist, either by visiting such spots of earth as are still out of the way, or by his good fortune finds a very queer plant or animal, he is forthwith accused of inventing his game. As soon as the creature is found to sin against preconception, the great Miss, guiding spirit, a priori by name, who furnishes philosophers with their omniscience pro re nata, whispers that no such thing can be, and forthwith there is a charge of hoax. The heavens themselves have been charged with hoaxes. When Leverrier and Adams predicted a planet by calculation, it was gravely asserted in some quarters that the planet which had been calculated was not the planet, but another which had clandestinely. The disposition to suspect hoax is stronger than the disposition to hoax. Who was it that first announced that the classical writings of Greece and Rome were one huge hoax perpetrated by the monks in what the announcer would be as little or less inclined than Dr. Maitland to call the Dark Ages? Unquote, from page 13 of Mr. Charles Gould's work. Thus let it be. No disbeliever who takes the secret doctrine for a hoax is forced or even asked to credit our statements. These have already been proclaimed to be such by certain very clever American journalists before even the work went to press. Note, so far back as July 1888, at a time when the manuscripts of this work had not yet left my writing table, and the secret doctrine was utterly unknown to the world, it was already being denounced as a product of my brain and no more. These are the flattering terms in which the Evening Telegraph of America referred to this still unpublished work in its issue of June 30th, 1888. Quote, among the fascinating books for July reading is Madame Blavatsky's new book on Theosophy, ! The Secret Doctrine, but because she can soar back into the Brahmin ignorance, ! Is no proof that everything she says is true, unquote. And once the prejudiced verdict given on the mistaken notion that my book was out, and that the reviewer had read it, neither of which was or could be the case, now that it is really out, the critic will have to support his first statement, whether correct or otherwise, and thus get out of it, probably by more slashing criticism than ever. End of note. Nor is it, after all, necessary that anyone should believe in the occult sciences and the old teachings before one knows anything, or even believes in his own soul. No great truth was ever accepted a priori, and generally a century or two passed before it began to glimmer in the human consciousness as a possible verity, except in such cases as the positive discovery of the thing claimed as a fact. The truths of today are the falsehoods and errors of yesterday, and vice versa. It is only in the 20th century that portions, if not the whole, of the present work will be vindicated. It is in no fact going against our statements, therefore, even if Sir John Evans does affirm that writing was unknown in the Stone Age. For it may have been unknown during the period in the Fifth Aryan race, and have been perfectly known to the Atlanteans of the Fourth, in the palmy days of their highest civilization. The cycles of the rise and fall of the nations and races are there to account for it. If told that there have been cases before now of forged pseudographs being palmed off on the credulous, and that our work may be classed with Jacquot's Bible in India, in which, by the way, there are more truths among its errors than are found in the works of orthodox and recognized Orientalists, the charge in comparison will dismay us very little. We bide our time. Even the famous Yajurveda of the last century, considered by Voltaire the most precious gift from the East to the West, and by Max Müller about the silliest books that can be read, is not altogether without facts and truth in it. The cases when a priori negations of the specialists became justified by subsequent corroborations from but an insignificant percentage of those that were fully vindicated by subsequent discoveries, and confirmed to the great dismay of the learned objectors. Yajurveda was a very small bone of contention compared with the triumph of Sir William Jones, Anquetil de Perron, and others in the matter of Sanskrit and its literature. Such facts are recorded by Professor Max Müller himself, who, speaking of the discomfiture of Douglas Stewart in connection with this, states that, quote, if the facts about Sanskrit were true, Douglas Stewart was too wise not to see that the conclusions drawn from them were inevitable. He therefore denied the reality of such a language as Sanskrit altogether, and wrote his famous essay to prove that Sanskrit had been put together after the model of Greek and Latin by those arch-forgers and liars, the Brahmans, and that the whole of Sanskrit literature was an imposition. Unquote. Science of Language, page 168. The writer is quite willing and feels proud to keep company with these Brahmins and other historical, quote, liars, unquote, in the opinion of our modern Douglas Stewarts. She has lived too long, and her experience has been too varied and personal for her not to know at least something of human nature. Quote, when thou doubt, abstain, unquote, says the wise Zoroaster, whose prudent aphorism is found corroborated in every case by daily life and experience. Yet, like St. John the Baptist, this sage of the past ages is found preaching in the desert in company with a more modern philosopher, namely Bacon, who offers the same priceless bit of practical wisdom. In contemplation, he says, in any question of knowledge, we add, if a man begin with certainties, he shall end in doubts, but if he will be content to begin with doubts, he shall end in certainties, unquote. With this piece of advice from the father of English philosophy to the representatives of British skepticism, we ought to close the debate. But our theosophical readers are entitled to a final piece of occult information. Enough was said to show that evolution in general, events, mankind, and everything else in nature proceed in cycles. We have spoken of 7 races, 5 of which have nearly completed their earthly career, and have claimed that every root race, with its sub-races and innumerable family divisions and tribes, was entirely distinct from its preceding and succeeding race. This will be objected to on the authority of uniform experience in the question of anthropology and ethnology. Man was, save in color and type, and perhaps a difference in facial peculiarities and cranial capacity, ever the same under every climate and in every part of the world, say the naturalists. Even in stature. This, while maintaining that man descends from the same unknown ancestor as the ape, a claim that is logically impossible without an infinite variation of stature and form, from his first evolution into a biped. The very logical persons who maintain both propositions are welcome to their paradoxical views. Once more, we address only those who doubt in the general derivation of myths from quote, the contemplation of the visible workings of external nature, unquote, think it, quote, less hard to believe that these wonderful stories of gods and demigods, of giants and dwarfs, of dragons and monsters of all descriptions are transformations than to believe them to be inventions, unquote. It is only such, quote, transformations, unquote, in physical nature, as much as in the memory and conceptions of our present mankind, that the secret doctrine teaches. It confronts the purely speculative hypotheses of modern science, based upon the experience and exact observations of barely a few centuries, with the unbroken tradition and records of its centuries, and brushing away that issue of cobweb-like theories, spun in the darkness that covers a period of hardly a few millenniums back, and which Europeans call their, quote, history, unquote. The old science says to us, listen now to my version of the memoirs of humanity. The human races are born one from the other, grow, develop, become old, and die. The sub-races and nations follow the same rule. If you're all denying modern science and so-called philosophy, do not contest that the human family is composed of a variety of well-defined types and races. It is only because the fact is undeniable. No one would say that there was no external difference between an Englishman, an African Negro, and a Japanese or Chinaman. On the other hand, it is formally denied by most naturalists that mixed human races, that is, the seeds for entirely new races, are any longer formed in our days. But this last is maintained on good grounds by Yekaterinoslav and some others. Nevertheless, our general proposition will not be accepted. It will be said that whatever forms man has passed through in the long prehistoric past, there are no more changes for him, save certain variations, as at present, in the future. Hence, that our sixth and seventh root races are fictions. To this it is again answered, how do you know? Your experience is limited to a few thousand years, to less than a day in the whole age of humanity, and to the present types of the actual continents and isles of our fifth race. How can you tell what will or will not be? Meanwhile, such is the prophecy of the sacred books, and there are no uncertain statements. Since the beginning of the Atlantean race, many millions of years have passed, yet we find that the last of the Atlanteans still mixed up with the Aryan element 11,000 years ago. This shows the enormous overlapping of one race over the race which succeeds it. Though in characters and external type the elder loses its characteristics and assumes the new features of the younger race. This is proved in all the formations of mixed human races. Now, occult philosophy teaches that even now, under our very eyes, the new race and races are preparing to be formed, and that it is in America that the transformation will take place and has already silently commenced. Pure Anglo-Saxons, hardly 300 years ago, the Americans of the United States have already become a nation apart and, owing to a strong admixture of various nationalities and intermarriage, almost race sui generis, not only mentally but also physically. Every mixed race, when uniform and settled, has been able to play the part of a primary race in fresh crossings, says Yekaterinoslav. Mankind, in its present state, has thus been formed, certainly, for the greatest part, by the successive crossings of a number of races at present undetermined from the human species, page 274. Thus, the Americans have become in only 3 centuries a primary race pro tempore before coming a race apart and strongly separated from all other now existing races. They are, in short, the germs of the 6th sub-race, and in some few hundred years more will become most decidedly the pioneers of that race, which must succeed to the present European 5th sub-race in all its new characteristics. After this, in about 25,000 years, they will launch into preparations for the 7th sub-race. In consequence of cataclysms, the first series of those which must one day destroy Europe, and still later the whole Aryan race, and thus affect both Americas, as also most of the lands directly connected with the confines of our continent and isles. The 6th root race will have appeared on the stage of our round. When shall this be?
Who knows, save the great masters of wisdom, perchance, and they are as silent upon the subject as the snow-capped peaks that tower above them. All we know is that it will silently come into existence, so silently indeed that for long millenniums shall its pioneers, the peculiar children who will grow into peculiar men and women, be regarded as anomalous, lusus natura, abnormal oddities physically and mentally. Then, as they increase, and their numbers become with every age greater, one day they will awake to find themselves in a majority. It is the present men who will then begin to be regarded as exceptional mongrels, until these die out in their turn in civilized lands, surviving only in small groups on islands, the mountain peaks of today, where they will vegetate, degenerate, and finally die out, perhaps millions of years hence, as the Aztecs have, as the Niam Niam and the dwarfish Mula Kurumba, or the Nilgiri hills are dying. All these are remnants of once mighty races, the recollection of whose existence has entirely died out of the remembrance of modern generations, just as we shall vanish from the memory of the sixth race humanity. The fifth will overleap the sixth race for many hundreds of millenniums, changing with it slower than its new successor, still changing in stature, general physique, and mentality, just as the fourth overlapped our Aryan race, and the third had overlapped the Atlanteans. This process of preparation for the sixth great race must last throughout the whole sixth and seventh sub-races, vide supra, the diagram of the genealogical tree of the fifth race. But the last remnants of the fifth continent will not disappear until some time after the birth of the new race, when another and new dwelling, the sixth continent, will have appeared above the new waters on the face of the globe, so as to receive the new stranger. To it also will emigrate and settle all those who shall be fortunate enough to escape the general disaster. When this shall be, as just said, is not for the writer to know, only as nature no more proceeds by sudden jumps and starts than man changes suddenly from a child to a mature man, the final cataclysm will be preceded by many smaller submersions and destructions, both by wave and volcanic fires. The exultant pulse will beat high in the heart of the race now in the American zone, but there will be no more Americans when the sixth race commences, no more in fact than Europeans, for they will have now become a new race, and many new nations. Yet the fifth will not die, but survive for a while, overlapping the new race for many hundred thousands of years to come. It will become transformed with it, slower than its new successor, still getting entirely altered in mentality, general physique, and stature. Mankind will not grow again into giant bodies, as in the case of the Lemurians and the Atlanteans, because while the evolution of the fourth race led the latter down to the very bottom of materiality in its physical development, the present race is on its ascending arc, and the sixth will be rapidly growing out of its bonds of matter, and even of flesh. Thus it is the mankind of the New World, one by far the senior of our old one, a fact men had also forgotten, of Patala, the antipodes, or the netherworld as America is called in India, whose mission and karma it is to sow the seeds for a forthcoming, grander and far more glorious race than any of those we know of at present. The cycles of matter will be succeeded by cycles of spirituality and a fully developed mind. On the law of parallel history and races, the majority of the future mankind will be composed of glorious adepts. Humanity is a child of cyclic destiny, and not one of its units can escape its unconscious mission, or get rid of the burden of its cooperative work with nature. Thus will mankind, race after race, perform its appointed cycle pilgrimage. Climates will and have already begun to change, each tropical year after the other dropping one sub-race, but only to beget another higher race on the ascending cycle, while a series of other less favored groups, the failures of nature, will, like some individual men, vanished from the human family without even leaving a trace behind. Such is the course of nature under the sway of karmic law, of the ever-present and the ever-becoming nature. For, in the words of a sage, known only to a few occultists, the present is the child of the past, the future the begotten of the present. And yet, O present moment, knowest thou not that thou hast no parent, nor canst thou have a child, that thou art ever begetting but thyself? Before thou hast even begun to say, I am the progeny of the departed moment, the child of the past, thou hast become that past itself. Before thou utterest the last syllable, behold, thou art no more the present, but verily that future. Thus are the past, the present, and the future, the ever-living Trinity in one, the Mahamaya of the Absolute is. This audiobook now continues with the translated stanzas with commentaries from the secret book of Jan. They are found in Part 1 of Volume 1.
The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, 7 stanzas translated with commentaries from the secret book of Jan. Nor aught, nor naught existed, yon bright sky was not, nor heaven's broad roof outstretched above. What covered all? What sheltered? What concealed? Was it in the water's fathomless abyss? There was not death, yet there was naught immortal. There was no confine betwixt day and night. The only One breathes breathless by itself. Other than it, there nothing since has been. Darkness there was, and all at first was veiled in gloom profound, an ocean without light. The germ that still lay covered in the husk burst forth, one nature. Who knows the secret? Who proclaimed it here? Whence this manifold creation sprang? The gods themselves came later into being. Who knows from whence this great creation sprang? That whence all this great creation came, whether its will created or was mute. The Most High Seer that is in highest heaven, he knows it, or perchance even he knows not. Gazing into eternity, ere the foundations of the earth were laid, thou wert, and when the subterranean flame shall burst its prison and devour the frame, thou shalt be still as thou wert before, and knew no change. When time shall be no more, O endless thought, divine eternity. Cosmic Evolution in 7 stanzas translated from the book of Jan. Stanza 1. 1. The eternal parent, wrapped in her ever-invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. 2. Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. 5. Universal mind was not, for there were no ahi to contain it. 4. The 7 ways to bliss were not, the great causes of misery were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them. 5. Darkness alone filled the boundless all, for father, mother, and son were once more one, and the son had not awakened yet for the new wheel and his pilgrimage thereon. 6. The 7 sublime lords and the 7 truths had ceased to be, and the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in paranishpanna,
to be outbreathed by that which is and yet is not. Naught was. 7. The causes of existence had been done away with. The visible that was, and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being, the one being. 8. Alone the one form of existence stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep, and life pulsated unconscious in universal space, throughout that all-presence which is sensed by the opened eye of the Dhamma. 9. But where was the Dhamma when the alaya of the universe was in Paramartha and the great wheel was Anupadaka? Commentary on stanza 1. 1. The eternal parent, space, wrapped in her ever-invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. The parent space is the eternal, ever-present cause of all, the incomprehensible deity whose invisible robes are the mystic root of all matter and of the universe. Space is the one eternal thing that we can most easily imagine, immovable in its abstraction and uninfluenced by either the presence or absence in it of an objective universe. It is without dimension in every sense and self-existent. Spirit is the first differentiation from that, the causeless cause of both spirit and matter. It is, as taught in the Esoteric Catechism, neither limitless void nor conditioned fullness, but both. It was and ever will be. See Proem, pages 2 et sequens. Thus, the robes stand for the noumenon of the undifferentiated cosmic matter. It is not matter as we know it, but the spiritual essence of matter, and is co-eternal, and even one with space in its abstract sense. Root nature is also the source of the subtile invisible properties in visible matter. It is the soul, so to say, of the one infinite spirit. The Hindus call it Mula Prakriti, and say that it is the primordial substance which is the basis of the upadhi, or vehicle of every phenomenon, whether physical, mental, or psychic. It is the source from which Akasha radiates. By the 7 eternities, aeons or periods are meant. The word eternity, as understood in Christian theology, has no meaning to the Asiatic ear, except in its application to the one existence. Nor is the term sempiternity, the eternal only in futurity, anything better than a misnomer. Note, it is stated in Book 2, Chapter 8 of Vishnu Purana, by immortality is meant existence to the end of the kalpa. And Wilson, the translator, remarks in a footnote, this, according to the Vedas, is all that is to be understood of the immortality or eternity of the gods. They perish at the end of universal dissolution, or pralaya. And esoteric philosophy says, they perish not, but are reabsorbed. End of note. Such words do not and cannot exist in philosophical metaphysics, and were unknown till the advent of ecclesiastical Christianity. The 7 eternities meant are the 7 periods, or a period answering in its duration to the 7 periods of a manvantara, and extending throughout a mahakalpa, or the great age, 100 years of Brahma, making a total of 311 trillion and 40 billion of years, each years of Brahma being composed of 360, quote, days, unquote, and of the same number of, quote, nights, unquote, of Brahma, reckoning by the Chandrayana, or lunar year, and a day of Brahma consisting of 4,320,000,000 or mortal years. These, quote, eternities, unquote, belong to the most secret calculations in which, in order to arrive at the true total, every figure must be 7 to the power of x, x varying according to the nature of the cycle in the subjective or real world, and every figure or number relating to, or representing all the different cycles from the greatest to the smallest in the objective or unreal world, must necessarily be multiples of 7. The key to this cannot be given, for herein lies the mystery of esoteric calculations, and for the purposes of ordinary calculation it has no sense. The number 7, says the Kabbalah, is the great number of the divine mysteries. Number 10 is that of all human knowledge, Pythagorean decade. 1000 is the number 10 to the third power, and therefore the number 7000 is also symbolical. In the secret doctrine, the figure and number 4 are the male symbol only on the highest plane of abstraction. On the plane of matter, the 3 is the masculine and the 4 the female. The upright and the horizontal in the 4th stage of symbolism, when the symbols became the glyphs of the generative powers on the physical plane. Stanza 1 continued. 2. Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. Time is only an illusion produced by the succession of our states of consciousness as we travel through eternal duration, and it does not exist where no consciousness exists in which the illusion can be produced, but, quote, lies asleep, unquote. The present is only a mathematical line which divides that part of eternal duration which we call the future from that part which we call the past. Nothing on earth has real duration, for nothing remains without change, or the same for the billionth part of a second, and the sensation we have of the actuality of the division of time known as the present comes from the blurring of that momentary glimpse, or succession of glimpses of things that our senses give us, as those things pass from the region of ideals, which we call the future, to the region of memories that we name the past. In the same way we experience a sensation of duration in the case of the instantaneous electric spark, by reason of the blurred and continuing impression on the retina. The real person or thing does not consist solely of what is seen at any particular moment, but is composed of the sum of all its various and changing conditions, from its appearance in the material form to its disappearance from the earth. It is these, quote, sum totals, unquote, that exist from eternity in the, quote, future, unquote, and pass by degrees through matter to exist for eternity in the, quote, past, unquote. No one could say that a bar of metal dropped into the sea came into existence as it left the air, and ceased to exist as it entered the water, and that the bar itself consisted only of that cross-section thereof which at any given moment coincided with the mathematical plane that separates and at the same time joins the atmosphere and the ocean. Even so persons and things, which, dropping out of the to-be into the has-been, out of the future into the past, present momentarily to our senses a cross-section, as it were, of their total selves, as they pass through time and space as matter, on their way from one eternity to another, and these two constitute that, quote, duration, unquote, in which alone anything has true existence, were our senses but able to recognize it there. Stanza 1 continued. 3. Universal mind was not, for there were no Ahi, celestial beings, to contain, hence to manifest, it. Mind is a name given to the sum of the states of consciousness grouped under thought, will, and feeling. During deep sleep, ideation ceases on the physical plane, and memory is in abeyance. Thus, for the time being, mind is not, because the organ through which the ego manifests ideation and memory on the material plane has temporarily ceased to function. A noumenon can become a phenomenon on any plane of existence only by manifesting on that plane through an appropriate basis or vehicle. And during the long night of rest called pralaya, when all the existences are dissolved, the universal mind remains as a permanent possibility of mental action, or as the abstract absolute thought, of which mind is the concrete relative manifestation. The Yahi, the Ankochans, are the collective hosts of spiritual beings, the angelic hosts of Christianity, the Elohim and messengers of the Jews, who are the vehicle for the manifestation of the divine or universal thought and will. They are the intelligent forces that give to and enact in nature her, quote, laws, unquote, while themselves acting according to laws imposed upon them in a similar manner by still higher powers. But they are not, quote, the personifications, unquote, of the powers of nature as erroneously thought. This hierarchy of spiritual beings through which the universal mind comes into action is like an army, a, quote, host, unquote, truly, by means of which the fighting power of a nation manifests itself, and which is composed of army corps, divisions, brigades, regiments, and so forth, each with its separate individuality or life, and its limited freedom of action and limited responsibilities, each contained in a larger individuality to which its own interests are subservient, and each containing lesser individualities in itself. Stanza 1 continued. 4. The 7 ways to bliss, moksha or nirvana, were not. Note: Nipang in China, Nibbana in Burma, or moksha in India. There are 7 paths or ways to the bliss of non-existence, which is absolute being, existence, and consciousness. They were not because the universe was so far empty and existed only in the divine thought, for it is. The great causes of misery, Nidana and Maya, were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them. Note: the 12 Nidanas in Tibetan Tenbarel Chugni, the chief causes of existence, effects generated by a concentration of causes produced. See Commentaries, Volume 2. They were not because the universe was so far empty and existed only in the divine thought, for it is the 12 Nidanas or causes of being. Each is the effect of its antecedent cause, and a cause in its turn to its successor, the sum total of Nidanas being based on the 4 truths, a doctrine especially characteristic of the Hinayana system. Note: see Vasiliev on Buddhism, pages 97 to 950. End of note. They belong to the theory of the stream of catenated law, which produces merit and demerit, and finally brings karma into full sway. It is based upon the great truth that reincarnation is to be dreaded, as existence in this world only entails upon man's suffering, misery, and pain, death itself being unable to deliver man from it, since death is merely the door through which he passes to another life on earth after a little rest on his threshold. Devakan. The Hinayana system, or school of the little vehicle, is a very ancient growth, while the Mahayana is of a later period, having originated after the death of Buddha. Yet the tenets of the latter are as old as the hills that have contained such schools from time immemorial, and the Hinayana and the Mahayana schools, the latter that of the great vehicle, both teach the same doctrine in reality. Yana, or vehicle, in Sanskrit, Vaha, is a mystic expression, both, quote, vehicles, unquote, in calculating that man may escape the sufferings of rebirths and even the false bliss of a Devakan by obtaining wisdom and knowledge which alone can dispel the fruits of illusion and ignorance. Maya, or illusion, is an element which enters into all finite things, for everything that exists has only a relative, not an absolute reality, since the appearance which the hidden noumenon assumes for any observer depends upon his power of cognition. To the untrained eye of the savage, a painting is at first an unmeaning confusion of streaks and daubs of color, while an educated eye sees instantly a face or a landscape. Nothing is permanent except the one hidden absolute existence which contains in itself the noumena of all realities. The existences belonging to every plane of being, up to the highest Dhyan-kochans, are, in degree, of the nature of shadows cast by a magic lantern on a colorless screen. But all things are relatively real, for the cognizer is also a reflection, and the things cognized are therefore as real to him as himself. Whatever reality things possess must be looked for in them before or after they have passed like a flash through the material world. But we cannot cognize any such existence directly, so long as we have sense instruments which bring only material existence into the field of our consciousness. Whatever plane our consciousness may be acting in, both we and the things belonging to that plane are, for the time being, our only realities. As we rise in the scale of development, we perceive that during the stages through which we have passed, we mistook shadows for realities, and the upward progress of the ego is a series of progressive awakenings, each advance bringing with it the idea that now, at last, we have reached, quote, reality, unquote. But only when we shall have reached the absolute consciousness and blended our own with it, shall we be free from the delusions produced by Maya.
Darkness is father-mother, light their son, says an old Eastern proverb. Light is inconceivable except as coming from some source which is the cause of it. And as, in the instance of a primordial light, that source is unknown, though strongly demanded by reason and logic, therefore it is called darkness by us, from an intellectual point of view. As to borrowed or secondary light, whatever its source, it can be but of a temporary myopic character. Darkness, then, is the eternal matrix in which the source of light appear and disappear. Nothing is added to darkness to make of it light, or to light to make it darkness on this our plane. They are interchangeable, and scientifically light is but a mode of darkness and vice versa. Yet both are phenomena of the same noumenon, which is absolute darkness to the scientific mind, and but a grey twilight to the perception of the average mystic, though to that of the spiritual eye of the initiate it is absolute light. How far we discern the light that shines in darkness depends upon our powers of vision. What is light to us is darkness to certain insects, and the eye of the clairvoyant sees illumination where the normal eye perceives only blackness. When the whole universe was plunged in sleep, had returned to its one primordial element, there was neither center of luminosity nor eye to perceive light, and darkness necessarily filled the boundless all. For father, mother, and son were once more one, and the son had not awakened yet, for the new wheel and his pilgrimage thereon. Note: that which is called wheel is the symbolical expression for a world or globe, which shows that the ancients were aware that our earth was a revolving globe, not a motionless square as some Christian fathers taught. The great wheel is the whole duration of our cycle of being, or Mahakalpa, that is, the whole revolution of our special chain of 7 planets or spheres, from beginning to end, the small wheels meaning rounds, of which there are also 7. End of note. The father-mother are the male and female principles in root nature, the opposite poles that manifest in all things on every plane of cosmos, or spirit and substance in a less allegorical aspect, the resultant of which is the universe, or the sun. They are once more one, when in the night of Brahma, during Pralaya, all the objective universe has returned to its one primal and eternal cause,
to reappear at the following dawn, as it does periodically. Karana, eternal cause, was alone. To put it more plainly, Karana is alone during the nights of Brahma. The previous objective universe has dissolved into its one primal and eternal cause and is, so to say, held in solution in space to differentiate again and crystallize out anew at the following manvantaric dawn, which is the commencement of a new, quote, day, unquote, or new activity of Brahma, the symbol of the universe. In esoteric parlance, Brahma is Father, Mother, Son, or Spirit, Soul, and Body at once, each personage being symbolical of an attribute, and each attribute or quality being a graduated efflux of divine breath in its cyclic differentiation, involutionary and evolutionary. In the cosmic or physical sense, it is the universe, the planetary chain, and the earth. In the purely spiritual, the unknown deity, planetary spirit, and man, the son of the two, the creature of spirit and matter, and a manifestation of them in his periodical appearances on earth during the, quote, reals, unquote, or the manvantaras. See Part 2, paragraph, Days and Nights of Brahma. Stanza 1 continued. 6. The 7 sublime lords and the 7 truths had ceased to be. The 7 sublime lords are the 7 creative spirits, the Jian-Kochans, who correspond to the Hebrew Elohim. It is the same hierarchy of archangels to which Saint Michael, Saint Gabriel, and others belong in the Christian theogony. Only while Saint Michael, for instance, is allowed in dogmatic Latin theology to watch over all the promontories and gulfs. In the esoteric system, the Dhyanis watch successively over one of the rounds and the great root races of our planetary chain. They are, moreover, said to send their bodhisattvas, the human correspondents of the Dhyani Buddhas, of whom we the infra, during every round and race. Out of the 7 truths and revelations, or rather revealed secrets, 4 only have been handed to us, as we are still in the 4th round, and the world also has only had 4 Buddhas so far. This is a very complicated question, and will receive more ample treatment later on. So far, there are only 4 truths and 4 Vedas, say the Hindus and Buddhists. For a similar reason, Irenaeus insisted on the necessity of 4 Gospels. But as every new root race at the head of a round must have its revelation and revealers, the next round will bring the 5th, the following the 6th, and so on. And the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in paranishpanna, absolute perfection, paranirvana, which is yon group, to be outbreathed by that which is and yet is not, naught was. Paranishpanna is the absolute perfection to which all existences attain at the close of a great period of activity, or mahamamantara, and in which they rest during the succeeding period of repose. In Tibetan it is called yon group. Up to the day of the Yogacharya school, the true nature of paranirvana was taught publicly, but since then it has become entirely esoteric. Hence so many contradictory interpretations of it. It is only a true idealist who can understand it. Everything has to be viewed as ideal, with the exception of paranirvana, by him who would comprehend that state, and acquire knowledge of how non-ego, voidness, and darkness are 3 in 1 and alone self-existent and perfect. It is absolute, however, only in a relative sense, for it must give room to still further absolute perfection according to a higher standard of excellence in the following period of activity. Just as a perfect flower must cease to be a perfect flower and die, in order to grow into a perfect fruit, if a somewhat Irish mode of expression may be permitted. The secret doctrine teaches the progressive development of everything, worlds as well as atoms, and this stupendous development has neither conceivable beginning nor imaginable end. Our, quote, universe, unquote, is only one of an infinite number of universes, all of them, quote, sons of necessity, unquote, because links in the great cosmic chain of universes, each one standing in the relation of an effect as regards its predecessor, and being a cause as regards its successor. The appearance and disappearance of the universe are pictured as an out-breathing and in-breathing of the great breath, which is eternal, and which, being motion, is one with the three aspects of the Absolute, abstract space and duration being the other two. When the great breath is projected, it is called the divine breath, and is regarded as the breathing of the unknowable deity, the one existence, which breathes out a thought, as it were, which becomes a cosmos. See Isis Unveiled. So also is it when the divine breath is inspired again, the universe disappears into the bosom of the Great Mother, who then sleeps, wrapped in her invisible robes. By that which is and yet is not is meant the great breath itself, which we can only speak of as an absolute existence, but cannot picture to our imagination as any form of existence that we can distinguish from non-existence. The three periods, the present, the past, and the future, are in the esoteric philosophy a compound time, for the three are composite number only in relation to the phenomenal plane, but in the realm of noumena have no abstract validity. As said in the scriptures, the past time is the present time, and also the future, which, though it has not come into existence, still is, according to a precept in the Prasanga Madhyamika teaching, whose dogmas have been known ever since it broke away from the pure esoteric schools. Note, see Dzungarian, Manikumbum, the Book of the 10,000 Precepts. Also, consult Vasiliev Der Buddhismus, pages 327 and 357, etc. End of note. Our ideas, in short, on duration and time are all derived from our sensations, according to the laws of association, inextricably bound up with the relativity of human knowledge. They nevertheless can have no existence except in the experience of the individual ego, and perish when its evolutionary march dispels the maya of phenomenal existence. What is time, for instance, but a panoramic succession of our states of consciousness? In the words of a master, quote, I feel irritated at having to use these three clumsy words, past, present, and future, miserable concepts of the objective phases of the subjective whole. They are about as ill adapted for their purpose as an axe for fine carving, unquote. One has to acquire paramartha lest one should become too easy a prey to samvriti, is a philosophical axiom. Note, in clear words, one has to acquire true self-consciousness in order to understand samvriti, or the origin of delusion, unquote. Paramartha is the synonym of the Sanskrit term svasamvedana, or the reflection which analyzes itself. There is a difference in the interpretation of the meaning of paramartha between the Yogacharyas and the Madhyamikas, neither of whom, however, explain the real and true esoteric sense of the expression. See further Sloka number 9. End of note. Stanza 1 continued. 7. The causes of existence had been done away with. The causes of existence mean not only the physical causes known to science, but the metaphysical causes, the chief of which is the desire to exist, an outcome of nidana and maya. This desire for sentient life shows itself in everything, from an atom to a sun, and is a reflection of the divine thought propelled into objective existence, into a law that the universe should exist. According to esoteric teaching, the real cause of that supposed desire and of all existence remains forever hidden, and its first emanations are the most complete abstractions mind can conceive. These abstractions must of necessity be postulated as the cause of the material universe which presents itself to the senses and intellect, and they underlie the secondary and subordinate powers of nature, which, anthropomorphized, have been worshipped as God and gods by the common herd of every age. It is impossible to conceive anything without a cause. The attempt to do so makes the mind a blank.
This is virtually the condition to which the mind must come at last when we try to trace back the chain of causes and effects. But both science and religion jump to this condition of blankness much more quickly than is necessary, for they ignore the metaphysical abstractions which are the only conceivable cause of physical concretions. These abstractions become more and more concrete as they approach our plane of existence, until finally they phenomenalize in the form of the material universe, by a process of conversion of metaphysics into physics, analogous to that by which steam can be condensed into water, and the water frozen into ice. The visible that was, and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being, the one being. The idea of eternal non-being, which is the one being, will appear paradox to anyone who does not remember that we limit our ideas of being to our present consciousness of existence, making it a specific instead of a generic term. An unborn infant, could it think in our acceptation of that term, would necessarily limit its conception of being in a similar manner to the intrauterine life which alone it knows. And were it to endeavor to express to its consciousness the idea of a life after birth, death to it, it would, in the absence of data to go upon, and of faculties to comprehend such data, probably express that life as a non-being which is real being. In our case, the one being is the noumenon of all the noumena which we know must underlie phenomena, and give them whatever shadow of reality they possess, but which we have not the senses or the intellect to cognize at present. The impalpable atoms of gold scattered through the substance of a tunnel or ethereous quartz may be imperceptible to the naked eye of the miner, yet he knows that they are not only present there, but that they alone give his quartz any appreciable value. And this relation of the gold to the quartz may faintly shadow forth that of the noumenon to the phenomenon. But the miner knows what the gold will look like when extracted from the quartz, whereas the common mortal can form no conception of the reality of things separated from the maya which veils them, and in which they are hidden. Alone the initiate, rich with the lore acquired by numberless generations of his predecessors, directs the eye of Dhamma toward the essence of things in which no Maya can have any influence. It is here that the teachings of esoteric philosophy in relation to the Nidanas and the Four Truths become of the greatest importance, but they are secret.
Stanza 1 continued. 8. Alone, the one form of existence stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep. The tendency of modern thought is to recur to the archaic idea of a homogeneous basis for apparently widely different things. Heterogeneity developed from homogeneity. Biologists are now searching for their homogeneous protoplasm, and chemists for their protyle, while science is looking for the force of which electricity, magnetism, heat, and so forth are the differentiations. The secret doctrine carries the idea into the region of metaphysics and postulates a, quote, one form of existence, unquote, as the basis and source of all things. But perhaps the phrase, the one form of existence, is not altogether correct. The Sanskrit word is prabhavapyaya, quote, the place, rather plane, whence emerges the origination, and into which is the resolution of all things, unquote, says a commentator. It is not the, quote, mother of the world, unquote, as translated by Wilson. See Book 1, Vishnu Purana. For Yagad Yoni, as shown by Fritz Edward Hall, is scarcely so much, quote, the mother of the world, unquote, or, quote, the womb of the world, unquote, as the material cause of the universe. The Puranic commentators explain it by karana, cause, but the esoteric philosophy by the ideal spirit of that cause. It is in its secondary stage the svabhavat of the Buddhist philosopher, the eternal cause and effect, omnipresent yet abstract, the self-existent plastic essence and the root of all things, viewed in the same dual light as the Vedantin views his Parabrahm and Mula Prakriti, the one under two aspects. It seems indeed extraordinary to find great scholars speculating on the possibility of the Vedanta,
and the Uttaramimamsa especially, having been, quote, evoked by the teachings of the Buddhists, unquote, whereas it is on the contrary Buddhism of Gautama the Buddha that was, quote, evoked, unquote, and entirely upreared on the tenets of the secret doctrine, of which a partial sketch is here attempted, and on which, also, the Upanishads are made to rest. Note. The above, according to the teachings of Sri Sankaracharya, is undeniable. Notes. Note on Buddhist teachings. And yet one, claiming authority, namely Sir Moni Williams, Bowden Professor of Sanskrit at Oxford, has just denied this fact. This is what he taught his audience on June the 4th, 1888, in his annual address before the Victoria Institute of Great Britain. Quote, originally, Buddhism sets its face against all solitary asceticism to attain sublime heights of knowledge. It had no occult, no esoteric system of doctrine withheld from ordinary men, unquote, double exclamation mark. And again, quote, when Gautama Buddha began his career, the later and lower form of yoga seems to have been little known, unquote. And then, contradicting himself, the learned lecturer forthwith informs his audience that, quote, we learn from Lalita Vistara that various forms of bodily torture, self-maceration, and austerity were common in Gautama's time, unquote, double exclamation mark. But the lecturer seems quite unaware that this kind of torture and self-maceration is precisely the lower form of yoga, Hatha Yoga, which was, quote, little known, unquote, and yet so, quote, common, unquote, in Gautama's time, end of note. Note on the teachings, Sri Sankaracharya. It is even argued that all the 6 darsanas, schools of philosophy, show traces of Buddha's influence, being either taken from Buddhism or due to Greek teaching. See Weber, Max Müller, etc. We labor under the impression that Colebrooke, the highest authority in such matters, had long ago settled the question by showing that, quote, the Hindus were in this instance the teachers, not the learners, unquote. End of note. And life pulsated unconscious in universal space throughout that all-presence which is sensed by the opened eye of the Dhamma. Notes. Note on the opened eye. In India it is called the eye of Shiva, but beyond the great range it is known as Dhamma's opened eye in esoteric phraseology. End of note. Note on Dhamma. Dhamma means a purified soul, one who has become a Jivanmukta, the highest adept, or rather a Mahatma so-called. His open eye is the inner spiritual eye of the seer, and the faculty which manifests through it is not clairvoyance, as ordinarily understood, that is, the power of seeing at a distance, but rather the faculty of spiritual intuition, through which direct and certain knowledge is obtainable. This faculty is intimately connected with the third eye, which mythological tradition ascribes to certain races of men. Full explanations will be found in Book 2. End of note. Dreamless sleep is one of the 7 states of consciousness known in Oriental esotericism. In each of these states a different portion of the mind comes into action, or as a Vedantin would express it, the individual is conscious in a different plane of his being. The term dreamless sleep, in this case, is applied allegorically to the universe to express a condition somewhat analogous to that state of consciousness in man which, not being remembered in a waking state, seems a blank, just as the sleep of the mesmerized subject seems to him an unconscious blank when he returns to his normal condition, although he has been talking and acting as a conscious individual would. Stanza 1 continued. 9. But where was the Dhamma when the alaya of the universe, soul as the basis of all, anima mundi, was in paramartha, absolute being and consciousness, which are absolute non-being and unconsciousness? Here we have before us the subject of centuries of scholastic disputations. The 2 terms alaya and paramartha have been the causes of dividing schools and splitting the truth into more different aspects than any other mystic terms. Alaya is literally the soul of the world, or anima mundi, the oversoul, to Emerson, and according to esoteric teaching, it changes periodically its nature. Alaya, though eternal and changeless in its inner essence on the planes which are unreachable by either men or cosmic gods, Dhyani Buddhas, alters during the active life period with respect to the lower planes, ours included. During that time, not only the Dhyani Buddhas are one with Alaya in soul and essence, but even the man strong in the yoga, mystic meditation, quote, is able to merge his soul with it, unquote. Aryasanga, the Bhumapa school. This is not nirvana, but a condition next to it, hence the disagreement. Thus, while Yogacharyas of the Mahayana school say that Alaya is the personification of the voidness, and yet Alaya, Nyingpo, and Chang in Tibetan is the basis of every visible and invisible thing, and that, though it is eternal and immutable in its essence, it reflects itself in every object of the universe, quote, like the moon in clear, tranquil water, unquote. Other schools dispute the statement. The same for Paramartha. The Yogacharyas interpret the term as that which is also dependent upon other things, paratentral, and the Madhyamikas say that Paramartha is limited to Parashnipanna, or absolute perfection. That is, in the exposition of these two truths out of four, the former believe and maintain that, on this plane at any rate, there exists only samvritisaya, or relative truth, and the latter teach the existence of Paramartha Satya, the absolute truth. Note: Paramartha is self-consciousness in Sanskrit, swasamvedana, or the self-analyzing reflection, from two words, parama, above everything, and artha, comprehension, satya meaning absolute true being, or esse. In Tibetan, Paramartha Satya is Dondai Paidempa. The opposite of this absolute reality, or actuality, is Samvriti Satya, the relative truth only. Samvriti meaning false conception, and being the origin of illusion, Maya. In Tibetan, Kunsabshidempa, illusion creating appearance. End of note. No arhat, or mendicant, can reach absolute knowledge before he becomes one with paranirvana. Parikalpita and Paratantra are his two great enemies. Aphorisms of the Bodhisattvas. Parikalpita, in Tibetan Kuchang, is error made by those unable to realize the emptiness and illusory nature of all, who believe something to exist which does not. For example, the non-ego. And Paratantra is that, whatever it is, which exists only through a dependent or causal connection, and which has to disappear as soon as the cause from which it proceeds is removed. For example, the light of a wick. Destroy or extinguish it, and light disappears. Esoteric philosophy teaches that everything lives and is conscious, but not that all life and consciousness are similar to those of human or even animal beings. Life we look upon as the one form of existence, manifesting in what is called matter, or, as in man, what, incorrectly separating them, we name spirit, soul, and matter. Matter is the vehicle for the manifestation of soul on this plane of existence, and soul is the vehicle on a higher plane for the manifestation of spirit. And these three are a trinity synthesized by life, which pervades them all. The idea of universal life is one of those ancient conceptions which are returning to the human mind in this century as a consequence of its liberation from anthropomorphic theology. Science, it is true, contents itself with tracing or postulating the science of universal life, and has not yet been bold enough even to whisper anima mundi. The idea of crystalline life, now familiar to science, would have been scouted half a century ago. Botanists are now searching for the nerves of plants, not that they suppose that plants can feel or think as animals do, but because they believe that some structure, bearing the same relation functionally to plant life that nerves bear to animal life, is necessary to explain vegetable growth and nutrition. It hardly seems possible that science can disguise from itself much longer, by the mere use of terms such as force and energy, the fact that things that have life are living things, whether they be atoms or planets. But what is the belief of the inner esoteric schools, the reader may ask? What are the doctrines taught on this subject by the esoteric Buddhists? With them, alaya has a double and even a triple meaning. In the Yogacarya system of the contemplative Mahayana school, alaya is both the universal soul, anima mundi, and the self of a progressed adept. He who is strong in the yoga can introduce at will his alaya by means of meditation into the true nature of existence. The alaya has an absolute eternal existence, says Aryasanga, the rival of Nagarjuna. Note: Aryasanga was a pre-Christian adept and founder of a Buddhist esoteric school, though Xoma de Koros places him for some reasons of his own in the 7th century AD. There was another Aryasanga who lived during the first centuries of our era, and the Hungarian scholar most probably confuses the two. End of note. In one sense it is a pradhana, which is explained in Vishnu Purana as that which is the unevolved cause, is emphatically called by the most eminent sages pradhana, original base, which is the subtle prakriti, meaning that which is eternal, and which at once is or comprehends what is and what is not, or is mere process. Prakriti, however, is an incorrect word, and Alaya would explain it better, for Prakriti is not the uncognizable Brahma. Note: quote, the indiscrete cause, which is uniform, and both cause and effect, and which those who are acquainted with first principles call a pradhana and prakriti, is the incognizable Brahma, who was before all, unquote, from Vayu Purana. That is, Brahma does not put forth evolution itself or create, but only exhibits various aspects of itself, one of which is prakriti, an aspect of pradhana. End of note. It is a mistake of those who know nothing of the universality of the occult doctrines from the very cradle of the human races, and especially so those scholars who reject the very idea of a primordial revelation, to teach that the anima mundi, or one life of a universal soul, was made known only by Anaxagoras, or during his age. This philosopher brought the teaching forward simply to oppose the two materialistic conceptions on cosmogony of Democritus, based on his exoteric theory of blindly driven atoms. Anaxagoras of Clazomene was not its inventor, but only its propagator, as also was Plato. That which he called mundane intelligence, the nous, the principle that according to his views is absolutely separated and free from matter and acts on design, was called motion, the one life, or jivatma, ages before the year 500 before Christ, in India. Note: finite self-consciousness, I mean. For how can the absolute attain it otherwise than as simply an aspect, the highest of which known to us is human consciousness? End of note. Only the Aryan philosophers never endowed the principle, which with them is infinite, with the finite attribute of thinking. This leads the reader naturally to the supreme spirit of Hegel and the German transcendentalists, as a contrast that it may be useful to point out. The schools of Schelling and Fichte have diverged widely from the primitive archaic conception of an absolute principle, and have mirrored only an aspect of the basic idea of the Vedanta. Even the Absoluter Geist, shadowed forth by von Hartmann in his pessimistic philosophy of the unconscious, while it is perhaps the closest approximation made by European speculation to the Hindu Advaita doctrines, similarly falls far short of the reality. According to Hegel, the unconscious would never have undertaken the vast and laborious task of evolving the universe, except in the hope of attaining clear self-consciousness. In this connection it is to be borne in mind that in designating spirit, which the European pantheists use an equivalent to Parabrahm as unconscious, they do not attach to that expression of spirit, one employed in the absence of a better to symbolize a profound mystery, the connotation it usually bears. The absolute consciousness, they tell us, behind phenomena, which is only termed unconsciousness in the absence of any element of personality, transcends human conception. Man, unable to form one concept except in terms of empirical phenomena, is powerless from the very constitution of his being to raise the veil that shrouds the majesty of the Absolute. Only the liberated spirit is able to faintly realize the nature of the source whence it sprung, and with it must eventually return. As the highest Dayan Kochan, however, can but bow in ignorance before the awful mystery of absolute being, and since, even in that culmination of conscious existence, quote, the merging of the individual in the universal consciousness, unquote, to use a phrase of fictitious, the finite cannot conceive the infinite, nor can it apply to its own standard of mental experiences, how can it be said that the unconscious and the absolute can have even an instinctive impulse, a hope of attaining clear self-consciousness? Note, see Schlegler's Handbook of the History of Philosophy, in Sterling's translation, page 28. End of note. A Vedantian would never admit this Hegelian idea, and the occultist would say that it applies perfectly to the awakened Mahat, the universal mind already projected into the phenomenal world, as the first aspect of the changeless absolute, but never to the latter. Spirit and matter, or Purusha and Prakriti, are but the two primeval aspects of the one and secondless, we are taught. The matter-moving nous, the animating soul, immanent in every atom, manifested in man, latent in the stone, has different degrees of power. And this pantheistic idea of a general spirit soul pervading all nature is the oldest of all the philosophical notions. Nor was the Archaeus a discovery of Paracelsus, nor his pupil van Helmont, for it is again the same Archaeus, or Father Ether, the manifested basis and source of the innumerable phenomena of life, localized. The whole series of the numberless speculations of this kind are but variations on this theme, the keynote of which was struck in this primeval revelation. See Part 2, Primordial Substance. And the great wheel was Anupadaka. The term Anupadaka, parentless, without progenitors, is a mystical designation having several meanings in the philosophy. By this name celestial beings, the Dhyan Kochans or Dhyani Buddhas, are generally meant. But as these correspond mystically to the human Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, known as the Manushi, or human Buddhas, the latter also designated Anupadaka, want that their whole personality is merged in their compound sixth and seventh principles, or Atma Buddhi, and that they have become the diamond-souled Vairasattvas, the full Mahatmas. Note, Vaira means diamond holder. In Tibetan, Dorje Sempa, Sempa meaning the soul, its adamantine quality referring to its indestructibility in the hereafter. The explanation with regard to the Anupadaka is given in the Kala Chakra. The first in the Gui, T division of the Kanjur, is half esoteric. It has misled the Orientalists into erroneous speculations with respect to the Dhyani Buddhas and their earthly correspondences, the Manushi Buddhas. The real tenet is hinted at in the subsequent volume, see The Mystery About Buddha, and will be more fully explained in its proper place. End of note. The concealed Lord, Zangbai Dagpo, meaning the one merged with the Absolute, can have no parents since he is self-existent and one with the universal spirit, Svayambhu, the Svabhavat in the highest aspect. Note, to quote Hegel again, who with Schelling practically accepted the pantheistic conceptions of periodical avatars, special incarnations of the world spirit in man, as seen in the case of all the great religious reformers. The essence of man is spirit. Only by stripping himself of his finiteness and surrounding himself to pure self-consciousness does he attain the truth. Christ-man, as man in whom the unity of God-man, identity of the individual with the universal consciousness as taught by the Vedantins and some Advaitis, appeared, has, in his death and history generally, himself presented the eternal history of spirit, a history which every man has to accomplish in himself in order to exist as spirit. Philosophy of History, Sir B.'s English translation, page 340. End of note. The mystery in the hierarchy of the Anupadaka is great, its apex being the universal spirit soul, and the lower rung the Manushi Buddha. And even every soul-endowed man is an Anupadaka in a latent state. Hence, when speaking of the universe in its formless, eternal, absolute condition, before it was fashioned by the builders, the expression universe was Anupadaka. See Part 2, Primordial Substance. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 1, Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John.
Stanza 2 with commentary. 1. Where were the builders, the luminous sons of Manvantaric dawn? In the unknown darkness, in the Ahi Paranishpanna. The producers of form from no form, the root of the world, the Deva Matri and Svabhavat rested in the bliss of non-being. 2. Where was silence? Where the ears to sense it? No, there was neither silence nor sound, naught save ceaseless eternal breath, which knows itself not. 3. The hour had not yet struck. The ray had not yet flashed into the germ. The Matripadma had not yet swollen. 4. Her heart had not yet opened for the one ray to enter, thence to fall as 3 into 4 into the lap of Maya. 5. The 7 sons were not yet born from the web of light. Darkness alone was father-mother, Svabhavat, and Svabhavat was in darkness. 6. These two are the germ, and the germ is one. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought and the divine bosom. Commentary. 1. Where were the builders, the luminous sons of Manvantaric dawn? The builders, the sons of Manvantaric dawn, are the real creators of the universe, and in this doctrine, which deals only with our planetary system, they, as the architects of the latter, are also called the watchers of the 7 spheres, which exoterically are the 7 planets, and esoterically the 7 earths, or spheres, planets, of our chain also. The opening sentence of stanza 1, when mentioning 7 eternities, is made to apply both to the Mahakalpa, or the great age of Brahma, as well as to the solar pralaya and subsequent resurrection of our planetary system on a high plane. There are many kinds of pralaya, dissolution of a thing visible, as will be shown elsewhere. In the unknown darkness, in the Ahi, Kochanic, Dhyani Buddhistic, Paranishpanna, the producers of form, Rupa, from no form, Arupa, the root of the world, the Deva Matri and Svabhavat rested in the bliss of non-being. Note: Deva Matri, mother of gods, Aditi or cosmic space. In the Zohar she is called Sephira, the mother of the Sephiroth, and Shekinah in her primordial form, in abscondito. End of note. Paranishpanna, remember, is the summum bonum, the absolute, hence the same as paranirvana. Besides being the final state, it is that condition of subjectivity which has no relation to anything but the one absolute truth, on its plane. It is that state which leads one to appreciate correctly the full meaning of non-being, which, as explained, is absolute being. Sooner or later, all that now seemingly exists will be in reality and actuality in the state of Paranishpanna. But there is a great difference between conscious and unconscious being. The condition of Paranishpanna without Paramartha,
the self-analyzing consciousness, Svasambedana, is no bliss, but simple extinction for 7 eternities. First, an iron ball placed under the scorching rays of the sun will get heated through, but it will not feel, appreciate the warmth, while a man will. It is only with a mind clear and undarkened by personality and an assimilation of the merit of manifold existences devoted to being in its collectivity, the whole living and sentient universe, that one gets rid of personal existence, merging into, becoming one with, the Absolute, and continuing in full possession of Paramartha. Note on the Absolute. Hence non-being is absolute being in esoteric philosophy. In the tenets of the latter, even Adi-Buddha, first primeval wisdom, is, while manifested, in one sense an illusion, Maya, since all the gods, including Brahma, have to die at the end of the age of Brahma. The abstraction called Parabrahm alone, whether we call it Ensof or Herbert Spencer's unknowable, being the one absolute reality, the one secondless existence is Advaita, without a second, and all the rest is Maya, teaches the Advaita philosophy. End of note. Stanza 2 continued. 2. Where was silence? Where were the ears to sense it? No, there was neither silence nor sound. The idea that things can cease to exist and still be is a fundamental one in Eastern psychology. Under this apparent contradiction in terms, there rests a fact of nature to realize which, in the mind, rather than to argue about words, is the important thing. A familiar instance of a similar paradox is afforded by chemical combination. The question whether hydrogen and oxygen cease to exist when they combine to form water is still a moot one, some arguing that since they are found again when the water is decomposed, they must be there all the while, others contending that, as they actually turn into something totally different, they must cease to exist as themselves for the time being. But neither side is able to form the faintest conception of the real condition of a thing which has become something else, and yet has not ceased to be itself. Existence as water may be said to be, for oxygen and hydrogen, a state of non-being which is more real being than their existence as gases, and it may faintly symbolize the condition of the universe when it goes to sleep, or ceases to be, during the night of Brahma, to awake and reappear again, when the dawn of the new Manvantara recalls it to what we call existence. Naught save ceaseless eternal breath, motion, which knows itself not. The breath of the one existence is used in its application only to the spiritual aspect of cosmogony by archaic esotericism. Otherwise it is replaced by its equivalent in the material plane, motion. The one eternal element, or element containing vehicle, is space, dimensionless in every sense, coexistent with which are endless duration, primordial, hence indestructible, matter, and motion, absolute perpetual motion, which is the breath of the one element. This breath, as seen, can never cease, not even during the prolaic eternities. See Chaos, Theos, Cosmos in Part 2. But the breath of the one existence does not, all the same, apply to the one causeless cause, or the all-beingness, in contradistinction to all being, which is Brahma, or the universe. Brahma, or Hari, the four-faced God who, after lifting the earth out of the waters, quote, accomplished the creation, unquote, is held to be only the instrumental and not, as clearly implied, the ideal cause. No Orientalist so far seems to have thoroughly comprehended the real sense of the verses in the Purana that treat of, quote, creation, unquote. Therein Brahma is the cause of the potencies that are to be generated subsequently for the work of, quote, creation, unquote. When a translator says, and from him proceed the potencies to be created, after they had become the real cause, and from it proceed the potencies that will create as they become the real cause, on the material plane, would perhaps be more correct? Save that one causeless ideal, because there is no other to which the universe can be referred. Worthiest of ascetics, through its potency, that is, through the potency of that cause, every created thing comes by its inherent or proper nature. If, in the Vedanta Jnana, nimitta is the efficient cause, as contrasted with upadana, the material cause, and in the Sankhya, pradhana implies the functions of both. In esoteric philosophy, which reconciles all these systems, and the nearest exponent of which is the Vedanta as expounded by the Advaita Vedantists, none but the upadana can be speculated upon, that which is in the minds of the Vaishnavas, the Vasishtadvaita, as the ideal in contradistinction to the real, or Parabrahm and Ishvara, can find no room in published speculations, since that ideal even is a misnomer when applied to that of which no human reason, even that of an adept, can conceive. To know itself or oneself necessitates consciousness and perception, both limited faculties in relation to any subject, except Parabrahm, to be cognized. Hence, the eternal breath, which knows itself not. Infinity cannot comprehend finiteness. The boundless can have no relation to the bounded and the conditioned. In the occult teachings, the unknown and the unknowable mover, or the self-existing, is the absolute divine essence. And thus, being absolute consciousness and absolute motion, to the limited senses of those who describe this indescribable, it is unconsciousness and immovableness. Concrete consciousness cannot be predicated of abstract consciousness, any more than the quality wet can be predicated of water, wetness being its own attribute and the cause of the wet quality in other things. Consciousness implies limitations and qualifications, something to be conscious of, and someone to be conscious of it. But absolute consciousness contains the cognizer, the thing cognized, and the cognition, all three in itself, and all three one. No man is conscious of more than that portion of his knowledge that happens to have been recalled to his mind at any particular time. Yet such is the poverty of language that we have no term to distinguish the knowledge not actively thought of from knowledge we are unable to recall to memory. To forget is synonymous with not to remember. How much greater must be the difficulty of finding terms to describe and to distinguish between abstract metaphysical facts or differences. It must not be forgotten also that we give names to things according to the appearances they assume for ourselves. We call absolute consciousness unconsciousness because it seems to us that it must necessarily be so, just as we call the absolute darkness, because to our finite understanding it appears quite impenetrable, yet we recognize fully that our perception of such things does not do them justice. We involuntarily distinguish in our minds, for instance, between unconscious absolute consciousness and unconsciousness, by secretly endowing the former with some indefinite quality that corresponds, on a high plane that our thought can reach, with what we know as consciousness in ourselves. This is not any kind of consciousness that we can manage to distinguish from what appears to us as unconsciousness. Stanza 2 continued. The hour had not yet struck, the ray had not yet flashed into the germ. The ray of the ever-darkness becomes, as it is emitted, a ray of effulgent light or life, and flashes into the, quote, germ, unquote, the point in the mundane egg, represented by matter in its abstract sense. But the term point must not be understood as applying to any particular point in space, for a germ exists in the center of every atom, and these collectively form the germ. Or rather, as no atom can be made visible to our physical eye, the collectivity of these, if the term can be applied to something which is boundless and infinite, forms the noumenon of eternal and indestructible matter. The Matri Padma, means Mother Lotus, had not yet swollen. Note. An unpoetical term, yet still very graphic. See footnote to stanza 3. One of the symbolical figures for the dual creative power in nature, matter and force on the material plane, is Padma, the water lily of India. The lotus is the product of heat, fire, and water, vapor or ether. Fire standing in every philosophical and religious system as a representation of the spirit of deity, the active, male, generative principle, and ether, or the soul of matter, the light of the fire, for the passive female principle from which everything in this universe emanated. Note on the spirit of deity, even in Christianity, see Part 2, Primordial Substance and Divine Thought, end of note. Hence ether or water is the mother and fire is the father. Sir W. Jones, and before him archaic botany, showed that the seeds of the lotus contain, even before they germinate, perfectly formed leaves, the miniature shape of what one day, as perfect plants, they will become. Nature thus giving us a specimen of the preformation of its production. The seed of all phanerogamous plants bearing proper flowers containing an embryo plantlet ready formed. Note. Groves, The Heathen Religion, page 195, end of note. See Part 2, The Lotus Flower as a universal symbol. This explains the sentence, the mother had not yet swollen, the form being usually sacrificed to the inner root idea in archaic symbology. The lotus, or Padma, is moreover a very ancient and favorite simile for the cosmos itself, and also for man. The popular reasons given are, firstly, the fact just mentioned, that the lotus seed contains within itself a perfect miniature of the future plant, which typifies the fact that the spiritual prototypes of all things exist in the material world before those things become materialized on earth. Secondly, the fact that the lotus plant grows up through the water, having its roots in the ilus, or mud, and spreading its flower in the air above. The lotus thus typifies the life of man and also that of the cosmos, for the secret doctrine teaches that the elements of both are the same, and that both are developing in the same direction. The root of the lotus, sunk in the mud, represents material life. The stalk passing up through the water typifies existence in the astral world, and the flower floating on the water and opening to the sky is emblematical of spiritual being. Stanza 2 continued. Her heart had not yet opened for the one ray to enter, thence to fall as 3 into 4 in the lap of Maya. The primordial substance had not yet passed out of its precosmic latency into differentiated objectivity, or even become the, to man so far, invisible protyle of science. But as the hour strikes and becomes receptive to the phoetic impulse of the divine thought, the logos, or the male aspect of the anima mundi, or Laya, its heart opens, it differentiates, and the 3, Father, Mother, Son, are transformed into 4. Herein lies the origin of the double mystery of the Trinity and the Immaculate Conception, the first and fundamental dogma of occultism in universal unity or homogeneity under 3 aspects. This led to a possible conception of deity, which as an absolute unity must remain forever incomprehensible to finite intellects. If thou wouldest believe in the power which acts within the root of a plant, or imagine the root concealed under the soil, thou hast to think of its stalk or trunk, and of its leaves and flowers. Thou canst not imagine that power independently of these objects. Life can be known only by the tree of life. Precepts for Yoga. The idea of absolute unity would be broken entirely in our conception had we not something concrete before our eyes to contain that unity. And the deity being absolute must be omnipresent, hence not an atom, but contains it within itself. The roots, the trunk, and its many branches are 3 distinct objects, yet they are one tree, say the Kabbalists. The deity is one because it is infinite. It is triple because it is ever manifesting. This manifestation is triple in its aspects, for it requires, as Aristotle has it, 3 principles for every natural body to become objective: privation, form, and matter. Note. A Vedantin or the Vishishtavaita philosophy would say that, though the only independent reality, Parabrahman, is inseparable from his Trinity, that he is 3, Parabrahman, Chit, and Achit, the last two being dependent realities unable to exist separately, or to make it clear, Parabrahman is the substance, changeless, eternal, and incognizable, and Chit, Atma, and Achit, Anatma, are its qualities as form and color are the qualities of any object. The two are the garment or body, or rather attribute, sharira, of Parabrahman. But an occultist would find much to say against this claim, and so would the Advaiti Vedantin. End of note. Privation meant in the mind of the great philosopher that which the occultists call the prototypes impressed in the astral light, the lowest plane of world of anima mundi. The union of these three principles depends upon a fourth, the life which radiates from the summits of the unreachable to become an universally diffused essence on the manifested planes of existence. And this quaternary, Father, Mother, Son as a unity, and a quaternary as a living manifestation, has been the means of leading to the very archaic idea of Immaculate Conception, now finally crystallized into a dogma of the Christian Church, which carnalized this metaphysical idea beyond any common sense. For one has but to read the Kabbalah and study its numerical methods of interpretation to find the origin of that dogma. It is purely astronomical, mathematical, and preeminently metaphysical. The male element in nature, personified by the male deities and logoi, Viraj or Brahma, Horus, or Osiris, etc., etc., is born through, not from, an immaculate source, personified by the, quote, mother, unquote, because that male having a mother cannot have a, quote, father, unquote, the abstract deity being sexless, and not even a being, but beingness, or life itself. Let us render this in the mathematical language of the author of The Source of Measures. Speaking of the measure of a man and his numerical, Kabbalistic value, he writes that in Genesis chapter 4, verse 1, it is called the man-even Jehovah measure, and this is obtained in this way, meaning 113 by 5 equals 565, and the value 565 can be placed under the form of expression 56.5 by 10 equals 565. Here the man number 113 becomes a factor of 56.5 by 10. And the Kabbalistic reading of this last numbered expression is Jod, He, Vav, He, or Jehovah. The expansion of 565 into 56.5 by 10 is purposed to show the emanation of the male, Jod, from the female, Eva, principle, or so to speak, the birth of a male element from an immaculate source, in other words, an immaculate conception. Thus is repeated on earth the mystery enacted, according to the seers, on the divine plane. The, quote, Son, unquote, of the Immaculate Celestial Virgin, or the undifferentiated cosmic protyle, matter in its infinitude, is born again on earth as the son of the terrestrial Eve, our Mother Earth, and becomes humanity as a total, past, present, and future, for Jehovah, or Yod He Vav He, is androgyne, or both male and female. Above, the Son is the whole cosmos. Below, He is mankind. The triad or triangle becomes tetractys, the sacred Pythagorean number, the perfect square, and a six-faced cube on earth. The macroprosopus, the great face, is now microprosopus, the lesser face, or, as the Kabbalists have it, the Ancient of Days, descending on Admon Kadmon, whom he uses as his vehicle to manifest through, gets transformed into Tetragrammaton. It is now in the lap of Maya, the great illusion, and between itself and the reality has the astral light, the great deceiver of man's limited senses, unless knowledge through Aramattasatya comes to the rescue. Stanza 2 continued. 5. The 7 sons were not yet born from the web of light. Darkness alone was father-mother, Svabhavat, and Svabhavat was in darkness. The secret doctrine in the stanzas given here occupies itself chiefly, if not entirely, with our soul system, and especially with our planetary chain. The 7 sons, therefore, are the creators of the latter. This teaching will be explained more fully hereafter. See Part 2, Theogony of the Creative Gods. Svabhavat, the plastic essence that fills the universe, is the root of all things. Svabhavat is, so to say, the Buddhistic concrete aspect of the abstraction called in Hindu philosophy Mula Prakriti. It is the body of the soul, and that which ether would be to Akasha, the latter being the informing principle of the former. Chinese mystics have made of it the synonym of being. In the Ekashloka Shastra of Nagarjuna, the Lung Shu of China, called by the Chinese the Yishu Lu Kia Lun, it is said that the original word of Yu is being or subhava, the substance giving substance to itself, also explained by him as meaning without action and with action, the nature which has no nature of its own. Subhava, from which Svabhavat is composed of two words, Su, fair, handsome, good, Sva, self, and Bhva, being or states of being. Stanza 2 continued. 6. These two are the germ, and the germ is 1. The universe was still concealed in the divine thought and the divine bosom. The divine thought does not imply the idea of a divine thinker. The universe, not only past, present, and future, which is a human and finite idea expressed by finite thought, but in its totality, the Sat, an untranslatable term, the absolute being, with the past and future crystallized in an eternal present, is that thought itself reflected in a secondary or manifest cause. Brahma, neuter, as the mysterium magnum of Paracelsus, is an absolute mystery to the human mind. Brahma, the male-female, its aspect and anthropomorphic reflection, is conceivable to the perceptions of blind faith, though rejected by human intellect when it attains its majority. See Part 2, Primordial Substance and Divine Thought. Hence the statement that during the prologue, so to say, of the drama of creation, or the beginning of cosmic evolution, the universe or the sun lies still concealed in the divine thought, which had not yet penetrated into the divine bosom. This idea, note well, is at the root and forms the origin of all the allegories about the sons of God, born of immaculate virgins. The Audiobook will continue with Cosmogony stanza 3 and its commentary. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 1, Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John.
Stanza 3. 1. The last vibration of the seventh eternity thrills throughout infinitude. The mother swells, expanding from within without, like the bud of the lotus. 2. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing the whole universe and the germ that dwelleth in the darkness that breathes over the slumbering waters of life. 3. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg. The ray causes the eternal egg to thrill, which condenses into the world egg. 4. Then the 3 fall into the 4. The radiant essence becomes 7 inside, 7 outside. The luminous egg, which in itself is 3, curls and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of mother, the root that grows in the depths of the ocean of life. 5. The root remains, the light remains, the curds remain, and still Oyaho is one. 6. The root of life was in every drop of the ocean of immortality, and the ocean was radiant light, which was fire and heat and motion. Darkness vanished and was no more. It disappeared in its own essence, the body of fire and water, of father and mother. 7. Behold, O Lanu, the radiant child of the two, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space, son of dark space, which emerges from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Oyahu the younger, the secret left out. He shines forth as the sun. He is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom. The one is 4, and 4 takes to itself 3, and the union produces the Sapta, in whom are the 7 which become the Tridasa, or the hosts, and the multitudes. Behold him lifting the veil and unfurling it from east to west. He shuts out the above, and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. He marks the places for the shining ones, and turns the upper into a shoreless sea of fire, and the one manifested into the great waters. 8. Where was the germ, and where was now darkness? Where is the spirit of the flame that burns in thy lamp, O Lanu? The germ is that, and that is light, the white brilliant sun of the dark hidden Father. 9. Light is cold flame, and flame is fire, and fire produces heat, which yields water, the water of life in the Great Mother. 10. Father Mother spin a web whose upper end is fastened to spirit, the light of the one darkness, and the lower one to its shadowy end, matter, and this web is the universe spun out of the 2 substances made in one, which is Svabhavat. 11. It expands when the breath of fire is upon it. It contracts when the breath of the mother touches it. Then the sons dissociate and scatter, to return into their mother's bosom at the end of the great day, and re-become one with her. When it is cooling, it becomes radiant, and the sons expand and contract through their own selves and hearts. They embrace infinitude. 12. Then Svabhavat sends Fohat to harden the atoms. Each is a part of the web, reflecting the self-existent Lord, like a mirror. Each becomes in turn a world. In the English translation from the Sanskrit, the numbers are given in that language, Eka, Chatur, etc., etc. It was thought best to give them in English. End of note. Commentary. 1. The last vibration of the 7th eternity thrills through infinitude. The seemingly paradoxical use of the sentence 7th eternity, thus dividing the indivisible, is sanctified in esoteric philosophy. The latter divides boundless duration into unconditional eternal and universal time and a conditioned one, khandakala. One is the abstraction or noumenon of infinite time, kala. The other its phenomenon appearing periodically as the effect of mahat, the universal intelligence limited by manvanteric duration. With some schools, mahat is the firstborn of a pradhana, undifferentiated substance, or the periodical aspect of mula prakriti, the root of nature, which, pradhana, is called maya, the illusion. In this respect, I believe esoteric teaching differs from the Vedantin doctrines of both the Advaita and the Vishishtadvaita schools. For it says that while mula prakriti, the noumenon, is self-existing and without any origin, is, in short, parentless, anupadaka, as one with the Brahman, prakriti, its phenomenon, is periodical and no better than a phantasm of the former. So mahat, with the occultists, the firstborn of gnana, or gnosis, knowledge, wisdom of the Logos, is a phantasm reflected from the absolute nirguna, parabrahm, the one reality, devoid of attributes and qualities. See Upanishads.
while with some Vedantins Mahat is a manifestation of Prakriti, or matter. Therefore, the last vibration of the seventh eternity was foreordained, by no god in particular, but occurred in virtue of the eternal and changeless law which causes the great periods of activity and rest, called so graphically, and at the same time so poetically, the days and nights of Brahma. The expansion from within without of the mother, called elsewhere the waters of space, universal matrix, etc., does not allude to an expansion from a small center of focus, but, without reference to size or limitation or area, means the development of limitless subjectivity into as limitless objectivity, the ever, to us, invisible and immaterial substance present in eternity through its periodical shadow from its own plane into the lap of Maya. It implies that this expansion, not being an increase in size, for infinite extension admits of no enlargement, was a change of condition. It expanded like the bud of the lotus, for the lotus plant exists not only as a miniature embryo in its seed, a physical characteristic, but its prototype is present in an ideal form in the astral light from dawn to night, during the manvantaric period, like everything else, as a matter of fact, in this objective universe, from man down to mite, from giant trees down to the tiniest blades of grass. All this, teaches the hidden science, is but the temporary reflection, the shadow of the eternal ideal prototype in divine thought. The word eternal, note well again, standing here only in the sense of aeon, as lasting throughout the seemingly interminable but still limited cycle of activity, called by us Manvantara. For what is the real esoteric meaning of Manvantara, or rather a Manuantara? It means esoterically between two Manus, of whom there are 14 in every day of Brahma. Such a day consisting of 1,000 aggregates of 4 ages, or 1,000 great ages, Mahayugas. Let us now analyze the word or name Manu. Orientalists and their dictionaries tell us that the term Manu is from the root man, to think, hence the thinking man. But esoterically, every Manu, as an anthropomorphized patron of a special cycle or round, is but the personified idea of the thought divine, as the Hermetic Primander. Each of the Manus, therefore, the creator and fashioner of all that appears during his own respective cycle of being or Manvantara. Fohat runs the Manus, or Jiankochan's, errands, and causes the ideal prototypes to expand from within without, meaning to cross gradually, on a descending scale, all the planes from the noumenon to the lowest phenomenon, to bloom finally on the last into full objectivity, the acme of illusion, or the grossest matter. Stanza 3 continued. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing, simultaneously, the whole universe, and the germ that dwelleth in darkness, the darkness that breathes, moves, over the slumbering waters of life. The Pythagorean monad is also said to dwell in solitude and darkness like the germ. The idea of the breath of darkness moving over the slumbering waters of life, which is primordial matter with the latent spirit in it, recalls the first chapter of Genesis. Its original is the Brahminical Narayana, the mover on the waters, who is the personification of the eternal breath of the unconscious all, or Parabrahm, of the Eastern occultists. The waters of life, or chaos, the female principle in symbolism, are the vacuum, to our mental sight, in which lie the latent spirit and matter. This it was that made Democritus assert, after his instructor Leucippus, that the primordial principles of all were atoms and a vacuum, in the sense of space, but not of empty space, as nature abhors a vacuum, according to the Peripatetics and every ancient philosopher. In all cosmogonies, water plays the same important part. It is the base and source of material existence. Scientists, mistaking the word for the thing, understood by water the definite chemical combination of oxygen and hydrogen, thus giving a specific meaning to a term used by occultists in a generic sense, and which is used in cosmogony with a metaphysical and mystical meaning. Ice is not water, neither is steam, although all three have precisely the same chemical composition. Stanza 3 continued. 2. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the waters, into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg. The ray causes the eternal egg to thrill, and drop the non-eternal periodical germ, which condenses into the world egg. The solitary ray dropping into the mother deep may be taken as meaning divine thought or intelligence, impregnating chaos. This, however, occurs on the plane of metaphysical abstraction, or rather the plane whereon that which we call a metaphysical abstraction is a reality. The virgin egg being in one sense abstract eggness, or the power of becoming developed through fecundation, is eternal and forever the same. And just as the fecundation of an egg takes place before it is dropped, so the non-eternal periodical germ, which becomes later in symbolism the mundane egg, contains in itself, when it emerges from the said symbol, the promise and potency of all the universe. Though the idea per se is, of course, an abstraction, a symbolical mode of expression, it is a symbol truly, as it suggests the idea of infinity as an endless circle. It brings before the mind's eye the picture of cosmos emerging from and in boundless space, a universe as shoreless in magnitude if not as endless in its objective manifestation. The simile of an egg also expresses the fact taught in occultism that the primordial form of everything manifested, from atom to globe, from man to angel, is spheroidal, the sphere having been with all nations the emblem of eternity and infinity, a serpent swallowing its tail. To realize the meaning, however, the sphere must be thought of as seen from its center. The field of vision or of thought is like a sphere whose radii proceed from oneself in every direction and extend out into space, opening up boundless vistas all round. It is the symbolical circle of Pascal and the Kabbalists, whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere, a conception which enters into the compound idea of this emblem. The mundane egg is, perhaps, one of the most universally adopted symbols, highly suggestive as it is, equally in the spiritual, physiological, and cosmological sense. Therefore it is found in every world theogony, where it is largely associated with the serpent symbol, the latter being everywhere, in philosophy as in religious symbolism, an emblem of eternity, infinitude, regeneration, and rejuvenation, as well as of wisdom. See Part 2, Tree and Serpent and Crocodile Worship. The mystery of apparent self-generation and evolution, through its own creative power repeating in miniature the process of cosmic evolution in the egg, both being due to heat and moisture under the flux of the unseen creative spirit, justified fully the selection of this graphic symbol. The virgin egg is the microcosmic symbol of the macrocosmic prototype, the Virgin Mother, chaos, or the primeval deep. The male creator, under whatever name, springs forth from the virgin female, the immaculate root fructified by the ray, who, if versed in astronomy and natural sciences, can fail to see its suggestiveness. Cosmos, as receptive nature, is an egg fructified, yet left immaculate. Once regarded as boundless, it could have no other representation than the spheroid. The golden egg was surrounded by 7 natural elements: ether, fire, air, water, 4 ready, 3 secret. It may be found stated in Vishnu Purana, where elements are translated envelopes, and a secret one is added, ahamkara. See Wilson's Vishnu Purana, Book 1, page 40. The original text has no ahamkara. It mentions 7 elements without specifying the last 3. See Part 2 on the mundane egg. Stanza 3 continued. 4. Then the 3, triangle, fell into the 4, quaternary. The radiant essence becomes 7 inside, 7 outside. The use of geometrical figures and the frequent allusions to figures in all ancient scriptures, see Puranas, Egyptian papyri, the Book of the Dead, and even the Bible, must be explained. In the Book of Jan, as in the Kabbalah, there are 2 kinds of numerals to be studied. The figures, often simple blinds, and the sacred numbers, the values of which are all known to the occultists through initiation. The form is but a conventional glyph. The latter is the basic symbol of all. That is to say, that one is purely physical, the other purely metaphysical, the 2 standing in relation to each other as matter stands to spirit, the extreme poles of the one substance. As Balzac, the unconscious occultist of French literature, says somewhere, the number is to mind the same as it is to matter, an incomprehensible agent. And perhaps so to the profane, but never to the initiated mind. Number is, as the great writer thought, an entity, and at the same time a breath emanating from what he called God, and what we call the All, the breath which alone could organize the physical cosmos, where naught obtains its form but through the deity, which is an effect of number. It is instructive to quote Balzac's words upon this subject. Quote, "The smallest as the most immense creations, are they not to be distinguished from each other by their quantities, their qualities, their dimensions, their forces and attributes, all begotten by the number? The infinitude of the numbers is a fact proven to our mind, but of which no proof can be physically given. The mathematician will tell us that the infinitude of the numbers exists, but it's not to be demonstrated. God is a number endowed with motion, which is felt but not demonstrated. As unity it begins the numbers, with which it has nothing in common. The existence of number depends on unity, which, without a single number, begets them all. What? Unable either to measure the first abstraction yielded to you by the deity, or to get hold of it, you still hope to subject to your measurements the mystery of the secret sciences which emanate from that deity. And what would you feel were I to plunge you into the abyss of motion, the force which organizes the number? What would you think were I to add that motion and number are begotten by the Word, the supreme reason of the seers and prophets who, in days of old, sensed the mighty breath of God, a witness to which is the Apocalypse?" Unquote. Note on motion and number. Number truly, but never motion. It is motion which begets the Logos, the Word in occultism. End of note. The luminous egg, Hiranyagarbha, which in itself is 3, the triple hypostasis of Brahma or Vishnu, the 3 Avashtas, curdles and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of Mother, the root that grows in the ocean of life. The radiant essence curdled and spread throughout the depths of space. From an astronomical point of view, this is easy of explanation. It is the Milky Way, the world stuff, or primordial matter in its first form. It is more difficult, however, to explain it in a few words or even lines from the standpoint of occult science and symbolism, as it is the most complicated of glyphs. Herein are enshrined more than a dozen symbols. To begin with, the whole pantheon of mysterious objects, every one of them having some definite occult meaning, extracted from the allegorical churning of the ocean by the Hindu gods. Note on the whole pantheon of mysterious objects. The 14 precious things. The narrative or allegory is found in the Satapatha Brahmana and others. The Japanese secret science of the Buddhist mystics The Yamabushi has 7 precious things. We will speak of them hereafter. End of note. Besides Amrita, the water of life or immortality, Surabhi, the cow plenty, called the fountain of milk and curds, was extracted from this sea of milk. Hence the universal adoration of the cow and bull, one the productive, the other the generative power in nature, symbols connected with both the solar and the cosmic deities. The specific properties for occult purposes of the 14 precious things, being explained only at the 4th initiation, cannot be given here, but the following may be remarked. In the Satapatha Brahmana it is stated that the churning of the ocean of milk took place in the Satyayug, the first age, which immediately followed the quote, deluge, unquote. As, however, neither the Rig Veda, both preceding Vaivasvata's quote, deluge, unquote, that of the bulk of the 4th race, mention this deluge, it is evident that it is not the great deluge, nor that which carried away Atlantis, nor even the deluge of Noah which is meant here. This churning relates to a period before the earth's formation, and is in direct connection with that other universal legend, the various and contradictory versions of which culminated in the Christian dogma of the war in heaven and the fall of the angels. See Book 2, also Revelations, Chapter 12. The Brahmanas, reproached by the Orientalists with their versions on the same subjects, often clashing with each, are preeminently occult works, hence used purposely as blinds. They were allowed to survive for public use and property only because they were and are absolutely unintelligible to the masses. Otherwise they would have disappeared from circulation as long ago as the days of Akbar. 3 continued. The root remains, the light remains, the curds remain, and still Oeaoho is one. Oeaoho is rendered Father-Mother of the Gods in the commentaries, or the 6 in 1, or the septenary root from which all proceeds. All depends upon the accent given to these 7 vowels, which may be pronounced as 1, 3, or even 7 syllables by adding an E after the letter O. This mystic name is given out, because without a thorough mastery of the triple pronunciation it remains forever ineffectual. That Oeao is one refers to the non-separatedness of all that lives and has its whether in active or passive state. In one sense, Oeao is the rootless root of all, hence one with Parabrahma. In another sense, it is a name for the manifested one life, the eternal living unity. The root means, as already explained, pure knowledge, sattva, eternal, nitya, unconditioned reality or sat, satya, whether we call it Parabrahmam or Mula Prakriti, for these are the 2 aspects of the one. Note: the original for understanding is sattva, which Shankara, Achaira, renders antahkarana, refined, he says, by sacrifices and other sanctifying operations. In the Kata, at page 148, sattva is said by Sankara to mean buddhi, a common use of the word. The Bhagavad Gita and the Sanatsugatya and the Anugita, translated by Kashinat Trimbak Telang, edited by Max Müller. Whatever meaning various schools may give the term, sattva is the name given among occult students of the Arya Sangha school to the dual monad or Atma Buddhi. The Atma Buddhi on this plane corresponds to Parabrahm and Mula Prakriti on the higher plane. End of note. The light is the same omnipresent spiritual ray which has entered and now fecundated the divine egg and caused cosmic matter to begin its long series of differentiations. The curds are the first differentiation, and probably refer also to that cosmic matter which is supposed to be the origin of the Milky Way, the matter we know. This matter, which, according to the revelation received from the primeval Dhyani Buddhas, is, during the periodical sleep of the universe, of the ultimate tenuity conceivable to the eye of the perfect Bodhisattva. This matter, radical and cool, becomes, at the first reawakening of cosmic motion, scattered through space, appearing, when seen from the earth, in clusters and lumps, like curds in thin milk. These are the seeds of the future worlds, the star stuff. Stanza 3 continued. 6. The root of life was in every drop of the ocean of immortality, Amrita, and the ocean was radiant light, which was fire and heat and motion. Darkness vanished and was no more. It disappeared in its own essence, the body of fire and water, of father and mother. Notes. Notes on Amrita. Amrita is immortality. Notes on darkness vanished and was no more. See commentary number 1 to this stanza. End of notes. The essence of darkness being absolute light, darkness is taken as the appropriate allegorical representation of the condition of the universe during pralaya, or the term of absolute rest or non-being as it appears to our finite minds. The fire, heat, and motion here spoken of are, of course, not the fire, heat, and motion of physical science, but the underlying abstractions, the noumena, or the soul of the essence of these material manifestations, the things in themselves, which, as modern science confesses, entirely elude the instruments of the laboratory, and which even the mind cannot grasp, although it can equally little avoid the conclusion that these underlying essences of things must exist. Fire and water, or father and mother, may be taken here to mean the divine ray and chaos. Note, see Quan Shayin. The real name from the text cannot be given. End of note. Chaos, from this union with spirit obtaining sense, shown with pleasure, and thus was produced the protogonos, the firstborn light, says a fragment of Hermas. Damascus calls it Dis, in Theogony, the disposer of all things. See Chorus Ancient Fragments, page 314. According to the Rosicrucian tenets, as handled and explained by the profane for once correctly, if only partially, so light and darkness are identical in themselves, being only divisible in the human mind. And according to Robert Flood, darkness adopted illumination in order to make itself visible, on Rosenkranz. According to the tenets of Eastern occultism, darkness is the one true actuality, the basis and the root of light, without which the latter could never manifest itself, nor even exist. Light is matter and darkness pure spirit. Darkness, in its radical metaphysical basis, is subjective and absolute light, while the latter, in all its seeming effulgence and glory, is merely a mass of shadows, as it can never be eternal, and is simply an illusion, or Maya. Even in the mind-baffling and science-harassing Genesis, light is created out of darkness. And darkness was upon the face of the deep. Chapters 1, verse 2. And not vice versa. In him, in darkness, was life, and the life was the light of men. John 1, 4. A day may come when the eyes of men will be opened, and then they may comprehend better than they do now that verse in the Gospel of John that says, And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. They will see then that the word darkness does not apply to man's spiritual eyesight, but indeed to darkness, the absolute, that comprehendeth not, cannot cognize, transient light, however transcendent to human eyes. Daemon est Deus inversus. The devil is now called darkness by the Church, whereas in the Bible he is called the Son of God. See Job. The bright star of the early morning, Lucifer. See Isaiah. There is a whole philosophy of dogmatic craft in the reason why the first archangel, who sprang from the depths of chaos, was called Lux, Lucifer, the luminous son of the morning, or manvanteric dawn. He was transformed by the Church into Lucifer or Satan because he is higher and older than Jehovah, and had to be sacrificed to the new dogma. See Book 2. Stanza 3 continued. 7. Behold, Ulanu, the radiant child of the two, the unparalleled refulgent glory, bright space, son of dark space, who emerges from the depths of the great dark waters. It is Oahu, the younger, the secret left out, whom thou knowest now as Quan Sha Yin. Comment. Note. Lanu is a student, a chela who studies practical esotericism. End of note. Bright space, son of dark space, corresponds to the ray dropped at the first thrill of the new dawn into the great cosmic depths, from which it re-emerges differentiated as Oeahu the younger, the new life, to become to the end of the life cycle the germ of all things. He is the incorporeal man who contains in himself the divine idea, the generator of light and life, to use an expression of Philo Judaeus. He is called the blazing dragon of wisdom, because firstly, he is that which the Greek philosophers called the logos, the verbum of the thought divine, and secondly, because in esoteric philosophy this first manifestation being the synthesis of the aggregate of universal wisdom, Oeahu, the son of the sun, contains in himself the seven creative hosts, the Sephiroth, and is thus the essence of manifested wisdom. He who bathes in the light of Oeahu will never be deceived by the veil of Maya. Quan Sha Yin is identical with and an equivalent of the Sanskrit Avalokiteshvara, and as such he is an androgynous deity, like the Tetragrammaton and all the logoi of antiquity. Note. Hence all the higher gods of antiquity are all sons of the mother before they become those of the father. The logoi, the Jupiter or Zeus, son of Kronos, Saturn, infinite time or Kala, in their origin were represented as male-female. Zeus, or in English Zeus, is said to be the beautiful virgin, and Venus is made bearded. Apollo is originally bisexual, so is Brahmavak in Manu and the Puranas. Osiris is interchangeable with Isis, and Horus is of both sexes. Finally, St. John's vision in Revelation, that of the Logos, who is now connected with Jesus, is hermaphrodite, for he is described as having female breasts. So is the Tetragrammaton, equals Jehovah. But there are two Avalokiteshvaras in esotericism, the first and the second Logos. End of note. It is only by some sects in China that he is anthropomorphized and represented with female attributes, when, under his female aspect, he becomes Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy, called the divine voice. Notes on female attributes. No religious symbol can escape profanation and even derision in our days of politics and science. In southern India, the writer has seen a converted native making puja with offerings before a statue of Jesus, clad in a woman's clothes and with a ring in his nose. When asking the meaning of the masquerade, we were answered that it was Jesu Maria, blended in one, and that it was done by the permission of the Padi, as the seal's convert had no money to purchase two statues or idols, as they very properly were called by a witness, another but a non-converted Hindu. Blasphemous this will appear to a dogmatic Christian, but the Theosophist and the occultist must award the palm of logic to the converted Hindu. The esoteric Christos in the Gnosis is, of course, sexless, but in exoteric theology he is male and female. End of note. Notes on the divine voice. The Gnostic Sophia, wisdom, who is the mother of Ogdoad, Aditi in a certain sense, with her 8 sons, is the Holy Ghost and the creator of all, as in the ancient systems. The Father is a far later invention. The earliest manifested Logos was female everywhere, the mother of the 7 planetary powers. End of note. The latter is the patron deity of Tibet, and of the island of Puto in China, where both deities have a number of monasteries. See Part 2, Quan Sha Yin and Kuan Yin. Note. See Chinese Buddhism by the Reverend J.C. Edkins, who always gives correct facts, although his conclusions are very frequently erroneous. He shines forth as the sun. He is the blazing divine dragon of wisdom. The Eka is Chatur, 4, and Chatur takes it to itself 3, and the union produces the Sapta, 7, in whom are the 7 which become the Tridasa, the thrice 10. the hosts, and the multitudes. Note: Tridasa, or 3 times 10, 30, alludes to the Vedic deities in round numbers, or more accurately 33, a sacred number. They are the 12 Adityas, the 8 Vashus, the 11 Rudras, and 2 Ashwins, the twin sons of the sun and the sky. This is the root number of the Hindu pantheon, which enumerates 33 crores, or over 300 millions of gods and goddesses. End of note. The dragon of wisdom is the one, the Ika, Sanskrit, or Saka. It is curious that Jehovah's name in Hebrew should also be one, Echod. His name is Echod, say the rabbins. The philologists ought to decide which of the two is derived from the other, linguistically and symbolically. Surely not the Sanskrit. The one and the dragon are expressions used by the ancients in connection with their respective logoi. Jehovah, esoterically, as Elohim, is also the serpent or dragon that tempted Eve, and the dragon is an old glyph for astral light, primordial principle, which is the wisdom of chaos. Archaic philosophy, recognizing neither good nor evil as a fundamental or independent power, but starting from the absolute all, universal perfection eternally, traced both through the course of natural evolution to pure light condensing gradually into form, hence becoming matter or evil. It was left with the early and ignorant Christian fathers to degrade the philosophical and highly scientific idea of this emblem, the dragon, into the absurd superstition called the devil. They took it from the later Zoroastrians, who saw devils or the evil in the Hindu devas, and the word evil thus became, by a double transmutation, devil in every tongue, diabolos, diable, diabolo, teufel. But the pagans have always shown a philosophical discrimination in their symbols. The primitive symbol of the serpent symbolized divine wisdom and perfection, and had always stood for psychical regeneration and immortality. Hence Hermes calling the serpent the most spiritual of all beings. Moses initiated in the wisdom of Hermes, following suit in Genesis. The Gnostics' serpent, with the 7 vowels over its head, being the emblem of the 7 hierarchies of the septenary or planetary creators. Hence, also, the Hindu serpent, Sesha, or Ananta, the infinite, a name of Vishnu, whose first vakan, or vehicle, on the primordial waters is this serpent. Note: like the logoi and the hierarchies of power, however, the serpents have to be distinguished one from the other. Sesha, or Ananta, the couch of Vishnu, is an allegorical abstraction, symbolizing infinite time in space, which contains the germ and throws off periodically the efflorescence of this germ, the manifested universe. Whereas the Gnostic Ophis contained the same triple symbolism in its 7 vowels as the 1, 3, and 7-syllabled Oeaohu of the archaic doctrine, that is, the one unmanifested logos, the second manifested, the triangle concreting into the quaternary or tetragrammaton, and the rays of the latter on the material plane. End of note. Yet they all made a difference between the good and the bad serpent, the astral light of the Kabbalists, between the former, the embodiment of divine wisdom in the region of the spiritual, and the latter evil on the plane of matter. Note: the astral light, or the ether, of the ancient pagans, for the name of astral light is quite modern, is spirit matter. Beginning with the pure spiritual plane, it becomes grosser as it descends until it becomes the Maya, or the tempting and deceitful serpent on our plane. End of note. Jesus accepted the serpent as a synonym of wisdom, and this formed part of his teaching. Be ye wise as serpents, he says. In the beginning, before mother became father-mother, the fiery dragon moved in the infinitude alone. Book of Sarpayani. The Aitareya Brahmana calls the earth Sarparayini, the serpent queen, and the mother of all that moves. Before our globe became egg-shaped, and the universe also, a long trail of cosmic dust, or fire mist,
moved and withered like a serpent in space. The Spirit of God moving on chaos was symbolized by every nation in the shape of a fiery serpent, breathing fire and light upon the primordial waters until it had incubated cosmic matter and made it assume the annular shape of a serpent, with its tail in its mouth, which symbolizes not only eternity and infinitude, but also the globular shape of all the bodies formed within the universe from that fiery mist. The universe, as well as the earth and man, cast off periodically, serpent-like, their old skins, to assume new ones after a time of rest. The serpent is surely a not less graceful or more unpoetical image than the caterpillar and chrysalis from which springs the butterfly, the Greek emblem of Psyche, the human soul. The dragon was also the symbol of the Logos with the Egyptians, as with the Gnostics. In the Book of Hermes, Pimander, the oldest and the most spiritual of the Logoi of the Western continent, appears to Hermes in the shape of a fiery dragon of light, fire, and flame. Pimander, the thought divine personified, says, "The light is me. I am the Nous," the mind of Manu. "I am thy God, and I am far older than the human principle which escapes from the shadow, darkness, or the concealed deity. I am the germ of thought, the resplendent word, the Son of God. All that thus sees and hears in thee is the verbum of the Master. It is the thought, Mahat, which is God the Father." Note: by God the Father, the seventh principle in man and cosmos are here unmistakably meant, this principle being inseparable in its esse and nature from the seventh cosmic principle. In one sense, it is the Logos of the Greeks and the Avalokiteshvara of the esoteric Buddhists. End of note. The celestial ocean, the aether, is the breath of the Father, the life-giving principle, the Mother, the Holy Spirit, for these are not separated, and their union is life. Here we find the unmistakable echo of the archaic secret doctrine, as now expounded. Only the latter does not place at the head and evolution of life the Father, who comes third, and is the Son of the Mother, but the eternal and ceaseless breath of the All. The Mahat, understanding, universal mind, thought, etc., before it manifests itself as Brahma or Shiva, appears as Vishnu, says Sankhya-shara, page 16. Hence Mahat has several aspects, just as the Logos has. Mahat is called the Lord in the primary creation, and is in this sense universal cognition or thought divine. But that Mahat which was first produced is afterwards called egoism, when it is born as I. That is said to be the second creation, Anugita, chapter 26. And the translator, an able and learned Brahmin, not a European Orientalist, explains in a footnote 6. That is, when Mahat develops into the feeling of self-consciousness, I, then it assumes the name of egoism, which, translated in our esoteric phraseology, means when Mahat is transformed into the human manas, or even that of the finite gods, and becomes ahamship. Why it is called the Mahat of the second creation, or the ninth, that of the Kumara in Vishnu Purana, will be explained in Book 2. The sea of fire is then the super-astral, that is, noumenal, light, the first radiation from the root, the Mula Prakriti, the undifferentiated cosmic substance, which becomes astral matter. It is also called the fiery serpent, as above described. If the student bears in mind that there is but one universal element, which is infinite, unborn, and undying, and that all the rest, as in the world of phenomena, are but so many various differentiated aspects and transformations, correlations they are now called, of that one, from cosmical down to microcosmical effects, from superhuman down to human and subhuman beings, the totality, in short, of objective existence, then the first and chief difficulty will disappear, and occult cosmology may be mastered. Note: in the Egyptian, as in the Indian theogony, there was a concealed deity, the one and the creative androgynous God.
Thus Shu is the god of creation, and Osiris is, in his original primary form, the god whose name is unknown. See Maretz, Abydos, Book 2, page 63, and Volume 3, pages 413, 414, number 1122, end of note. All the Kabbalists and occultists, Eastern and Western, recognize A. The identity of Father-Mother with primordial aether, or Akasha, astral light, and B. its homogeneity before the evolution of the Sun, cosmically Fohat, for it is cosmic electricity. Fohat hardens and scatters the seven brothers, Book 3, Jan, which means that the primordial electric entity, for the Eastern occultists insist that electricity is an entity, electrifies into life and separates primordial stuff or pre-genetic matter into atoms, themselves the source of all life and consciousness. There exists an universal agent, unique of all forms and of life, that is called Od, Ob, and Aur, active and passive, positive and negative, like day and night. It is the first light in creation. See Eliphaz Levi's Kabbalah. The first light of the primordial Elohim, the Adam, male and female, or scientifically electricity and life. Notes. Od is the pure life-giving light of magnetic fluid. Ob, the messenger of death, used by the sorcerers, the nefarious evil fluid. Aur is the synthesis of the two, astral light proper. Can the philologist tell why Od, a term used by Reichenbach to denominate the vital fluid, is also a Tibetan word meaning light, brightness, radiancy? It equally means sky in an occult sense, whence the root of the word. But Akasha is not quite ether, but far higher than that, as will be shown. End of notes. Behold him lifting the veil, and unfurling it from east to west. He shuts out the above and leaves the below to be seen as the great illusion. He marks the places for the shining ones, stars, and turns the upper space into a shoreless sea of fire, and the one manifested element into the great waters. The ancients represented it by a serpent, for Fohat hisses as he glides hither and thither in zigzags. The Kabbalah figures it with the Hebrew letter Tet, whose symbol is the serpent which played such a prominent part in the mysteries. Its universal value is 9, for it is the 9th letter of the alphabet and the 9th door of the 50 portals or gateways that lead to the concealed mysteries of being. It is the magical agent par excellence, and designates the Hermetic philosophy life infused into primordial matter, the essence that composes all things, and the spirit that determines their form. But there are two secret Hermetical operations, one spiritual, the other material correlative, and forever united. Thou shalt separate the earth from the fire, the subtile from the solid, that which ascends from earth to heaven and descends again from heaven to earth. It, the subtile light, is the strong force of every force, for it conquers every subtile thing and penetrates into every solid. Thus was the world formed. Hermes. It was not Zeno alone, the founder of the Stoics, who taught that the universe evolves when its primary substance is transformed from the state of fire into that of air, then into water, etc. Heraclitus of Ephesus manifested that the one principle that underlies all phenomena in nature is fire. The intelligence that moves the universe is fire, and fire is intelligence. Anaximenes said the same of air, and Thales of Miletus, 600 years before Christ, of water. The esoteric doctrine reconciles all those philosophers by showing that, though each was right, the system of none was complete. Stanza 3 continued. 8. Where was the germ, and where was now darkness? Where is the spirit of the flame that burns in thy lamp, O Lanu? The germ is that, and that is light, the white brilliant sun of the dark hidden Father. The answer to the first question suggested by the second, which is the reply of the teacher to the pupil, contains in a single phrase one of the most essential truths of occult philosophy. It indicates the existence of things imperceptible to our physical senses, which are of far greater importance, more real and more permanent than those that appeal to these senses themselves. Before the Lanu can hope to understand the transcendental and metaphysical problem contained in the first question, he must be able to answer the second, while the very answer he gives to the second will furnish him with a clue to the correct reply to the first. In the Sanskrit commentary on this stanza, the terms used for the concealed and the unrevealed principle are many. In the earliest manuscripts of Indian literature, this unrevealed abstract deity has no name. It is called generally that, tad in Sanskrit, and means all that is, was, and will be, or that can be so received by the human mind. Among such appellations given, of course, only in esoteric philosophy, as the unfathomable darkness, the whirlwind, etc., it is also called the it of the Kalahansa, the Kalahamsa, and even the Kali Hamsa, black swan. Here the M and the N are convertible, and both sound like the nasal French ang, or again N or en, ennui, embarked, etc. As in the Hebrew Bible, many a mysterious sacred name in Sanskrit conveys to the profane ear no more than some ordinary and often vulgar word, because it is concealed animagmatically or otherwise. This word of Hansa, or esoterically Hamsa, is just such a case. Hamsa is equal to Ahamsa, 3 words meaning I am he in English, while divided in still another way it will read Soham, he is I, Soham being equal to Sah, he, and Aham, I, or I am he. In this alone is contained the universal mystery, the doctrine of the identity of man's essence with God-essence for him who understands the language of wisdom. Hence the glyph of and the allegory about Kalahansa or Hamsa, and the name given to Brahma neuter later on through the male Brahma of Hangsa Vahanga, he who uses the Hangsa as his vehicle. The same word may be read Kalahangsa or I am I in the eternity of time, answering to the biblical or rather Zoroastrian I am that I am. The same doctrine is found in the Kabbalah, as witness the following extract from an unpublished manuscript by Mr. S. Liddell MacGregor Mathers, the learned Kabbalist. The 3 pronouns hua, at, ani, he, tu, I are used to symbolize the ideas of macroprosopis and microprosopis in the Hebrew Kabbalah. Hua, he, is applied to the hidden and concealed macroprosopis, ata, thou, to microprosopis, and ani, I, to the latter, when he is represented as speaking. See Lesser Holy Assembly 204 et sequens. It is to be noted that each of these names consists of 3 letters, of which the letter Aleph, A, forms the conclusion of the first word Hua and the commencement of Ata and Ani, as if it were the connecting link between them. But Aleph is the symbol of the unity and consequently of the unvarying idea of the divine operating through all these. But behind the Aleph, in the name Hua, are the letters Ata and Ani, the symbols of the numbers 6 and 5, the male and the female, the hexagram and the pentagram. And the numbers of these 3 words, Hua, Ati, Ani, are 12, 406, and 61, which are resumed in the key numbers of 3, 10, and 7 by the Kabbalah of the 9 chambers, which is a form of the exegetical rule of Temura. It is useless to attempt to explain the mystery in full. Materialists and the men of modern science will never understand its sense. In order to obtain clear perception of it, one has first of all to admit the postulate of a universally diffused, omnipresent, eternal deity in nature. Secondly, to have fathomed the mystery of electricity in its true essence. And thirdly, to credit man with being the septenary symbol on the terrestrial plane of the one great unit, the Logos, which is itself the seven-voweled sign, the breath crystallized into the Word. Note: this is again similar to the doctrine of Fichte and German pantheists. The former reveres Jesus as a great teacher who inculcated the unity of the spirit of man with the God spirit, the Advaita doctrine, or universal principle. It is difficult to find a single speculation in Western metaphysics which has not been anticipated by archaic Eastern philosophy. From Kant to Herbert Spencer, it is all a more or less distorted echo of Advaita, and Vedantic doctrines generally. End of note.
He who believes in all this has also to believe in the multiple combination of the 7 planets of occultism and of the Kabbalah, with the 12 zodiacal signs, to attribute, as we do, to each planet and to each constellation an influence which, in the words of Eli Starr, a French occultist, is proper to it, beneficent or maleficent, and this after the planetary spirit which rules it, who, in his turn, is capable of influencing men and things which are found in harmony with him and with which he has any affinity. For these reasons, and since few believe in the foregoing, all that can now be given is that in both cases the symbol of Hansa, whether I, he, goose, or swan, is an important symbol representing, for instance, divine wisdom, wisdom in darkness beyond the reach of man. For all exoteric purposes, Hansa, as every Hindu knows, is a fabulous bird which, when given milk mixed with water for its food, in the allegory, separated the two, drinking the milk and leaving the water, thus showing inherent wisdom, milk standing symbolically for spirit and water for matter. That this allegory is very ancient and dates from the very earliest archaic period is shown by the mention in Bhagavata Purana of a certain caste named Hamsa or Hansa, which was the one caste par excellence, when, far back in the midst of a forgotten past, there was among the Hindus only one Veda, one deity, one caste. There is also a range in the Himalayas, described in the old books as being situated north of Mount Meru, called Hamsa, and connected with episodes pertaining to the history of religious mysteries and initiations. As to the name of Kala Hansa, being the supposed vehicle of Brahma Prajapati in the exoteric texts and translations of the Orientalists, it is quite a mistake. Brahma, the neuter, is called by them Kalahansa, and Brahma, the male, Hansa Vahana, because forsooth his vehicle or Vahan is a swan or goose. Vide the Hindu Classical Dictionary. This is a purely exoteric gloss. Esoterically and logically, if Brahma, the infinite, is all that is described by the Orientalists, namely, agreeably with the Vedantic texts, an abstract deity in no way characterized by the description of any human attributes, and it is still maintained that he or it is called Kalahansa, then how can it ever become the Vahan of Brahma, the manifested finite God? It is quite the reverse. The swan or goose, Hansa, is the symbol of that male or temporary deity, as he, the emanation of the primordial ray, is made to serve as a Vahan, or vehicle, for that divine ray, which otherwise could not manifest itself in the universe, being, antiphrastically, itself an emanation of darkness, for our human intellect at any rate. It is Brahma, then, who is Kalahansa, and the ray, the Hansa Vahana. As to the strange symbol chosen, it is equally suggestive, the true mystic significance being the idea of a universal matrix, figured by the primordial waters of the deep, or the opening for the reception,
and subsequently for the issue of that one ray, the Logos, which contains in itself the other 7 procreative rays or powers, the Logoi or builders. Hence the choice by the Rose-Croix of the aquatic fowl, where the swan or pelican, with 7 young ones for a symbol, modified and adapted to the religion of every country. Note: whether the genus of the bird be Cygnus, Anser, or Pelicanus, it is no matter, as it is an aquatic bird floating or moving on the waters like the spirit, and then issuing from those waters to give birth to other beings. The true significance of the symbol of the 18th degree of the Rose-Croix is precisely this, though poetized later on into the motherly feeling of the pelican rending its bosom to feed its 7 little ones with its blood. End of note. Ensoph is called the fiery soul of the pelican in the Book of Numbers. Note: the reason why Moses forbids eating the pelican and swan, classing the 2 among the unclean fowls, and permits eating bald locusts, beetles, and the grasshopper after his kind, Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14, is a purely physiological one, and has to do with the mystic symbology only in so far as the word unclean, like every other word, ought not to be read and understood literally, as it is esoteric like all the rest, and may as well mean holy as not. It is a blind, very suggestive in connection with certain superstitions, for example that of the Russian people who will not use the pigeon for food, not because it is unclean, but because the Holy Ghost is credited with having appeared under the form of a dove. End of note. See Part 2, the hidden deity and symbols and glyphs. Appearing with every Manvantara as Narayan or Swayambhuva, the self-existent, and penetrating into the mundane egg, it emerged from it at the end of the divine incubation as Brahma, or Prajapati, a progenitor of the future universe into which he expands. He is Purusha, spirit, but he is also Prakriti, matter. Therefore, it is only after separating himself into 2 halves, Brahmavak, the female, and Brahmavirai, the male, that the Prajapati becomes the male Brahma.
Stanza 3 continued. 9. Light is cold flame, and flame is fire, and the fire produces heat, which yields water, the water of life in the Great Mother, chaos. It must be remembered that the words light, fire, and flame used in the stanzas have been adopted by the translators thereof from the vocabulary of the old 5 philosophers, in order to render better the meaning of the archaic terms and symbols employed in the original. Note: not the medieval alchemists, but the magi and fire worshippers, from whom the Rosicrucians, or the philosophers per ignem, the successors of the Theurgists, borrowed all their ideas concerning fire as a mystic and divine element. End of note. Otherwise they would have remained entirely unintelligible to a European reader, but to a student of the occult the terms used will be sufficiently clear.
All these, light, flame, hot, cold, fire, heat, or as a modern physicist would say, the correlations of electricity, mighty word and a still mightier symbol,
sacred generator of a no less sacred progeny, of fire, the creator, the preserver and the destroyer, of light, the essence of our divine ancestors, of flame, the soul of things, electricity, the one life at the upper rung of being, and astral fluid, the ethanol of the alchemists, at its lowest, God and devil, good and evil. Now, why is light called in the stanzas cold flame? Because in the order of cosmic evolution, as taught by the occultist, the energy that actuates matter after its first formation into atoms is generated on our plane by cosmic heat, and because cosmos, in the sense of dissociated matter, was not before that period. The first primordial matter, eternal and coeval with space, which has neither a beginning nor an end, is neither hot nor cold,
but is of its own special nature, says the commentary, Book 2. Heat and cold are relative qualities, and pertain to the realms of the manifested worlds, which all proceed from the manifested hyle, which, in its absolutely latent aspect, is referred to as the cold virgin, and when awakened to life, as the mother. The ancient Western cosmogonic myths state that at first there was but cold mist, which was the father, and the prolific slime, the mother, Ilus or Hyle, from which crept forth the mundane snake matter. See Isis, Volume 1, page 146. Primordial matter, then, before it emerges from the plane of the never-manifesting, and awakens to the thrill of action under the impulse of Olcott, is but a cool radiance, colorless, formless, tasteless, and devoid of every quality and aspect. Even such are her firstborn, the 4 sons, who are 1 and become 7, the entities by whose qualifications and names the ancient Eastern occultists call the 4 of the 7 primal centers of forces, or atoms, that develop later into the great cosmic elements, now divided into the 70 or so sub-elements known to science. The 4 primal natures of the first Dryankochans are the so-called, for want of better terms, akashic, ethereal, watery, and fiery, answering in the terminology of practical occultism to scientific definitions of gases which, to convey a clear idea to both occultists and laymen, must be defined as parahydrogenic, paraoxygenic, oxyhydrogenic, and ozonic, or perhaps nitrosonic. The latter forces or gases in occultism's supersensuous yet atomic substances being the most effective and active when energizing on the plane of more grossly differentiated matter. Note, each of these and many more are probably the missing links of chemistry. They are known by other names in alchemy, and to the occultists who practice in phenomenal powers. It is by combining and recombining in a certain way, or dissociating, the elements by means of astral fire that the greatest phenomena are produced. End of note. Note, the prefix para, Greek para, beyond, outside. End of note. These, in occultism supersenses, yet atomic substances, are both electropositive and electronegative. Stanza 3 continued. 10. Father Mother, spin a web whose upper end is fastened to spirit, Purusha, the light of the one darkness, and the lower one to matter, Prakriti, its, the spirit's, shadowy end, and this web is the universe spun out of the 2 substances made in one, which is Svabhava. In the Mundaka Upanishad it is written, as a spider throws out and retracts its web, as herbs spring up in the ground, so is the universe derived from the undecaying one. 1:1:7. Brahma, as the germ of unknown darkness, is the material from which all evolves and develops, as the web from the spider, as foam from the water, etc. This is only graphic and true if Brahma, the creator, is, as a term, derived from the root bri, to increase or expand. Brahma expands and becomes the universe woven out of his own substance. The same idea has been beautifully expressed by Goethe, who says, "Thus at the roaring loom of time I ply, and weave for God the garment thou seest him by." Stanza 3 continued. 11. It, the web, expands when the breath of fire, the Father, is upon it. It contracts when the breath of the Mother, the root of matter, touches it. Then the sons, the elements with their respective powers or intelligences, dissociate and scatter to return into their mother's bosom at the end of the great day and become one with her. The expanding of the universe under the breath of fire is very suggestive in the light of the fire mist period of which modern science speaks so much and knows in reality so little. Great heat breaks up the compound elements and resolves the heavenly bodies into their primeval one element, explains the commentary. once disintegrated into its primal constituent by getting within the attraction and reach of a focus or center of heat, energy, of which many are carried about to and fro in space, a body, whether alive or dead, will be vaporized and held in the bosom of the mother, until Fohat, gathering a few of the clusters of cosmic matter, nebulae, will, by giving it an impulse, set it in motion anew, develop the required heat, and then leave it to follow its own new growth. The expanding and contracting of the web, that is, the world stuff, or atoms, expresses here the pulsatory movement, for it is the regular contraction and expansion of the infinite and shoreless ocean of that which we may call the noumenon of matter emanated by Svabhavat, which causes the universal vibration of atoms. But it is also suggestive of something else. It shows that the ancients were acquainted with that which is now the puzzle of many scientists, and especially of astronomers, the cause of the first ignition of matter or the world of stuff, the paradox of the heat produced by the refrigerative contraction and other such cosmic riddles. For it points unmistakably to a knowledge by the ancients of such phenomena. There is heat internal and heat external in every atom, say the manuscript commentaries, to which the writer has had access. The breath of the father, or spirit, and the breath or heat of the mother, matter, and they give explanations which show that the modern theory of the extinction of the solar fires by loss of heat through radiation is erroneous. The assumption is false, even on the scientist's own admission, for as Professor Newcomb points out, in Popular Astronomy, pages 506 to 508, by losing heat, a gaseous body contracts, and the heat generated by the contraction exceeds that which it had to lose in order to produce the contraction. This paradox, that the body gets hotter as the shrinking produced by its getting colder is greater, led to long disputes. The surplus of heat, it was argued, was lost by radiation, and to assume that the temperature is not lowered pari passu with a decrease of volume under a constant pressure is to set at naught the law of Charles, nebular theory, Winchell. Contraction develops heat, it is true, but contraction from cooling is incapable of developing the whole amount of heat at any time existing in the mass, or even of maintaining a body at a constant temperature, etc. Professor Winchell tries to reconcile the paradox, only a seeming one in fact, as Homer Lanes proved, by suggesting something besides heat. May it not be, he asks, simply a repulsion among the molecules, which varies according to some law of the distance? But even this will be found irreconcilable unless this something besides heat is ticketed causeless heat, the breath of fire, the all-creative force, plus absolute intelligence, which a physical science is not likely to accept. However it may be, the reading of this stanza shows it, notwithstanding its archaic phraseology, to be more scientific than even modern science. Stanza 3 continued. 12. Then Svabhavat sends the Fohat to harden the atoms. Each of these is a part of the web, the universe, reflecting the self-existent Lord, primeval light. Like a mirror, each becomes in turn a world. Note, this is said in the sense that the flame from a fire is endless, and that the lights of the whole universe could be lit at one simple rushlight without diminishing its flame. End of note. Fohat hardens the atoms, that is, by infusing energy into them. He scatters the atoms of primordial matter. He scatters himself while scattering matter into atoms. Manuscript commentaries. It is through Fohat that the ideas of the universal mind are impressed upon matter. Some faint idea of the nature of Fohat may be gathered from the appellation cosmic electricity sometimes applied to it, but to the commonly known properties of electricity it must, in this case, be added others, including intelligence. It is of interest to note that modern science has come to the conclusion that all cerebration and brain activity are attended by electrical phenomena. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 1, Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 4. 1. Listen, ye sons of the earth, to your instructors, the sons of the fire. Learn, there is neither first nor last, for all is one, number issued from no number. 2. Learn what we who descend from the primordial seven, we who are born from the primordial flame, have learned from our fathers. 3. From the effulgency of light, the ray of the ever-darkness, sprung in space the reawakened energies, the one from the egg, the 6, and then the 5. Then the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, the twice 7, the sum total. And these are the essences, the flames, the elements, the builders, the numbers, the arupa, the rupa, and the force of divine man, the sum total. And from the divine man emanated the forms, the sparks, the sacred animals, and the messengers of the sacred fathers within the holy four. 4. This was the army of the voice, the divine mother of the seven. The sparks of the seven are subject to, and the servants of, the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the 6th, and the 7th of the 7. These sparks are called spheres, triangles, cubes, lines, and modelers, for thus stands the eternal Nidana, the Oahu, which is 5. Darkness, the boundless, or the no number, Adi Nidana Svabhavat. 1. The Adisanat, the number, for he is 1. 2. The voice of the Lord Svabhavat, the numbers, for he is 1 and 9. 3. The formless square. And these 3 enclosed within the circle are the sacred 4. And the 10 are the Arupa universe. Then come the sons, the 7 fighters, the 1, the 8th left out, and his breath, which is the light maker. 6. Then the second 7, who are the Lipika, produced by the 3. The rejected son is 1. The sons are countless. Commentary. 1. Listen, ye sons of the earth, to your instructors, the sons of the fire. These terms, the sons of the fire, the sons of the fire mist, and the like, require explanation. They are connected with a great primordial and universal mystery, and it is not easy to make it clear. There is a passage in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, wherein Krishna, speaking symbolically and esoterically, says, I will state the times, conditions, at which devotees departing from this life do so never to return, be reborn, or to return, to incarnate again. The fire, the flame, the day, the bright, lucky fortnight, the 6 months of the northern solstice, departing, dying, in these, those who know the Brahman yogis go to the Brahman. Smoke night, the dark, unlucky fortnight, the 6 months of the southern solstice, dying in these, the devotee goes to the lunar light, or mention the astral light also, and returns, is reborn. These 2 paths, bright and dark, are said to be eternal in this world, or great kalpa, age. By the one a man goes, never to come back, by the other he returns. Now these names, fire, flame, day, the bright fortnight, etc., as smoke, night, and so on, leading only to the end of the lunar path, are incomprehensible without knowledge of esotericism. These are all names of various deities which preside over the cosmopsychic powers. We often speak of the hierarchy of flames, see Book 2, or the sons of fire, etc. Sankaracharya, the greatest of the esoteric masters of India, says that fire means a deity which presides over time, Kala. The able translator of Bhagavad Gita, Kashinath Trimbak Telang, M.A. of Bombay, confesses he has no clear notion of the meaning of these verses, page 81, footnote. It seems quite clear, on the contrary, to him who knows the occult doctrine. With these verses, the mystic sense of the solar and lunar symbols are connected. The Pitris are lunar deities and our ancestors, because they created the physical man. The Agnishvata, the Kumara, the 7 mystic sages, are solar deities, though the former are Pitris also, and these are the fashioners of the inner man. See Book 2. They are the sons of fire, because they are the first beings. In the secret doctrine they are called minds, evolved from primordial fire. The Lord is a consuming fire. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 24. The Lord, Christos, shall be revealed with his mighty angels in flaming fire. 2 Thessalonians 1, 7, 8. The Holy Ghost descended on the apostles like cloven tongues of fire. Acts 2, verse 3. Vishnu will return on the Kalki, the white horse, as the last avatar amid fire and flames, and Sosiush will be brought down equally on a white horse, in a tornado of fire. I saw heaven open, and behold a white horse, and he that sat upon him is called the Word of God. Revelations 19, verse 13, amid flaming fire. Fire is aether in its purest form, and hence is not regarded as matter, but it is the unity of aether, the second manifested deity in its universality. But there are 2 fires, and a distinction is made between them in the occult teachings. The first, or the purely formless and invisible fire, concealed in the central spiritual sun, is spoken of as a triple, metaphysically, while the fire of the manifested cosmos is septenary, throughout both the universe and our solar system. The fire or knowledge burns up all action on the plane of illusion, says the commentary. Therefore, those who have acquired it and are emancipated are called fires. Speaking of the 7 senses symbolized as hotris, priests, the Brahmana says in Anujita, thus these 7 senses, smell and taste and color and sound, etc., are the causes of emancipation, and the commentator adds, it is from these 7 from which the self is to be emancipated. I am here devoid of qualities must mean the self, not the Brahmana who speaks. Sacred Books of the East, edited by Max Müller, Volume 8, page 278. Learn there is neither first nor last, for all is one number issued from no number. The expression, all is one number issued from no number, relates again to that universal and philosophical tenet just explained in stanza 3, comment 4. That which is absolute is of course no number, but in its later significance it has an application in space as in time. It means that not only every increment of time is part of a larger increment, up to the most indefinitely prolonged duration conceivable by the human intellect, but also that no manifested thing can be thought of except as part of a larger whole, the total aggregate being the one manifested universe that issues from the unmanifested or absolute, called non-being or no number, to distinguish it from being, or the one number. Stanza 4 continued. 2. Learn that we, who descend from the primordial 7, we, who are born from the primordial flame, have learned from our fathers. This is explained in Book 2, and this name, primordial flame, corroborates what is said in the first paragraph of the preceding commentary on stanza 4. The distinction between the primordial and the subsequent 7 builders is this. The former are the ray and direct emanation of the first sacred 4, the tetractis, that is, the eternally self-existent one, eternal in essence, note well, not in manifestation, and distinct from the universal one. Latent during Pralaya and active during Manvantara, the primordial proceed from Father-Mother, Spirit Hyle or Ilus, whereas the other manifested quaternary and the 7 proceed from the Mother alone. It is the latter who is the Immaculate Virgin Mother, who is overshadowed, not impregnated, by the universal mystery, when she emerges from her state of Laya, or undifferentiated condition. In reality, they are of course all one, but their aspects on the various planes of being are different. See Part 2, Theogony of the Creative Gods. The first primordial are the highest beings on the scale of existence. They are the archangels of Christianity, those who refuse, as Michael did in the latter system, and as did the eldest, mind-born sons of Brahma, Vedas, to create or rather to multiply. Stanza 4 continued. 3. From the effulgence of light, the rays of the ever-darkness, sprung in space the reawakened energies, Diankochans, the one from the egg, the 6 and the 5. This relates to the sacred science of the numerals, so sacred indeed, and so important in the study of occultism that the subject can hardly be skimmed, even in such a large work as the present. It is on the hierarchies and correct numbers of these beings invisible to us, except upon very rare occasions, that the mystery of the whole universe is built. The Kumaras, for instance, are called the 4, though in reality 7 in number, because Shanaka, Sananda, Sanatana, and Sanat Kumara are the chief Vaidhatra, their patronymic name, as they spring from the fourfold mystery. To make the whole clear, we have to turn for our illustrations to tenets more familiar to some of our readers, namely the Brahminical. According to Manu, Hiryanagarbha is Brahma, the first male formed by the undiscernible causeless cause, in a golden egg, resplendent as the sun, as states the Hindu Classical Dictionary. Hiranyagarbha means the golden, or rather the effulgent womb, or egg. The meaning tallies awkwardly with the epithet of male. Surely the esoteric meaning of the sentence is clear enough. In the Rig Veda it is said that the one Lord of all beings, the one animating principle of gods and man, arose in the beginning in the golden womb, Hiryanagarbha, which is the mundane egg or sphere of our universe. That being is surely androgynous, and the allegory of Brahma separating into 2 and rejecting in one of his halves, the female Vak, himself as Viraj, is a proof of it. The one from the egg, the 6 and the 5, give the number 1065, the value of the firstborn. Later on, the male and female Brahma Prajapati, who answers to the numbers 7 and 14 and 21 respectively. The Prajapati are, like the Sephiroth, only 7, including the synthetic Sephira of the triad from which they spring. Thus from Hiranyagarbha or Prajapati, the triune, primeval Vedic Trimurti, Agni, Vayu, and Surya, emanate the other 7, or again 10 if we separate the first 3 which exist in 1, and 1 in 3, all moreover being comprehended within that one suprema, Parama, called Guya, or secret, and Sarvatma, the supersoul. The 7 laws of being lie concealed in Sarvatma, like thoughts in one brain. So are the Sephiroth. It is either 7 when counting from the upper triad headed by Ketha, or 10 exoterically. In the Mahabharata, the Prajapati are 21 in number, or 10, 6, and 5, 1065, thrice 7. Note, in the Kabbalah, the same numbers are a value of Jehovah, meaning 1065, since the numerical values of the 3 letters which compose his name, Jod, Vav, and twice He, are respectively 10, 6, and 5, or again thrice 7, 21. 10 is the mother of the soul, for life and light are therein united, says Hermes. For number 1 is born of the spirit, and the number 10 from matter, chaos feminine. The unity has made the 10 the unity, from Book of the Keys. By the means of the Temura, the anagrammatical method of Kabbalah, and the knowledge of 1065, in brackets 21, a universal science may be obtained regarding cosmos and its mysteries. Says Rabbi Yogel, the rabbis regard the numbers 10, 6, and 5 as the most sacred of all. End of note. Then the 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, the twice 7, the sum total. The 3, the 1, the 4, the 1, the 5, in their totality twice 7, represent 31,415, the numerical hierarchy of the Jan Kochans of various orders and of the inner or circumscribed world. Note: the reader may be told that an American Kabbalist has now discovered the same number for the Elohim. It came to the Jews from Chaldea. See Hebrew Metrology in the Masonic Review, July 1885, Macmillan Lodge, number 141. End of note. When placed on the boundary of the great circle of Pass-Not, see stanza 5, called also the Dnipasa, the rope of the angels, the rope that hedges off the phenomenal from the numeral cosmos, not falling within the range of our present objective consciousness, this number, when not enlarged by permutation and expansion, is ever 31,415 anagrammatically and Kabbalistically, being both the number of the circle and the mystic svastika, the twice 7 once more, for whatever way the two sets of figures are counted, when added separately, one figure after another, whether crossways, from right or from left, they will always yield 14. Mathematically, they represent the well-known calculation, namely, that the ratio of the diameter to the circumference of a circle is as 1 to 3.1415, or the value of the pi, as this ratio is called, the symbol p being always used in mathematical formulae to express it. This set of figures must have the same meaning, since the 1 to 314,159 and then again 1 to 3 to 1,415,927 are worked out in the secret calculations to express the various cycles and ages of the firstborn, or 311 trillion and 40 billion with fractions, and yield the same 13,415 by a process we are not concerned with at present. And it may be shown that Mr. Ralston Skinner, author of The Source of Measures, reads the Hebrew word alchim in the same number values by omitting, as said, the ciphers, and by permutation, 13,514. Since Aleph is 1, L is 3 or 30, H is 5, I 1 for 10, and M is 4, 40, and anagrammatically 31,415 as explained by him. Thus, while in the metaphysical world the circle with the one central point in it has no number, and is called anupadaka, parentless and numberless, meaning it can fall under no calculation, in the manifested world the mundane egg or circle is circumscribed within the groups called the line, the triangle, the pentacle, the second line, or the cube, or 13514. And when the point having generated a line thus become a diameter which stands for the androgynous logos, then the figures become 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, or a triangle, a line, a cube, a second line, and a pentacle. When the son separates from the mother, he becomes the father, the diameter standing for nature or the feminine principle. Therefore it is said, in the world of being, the one point fructifies the line, the virgin matrix of cosmos, the egg-shaped zero, and the Immaculate Mother gives birth to the form that combines all forms. Prajapati is called the first procreating male, and his mother's husband. Note: we find the same expression in Egypt. Mu signifies, for one thing, mother, and shows the character assigned to her in the triad of that country. She was no less the mother than the wife of Ammon, one of the principal titles of the god being the husband of his mother. The goddess Mu, or Mu, is addressed as Our Lady, the Queen of Heaven and of the earth, thus sharing these titles with the other mother goddesses, Isis, Hathor, etc. Maspero. End of note. This gives the keynote to all the later divine sons from immaculate mothers. It is greatly corroborated by the significant fact that Anna, the name of the mother of the Virgin Mary, now represented by the Roman Catholic Church as having given birth to her daughter in an immaculate way, Mary conceived without sin, is derived from the Chaldean Anna, heaven, or astral light, Anima Mundi, whence Anaita, Devi Durga, the wife of Shiva, is also called Annapurna, and Kanya, the Virgin, Uma Kanya being her esoteric name, and meaning the Virgin of Light, astral light in one of its multitudinous aspects. And these are the essences, the flames, the elements, the builders, the numbers, the arupa, formless, the rupa, with bodies, and the force or divine man, the sum total. And from the divine man emanated the forms, the sparks, the sacred animals, and the messengers of the sacred fathers, the Pitris, within the holy four. Note: the four represented in the occult numerals by the tetractys, the sacred or perfect square, is a sacred number with the mystics of every nation and race. It has one and the same significance in Brahmanism, Buddhism, the Kabbalah, and in the Egyptian, Chaldean, and other numerical systems. End of note. The Devas, Pitris, Rishis, the Suras and the Asuras, the Daityas and Adityas, the Danavas and Gandharvas, etc., etc., have all their synonyms in our secret doctrine, as well as in the Kabbalah and the Hebrew angelology, but it is useless to give their ancient names, as it would only create confusion. Many of these may also be found now, even in the Christian hierarchy of divine and celestial powers. All those thrones and dominions, virtues and principalities, cherubs, seraphs and demons, the various denizens of the sidereal world, are the modern copies of archaic prototypes. The very symbolism in their names, when transliterated and arranged in Greek and Latin, are sufficient to show it, as will be proved in several cases further on. The sacred animals are found in the Bible as well as in the Kabbalah, their meaning, a very profound one too, on the page of the Origins of Life. In the Sefer Jezira it is stated that God engraved in the Holy Four the throne of his glory, the Ophanim, wheels or the world spheres, the seraphim, the sacred animals, and the ministering angels, and from these three, the air, water, and fire or ether, he formed his habitation. Note on the seraphim. This is a literal translation from the 9th and 10th sections. 10 numbers without what? 1. The Spirit of the loving God, who liveth in eternities. Voice and spirit and word, and this is the Holy Spirit. 2. Spirit out of spirit. He designed and hewed therewith 22 letters of foundation, 3 mothers and 7 double and 12 single, and 1 spirit out of them. 3. Water out of spirit. He designed and hewed with them the barren and the void, mud and earth. He designed them as a flower bed, hewed them as a wall, covered them as a paving. 4. Fire out of water. He designed and hewed therewith the throne of glory and the wheels, and the seraphim and the holy animals and the ministering angels, and of the 3 he founded his dwelling, as it is said, he makes his angels spirits and his servants fiery flames. Which words, founded his dwelling, show clearly that in the Kabbalah, as in India, the deity was considered as the universe, and was not, in his origin, the extra-cosmic God he is now. End of note. Thus was the world made through 3 seraphim, Sefer, Cipher, and Cyper, or through number, numbers, and numbered. With the astronomical key, these sacred animals became the signs of the zodiac. Stanza 4 continued. 4. This was the army of the voice, the divine septenary. The sparks of the 7 are subject to, and the servants of, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and the 7th of the 7. This sloka gives again a brief analysis of the hierarchies of the Dayan Kochans, called devas, gods in India, or the conscious intelligent powers in nature. To this hierarchy correspond the actual types into which humanity may be divided, for humanity as a whole is in reality a materialized, though as yet imperfect expression thereof. The army of the voice is a term closely connected with the mystery of sound and speech, as an effect and corollary of the cause, divine thought. As beautifully expressed by P. Christian, the learned author of The History of Magic and of L'Homme Rouge de Thierry, the word spoken by, as well as the name of every individual, largely determine his future fate. Why? Because when our soul, mind, creates or evokes a thought, the representative sign of the thought is self-engraved upon the astral fluid, which is the receptacle and, so to say, the mirror of all the manifestations of being. The sign expresses the thing. The thing is the hidden or occult virtue of the sign. To pronounce a word is to evoke a thought and make it present. The magnetic potency of the human speech is the commencement of every manifestation in the occult world. To utter a name is not only to define a being, an entity, but place it under and condemn it through the emission of the word, verbum, to the influence of one or more occult potencies. Things are, for every one of us, that which it, the word, makes them while naming them. The word, verbum, of the speech of every man is, quite unconsciously to himself, a blessing or a curse. This is why our present ignorance about the properties or attributes of the idea, as well as about the attributes and properties of matter, is often fatal to us. Yes, names and words are either beneficent or maleficent. They are, in a certain sense, either venomous or health-giving, according to the hidden influences attached by supreme wisdom to their elements, that is to say, to the letters which compose them, and the numbers correlative to these letters. This is strictly true as an esoteric teaching accepted by all the Eastern schools of occultism. In the Sanskrit, as also in the Hebrew and all other alphabets, every letter has its occult meaning and its rationale. It is a cause and an effect of a preceding cause, and a combination of these very often produces the most magical effect. The vowels, especially, contain the most occult and formidable potencies. The mantras, esoterically magical rather than religious, are chanted by the Brahmins, and so are the Vedas and other scriptures. The army of the voice is the prototype of the host of the Logos, or the word of Sefer Yisrael, called in the secret doctrine the one number issued from no number, the one eternal principle. The esoteric theogony begins with the one manifested, therefore not eternal in its presence and being, if eternal in its essence. The number of the numbers are numbered, the latter proceeding from the voice, the feminine vach, satarupa, one of the 100 forms or nature. It is from this number 10, or creative nature, the mother, the occult cipher, or naught, ever procreating and multiplying in union with the unit I, one, or the spirit of life, that the whole universe proceeded. In the Anugita, a conversation is given, chapter 6, 15, between a Brahmana and his wife, on the origin of speech and its occult properties. Note, Anugita forms part of the Asvameda Parvan of the Mahabharata. The translator of the Bhagavad Gita, edited by Max Müller, regards it as a continuation of the Bhagavad Gita. Its original is one of the oldest Upanishads. The wife asks how speech came into existence, and which was prior to the other, speech or mind. The Brahmana tells her that the apana, inspirational breath, becoming Lord, changes that intelligence which does not understand speech or words into the states of apana, and thus opens the mind. Thereupon he tells her a story, a dialogue between speech and mind. Both went to the self of being, that is, to the individual higher self, as Nilakanta thinks, to Prajapati, according to the commentator Arjuna Misra, and asked him to destroy their doubts and decide which of them preceded and was superior to the other. To this the Lord said, "Mind is superior." But speech answered the self of being by saying, I verily yield you your desires, meaning that by speech he acquired what he desired. Thereupon again the self told her that there are two minds, the movable and the immovable. The immovable is with me, he said. The movable is in your dominion, that is of speech, on the plane of matter. To that you are superior, by inasmuch, O beautiful one, as you came personally to speak to me in the way you did, that is proudly. Therefore, O Sarasvati, you shall never speak after hard exhalation. The goddess speech, Sarasvati, a later form or aspect of Vach, the goddess also of secret learning or esoteric wisdom, verily dwelt always between the prana and the apana. But, O noble one, going with the apana wind, vital air, though impelled, without the prana, explorational breath, she ran up to Prajapati, Brahma, saying, Be pleased, O venerable sir. Then the prana appeared again, nourishing speech. And therefore, speech never speaks after hard or inspirational exhalation. It is always noisy or noiseless. Of these two, the noiseless is the superior to the noisy speech. The speech which is produced in the body by means of the prana, and which then goes, is transformed into apana, then becoming assimilated with the udana, physical organs of speech, then finally dwells in the samana, at the navel in the form of sound, as the material cause of all worlds, says Arjuna Mishra. So speech formerly spoke. Hence the mind is distinguished by reason of its being immovable, and the goddess speech by reason of her being movable. This allegory is at the root of the occult law, which prescribes silence upon the knowledge of certain secret and invisible things perceptible only to the spiritual mind, the sixth sense, and which cannot be expressed by noisy or uttered speech. This chapter of Anugita explains, says Arjuna Mishra, pranayama, regulation of the breath in yoga practices. This mode, however, without the previous acquisition of, or at least full understanding of the two higher senses, of which there are 7, as will be shown, pertains rather to the lower yoga. The hatha, so-called, was and still is discountenanced by the arhats. It is injurious to the health, and alone can never develop into Raj yoga. This story is quoted to show how inseparably connected are, in the metaphysics of old, intelligent beings, or rather intelligencies, with every sense or function, whether physical or mental. The occult claim that there are 7 senses in man, as in nature, as there are 7 states of consciousness, is corroborated in the same work. Chapter 7, on pratyahara, the restraints and regulation of the senses, pranayama being that of the vital winds, or breath. The Brahmana speaks in it of the institution of the 7 sacrificial priests, hotris. He says, the nose and the eyes and the tongue and the skin and the air as the 5th, or smell, sight, taste, touch, and hearing. Mind and understanding are the 7 sacrificial priests' several stations, and which, dwelling in a minute space, still do not perceive each other. On this sensuous plane, none of them except mind. For mind says, the nose smells not without me, the eye does not take in color, etc., etc. I am the eternal chief among all elements, that is, senses. Without me, the senses never shine, like an empty dwelling, or like fires of flames, or like fires the flames of which are extinct. Without me, all beings, like fuel half dried and half moist, fail to apprehend qualities or objects even with the senses exerting themselves. Note: this shows the modern metaphysicians added to all past and present Hegel's, Berkeley's, Schopenhauer's, Hauptmann's, Herbert Spencer's, and even the modern Hyler idealists to boot no better than the pale copyists of hoary antiquity. End of note. This, of course, will regard only to mind on the sensuous plane. Spiritual mind, the upper portion or aspect of the impersonal manas, how well the ancients were acquainted with the correlation of forces and all the recently discovered phenomena of mental and physical faculties and functions, with many more mysteries also, may be found in reading chapters 7 and 8 of this in Philosophy and Mystic Learning, priceless work. See the quarrel of the senses about their respective superiority and their taking the Brahman, the lord of all creatures, for their arbiter. You are all greatest and not greatest, or superior to objects, as A. Mishra says, none being independent of the other. You are all possessed of one's and other qualities. All are greatest in their own spheres, and all support one another. There is one unmoving life-wind or breath, the yoga inhalation so-called, which is the breath of the One, our higher self. That is thee, or my, own self, accumulated in numerous forms. This breath, voice, self, or wind, pneuma, is the synthesis of the seven senses, nominally all minor deities, and esoterically the septenary and the army of the voice. These sparks are called spheres, triangles, cubes, lines, and modulars, for thus stands the eternal Nidana, the Oihahu, the permutation of Oyahu. Note: the literal signification of the word is, among the Eastern occultists of the North, a circular wind, whirlwind, but in this instance it is a term to denote the ceaseless and eternal cosmic motion, or rather the force that moves it, which force is tacitly accepted as the deity but never named. It is the eternal Karana, the ever-acting cause. End of note. Next we see cosmic matter scattering and forming itself into elements, grouped into the mystic four within the fifth element, ether, the lining of Akasha, the Anima Mundi or Mother of Cosmos. Dots, lines, triangles, cubes, circles, and finally spheres. Why or how? Because, says the commentary, such is the first law of nature, and because nature geometrizes universally in all her manifestations. There is an inherent law, not only in the primordial, but also in the manifested matter of a phenomenal plane, by which nature correlates her geometrical forms, and later also her compound elements, and in which there is no place for accident or chance. It is a fundamental law in occultism that there is no rest or cessation of motion in nature. Note: it is the knowledge of this law that permits and helps the Arhat to perform his siddhis, or various phenomena, such as disintegration of matter, the transport of objects from one place to another. End of note. That which seems rest is only the change of one form into another, the change of substance going hand in hand with that of form, as we are taught in occult physics, which thus seem to have anticipated the discovery of the conservation of matter by a considerable time, says the ancient commentary to stanza 4. Note: these are ancient commentaries attached with modern glossaries to the stanzas, as the commentaries in their symbolical language are usually as difficult to understand as the stanzas themselves. End of note. The mother is the fiery fish of life. She scatters her spawn, and the breath motion heats and quickens it. The grains of spawn are soon attracted to each other and form the curds in the ocean of space. The larger lumps coalesce and receive new spawn in fiery dots, triangles, and cubes, which ripen, and at the appointed time some of the lumps detach themselves and assume a spheroidal form, a process which they effect only when not interfered with by the others, after which law number, secret left out, comes into operation. Motion, the breath, becomes the whirlwind and sets them into rotation. Note: in a polemical scientific work, The Modern Genesis, the author, the Reverend W. B. Slaughter, criticizing the position assumed by the astronomers, asks, "It is to be regretted that the advocates of this nebular theory have not entered more largely into the discussion of it, the beginning of rotation. No one condescends to give us the rationale of it. How does the process of cooling and contracting the mass impart to it a rotary motion?" The question is amply treated in the addendum. It is not materialistic size that can ever solve it. Motion is eternal in the unmanifested and periodical in the manifest, says an occult teaching. It is when heat caused by the descent of flame into primordial matter causes its particles to move, which motion becomes whirlwind. A drop of liquid assumes the spheroidal form owing to its atoms moving around themselves in their ultimate, unresolvable, and noumenal essence. Unresolvable for physical science, at any rate. End of note.
Stanza 4 continued.
5. Which is darkness, the boundless, or the no-number, Adinidana-svabhavat, the circle for X, unknown quantity. 1. The Adisanat, the number, for he is one. Adisanat, translated literally, is the first or primeval ancient, which name identifies the Kabbalistic Ancient of Days and the Holy Aged, Shephira and Adam Kadmon, with Brahma the Creator, also called Sanat, among his other names and titles. Svabhavat is the mystic essence, the plastic root of physical nature. Numbers when manifested, the number in its unity of substance on the highest plane. The name is of Buddhist use and a synonym for the fourfold anima mundi, the Kabbalistic archetypal world, from whence proceed the creative, formative, and the material worlds, the scintillae or sparks, the various other worlds contained in the last three. The worlds are all subject to rulers or regents, rishis and pitris with the Hindus, angels with the Jews and Christians, gods with the ancients in general. 2. The voice of the word, Svabhavat, the numbers, for he is 1 and 9. Note. Which makes 10, or the perfect number applied to the Creator, the name given to the totality of creators blended by the monotheists into one, as the Elohim, Adman Kadmon, or Sephira, the crown, are the androgyne synthesis of the 10 Sephiroth, who stand for the symbol of the manifested universe in the popularized Kabbalah. The esoteric Kabbalists, however, follow the Eastern occultists, divide the upper Sephirothal triangle from the rest, or Sephira, Chochmah and Bina, which leaves 7 Sephiroth. As for Svabhavat, the Orientalists explain the term as meaning the universal plastic matter diffused through space with, perhaps, half an eye to the ether of science, but the occultists identify it with the Father-Mother on the mystic plane, Vide Supra. End of note. 3. The formless square, Arupa. The circle, this means that the boundless circle, 0, becomes a figure or number only when one of the 9 figures precedes it, and thus manifests its value and potency, the word, or logos, in union with voice and spirit, the expression and source of consciousness, standing for the 9 figures and thus forming, with the cipher, the decade which contains in itself all the universe. Note. In union with the spirit and the voice, referring to the abstract thought and concrete voice, or the manifestation thereof, the effect of the cause. Adam Kadmon, or Tetragrammaton, is the logos in the Kabbalah. Therefore, this triad answers in the latter to the highest triangle of Keter, Chochmat, and Bina, the last a female potency, and at the same time the male Jehovah, as partaking of the nature of Chochmah, or the male wisdom. End of note. The triad forms within the circle the Tetractis, or sacred four, the square within the circle being the most potent of all the magical figures. And these 3 enclosed within the circle, the boundless circle, are the sacred four, and the 10 are the Arupa, subjective, formless universe. The one rejected is the sun of our system, may be found in the oldest Sanskrit scriptures. In the Rig Veda, Aditi, the boundless or infinite space, translated by Max Müller, the visible infinite, visible by the naked eye, ! The endless expanse, beyond the earth, beyond the clouds, beyond the sky, is the equivalent of mother space, coeval with, quote, darkness, unquote. She is very properly called the mother of the gods, Deva Matri, as it is from her cosmic matrix that all the heavenly bodies of our system were born, sun and planets. Thus she is described allegorically in this wise. 8 sons were born from the body of Aditi. She approached the gods with 7, but cast away the 8th. Martanda, our son. The 7 sons called the Aditya are cosmically and astronomically, the 7 planets. And the sun being excluded from their number shows plainly that the Hindus may have known, and in fact knew, of a 7th planet without calling it Uranus. Note, the secret doctrine teaches that the sun is a central star and not a planet. Yet the ancients knew of and worshipped 7 great gods, excluding the sun and earth. Which was that mystery god they set apart? Of course not Uranus, discovered only by Hersked in 1781, but could it not be known by another name? Says the author of Masonière Occulte, occult sciences having discovered, through astronomical calculations, that the number of the planets must be 7, the ancients were led to introduce the sun into the scale of the celestial harmonies, and make him occupy the vacant place. Thus every time they perceived an influence that pertained to none of the 6 planets known, they attributed it to the sun. The error only seems important, but was not so in practical results if the ancient astrologers replaced Uranus by the sun, which is a central star relatively motionless, turning only on its axis, and regulating time and measure, and which cannot be turned aside from its true functions. The nomenclature of the days of the week is thus faulty. The Sunday ought to be Uranus Day, Uranides, Urandi, adds the learned writer Ragon, from Masonière Occulte. End of note. But esoterically and theologically, so to say, the Adityas are, in their primitive, most ancient meanings, the 8 and the 12 great gods of the Hindu pantheon. The 7 allow the mortals to see their dwellings, but show themselves only to the arhats, says an old proverb, their dwellings standing here for planets. The ancient commentary gives an allegory and explains it. 8 houses were built by Mother, 8 houses for her 8 divine sons, 4 large and 4 small ones, 8 brilliant sons according to their age and merits. Balilu Martanda was not satisfied, though his house was the largest. He began to work as the huge elephants do. He breathed, drew in, into his stomach the vital airs of his brothers. He sought to devour them. The larger 4 were far away, far on the margin of their kingdom. Note, planetary system, end of note. They were not robbed, affected, and laughed. "Do your worst, sir, you cannot reach us," they said. But the smaller wept. They complained to the mother. She exiled Balilu to the center of her kingdom, from whence he could not move. Since then, he only watches and threatens. He pursues them, turning slowly around himself, they turning swiftly from him, and he following from afar the direction in which his brothers move on the path that encircles their houses. Note, the sun rotates on his axis always in the same direction in which the planets revolve in their respective orbits, astronomy teaches us. End of note. From that day he feeds on the sweat of the mother's body. He fills himself with her breath and refuse. Therefore she rejected him. Thus, the rejected sun being our sun, evidently as shown above, the sun's sons refer not only to our planets, but to the heavenly bodies in general, himself only a reflection of the central spiritual sun. Surya is the prototype of all those bodies that evolved after him. In the Vedas he is called Lokashaksu, the eye of the world, our planetary world. And he is one of the 3 chief deities. He is called indifferently the son of Dyaus and of Aditi, because no distinction is made with reference to a scope allowed for the esoteric meaning. Thus he is depicted as drawn by 7 horses, and by 1 horse with 7 heads, the former referring to his 7 planets, the latter to their common origin from the one cosmic element. This one element is called figuratively fire. The Vedas, Aitareya Brahmana of Haug also, page 1, teach that the fire verily is all the deities, Narada Inanugita. The meaning of the allegory is plain, for we have both the Jain commentary and modern science to explain it. though the two differ in more than one particular. The occult doctrine rejects the hypothesis born out of the nebula theory that the 7 great planets have evolved from the Sun's central mass, not of this visible Sun at any rate. The first condensation of cosmic matter, of course, took place about a central nucleus, its parent Sun, but our Sun, it is taught, merely detached itself earlier than all the others, as a rotating mass contracted, and is their elder, bigger brother therefore, not their father. The 8 adityas, the gods, are all formed from the eternal substance, cometary matter, eternal substance, cometary matter, the mother. Note: this essence of cometary matter, occult science teaches, is totally different from any of the chemical or physical characteristics with which modern science is acquainted. It is homogeneous in its primitive form beyond the solar systems, and differentiates us entirely once it crosses the boundaries of our Earth's region, vitiated by the atmospheres of the planets and the already compound matter of the interplanetary stuff, heterogeneous only in our manifested world. End of note. So the 8 adityas are all formed from the eternal substance, cometary matter, the mother, or the world stuff, which is both the 5th and the 6th cosmic principle, the upadhi or basis of the universal soul, just as in man, the microcosm, manas is the upadhi of buddhi. Notes: manas, the mind principle, or the human soul; buddhi, the divine soul. End of notes. Then come the sons, the 7 fighters, the one, the 8th left out, and his breath, which is the light maker, Bhaskara. There is a whole poem on the pre-genetic battles fought by the growing planets before the final formation of cosmos, thus accounting for the seemingly disturbed position of the systems of several planets, the plane of the satellites of some, of Neptune and Uranus, for instance, of which the ancients knew nothing, it is said, being tilted over, thus giving them an appearance of retrograde motion. These planets are called the warriors, the architects, and are accepted by the Roman Church as the leaders of the heavenly hosts, thus showing the same traditions. Having evolved from cosmic space and before the final formation of the primaries and the annihilation of the planetary nebula, the Sun, we are taught, drew into the depths of its mass all the cosmic vitality he could, threatening to engulf his weaker brothers before the law of attraction and repulsion was finally adjusted, after which he began feeding on the mother's refuse and sweat. In other words, on those portions of ether, the breath of the universal soul, of the existence and constitution of which science is as yet absolutely ignorant. A theory of this kind having been propounded by Sir William Grove, see Correlation of the Physical Forces, 1843, page 81, and Address to the British Association, 1866, who theorized that the systems, quote, are gradually changing by atmospheric additions or subtractions, or by accretions and diminutions arising from nebular substances, unquote. And again that, quote, the Sun may condense gaseous matter as it travels in space, and so heat may be produced, unquote. The archaic teaching seems scientific enough, even in this age. Note: very similar ideas in Mr. W. Matthew Williams' The Fuel of the Sun, in Dr. C. William Siemens' On the Conservation of Solar Energy, Nature, 25, page 440 to 444, March 9th, 1882. And also in Dr. P. Martin Duncan's Address of the President of the Geological Society, London, May 1877. End of note. Mr. W. Matthew Williams suggested that the diffused matter or aether, which is the recipient of the heat radiations of the universe, is thereby drawn into the depths of the solar mass. Expelling thence the previously condensed and thermally exhausted ether, it becomes compressed and gives up its heat, to be in turn itself driven out in a rarefied and cool state, to absorb a fresh supply of heat, which he supposes to be in this way taken up by the ether, and again concentrated and redistributed by the sons of the universe. Note: See Comparative Geology by Alexander Winchell, LLD, page 56, end of note. This is about as close an approximation to the occult teachings as science ever imagined, for occultism explains it by the dead breath given back by Martanda and his feeding on the sweat and refuse of Mother Space. What could affect Neptune, Saturn, and Jupiter but little would have killed such comparatively small houses as Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Note: when we speak of Neptune, it is not as an occultist, but as a European. The true Eastern occultist will maintain that there are many yet undiscovered planets in our system. Neptune does not belong to it. His apparent connection with our Sun and the influence of the latter upon Neptune notwithstanding, this connection is myopic, imaginary, they say. End of note. As Uranus was not known before the end of the 18th century, the name of the fourth planet mentioned in the allegory must remain to us so far a mystery. The breath of all the seven is said to be Bhaskara, light-making, because they, the planets, were all comets and suns in their origin. They evolve into elementary life from primeval chaos, now the noumenon of irresolvable nebulae, by aggregation and accumulation of the primary differentiations of the eternal matter, according to the beautiful expression in the commentary. Quote, thus the sons of light clothe themselves in the fabric of darkness, unquote. They are called allegorically the heavenly snails, on account of their to us formless intelligences inhabiting unseen their starry and planetary homes, and, so to speak, carrying them as the snails do along with themselves in their revolution. The doctrine of a common origin for all the heavenly bodies and planets was, as we see, inculcated by the archaic astronomers before Kepler, Newton, Leibniz, Kant, Herschel, and Laplace. Heat, the breath, attraction and repulsion, the three great factors of motion, are the conditions under which all the members of all this primitive family are born, developed, and die, to be reborn after a night of Brahma, during which eternal matter relapses periodically into its primary, undifferentiated state. The most attenuated gases can give no idea of its nature to the modern physicist. Centers of forces at first, the invisible sparks of primordial atoms differentiate into molecules and become suns, passing gradually into objectivity, gases, radiant, cosmic, the one whirlwind, or motion, finally giving the impulse to the form, and the initial motion regulated and sustained by the never-resting breaths, the Dhyan-Kohans. Stanza 4 continued. Then the second seven, the Lipika, produced by the three, word, voice, and spirit. The rejected sun is one, the suns are countless. Then the second seven, who are the Lipika. The Lipika, from the word lipi, writing, means literary, the scribes. Note: these are the four immortals, which are mentioned in Atharva Veda as the watchers or guardians of the four quarters of the sky. See chapters 76, 1-4 et sequens. End of note. Mystically, these divine beings are connected with karma, the law of retribution, for they are the recorders or analysts who impress on to us invisible tablets of the astral light, the great picture gallery of eternity, a faithful record of every act and even thought of man, of all that was, is, or ever will be in the phenomenal universe. As said in Isis, this divine and unseen canvas is the book of life, as it is the Lipika who project into objectivity from the passive universal mind the ideal plane of the universe, upon which the builders reconstruct the cosmos after every pralaya. It is they who stand parallel to the 7 angels of the presence, whom the Christians recognize in the 7 planetary spirits, or the spirits of the stars. For thus it is they who are the direct amanuenses of the eternal ideation, or, as called by Plato, the divine thought. The eternal record is no fantastic dream, for we meet with the same records in the world of gross matter. A shadow never falls upon a wall without leaving thereupon a permanent trace which might be made visible by resorting to proper processes, says Dr. Draper. Quote, the portraits of our friends or landscape views may be hidden on the sensitive surface from the eye, but they are ready to make their appearance as soon as proper developers are resorted to. A spectre is concealed on a silver or a glassy surface until, by our necromancy, we make it come forth into the visible world. Upon the walls of our most private apartments, where we think the eye of intrusion is altogether shut out, and our retirement can never be profaned, there exist the vestiges of all our acts, silhouettes of whatever we have done." Unquote. Note: Conflict between religion and science. Draper, pages 132 and 133. Doctors Jevons and Babbage believe that every thought, displacing the particles of the brain and setting them in motion, scatters them throughout the universe, and they think that each particle of the existing matter must be a register of all that has happened. Principles of Science, Volume 2, page 455. Thus the ancient doctrine has begun to acquire rights of citizenship in the speculations of the scientific world. The 40 assessors who stand in the region of Amenti as the accusers of the soul before Osiris belong to the same class of deities as the Lipika, and might stand paralleled were not the Egyptian gods so little understood in their esoteric meaning. The Hindu Chitragupta, who reads out the account of every soul's life from his register, called Agrasandani, the assessors who read theirs from the heart of the defunct, which becomes an open book before, whether Yama, Minos, Osiris, or Karma, are also many copies of, variants from the Lipika and their astral records. Nevertheless, the Lipika are not deities connected with death, but with life eternal. Connected as the Lipika are with the destiny of every man, and the birth of every child, whose life is already traced in the astral light, not fatalistically, but only because the future, like the past, is ever alive in the present. They may also be said to exercise an influence on the science of horoscopy. We must admit the truth of the latter whether we will or not, for, as observed by one of the modern adepts of astrology, now that photography has revealed to us the chemical influence of the sidereal system by fixing on the sensitized plate of the apparatus milliards of stars and planets that had hitherto baffled the efforts of the most powerful telescopes to discover them, it becomes easier to understand how our solar system can, at the birth of a child, influence his brain, virgin of any impression, in a definite manner and according to the presence of the zenith of such or another zodiacal constellation. Note: Les Mystères de l'Horoscope, page 11. Next chapter is stanza 5. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 1, Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 5. 1. The primordial 7, the first 7 breaths of the Dragon of Wisdom, produced in their turn from their holy, circumgyrating breaths the fiery whirlwind. 2. They make of him the messenger of their will. The Jiao becomes Fohat, the swift son of the divine sons, whose sons are the Lipika, runs circular errands. Fohat is the steed, and the thought is the rider. He passes like lightning through the fiery clouds, takes 3 and 5 and 7 strides through the 7 regions above and the 7 below. He lifts his voice and calls the innumerable sparks and joins them. 3. He is their guiding spirit and leader. When he commences work, he separates the sparks of the lower kingdom that float and thrill with joy in their radiant dwellings, and forms therewith the germs of wheels. He places them in the 6 directions of space, and one in the middle, the central wheel. 4. Fohat traces spiral lines to unite the 6th to the 7th, the crown. An army of the sons of light stands at each angle, and the Lipika in the middle wheel. They say, "This is good. The first divine world is ready. The first is now the second." Then the divine Arupa reflects itself in Chayaloka, the first garment of the Anupadaka. 5. Fohat takes 5 strides and builds a winged wheel at each corner of the square for the 4 holy ones and their armies. 6. The Lipika circumscribe the triangle, the first one, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle within the egg. It is the ring called Pass Not for those who descend and ascend, also for those who during the Kalpa are progressing towards the great day be with us. Thus were formed the Rupa and the Arupa, from one light 7 lights, from each of the 7, 7 times 7 lights. The wheels watch the ring. 1. The primordial 7, the first 7 breaths of the dragon of wisdom, produce in their turn from their holy circumgyrating breaths the fiery whirlwind. This is perhaps the most difficult of all the stanzas to explain. Its language is comprehensible only to him who is thoroughly versed in Eastern allegory and its purposely obscure phraseology. The question will surely be asked, do the occultists believe in all these builders, Lipika, and sons of light as entities, or are they merely imageries? To this the answer is given as plainly. After due allowance for the imagery of personified powers, we must admit the existence of these entities, if we would not reject the existence of spiritual humanity within physical mankind. For the hosts of these sons of light and mind-born sons of the first manifested ray of the unknown all are the very root of spiritual man. Unless we want to believe the unphilosophical dogma of a specially created soul for every human birth, a fresh supply of these pouring in daily since Adam, we have to admit the occult teachings. This will be explained in its place. Let us see now what may be the occult meaning of this stanza. The doctrine teaches that in order to become a divine, fully conscious God, even the highest, the spiritual primeval intelligences must pass through the human stage. And when we say human, this does not apply merely to our terrestrial humanity, but to the mortals that inhabit any world, that is, to those intelligences that have reached the appropriate equilibrium between matter and spirit, as we have now, since the middle point of the 4th root race of the 4th round was passed. Each entity must have won for itself the right of becoming divine, through self-experience. Hegel, the great German thinker, must have known or sensed intuitionally this truth when saying, as he did, that the unconscious evolved the universe only in the hope of attaining clear self-consciousness of becoming, in other words, man. For this is also the secret meaning of the usual Puranic phrase about Brahma being constantly moved by the desire to create. This explains also the hidden Kabbalistic meaning of the saying, the breath becomes a stone a plant, the plant an animal, the animal a man, the man a spirit, and the spirit a god. The mind-born sons the rishis, the builders, etc., were all men of whatever forms and shapes in other worlds and the preceding manvantaras. This subject, being so very mystical, is therefore the most difficult to explain in all its details and bearings, since the whole mystery of evolutionary creation is contained in it. A sentence or two in it vividly recalls to mind similar ones in the Kabbalah and the phraseology of the King Psalmist, as both, when speaking of God, shows him making the wind his messenger and his ministers a flaming fire. But in the esoteric doctrine it is used figuratively. The fiery wind is the incandescent cosmic dust, which only follows magnetically, as the iron filings follow the magnet, the directing thought of the creative forces. Yet this cosmic dust is something more, for every atom in the universe has the potentiality of self-consciousness in it, and is, like the monads of Leibniz, a universe in itself, and for itself. It is an atom and an angel. In this connection, it should be noted that one of the luminaries of the modern evolutionist school, Mr. A.R. Wallace, when discussing the inadequacy of natural selection as the sole factor in the development of physical man, practically concedes the whole point here discussed. He holds that the evolution of man was directed and furthered by superior intelligences, whose agency is a necessary factor in the scheme of nature. But once the operation of these intelligences is admitted in one place, it is only a logical deduction to extend it still further. No hard and fast line can be drawn. This shows the primordial seven using for their vahan, vehicle, or the manifested subject which becomes the symbol of the power directing it, fohat, called in consequence the messenger of their will, the fiery whirlwind. Jiao becomes fohat, the expression itself shows it. Jiao is the one real magical knowledge or occult wisdom which, dealing with eternal truths and primal causes, becomes almost omnipotence when applied in the right direction. Its antithesis is Jiao Mi, that which deals with illusions and false appearances only, as in our exoteric modern sciences. In this case, Jiao is the expression of the collective wisdom of the Dhyani Buddhas. The Jiao becomes Fohat, the swift son of the divine sons, whose sons are the Lipika, runs circular errands. Note: the difference between the builders, the planetary spirits, and the Lipika must not be lost sight of. See numbers 5 and 6 of this commentary. End of note. He is the steed, and the thought is the rider, that is, he is under the influence of their guiding thought. He passes like lightning through the fiery clouds, cosmic mists. As the reader is supposed not to be acquainted with the Dhyani Buddhas, it is as well to say at once that there are 5 Dhyanis who are the celestial Buddhas, of whom the human Buddhas are the manifestations in the world of form and matter. Esoterically, however, the Dhyani Buddhas are 7, of whom 5 only have hitherto manifested, and 2 are to come in the 6th and 7th root races. Note: see A. P. Sinnett's Esoteric Buddhism, 5th annotated edition, pages 171 to 173. They are, so to speak, the eternal prototypes of the Buddhas who appear on this earth, each of whom has his particular divine prototype. So, for instance, Amitabha is the Dhyani Buddha of Gautama Sakyamuni, manifesting through him whenever this great soul incarnates on earth, as he did in Tsongkhapa. Note: the first and greatest reformer who founded the Yellow Caps, Gyalukpas. He was born in the year 1355, Anno Domini, in Amdo, and was the avatar of Amitabha, the celestial name of Gautama Buddha. As the synthesis of the 7 Dhyani Buddhas, Avalokiteshvara was the first Buddha, the Logos, so Amitabha is the inner god of Gautama, who, in China, is called Amitabha Buddha. They are, as Mr. Rice Davids correctly states, the glorious counterparts in the mystic world, free from the debasing conditions of this material life, of every earthly mortal Buddha, the liberated Manchu Buddhas appointed to govern the earth in this round. They are the Buddhas of contemplation, and are all anupadaka, parentless, that is, self-born of divine essence. The exoteric teaching, which says that every Jnani Buddha has the faculty of creating from himself an equally celestial son, a Jnani Bodhisattva, who after the decease of the Manushi, human Buddha, has to carry out the work of the latter, rests on the fact that owing to the highest initiation performed by one overshadowed by the spirit of Buddha, who is credited by the Orientalists with having created the 5 Jnani Buddhas, ! A candidate becomes virtually a bodhisattva, created such by the high initiator. Takes 3 and 5 and 7 strides through the 7 regions above and the 7 below, the world to be. He lifts his voice and calls the innumerable sparks, atoms, and joins them together. Forhat, being one of the most, if not the most important character in esoteric cosmogony, should be minutely described. As in the old Grecian cosmogony, differing widely from the later mythology, Eros is the third person in the primeval trinity, Chaos, Gaia, Eros, answering to the Kabbalistic Ein Sof, for chaos is space, or the Holy Ghost. So Forhat is the one thing in the yet unmanifested universe, and another in the phenomenal and cosmic world. In the latter, he is the occult, electric, vital power which, under the will of the creative Logos, unites and brings together all forms, giving them the first impulse which becomes, in time, law. But in the unmanifested universe, Forhat is no more this than Eros is the later brilliant winged Cupid, or love. Forhat has naught to do with Cosmos yet, since Cosmos is not born, and the gods still sleep in the bosom of Father-Mother. He is an abstract philosophical idea. He produces nothing yet by himself. He is simply that potential creative power in virtue of whose action the noumenon of all future phenomena divides, so to speak, but to reunite in a mystic supersensuous act and emit the creative ray. When the divine sun breaks forth, then Forhat becomes the propelling force, the active power which causes the one to become 2 and 3 on the cosmic plane of manifestation. The triple one differentiates into the many, and then Forhat is transformed into that force which brings together the elemental atoms and make them aggregate and combine. We find an echo of this primeval teaching in the early Greek mythology. Erebos and Nux are born out of chaos, and, under the action of Eros, give birth in their turn to Aether and Hemera, the light of the superior and the light of the inferior or terrestrial regions. Darkness generates light. See in the Puranas Brahma's will or desire to create, and in the Phoenician cosmogony of Sanchoniaton the doctrine that desire principle of creation. Forhat is closely related to the one life. From the unknown one, the infinite totality, the manifested one, or the periodical manvantaric deity, emanates. And this is the universal mind which, separated from its fountain source, is the demiurgos or the creative logos of the Western Kabbalists, and the four-faced Brahma of the Hindu religion. In its totality, viewed from the standpoint of manifested divine thought in the esoteric doctrine, it represents the host of the higher creative Dhyan-Koshans. Simultaneously with the evolution of the universal mind, the concealed wisdom of Adi-Buddha, the one supreme and eternal, manifests itself as Avalokiteshvara or manifested Ishvara, which is the Osiris of the Egyptians, the Ahura Mazda of the Zoroastrians, the heavenly man of the Hermetic philosopher, the Logos of the Platonists, and the Atman of the Vedantins. Note, Mr. Subaru seems to identify him with, and to call him, the Logos. See his 4 lectures on the Bhagavad Gita in the Theosophist. End of note. By the action of the manifested wisdom, or Mahat, represented by these innumerable centers of spiritual energy in the cosmos, the reflection of the universal mind, which is cosmic ideation, and the intellectual force accompanying such ideation, becomes objectively the Fohat of the Buddhist esoteric philosopher. Fohat, running along the 7 principles of Akasha, acts upon manifested substance or the one element, as declared above, and by differentiating it into various centers of energy, sets in motion the law of cosmic evolution of the universal mind, brings into existence all the various states of being in the manifested solar system. The solar system, brought into existence by these agencies, consists of 7 principles, like everything else within these centers. Such is the teaching of the trans-Himalayan esotericism. Every philosophy, however, has its own way of dividing these principles. Fohat, then, is the personified electric vital power, the transcendental binding unity of all cosmic energies, on the unseen as on the manifested planes, the action of which resembles, on an immense scale, that of a living force created by will, in those phenomena to action, where the seemingly subjective acts on the seemingly objective and propels it to action. Fohat is not only the living symbol and container of that force, but is looked upon by the occultist as an entity. The forces he acts upon being cosmic, human, and terrestrial, and exercising their influence on all those planes respectively. On the earthly plane his influence is felt in the magnetic and active force generated by the strong desire of the magnetizer. On the cosmic it is present in the constructive power that carries out, in the formation of things, from the planetary system down to the glowworm and simple daisy, the plan in the mind of nature, or in the divine thought, with regard to the development and growth of that special thing. He is metaphysically the objectivized thought of the gods, the word made flesh on a lower scale, and the messenger of cosmic and human ideations, the active force in universal life. In his secondary aspect, Fohat is the solar energy, the electric vital fluid, and the preserving fourth principle, the animal soul of nature, so to say, or electricity. Note: in 1882, the president of the Theosophical Society, Colonel Olcott, was taken to task for asserting in one of his lectures that electricity is matter. Such, nevertheless, is the teaching of the occult doctrine. Force, energy, may be a better name for it, so long as European science knows so little about its true nature. Yet matter it is, as much as ether is matter, since it is as atomic, though several removes from the latter. It seems ridiculous to argue that because a thing is imponderable to science, therefore it cannot be called matter. Electricity is immaterial in the sense that its molecules are not subject to perception and experiment. Yet it may be, and occultism says it is, atomic. Therefore it is matter. But even supposing it were unscientific to speak of it in such terms, once electricity is called in science a source of energy, energy simply, and a force. Where is that force, or that energy, which can be thought of without thinking of matter? Maxwell, a mathematician and one of the greatest authorities upon electricity and its phenomena, said years ago that electricity was matter, not motion merely. If we accept the hypothesis that the elementary substances are composed of atoms, we cannot avoid concluding that electricity also, positive as well as negative, is divided into definite elementary portions, which behave like atoms of electricity. Helmholtz, Faraday Lecture, 1881. We will go further than that, and assert that electricity is not only substance, but that it is an emanation from an entity, which is neither God nor devil, but one of the numberless entities that rule and guide our world according to the eternal law of karma. See the addendum to this book. End of note.
In India, Fohat is connected with Vishnu and Surya in the early character of the first god. For Vishnu is not a high god in the Rig Veda. The name Vishnu is from the root vish, to pervade, and Fohat is called the pervader and the manufacturer because he shapes the atoms from crude material. Note: it is well known that sand, when placed on a metal plate in vibration, assumes a series of circular curved figures of various descriptions.
Can science give a complete explanation of this fact? End of note. In the sacred texts of the Rig Veda, Vishnu also is a manifestation of the solar energy, and he is described as striding through the 7 regions of the universe in 3 steps, the Vedic god having little in common with the Vishnu of later times. Therefore the two are identical in this particular feature, and one is the copy of the other. The 3 and 7 strides refer to the 7 spheres inhabited by man of the esoteric doctrine, as well as to the 7 regions of the earth. Notwithstanding the frequent objections made by would-be Orientalists, the 7 worlds or spheres of our planetary chain are distinctly referred to in the exoteric Hindu scriptures. But how strangely all these numbers are connected with the like numbers in other cosmogonies and with their symbols can be seen from comparisons and parallelisms made by students of old religions. The 3 strides of Vishnu through the 7 regions of the universe of the Rig Veda have been variously explained by commentators as meaning fire, lightning, and the sun, cosmically, as having been taken in the earth, the atmosphere, and the sky, also as the 3 steps of the dwarf, wisdom's incarnation, though more philosophically, and in the astronomical sense, very correctly, they explain Vaurnavaba as being the various positions of the sun, rising, noon, and setting. Esoteric philosophy also explains it clearly, and the Zohar laid it down very philosophically and comprehensively. It is said and plainly demonstrated therein that in the beginning the Elohim were called Echad, one, or the deity is one in many. A very simple idea in a pantheistic conception, in its philosophical sense, of course. Then came the change. Jehovah is Elohim, thus unifying the multiplicity and taking the first step towards monotheism. Now to the query, how is Jehovah Elohim? The answer is by 3 steps from below. The meaning is plain. Note: the numbers 3, 5, and 7 are prominent in speculative masonry, as shown in Isis. As Mason writes, there are the 3, 5, and 7 steps to show a circular walk. The 3 faces of 3 and 3, 5 and 3, and 7 and 3, etc., etc. Sometimes it comes in this form: 753 divided by 2 equals 376.5, and 7,635 divided by 2 equals 3,817.5, and the ratio of 20,612 divided by 6561 feet for cubit measure gives the Great Pyramid measures, etc., etc. 3, 5, and 7 are mystical numbers, and the last and the first are as greatly honored by Masons as the Parsis, the triangle being a symbol of deity everywhere. See the Masonic Cyclopedia and Pythagorean Triangle, Oliver. As a matter of course, doctors of divinity, Cassell for instance, show the Zohar explaining and supporting the Christian Trinity! It is the latter, however, that had its origin from the triangle of the heathen in the archaic occultism and symbology. The 3 strides relate metaphysically to the descent of spirit into matter, of the Logos falling as a ray into the spirit, then into the soul, and finally into the human physical form of man, in which it becomes life. End of note. They are all symbols and emblematic, mutually and correlatively, of spirit, soul, and body, man, of the circle transformed into spirit, the soul of the world, and its body, or earth. Stepping out of the circle of infinity, that no man comprehendeth, Ein Sof, the Kabbalistic synonym for Parabrahm, for the Zerwana Akerne of the Mazdeans, or for any other unknowable, becomes one, the Echad, the Eka, the Ahu. Then he, or it, is transformed by evolution into the one in many, the Dhyani Buddhas, or the Elohim, or again the Amshaspens, his 3rd step being taken into generation of the flesh, or man, and from man, or Jehovah, male-female, the inner divine entity becomes, on the metaphysical plane, once more the Elohim. This esotericism is the common property of all, and belongs neither to the Aryan 5th race, nor to any of its numerous sub-races. It cannot be claimed by the Turanians, so-called, the Egyptians, Chinese, Chaldeans, nor any of the 7 divisions of the 5th root race, but really belongs to the 3rd and 4th root races, whose descendants we find in the seed of the 5th, the earliest Aryans. The circle was with every nation the symbol of the unknown, boundless space, the abstract garb of an ever-present abstraction, the incognizable deity. It represents limitless time in eternity. The Seorana Akerna is also the boundless circle of the unknown time, from which circle issues the radiant light, the universal sun, och Ormazd. The latter is identical with Cosmos in his aeolian form, that of a circle. Note: Ormazd is the Logos, the firstborn, and the sun. End of note. For the circle is Sar, and Saros, or cycle, and was the Babylonian god whose circular horizon was the visible symbol of the invisible, while the sun was the one circle from which proceeded the cosmic orbs, and of which he was considered the leader. Zero Ana is the chakra, or circle, of Vishnu, the mysterious emblem which is, according to the definition of a mystic, a curve of such a nature that as to any the least possible part thereof, if the curve be protracted, either way it will proceed, and finally re-enter upon itself, and form one and the same curve, or that which we call the circle. No better definition could thus be given of the natural symbol and the evident nature of deity, which having its circumference everywhere, the boundless, has therefore its central point also everywhere, in other words, is in every point of the universe. The invisible deities, thus also the Dhyan-Kochans, or the Rishis, the primitive 7, and the 9 without, and 10 including the synthetical unit from which it steps into man. Returning to the commentary 4 of stanza 4, the reader will understand why the Trans-Himalayan chakra has inscribed within it a triangle, first line, cube, second line, and a pentacle with a dot in the center, and some other variations. The Kabbalistic circle of the Elohim reveals, when the letters of the word Alchim or Elohim are numerically read, the famous numerals 1, 3, 5, 1, 4, or by anagram 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, the astronomical pi number, or the hidden meaning of the Dhyani Buddhas, of the Gebers, the Geburim, the Kabeiri, and the Elohim, all signifying great men, titans, heavenly men, the giants. The 7 was a sacred number with every nation, but none applied it to more physiologically materialistic uses than the Hebrews. With these it was preeminently the generative number, and 9 the male causative one, forming as shown by the Kabbalists the 90 Ayin and 70 Tza, or together Ot, the tree of the Garden of Eden, double hermaphrodite rod of the 4th race. Note on the Ots. This was the symbol of the Holy of Holies, the 3 and the 4th sexual separation. Nearly every one of the 22 Hebrew letters are merely phallic symbols. Of the 2 letters as shown above, one, the Ayin, is a negative female letter, symbolically an eye. The other male letter, Za, a fish hook. End of note. Whereas the Hindus and Aryans generally, the significance was manifold and related almost entirely to purely metaphysical and astronomical truths. Note: we are told by a Kabbalist who, in a work not yet published, contrasts the Kabbalah and Zohar with Aryan esotericism, that the Hebrew clear, short, terse, and exact modes far and beyond measure surpass the toddling word talk of the Hindus, just as by parallelisms the psalmist says, "My mouth speaks with my tongue, I know not thy numbers." 71:15. The Hindu glyph shows by its insufficiency and the large admixture of adventitious sides the same borrowed plumage that the Greeks, the lying Greeks, had, and that Masonry has, which in the rough monosyllabic and apparent poverty of the Hebrew shows the latter to have come down from a far more remote antiquity than any of these, and to have been the source, in brackets, exclamation mark and question mark, or near the old original source than any of them. End of Kabbalist's quote. This is entirely erroneous. Our learned brother and correspondent judges apparently the Hindus' religious systems by their Shastras and Puranas, probably the latter, and in their modern translation, moreover, which is disfigured out of all recognition by the Orientalists. It is to their philosophical system that one has to turn, to their esoteric teaching, if he would make a point of comparison. No doubt the symbology of the Pentateuch, and even of the New Testament, comes from the same source. But surely the Pyramid of Cheops, whose measurements are all found repeated by Professor Piazzi Smythe in Solomon's Alleged and Mythical Temple, is not of a later date than the Mosaic books. Hence, if there is any such great identity as claimed, it must be due to servile copying on the part of the Jews, not on that of the Egyptians. The Jewish glyphs, and even their language, the Hebrew, are not original. They are borrowed from the Egyptians, from whom Moses got his wisdom, from the Coptic, the probable kinsman if not parent of the old Phoenician, and from the Hyksos, their alleged ancestors, as Josephus shows in his Against Apion, 1, page 25a. But who are the Hyksos shepherds, and who the Egyptians? History knows nothing of the question, and speculates and theorizes out of the depths, out of the respective consciousnesses of her historians. See Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 430 to 438. Kamism, or Old Coptic, says Bunsen, is from Western Asia, and contains some germ of the Semitic, thus bearing witness to the primitive cognate unity of the Aryan and Semitic races, and it places the great events in Egypt 9,000 years before Christ. The fact is that in archaic esotericism and Aryan thought we find a grand philosophy, whereas in the Hebrew records we find only the most surprising ingenuity in inventing apotheoses for phallic worship and sexual theogony. End of note. The rishis and gods, the demons and heroes have historical and ethical meanings, and the Aryans never made their religion rest solely on physiological symbols, as the old Hebrews have done. This is found in the exoteric Hindu scriptures. That these accounts are blind is shown by their contradicting each other, a different construction being found in almost every Purana and epic poem. Read esoterically, they will all yield the same meaning. Thus one account enumerates 7 worlds, exclusive of netherworlds, also 7 in number. These 14 upper and nether worlds have nothing to do with the classification of the septenary chain and belong to the purely ethereal invisible worlds. These will be noticed elsewhere. Suffice for the present to show that they are purposely referred to as though they belonged to the chain. Another enumeration calls the 7 worlds earth, sky, heaven, middle region, place of birth, mansion of the blessed, and abode of truth, placing the sons of Brahma in the 6th division, and stating the 5th, or Janaloka, to be that where animals destroyed in the general conflagration are born again. See Hindu Classical Dictionary. Some real esoteric teaching is given in the, quote, symbolism, unquote. He who is prepared for it will understand the hidden meaning. Stanza 5 continued. 3. He is their guiding spirit and leader. When he commences work, he separates the sparks of the lower kingdom, mineral atoms, that float and thrill with joy in their radiant dwellings, gaseous clouds, and forms therewith the germs of wheels. He places them in the 6 directions of space, and one in the middle, the central wheel. Wheels, as already explained, are the centers of force around which primordial cosmic matter expands and, passing through all stages of consolidation, becomes a spheroidal and ends by being transformed into globes or spheres. It is one of the fundamental dogmas of esoteric cosmogony that during the kalpas or aeons of life, motion which, during the periods of rest, pulsates and thrills through every slumbering atom, which is a commentary on Jan, assumes an ever-growing tendency from the first awakening of cosmos to a new, quote, day, unquote,
to circular movement. Note: it may be asked, as also the writer has not failed to ask, who is there to ascertain the difference in that motion, since all nature is reduced to its primal essence, and there can be no one, not even one of the Dhyani-Koshans, who are all in nirvana, to see it? The answer to this is, everything in nature has to be judged by analogy. Though the highest deities, archangels or Dhyani Buddhas, are unable to penetrate the mysteries too far beyond our planetary system and the visible cosmos, yet there were great seers and prophets in olden times who were enabled to perceive the mystery of breath and motion retrospectively, when the systems of worlds were at rest and plunged in their periodic sleep. End of note. The deity becomes a whirlwind. They are also called rote, the moving wheels of the celestial orbs participating in the world's creation, when the meaning refers to the animating principle of the stars and planets, for in the Kabbalah they are represented by the Ophanim, the angels of the spheres and stars, of which they are the informing souls. See Kabbalah Denudata, De Anima, page 113. This law, vertical movement in primordial matter, is one of the oldest conceptions of Greek philosophy, whose first historical sages were nearly all initiates of the mysteries. The Greeks had it from the Egyptians, and the latter from the Chaldeans, who had been the pupils of Brahmins of the esoteric school. Leucippus and Democritus of Abdera, the pupil of the Magi, taught that this gyratory movement of the atoms and spheres existed from eternity. Note: the doctrine of the rotation of the earth about an axis is taught by the Pythagorean Hicetas probably as early as 500 before Christ. It was also taught by his pupil Ekphantus and by Heraclides, a pupil of Plato. The immobility of the sun and the orbital rotation of the earth were shown by Aristarchus of Samos as early as 281 before Christ to be suppositions accordant with facts of observation. The heliocentric theory was taught about 150 before Christ by Seleucus of Seleucia on the Tigris. It was taught 500 before Christ by Pythagoras. Note by H.P.B. It is said also that Archimedes, in a work entitled Psammetics, inculcated the heliocentric theory. The sphericity of the earth was distinctly taught by Aristotle, who appealed for proof to the figure of the earth's shadow on the moon in eclipses. Aristotle, De Coelo, 2nd book, chapter 14. The same idea was defended by Pliny, Natural History, volume 2, page 65. These views seem to have been lost from knowledge for more than 1,000 years. Quote from Comparative Geology, Part 4, Pre-Kantian Speculation, page 551, by Alex Winchell, LLD. End of note. Heraclides, Ekphantus, Pythagoras, and all his pupils taught the rotation of the earth, and Aryabhata of India, Aristarchus, Seleucus, and Archimedes calculated its revolution as scientifically as the astronomers do now, while the theory of the elemental vortices was known to Anaxagoras, and maintained by him 500 years before Christ, or nearly 2,000 before it was taken up by Galileo, Descartes, Swedenborg, and finally, with slight modifications, by Sir W. Thomson. See his Vortical Atoms. All such knowledge, if justice be only done to it, is an echo of the archaic doctrine, an attempt to explain which is now being made. How many of these last few centuries have come to the same ideas and conclusions that were taught as axiomatic truths in the secrecy of the Aditya dozens of millenniums ago is a question that is treated separately. Some were led to it by the natural progress in physical science and by independent observations. Others, such as Copernicus, Swedenborg, and a few more, their great learning notwithstanding, owed their knowledge far more to intuitive than to acquired ideas, developed in the usual way by a course of study. See A Mystery About Buddha. Note that Swedenborg, who could not possibly have known anything of the esoteric ideas of Buddhism,
came independently near the occult teaching in its general conceptions is shown by his essay on the vortical theory. In Clissold's translation of it, quoted by Professor Winchell, we find the following resume. The first cause is the infinite or unlimited. This gives existence to the first finite or limited, the Logos in his manifestation, and the universe. That which produces a limit is analogous to motion. See first stanza, supra. The limit produced is a point, the essence of which is motion. But being without parts, this essence is not actual motion, but only a conatus to it. In our doctrine it is not a conatus, but a change from eternal vibration in the unmanifested to vortical motion in the phenomenal or manifested world. From this first proceed extension, space, figure, and succession, or time. As in geometry, a point generates a line a surface, and a surface a solid. So here the conatus of a point tends towards lines, surfaces, and solids. In other words, the universe is contained in ovo, in the first natural point. The motion toward which the conatus tends is circular, since the circle is the most perfect of all figures. The most perfect figure of a motion must be the perpetually circular. That is to say, it must proceed from the center to the periphery, and from the periphery to the center. Quoted from Principia Rerum Naturalia. This is occultism, pure and simple. End of note. By the 6 directions of space is here meant the double triangle, the junction and blending together of pure spirit and matter, of the arupa and the rupa, of which the triangles are a symbol. This double triangle is the sign of Vishnu, as it is Solomon's seal, the Sri Antara of the Brahmins. Stanza 5 continued. 5. Forehead takes 5 strides, having already taken the first 3. The strides, as already explained, see commentary on stanza 4, refer to both the cosmic and the human principles, the latter of which consist in the exoteric division of 3, spirit, soul, and body, and in the esoteric calculation of 7 principles, 3 rays of the essence and 4 aspects. Note, the 4 aspects are the body, its life or vitality, and the double of the body, the triad which disappears with the death of the person, and the kamarupa which disintegrates in kamaloka. End of note. Those who have studied Mr. Sennett's esoteric Buddhism can easily grasp the nomenclature. There are 2 esoteric schools, or rather one school divided into 2 parts, one for the inner Lanus, the other for the outer or semi-lay chelas beyond the Himalayas. The first teaching a septenary, the other a 6-fold division of human principles. From a cosmic point of view, Forehead taking 5 strides refers here to the 5 upper planes of consciousness and being, the 6th and the 7th, counting downwards, being the astral and the terrestrial, or the 2 lower planes. And builds a winged wheel at each corner of the square for the 4 holy ones and their armies, hosts. 4 winged wheels at each corner for the 4 holy ones and their armies, hosts. These are the 4 Maharajas, or great kings of the Dhyan-koshans, the devas who preside each over one of the 4 cardinal points. They are the regents or angels who rule over the cosmical forces of north, south, east, and west, forces having each a distinct occult property. These beings are also connected with karma, as the latter needs physical and material agents to carry out her decrees, such as the 4 kinds of winds, for instance, professedly admitted by science to have their respective evil and beneficent influences upon the health of mankind and every living thing. There is occult philosophy in that Roman Catholic doctrine which traces the various public calamities, such as epidemics of disease and wars and so on, to the invisible messengers from north and west. The glory of God comes from the way of the east, says Ezekiel, while Jeremiah, Isaiah, and the psalmist assure their readers that all the evil under the sun
comes from the north and the west, which proposition, when applied to the Jewish nation, sounds like an undeniable prophecy for themselves. And this accounts also for St. Ambrose on Amos chapter 4, declaring that it is precisely for that reason that we curse the north wind, and that during the ceremony of baptism we begin by turning towards the west, sidereal, to renounce the better him who inhabits it, after which we turn to the east. Belief in the four Maharajas, the regents of the four cardinal points, was universal, and is now that of Christians, who call them, after St. Augustine, angelic virtues, and spirits when enumerated by themselves, and devils when named by pagans. Note, says the scholar Vossius, in his Theological Circule, Volume 1, Chapter 7, though St. Augustine has said that every visible thing in this world had an angelic virtue as an overseer near it, it is not individuals but entire species of things that must be understood, each such species having indeed its particular angel to watch it. He is at one in this with all the philosophers. For us these angels are spirits separated from the objects, whereas for the philosophers of pagan they were gods. Considering the ritual established by the Roman Catholic Church for spirits of the stars, the latter looked suspiciously like gods, and were no more honored and prayed to by the ancient and modern pagan rabble than they are now at Rome by the highly cultured Catholic Christians. End of note. But where is the difference between the pagans and the Christians in this cause? Following Plato, Aristotle explained that the term stoicheia was understood only as meaning the incorporeal principles placed at each of the four great divisions of our cosmical world to supervise them. Thus, no more than the Christians did do they adore and worship the elements and the cardinal imaginary points, but the quote gods unquote that ruled these respectively. For the Church there are two kinds of sidereal beings, the angels and the devils. For the Kabbalist and occultist there is but one, and neither of them makes any difference between the rectors of light and the cosmocratores, or rectores tenebrarum harum, whom the Roman Church imagines and discovers in a rector of light as soon as he is called by another name than the one she addresses him by. It is not the rector or Maharaja who punishes or rewards, with or without God's permission or order, but man himself, his deeds or karma, attracting individually and collectively, as in the case of whole nations sometimes, every kind of evil and calamity. We produce causes, and these awaken the corresponding powers in the sidereal world, which powers are magnetically and irresistibly attracted to and react upon those who produced these causes, whether such persons are practically the evil-doers or simply thinkers who brood mischief. Thought is matter, we are taught by modern science, and every particle of the existing matter must be a register of all that has happened, as in their Principles of Science, Messieurs Gévon and Babbage tell the profane. Note on thought is matter. Not, of course, in the sense of the German materialist Moleschott, who assures us that thought is the movement of matter, a statement of almost unequalled absurdity. Mental states and bodily states are utterly contrasted as such, but that does not affect the position that every thought, in addition to its physical accompaniment, brain change, exhibits an objective, though to us supersensuously objective, aspect on the astral plane. See The Occult World, pages 89, 90. End of note. Modern science is drawn more every day into the maelstrom of occultism. Unconsciously, no doubt, still very sensibly. The two main theories of science regarding the relations between mind and matter are monism and materialism. These two cover the whole ground of negative psychology, with the exception of the quasi-occult views of the pantheistic German schools. Note: The views of our present-day scientific thinkers as to the relations between mind and matter may be reduced to two hypotheses. These show that both views equally exclude the possibility of an independent soul, distinct from the physical brain through which it functions. They are 1. Materialism, the theory which regards mental phenomena as the product of molecular change in the brain, that is, as the outcome of a transformation of motion into feeling! The cruder school once went so far as to identify mind with a peculiar mode of motion! But this view is now happily regarded as absurd by most of the men of science themselves. 2. Monism, or the single substance doctrine, is the more subtle form of negative psychology, which one of its advocates, Professor Bain, ably terms guarded materialism. This doctrine, which commands a very wide assent, counting among its upholders such men as Lewis, Spencer, Ferrier, and others, as radically contrasted with matter, regards both as equal to the two sides, or aspects, of one and the same substance in some of its conditions. Thought as thought, they say, is utterly contrasted with material phenomena, but it must also be regarded as only the subjective side of nervous motion, whatever our learned men may mean by this. End of note. In the Egyptian temples, according to Clemens Alexandrinus, an immense curtain separated the tabernacle from the place for the congregation. The Jews had the same. In both, the curtain was drawn over 5 pillars, the pentacle, symbolizing our 5 senses and 5 root races esoterically, while the 4 colors of the curtain represented the 4 cardinal points and the 4 terrestrial elements. The whole was an allegorical symbol. It is through the 4 high rulers over the 4 points and elements that our 5 senses may become cognizant of the hidden truths of nature, and not at all as Clemens would have it, that it is the element per se that furnished the pagans with divine knowledge or the knowledge of God. Note, thus the sentence natura elementorum obtinet revelationem Dei in Clemens' Stromata R4, paragraph 6, is applicable to both or neither. Consult the Zen's volume 2, page 228, and Plutarch De Iside, as compared by Layard, Académie des Inscriptions, 1854, volume 15. End of note. While the Egyptian emblem was spiritual, that of the Jews was purely materialistic, and indeed honored only the blind elements and the imaginary points. For what was the meaning of the square tabernacle, raised by Moses in the wilderness, if it had not the same cosmical significance? Thou shalt make an hanging of blue, purple, and scarlet, and 5 pillars of shittim wood for the hanging, 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof, boards of fine wood for the 4 sides, north, south, west, and east of the tabernacle, with cherubims of cunning work. Exodus 26 and 27. The tabernacle and the square courtyard, cherubim and all, were precisely the same as those in the Egyptian temples. The square form of the tabernacle meant just the same thing as it still means to this day in the exoteric worship of the Chinese and Tibetans, the 4 cardinal points signifying that which the 4 sides of the pyramids, obelisks, and other such square erections mean. Josephus takes care to explain the whole thing. He declares that the tabernacle pillars are the same as those raised at Tyre to the 4 elements, which were placed on pedestals whose 4 angles faced the 4 cardinal points, adding that the angles of the pedestals had equally the 4 figures of the zodiac on them, which represented the same orientation. Antiquities, Volume 1, 8, Chapter 22. The idea may be traced in the Zoroastrian caves, in the rock-carved temples of India, as in all the sacred square buildings of antiquity that have survived to this day. This is shown definitely by Layard, who finds the 4 cardinal points and the 4 primitive elements in the religion of every country under the shape of square obelisks, the 4 sides of the pyramids, etc., etc. Of these elements and their points, the 4 Maharajas were the regents and the directors. If the student would know more of them, he has but to compare the vision of Ezekiel, chapter 1, with what is known of Chinese Buddhism, even in its exoteric teachings, and examine the outward shape of these, quote, great kings, unquote. In the opinion of the Reverend Joseph Edkins, they are, quote, the devas who preside each over one of the 4 continents into which the Hindus divide the world, unquote. Note. The Hindus happen to divide the world into 7 continents, exoterically as esoterically, and their 4 cosmic devas are 8, presiding over the 8 points of the compass and not the continents. Compare Chinese Buddhism, page 216. End of note. Each leads an army of spiritual beings to protect mankind and Buddhism. With the exception of favoritism towards Buddhism, the 4 celestial beings are precisely this. They are the protectors of mankind and also the agents of karma on earth, whereas the Lipika are concerned with humanity's hereafter. At the same time, they are the 4 living creatures who have the likeness of a man, of Ezekiel's visions, called by the translators of the Bible cherubim, seraphim, etc., and by occultists the winged globes, the fiery wheels, and in the Hindu pantheon by a number of different names. All these Gandharvas, the sweet songsters, the Asuras, Kinnaras, and Nagas, are the allegorical descriptions of the 4 Maharajas. The seraphim are the fiery serpents of heaven which we find in a passage describing Mount Meru as the exalted mass of glory, the venerable haunt of gods and heavenly choristers, not to be reached by sinful men, because guarded by serpents. They are called the Avengers and the Winged Wheels. Their mission and character being explained, let us see what the Christian Bible interpreters say of the cherubim. The word signifies, in Hebrew, fullness of knowledge. These angels are so called from their exquisite knowledge, and were therefore used for the punishment of men who affected divine knowledge, interpreted by Cruden in his Concordance from Genesis 3, verse 24. Very well, and vague as the information is, it shows that the cherub placed at the gate of the Garden of Eden after the fall suggested to the venerable interpreters the idea of punishment connected with forbidden science or divine knowledge, one that generally leads to another fall, that of the gods, or, quote, God, unquote, in man's estimation. But as the good old Cruden knew naught of karma, he may be forgiven. Yet the allegory is suggestive. From Meru, the abode of gods, to Eden, the distance is very small, and from the Hindu serpents to the Ophite cherubim, the 3rd out of the 7 of which was the dragon, the separation is still smaller, for both watched the entrance to the realm of secret knowledge. But Ezekiel plainly describes the 4 cosmic angels. I looked, and behold, a whirlwind, a cloud, and fire enfolding it. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. They had the likeness of a man, and every one had 4 faces and 4 wings. The face of a man, and the face of a lion, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle. Man was here substituted for dragon. Compare the Ophite spirits. Note. The angels recognized by the Roman Catholic Church, who correspond to these faces, were with the Ophites dragon, Raphael, lion, Michael, bull or ox, Uriel, and eagle, Gabriel. The 4 keep company with the 4 evangelists, and preface the Gospels. End of note. Now as I beheld the living creatures, behold one wheel upon the earth with his 4 faces. as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. For the support of the living creature was in the wheel. Their appearance was like coals of fire, etc. Ezekiel chapter 1. There are 3 chief groups of builders, and as many of the planetary spirits and the Lipika, each group being again divided into 7 subgroups. It is impossible, even in such a large work as this, to enter into a minute examination of even the 3 principal groups, as it would demand an extra volume. The builders are the representatives of the first mind-born entities, therefore of the primeval Rishi Prajapati, also of the 7 great gods of Egypt, of which Osiris is the chief, of the 7 Amshaspens of the Zoroastrians, with Ormazd at their head, or the 7 spirits of the face, the 7 Sephiroth separated from the first triad, etc., etc. Note, the Jews, save the Kabbalists, have no names for east, west, south, and north, expressed the idea by words signifying before, behind, right, and left, and very often confounded the terms exoterically, thus making the blinds in the Bible more confused and difficult to interpret. Add to this the fact that out of the 47 translators of King James's first of England's Bible, only 3 understood Hebrew, and of these 2 died before the Psalms were translated. Royal Masonic Cyclopedia. And one may easily understand what reliance can be placed on the English version of the Bible. In this work the Douay Roman Catholic version is generally followed. End of note. They build, or rather rebuild, every system after the, quote, night, unquote. The second group of the builders is the architect of our planetary chain exclusively, and the third, the progenitor of our humanity, the macrocosmic prototype of the microcosm. The planetary spirits are the informing spirits of the stars in general, and of the planets especially. They rule the destinies of men who are all born under one or other of their constellations. The second and third groups pertaining to other systems have the same functions, and all rule various departments in nature. In the Hindu exoteric pantheon, they are the guardian deities who preside over the 8 points of the compass, the 4 cardinal and the 4 intermediate points, and are called Lokapalas, supporters or guardians of the world and our visible cosmos, of which Indra, east, Yama, south, Varuna, west, and Kueva, north, are the chief, their elephants and their spouses pertaining, of course, to fancy and afterthought, though all of them have an occult significance. The Lipika, a description of whom is given in the commentary on stanza 4, number 6, are the spirits of the universe, whereas the builders are only our own planetary deities. The former belong to the most occult portion of cosmogenesis, which cannot be given here. Whether the adepts, even the highest, know this angelic order and the completeness of its triple degrees, or only the lower one connected with the records of our world, is something which the writer is unprepared to say, and she would incline rather to the latter supposition. Of its highest grade, one thing only is taught. The Lipika are connected with karma, being its direct recorders. Note: the symbol for sacred and secret knowledge was universally in antiquity a tree, by which a scripture or a record was also meant. Hence the word Lipika, the writers or scribes, the dragons, symbols of wisdom, who guard the trees of knowledge. The golden apple tree of the Hesperides, the luxuriant trees and vegetation of Mount Meru guarded by a serpent, Juno giving to Jupiter on her marriage with him a tree with golden fruit, is another form of Eve offering Adam the apple from the tree of knowledge. End of note. Stanza 5 continued. 6. The Lipika circumscribe the triangle, the first one, the vertical line, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle with the egg, circle. The stanza proceeds with a minute classification of the orders of angelic hierarchy, From the group of 4 and 7 emanates the mind-born group of 10, of 12, of 21, etc. All these divided again into subgroups of septenaries, novums, duodecimals, and so on, until the mind is lost in this endless enumeration of celestial hosts and beings, each having its distinct task in the ruling of the visible cosmos during its existence. The esoteric meaning of the first sentence of the sloka is that those who have been called lipikas, the recorders of the karmic ledger, make an impassable barrier between the personal ego and the impersonal self, the noumenon and parent source of the former. Hence the allegory. They circumscribe the manifested world of matter within the ring pass not. This world is the symbol, objective, of the one divided into the many on the planes of illusion. Of Adi, the first, or of Ika, the one, and this one is the collective aggregate, or totality, of the principal creators or architects of this visible universe. In Hebrew occultism, their name is both Achtach, feminine, one, and Achod, one, again, but masculine. The monotheists have taken, and are still taking, advantage of the profound esotericism of the Kabbalah to apply the name by which the one supreme essence is known to its manifestation, the Sephiroth Elohim, and call it Jehovah. But this is quite arbitrary, and against all reason and logic, as the term Elohim is a plural noun, identical with the plural word Chim, often compounded within the Elohim. Note: the sentence in the Sefer Jezira and elsewhere, Achach, Ruach, Elohim, Chim, denotes the Elohim as androgynous at best, the feminine element almost predominating, as it would read, one is she, the spirit of the Elohim of life. As said above, Ekach, or Akach, is feminine, and Ekoch, or Akoch, masculine, both meaning one. End of note. Moreover, in occult metaphysics there are, properly speaking, two ones, the one on the unreachable plane of absoluteness and infinity, on which no speculation is possible, and the second one on the plane of emanations. The former can neither emanate nor be divided, as it is eternal, absolute, and immutable, the second being, so to speak, the reflection of the first one, for it is the Logos, or Eshvara, in the universe of illusion, can do all this. Note: this metaphysical tenet can hardly be better described than Mr. Sabaro's in Bhagavad Gita lectures. Mula Prakriti, the veil of Parabrahman, acts as the one energy through the Logos, or Eshvara. Now, Parabrahman is the one essence from which starts into existence a center of energy, which I shall for the present call the Logos. It is called the Verbum by the Christians, and it is the divine Christos who is eternal in the bosom of his Father. It is called Avalokiteshvara by the Buddhists. In almost every doctrine they have formulated the existence of a center of spiritual energy which is unborn and eternal, and which exists in the bosom of Parabrahman at the time of Pralaya, and starts as a center of conscious energy at the time of cosmic activity. For, as the lecture premised by saying, Parabrahm is not this or that, it is not even consciousness, as it cannot be related to matter or anything conditioned. It is not ego, nor is it non-ego, not even Atma, but verily the one source of all manifestations and modes of existence. End of note. It emanates from itself, as the upper Sephirothal triad emanates the lower 7 Sephiroth, the 7 rays or Dhyan Kochans. The homogeneous becomes the heterogeneous. The protyle differentiates into elements, but these, unless they return into the primal element, can never cross beyond the laya or 0 point. Hence the allegory. The Lipika separate the world or plane of pure spirit from that of matter. Those who descend and ascend, the incarnating monads, and men striving towards purification and ascending, but still not having quite reached the goal, may cross the circle of pass not only on the day be with us, that day when man, freeing himself from the trammels of ignorance and recognizing fully the non-separatedness of the ego within his personality, erroneously regarded as his own, from the universal ego, anima supramundi, merges thereby into the one essence to become not only one with us, the manifested universal lives which are one life, but that very life itself. Astronomically, the ring pass not, that the lipika trace around the triangle, the first one, the cube, the second one, and the pentacle to circumscribe these figures, is thus shown to contain the symbol of 3, 1, 4, 1, 5 again, or the coefficient constantly used in mathematical tables, the value of pi, the geometrical figures standing here for numerical figures. According to the general philosophical teachings, this ring is beyond the region of what are called nebulae in astronomy. But this is as erroneous a conception as that of the topography for the descriptions given in Puranic and other exoteric scriptures about the 1008 worlds of the Devaloka worlds and firmaments. There are worlds, of course, in the esoteric as well as in the profane scientific teachings, at such incalculable distances that the light of the nearest of them, which has just reached our modern Chaldees, had left its luminary long before the day on which the words "Let there be light" were pronounced. But these are no worlds on the Devaloka plane, but in our cosmos. The chemist goes to the laya, or 0 point, of the plane of matter with which he deals, and then stops short. The physicist or the astronomer counts by billions of miles beyond the nebula, and they also stop short. The semi-initiated occultist will represent this layer point to himself as existing on some plane which, if not physical, is still conceivable to the human intellect. But the full initiate knows that the ring pass not is neither a locality, nor can it be measured by distance, but that it exists in the absoluteness of infinity. In this infinity of the full initiate, there is neither height, breadth, nor thickness, but all is fathomless profundity, reaching down from the physical to the quote, para-metaphysical, unquote. In using the word down, essential depth, nowhere and everywhere is meant, not depth of physical matter. If one searches carefully through the exoteric and grossly anthropomorphic allegories of popular religions, even in these the doctrine embodied in the circle of pass not, thus guarded by the lipika, may be dimly perceived. Thus one finds it even in the teachings of the Vedantin sect of the Vishittadvaita, the most tenaciously anthropomorphic in all India. For we read of the released soul that, after reaching moksha, a state of bliss, meaning released from bandha, or bondage, bliss is enjoyed by it in a place called Paramapada, which place is not material, but made of Sudasattva, the essence of which the body of Ishvara, the Lord, is formed. There, muktas or jivatmas, monads, who have attained moksha, are never again subject to the qualities of either matter or karma. But if they choose, for the sake of doing good to the world, they may incarnate on earth. Note, these voluntary reincarnations are referred to in our doctrine as nirmanakayas, the surviving spiritual principles of men. End of note. The way to Parampada, or the material worlds, from this world, is called Devayana. When a person has attained moksha, and the body dies, quote, the jiva, soul, goes with Sukshma Sariva from the heart of the body to the Brahmarandhra in the crown of the head, traversing Sushumna, a nerve connecting the heart with the Brahmarandhra. Note on the Sukshma Sharira, dreamlike, elusive body with which are clothed the inferior dhyanis of the celestial hierarchy. End of note. The jiva breaks through the Brahmarandhra and goes to the region of the sun, Surya Mandala, through the solar rays. Then it goes, through a dark spot in the sun, to Paramapada. The jiva is directed on its way by the supreme wisdom acquired by yoga. Note:
Compare this esoteric tenet with the Gnostic doctrine found in Pistis Sophia, knowledge equals wisdom, in which treatise Sophia Achamot is shown lost in the waters of chaos, matter, on her way to supreme light, and Christos delivering and helping her on the right path. Note well, Christos with the Gnostics meant the impersonal principle, the Atman of the universe, and the Atma within every man's soul, not Jesus, though in the old Coptic manuscripts in the British Museum, Christos is almost constantly replaced by Jesus. End of note. The Jiva thus proceeds to Parampada by the aid of Ativahikas, bearers in transit, known by the names of Archiachas, Aditya, Prajapati, etc. The Archis here mentioned are certain pure souls, etc., etc., from Vishishtadvaita Catechism by Pundit Bhashakaira, FTS. No spirit except the recorders, Lipika, has ever crossed its forbidden line, nor will any do so until the day of the next Pralaya, for it is the boundary that separates the finite, however infinite in man's sight, from the truly infinite. The spirits referred to, therefore, as those who ascend and descend are the hosts, or what we loosely call celestial beings. But they are, in fact, nothing of the kind. They are entities of the higher worlds, in the hierarchy of being, so immeasurably high that to us they must appear as gods, and collectively God. But so we, mortal men, must appear to the ant, which reasons on the scale of its special capacities. The ant may also, for all we know, see the avenging finger of a personal god in the hand of the urchin, who in one moment, under the impulse of mischief, destroys its ant-hill, the labor of many weeks, long years in the chronology of insects. The ant, feeling it acutely, and attributing the undeserved calamity to a combination of providence and sin, may also, like man, see in it the result of the sin of its first parent. Who knows, and who can affirm or deny the refusal to admit in the whole solar system of any other reasonable and intellectual beings on the human plane than ourselves is the greatest conceit of our age? All that science has a right to affirm is that there are no invisible intelligences living under the same conditions as we do. It cannot deny point-blank the possibility of there being worlds within worlds, under totally different conditions to those that constitute the nature of our world, nor can it deny that there may be a certain limited communication between some of those worlds and our own. Note: the greatest philosopher of European birth, Immanuel Kant, assures us that such a communication is in no way improbable. Quote, "I confess I am much disposed to assert the existence of immaterial natures in the world, and to place my own soul in the class of these beings. It will hereafter, I know not where or when, yet be proved that the human soul stands even in this life in dissoluble connection with all immaterial natures in the spirit world, that it reciprocally acts upon these, and receives impressions from them." Unquote. Träume eines Geisterseers, quoted by C.C. Massey in his preface to von Hartmann's Spiritismus. End of note. To the highest, we are taught, belong the 7 orders of the purely divine spirits. To the 6 lower ones belong hierarchies that can occasionally be seen and heard by men, and who do communicate with their progeny of the earth, which progeny is indissolubly linked with them, each principle in man having its direct source in the nature of those great beings who furnish us with the respective invisible elements in us. Physical science is welcome to speculate upon the physiological mechanism of living beings, and to continue her fruitless efforts in trying to resolve our feelings, our sensations, mental and spiritual, into functions of their inorganic vehicles. Nevertheless, all that will ever be accomplished in this direction has already been done, and science will go no farther. She is before a dead wall, on the face of which she traces, as she imagines, great physiological and psychic discoveries, but every one of which will be shown later on to be no better than the cobwebs spun by her scientific fancies and illusions. The tissues of our objective framework alone of subservient to the analysis and researches of physiological science. Note: for example, all that modern physiological research in connection with psychological problems has, and owing to the nature of things could have shown, is that every thought, sensation, and emotion is attended with a remarshalling of the molecules of certain nerves. The inference drawn by scientists of the type of Büchner, Vogt, and others, that thought is molecular motion, necessitates a complete abstraction being made of the fact of our subjective consciousness. End of note. The 6 higher principles in them will evade forever the hand that is guided by an animus that purposely ignores and rejects the occult sciences. The great day of "be with us," then, is an expression, the only merit of which lies in its literal translation. Its significance is not so easily revealed to a public unacquainted with the mystic tenets of occultism, or rather of esoteric wisdom, or Buddhism. It is an expression peculiar to the latter, and as hazy for the profane as that of the Egyptians, who call the same the "day of come to us," which is identical with the former, though the verb "be" in this sense might be still better replaced with either of the 2 words "remain" or "rest with us," as it refers to that long period of rest which is called paranirvana. Note on "day of come to us." See Le Livre des Morts by Paul Pierret. Le jour devient à nous. C'est le jour où Siri a dit au soleil, "Viens, je le vois rencontrant le soleil dans la midi." Chapter 17, page 61. The sun here stands for the Logos, or Christos, or Horus, as central essence synthetically, and as diffused essence of radiated entities, different in substance, but not in essence. As expressed by the Bhagavad Gita lecturer, it must not be supposed that the Logos is but a single center of energy manifested from Parabrahman. There are innumerable other centers, and their number is almost infinite in the bosom of Parabrahman. Hence the expressions, "the day of come to us," and "the day of be with us," etc. Just as the square is the symbol of the 4 sacred forces or powers, tetraktis, so the circle shows the boundary within the infinity that no man can cross, even in spirit, nor Deva, nor Jiankochan. The spirits of those who descend and ascend during the course of cyclic evolution shall cross the iron-bound world only on the day of their approach to the threshold of paranirvana. If they reach it, they will rest in the bosom of Parabrahman, or the unknown darkness, which shall then become for all of them light during the whole period of Mahapralaya, the great night, namely 311 trillion 40 billions of years of absorption in Brahm. The day of be with us is this period of rest or paranirvana. See also further data on this peculiar expression, the day of come to us. The funeral ritual of the Egyptians by Viscount de Rouget. It corresponds to the day of the last judgment of the Christians, which has been sorely materialized by their religion. End of note. As in the exoteric interpretation of the Egyptian rites, the soul of every defunct person, from the Hierophant down to the sacred bull Apis, became an Osiris, was Osirified, though the secret doctrine had always taught that the real Orisification was the lot of every monad only after 3,000 cycles of existences. So in the present case, the monad, born of the nature and the very essence of the seven, its highest principle becoming immediately enriched, enshrined in the 7th cosmic element, has to perform its septenary gyration throughout the cycle of being and forms, from the highest to the lowest, and then again from man to God. At the threshold of paranirvana, it reassumes its primeval essence and becomes the absolute once more. This audiobook will continue with stanza 6 and its commentary. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888.
printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Volume 1, Cosmogenesis. Part 1, Cosmic Evolution. 7 stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 6. 1. By the power of the Mother of Mercy and Knowledge, Kuan Yin, the triple of Kuan Sha Yin, residing in Kuan Yin Tian, Fohat, the breath of their progeny, the son of the sons, having called forth from the lower abyss the elusive form of Xian Chang and the 7 elements. Note: verse 1 of stanza 6 is of a far later date than the other stanzas, though still very ancient. The old text of this verse, having names entirely unknown to the Orientalists, would give no clue to the students. End of note. 2. The swift and radiant one produces the 7 Laya centers, against which none will prevail till the great day be with us, and seats the universe on these eternal foundations surrounding Tian Chang with elementary germs. 3. Of the 7, first 1 manifested, 6 concealed, 2 manifested, 5 concealed, 3 manifested, 4 concealed, 4 produced, 3 hidden, 4 and 1 Chan revealed, 2 and 1/2 concealed, 6 to be manifested, 1 laid aside. Lastly, 7 small wheels revolving, 1 giving birth to the other. 4. He built them in the likeness of older wheels, placing them on the imperishable centers. How does Fohat build them? He collects the fiery dust. He makes balls of fire, runs through them and round them, infusing life therein too, then sets them into motion, some one way, some the other way. They are cold, and he makes them hot. They are dry, and he makes them moist. They shine, he fans and cools them. Thus acts Fohat from one twilight to the other during 7 eternities. 5. At the 4th, the sons are told to create their images. 1/3 refuses, 2 obey. The curse is pronounced. They will be born on the 4th, suffer and cause suffering. This is the first war. 6. The older wheels rotated downwards and upwards. The mother spawn filled the whole. There were battles fought between the creators and the destroyers, and battles fought for space, the seed appearing and reappearing continuously. 7. Make thy calculations, Lanu, if thou wouldest learn the correct age of thy small wheel. Its 4th spoke is our mother. Reach the 4th fruit of the 4th path of knowledge that leads to nirvana, and thou shalt comprehend, for thou shalt see. Commentary. Stanza 6. 1. By the power of the Mother of Mercy and Knowledge. The Mother of Mercy and Knowledge is called the triple of Kuan Sha Yin, because in her correlations, metaphysical and cosmical, she is the mother, the wife, and the daughter of the Logos, just as in the later theological translations she became the Father, Son, and the female Holy Ghost, the Shakti or energy, the essence of the 3. Thus in the esotericism of the Vedantins, Daiva Prakriti, the light manifested through Eshvara, the Logos, is at one and the same time the mother and also the daughter of the Logos, or Verbum, of Parabrahman, while in that of the trans-Himalayan teachings it is, in the hierarchy of allegorical and metaphysical theogony, the mother or abstract ideal matter, Mula Prakriti, the root of nature. From the metaphysical standpoint, a correlation of Adibhuta, manifested in the Logos, Avalokiteshvara, and from the purely occult and cosmical, Fohat, the son of the sun, the androgynous energy resulting from this light of the Logos, and which manifests in the plane of the objective universe as the hidden, as much as the revealed electricity, which is life. Notes. Note on Daivi Prakriti, the Logos. The Theosophist of February 1887, page 305,
first lecture on the Bhagavad Gita. End of note. Note on forehead. Says the lecturer on page 306. Evolution is commenced by the intellectual energy of the Logos, not merely on account of the potentialities locked up in Mula Prakriti. This light of the Logos is the link between objective matter and the subjective thought of Eshvara or Logos. It is called in several Buddhist books forehead. It is the one instrument with which the Logos works. End of note. Kuan Yin, the triple of Kuan Sha Yin, residing in Kuan Yin Tian. Note. This stanza is translated from the Chinese text, and the names and the equivalents of the original terms are preserved. The real esoteric nomenclature cannot be given, as it would only confuse the reader. The Brahmanical doctrine has no equivalent to these. Vach seems, in many an aspect, to approach the Chinese Kuan Yin, but there is no regular worship of Vach under this name in India, as there is of Kuan Yin in China. No exoteric religious system has ever adopted a female creator, and thus woman was regarded and treated from the first dawn of popular religions as inferior to man. It is only in China and Egypt that Kuan Yin and Isis were placed on a par with the male gods. Esotericism ignores both sexes. Its highest deity is sexless, as it is formless, neither father nor mother, and its first manifested beings, celestial and terrestrial alike, become only gradually androgynous and finally separate into distinct sexes. End of note. Kuan Yin Tian means the melodious heaven of sound, the abode of Kuan Yin, or the divine voice, literally. This voice is a synonym of the verbum, or the word, speech as the expression of thought. Thus may be traced the connection with and even the origin of the Hebrew Bath Kol, the daughter of the divine voice, or verbum, or the male and female Logos, the heavenly man, or Adam Kadmon, who is at the same time Sephira. The latter was surely anticipated by the Hindu Vach, the goddess of speech, or of the word. For Vach, the daughter and the female portion, as is stated of Brahma, one generated by the gods, is, in company with Kuan Yin, with Isis, also the daughter, wife and sister of Osiris, and other goddesses, the female Logos, so to speak, the goddess of the active forces in nature, the word, voice or sound, and speech. If Kuan Yin is the melodious voice, so is Vach, the melodious cow who milked forth sustenance and water, the female principle, who yields us nourishment and sustenance as Mother Nature. She is associated in the work of creation with the Prajapati. She is male and female ad libitum, as Eve is with Adam. And she is a form of Aditi, the principle higher than ether, in Akasha, the synthesis of all the forces of nature. Thus Vach and Kuan Yin are both the magic potency of occult sound in nature and ether, which voice calls forth Xian Chan, the elusive form of the universe out of chaos and the seven elements. Thus in Manu Brahma, the Logos also is showing dividing his body into two parts, male and female, and creating in the latter, who is Vach, Viraj, who is himself, or Brahma again. It is in this way a learned Vedantin occultist speaks of that, quote, goddess, unquote, explaining the reason why Eshvara, or Brahma, is called verbum or logos, why in fact it is called Sabda Brahman. Quote, the explanation I am going to give you will appear thoroughly mystical, but if mystical, it has a tremendous significance when properly understood. Our old writers said that Vach is of four kinds, see Rig Veda and the Upanishads. Vaikari Vach is what we utter. Every kind of Vaikari Vach exists in its Madhyama, further in its Pasyanti, and ultimately in its Para form. Note, Madhya is said of something whose commencement and end are unknown, and Para means infinite.
These expressions all relate to infinitude and to division of time. End of note. The reason why this pranava is called vak is this, that the four principles of the great cosmos correspond to these four forms of vak. Now the whole manifested solar system exists in its sukshma form, in the light or energy of the Logos, because its energy is caught up and transferred to cosmic matter. The whole cosmos in its objective form is Vaikari vak. The light of the Logos is the Mariama form, and the Logos itself the Pasyanti form, and Parabrahm the Para form or aspect of that vak. It is by the light of this explanation that we must try to understand certain statements made by various philosophers to the effect that the manifested cosmos is the verbum manifested as cosmos. Unquote. See a lecture on the Bhagavad Gita referred to above. Stanza 6 continued. 2. The swift and the radiant one produces the 7 layu. The 7 layu centers are the 7 0 points, using the term zero in the same sense that chemists do, to indicate a point at which, in esotericism, the scale of reckoning of differentiation begins. From the centers, beyond which esoteric philosophy allows us to perceive the dim metaphysical outlines of the 7 sons of life and light, the 7 logoi of the Hermetic and all the other philosophers, begins the differentiation of the elements which enter into the constitution of our solar system. It has often been asked, what was the exact definition of Fohat and his powers and functions, as he seems to exercise those of a personal god as understood in the popular religions? The answer has just been given in the comment on stanza 5. As well said in the Bhagavad Gita lectures, the whole cosmos must necessarily exist in the one source of energy from which this light, Fohat, emanates. Whether we count the principles in cosmos and man as 7, or only as 4, the forces of and in physical nature are 7, and it is stated by the same authority that prajna, or the capacity of perception, exists in 7 different aspects corresponding to the 7 conditions of matter, personal and impersonal God. For just as a human being is composed of 7 principles, differentiated matter in the solar system exists in 7 different conditions from the same source. So does Fohat. Note, Fohat has several meanings. See stanza 5, commentary et infra. He is called the builder of the builders, the force that he personifies having formed our septenary chain. End of note. He is 1 and 7, and on the cosmic plane is behind all such manifestations as light, heat, sound, adhesion, etc., etc., and is the spirit of electricity, which is the life of the universe. As an abstraction, we call it the one life. As an objective and evident reality, we speak of a septenary scale of manifestation, which begins at the upper rung with the one unknowable causality, and ends as omnipresent mind and life immanent in every atom of matter. Thus, while science speaks of its evolution through brute matter, blind force, and senseless motion, the occultists point to the intelligent law and sentient life, and add that Fohat is the guiding spirit of all this. Yet he is no personal God at all, but the emanation of those other powers behind him whom the Christians call the messengers of their God, who is in reality only the Elohim, or rather one of the 7 creators called Elohim, and we, the messenger of the primordial sons of life and light. 7 layu centers, against which none will prevail, to the great day be with us, and seats the universe on these eternal foundations, surrounding Xian Chan with the elementary germs. The elementary germs with which he fills Xian Chan, the universe, from Tian Xin, the heaven of mind, literally, or that which is absolute, are the atoms of science and the monads of Leibniz. Stanza 6 continued. 3. Of the 7 elements, First 1 manifested, 6 concealed, 2 manifested, 5 concealed, 3 manifested, 4 concealed, 4 produced, 3 hidden, 4 and 1 Zan fraction revealed, 2 and 1 half concealed, 6 to be manifested, 1 laid aside. Although these stanzas refer to the whole universe after a Mahapralaya, universal destruction, yet this sentence, as any student of occultism may see, refers also by analogy to the evolution and final formation of the primitive, though compound, 7 elements on our earth. Of these, 4 elements are now fully manifested, while the 5th, ether, is only partially so, as we are hardly in the second half of the 4th round, and consequently the 5th element will manifest fully only in the 5th round. The worlds, including our own, were of course as germs primarily evolved from the one element in its second stage, Father Mother, the differentiated world's soul, not what is termed the oversoul by Emerson. Whether we call it, with modern science, cosmic dust and fire mist, or with occultism, Akasha, Jivatma, divine astral light, or the soul of the world. But this first stage of evolution was in due course of time followed by the next. No world, as no heavenly body, could be constructed on the objective plane, had not the elements been sufficiently differentiated already from their primeval ilus, resting in Laya. The latter term is a synonym of nirvana. It is, in fact, the nirvanic dissociation of all substances, merged after a life cycle into the latency of their primary conditions. It is the luminous but bodiless shadow of the matter that was, the realm of negativeness, wherein lie latent during their period of rest the active forces of the universe. Now, speaking of elements, it is made the standing reproach of the ancients that they supposed their elements simple and undecomposable. Note: the shades of our prehistorical ancestors might return the compliment to modern physicists, now that new discoveries in chemistry have led Mr. Crookes, FRS, to admit that science is yet 1,000 leagues from the knowledge of the compound nature of the simplest molecule. From him we learn that such a thing as a really simple molecule entirely homogeneous is terra incognita in chemistry. Where are we to draw the line, he asks. Is there no way out of this perplexity? Must we either make the elementary examinations so stiff that only 60 or 70 candidates can pass, or must we open the examination doors so wide that the number of admissions is limited only by the number of applicants? And then the learned gentleman gives striking instances. He says, take the case of yttrium. It has a definite atomic weight. It behaved in every respect as a simple body, an element, to which we might indeed add, but from which we could not take away. Yet this yttrium, this supposed homogeneous whole, on being submitted to a certain method of fractionation, is resolved into portions, not absolutely identical among themselves, and exhibiting a gradation of properties. Or take the case of didymium. Here was a body betraying all the recognized characters of an element. It had been separated with much difficulty from other bodies which approximated closely to it in their properties, and during this crucial process it had undergone very severe treatment and very close scrutiny. But then came another chemist who, treating this assumed homogeneous body by a peculiar process of fractionation, resolved it into the two bodies, praseodymium and neodymium, between which certain distinctions are perceptible. Further, we even now have no certainty that neodymium and praseodymium are simple bodies. On the contrary, they likewise exhibit symptoms of splitting up. Now, if one supposed element on proper treatment is thus found to comprise dissimilar molecules, we are surely warranted in asking whether similar results might not be obtained in other elements, perhaps in all elements, if treated in the right way. We may even ask whether the process of sorting out is to stop, a process which, of course, presupposes variations between the individual molecules of each species. And in these successive separations we naturally find bodies approaching more and more closely to each other.
Quote from Presidential Address before the Royal Society of Chemists, March 1888. End of note. Once more, this is an unwarrantable statement, as at any rate the initiated philosophers can hardly come under such an imputation, since it is they who have invented allegories and religious myths from the beginning. Had they been ignorant of the heterogeneity of their elements, they would have had no personifications of fire, air, water, earth, and aether. Their cosmic gods and goddesses would never have been blessed with such posterity, with so many sons and daughters, elements born from and within each respective element. Alchemy and occult phenomena would have been a delusion and a snare, even in theory, had the ancients been ignorant of the potentialities and correlative functions and attributes of every element that enters into the composition of air, water, earth, and even fire. The latter a terra incognita to this day to modern science, which is obliged to call it motion, evolution of light and heat, state of ignition, defining it by its outward aspects, in short, and remaining ignorant of its nature. But that which modern science seems to fail to perceive is that, differentiated as may have been those simple chemical atoms, which archaic philosophy called the creators of their respective parents, fathers, brothers, husbands of their mothers, and those mothers the daughters of their own sons, like Aditya and Daksha, for example. Differentiated as these elements were in the beginning, still they were not the compound bodies known to science as they are now. Neither water, air, earth, synonyms for solids generally, existed in their present form, representing the three states of matter alone recognized by science, for all these are the productions already recombined by the atmospheres of globes completely formed, even to fire, so that in the first periods of the earth's formation they were something quite sui generis. Now that the conditions and laws ruling our solar system are fully developed, and that the atmosphere of our earth, as of every other globe, has become, so to say, a crucible of its own, occult science teaches that there is a perpetual exchange taking place in space of molecules, or of atoms rather, correlating and thus changing the combining equivalents on every planet. Some men of science, and those among the greatest physicists and chemists, begin to suspect this fact, which has been known for ages to the occultists. The spectroscope only shows the probable similarity, on external evidence, of terrestrial and sidereal substance. It is unable to go any farther, or to show whether atoms gravitate towards one another in the same way and under the same conditions as they are supposed to do on our planet, physically and chemically. The scale of temperature, from the highest degree to the lowest that can be conceived of, may be imagined to be one and the same in and for the whole universe. Nevertheless, its properties, other than those of dissociation and reassociation, differ on every planet, and thus atoms enter into new forms of existence, undreamt of and incognizable to physical science. As already expressed in 5 years of Theosophy, the essence of cometary matter, for instance, is totally different from any of the chemical or physical characteristics with which the greatest chemists and physicists of the earth are acquainted. See page 242. And even that matter, during rapid passage through our atmosphere, undergoes a certain change in its nature. Thus not alone the elements of our planets, but even those of all its sisters in the solar system, differ as widely from each other in their combinations as from the cosmic elements beyond our solar limits. Note: this is again corroborated by the same man of science in the same lecture, who quotes Clerk Maxwell saying that the elements are not absolutely homogeneous. He writes, "It is difficult to conceive of selection and elimination of intermediate varieties, for where can these eliminated molecules have gone to if, as we have reason to believe, the hydrogen, etc., of the fixed stars is composed of molecules identical in all respects with our own?" And he adds, "In the first place,
we may call in question this absolute molecular identity, since we have hitherto had no means for coming to a conclusion save the means furnished by the spectroscope, while it is admitted that for accurately comparing and discriminating the spectra of two bodies, that they should be examined under identical states of temperature, pressure, and all other physical conditions. We have certainly seen in the spectrum of the sun rays which we have not been able to identify. End of note. Therefore, they cannot be taken as a standard for comparison with the same in other worlds. Note. Quote, each world has its Fohat, who is omnipresent in his own sphere of action. But there are as many Fohats as there are worlds, each varying in power and degree of manifestations. The individual Fohats make one universal collective Fohat, the aspect entity of the one absolute non-entity, which is absolute beingness, Sat. Millions and billions of worlds are produced at every Manvantara, it is said. Therefore, there must be many Fohats, whom we consider as conscious and intelligent forces. This, no doubt, to the disgust of scientific minds. Nevertheless, the occultists, who have good reasons for it, consider all the forces of nature as veritable, though supersensuous, states of matter, and as possible objects of perception to beings endowed with the requisite senses. End of note. Enshrined in their virgin, pristine state within the bosom of the Eternal Mother, every atom born beyond the threshold of her realm is doomed to incessant differentiation. The Mother sleeps, yet is ever breathing, and every breath sends out into the plane of manifestation her protean products, which, carried on by the wave of the efflux, are scattered by Fohat, and driven toward and beyond this or another planetary atmosphere. Once caught by the latter, the atom is lost. Its pristine purity is gone forever unless fate dissociates it by leading it to a current of efflux, an occult term meaning quite a different process from that which the ordinary term implies, when it may be carried once more to the borderland where it had perished, and taken its flight, not into space above, but into space within, it will be brought under a state of a differential equilibrium and happily reabsorbed. Were a truly learned occultist alchemist to write the life and adventures of an atom, he would secure thereby the eternal scorn of the modern chemist, perchance also his subsequent gratitude. Note. Indeed, if such an imaginary chemist happened to be intuitional, and would for a moment step out of the habitual groove of strictly, quote, exact science, unquote, as the alchemists of old did, he might be repaid for his audacity. End of note. However it may be, the breath of the Father-Mother issues cold and radiant, and gets hot and corrupt, to cool once more, and be purified in the eternal bosom of inner space, says the commentary. Man absorbs cold, pure air on the mountain-top, and throws it out impure, hot, and transformed. Thus the high atmosphere being the mouth, and the lower one the lungs of every globe, the man of our planet breathes only the refuse of, quote, mother, unquote. Therefore, quote, he is doomed to die on it, unquote. And note, he who would allotropize sluggish oxygen into ozone to a measure of alchemical activity, reducing it to its pure essence, for which there are means, would discover thereby a substitute for an elixir of life, and prepare it for practical use. End of note. Lastly, 7 small wheels revolving, one giving birth to the other. The process referred to as the small wheels giving birth, one to the other, takes place in the 6th region from above, on the plane of the most material world of all in the manifested cosmos, our terrestrial plane. These 7 wheels are our planetary chain. See Commentary 5 and 6. By wheels, the various spheres and centers of forces are generally meant,
but in this case they refer to our septenary ring. Stanza 6 continued. 4. Who builds them in the likeness of older worlds, placing them on the imperishable centers. The worlds are built in the likeness of older worlds, that is, those that existed in preceding Manvantaras and went into Pralaya, because the law for the birth, growth, and decay of everything in cosmos, from the sun to the glowworm in the grass, is one. It is an everlasting work of perfection with every new appearance, but the substance, matter, and forces are all one and the same. But this law acts on every planet through minor and varying laws. The imperishable Laya centers have a great importance, and their meaning must be fully understood if we would have a clear conception of the archaic cosmogony, whose theories have now passed into occultism. At present, one thing may be stated. The worlds are built neither upon, nor over, nor in the Laya centers, the 0 point being a condition, not any mathematical point. How does Fohat build them? He collects the fiery dust, he makes balls of fire, runs through them and round them, infusing life therein too, then sets them into motion, some one, some the other way. They are cold, he makes them hot. They are dry, he makes them moist. They shine, he fans and cools them. Bear in mind that Fohat, the constructive force of cosmic electricity, is said, metaphorically, to have sprung like Rudra from Brahma, from the brain of the father and the bosom of the mother, and then to have metamorphosed himself into a male and a female, that is, polarity, into positive and negative electricity. He has 7 sons who are his brothers, and Fohat is thought to be born time after time whenever any 2 of his son brothers indulge in too close contact, whether an embrace or a fight. To avoid this, he binds together and unites those of unlike nature and separates those of similar temperaments. This, of course, relates, as anyone can see, to electricity generated by friction and to the law involving attraction between 2 objects of unlike and repulsion between those of like polarity. The 7 sons brothers, however, represent and personify the 7 forms of cosmic magnetism, called in practical occultism the 7 radicals, whose cooperative and active progeny are, among other energies, electricity, magnetism, sound, light, heat, cohesion, etc. Occult science defines all these as supersenses effects in their hidden behavior, and as objective phenomena in the world of senses, the former requiring abnormal faculties to perceive them, the latter our ordinary physical senses. They all pertain to, and are the emanation of, still more supersensive spiritual qualities not personated by, but belonging to, real and conscious causes. To attempt a description of such entities would be worse than useless. The reader must bear in mind that, according to our teaching, which regards this phenomenal universe as a great illusion, the nearer a body is to the unknown substance, the more it approaches reality, as being removed the farther from this world of Maya. Therefore, though the molecular constitution of their bodies is not deducible from their manifestations on this plane of consciousness, they nevertheless, from the standpoint of the adept occultist, possess a distinctive objective, if not material structure, in the relatively noumenal, as opposed to the phenomenal universe. Men of science may term the force or forces generated by matter, or modes of its motion, if they will. Occultism sees in the effects elemental forces, and in the direct causes producing them, intelligent divine workmen. The intimate connection of those elementals, guided by the unerring hand of the rulers, their correlation, we might call it, with the elements of pure matter, results in our terrestrial phenomena, such as light, heat, magnetism, etc., etc. Of course, we shall never agree with the American substantialists, who call every force and energy with the light, heat, electricity, or cohesion an entity,
for this would be equivalent to calling the noise produced by the rolling of the wheels of a vehicle an entity, thus confusing and identifying that noise with the driver outside and the guiding master intelligence within the vehicle. But we certainly give that name to the drivers and to these guiding intelligences, the ruling Dyankochans, as shown. The elementals, the nature forces, are the acting, though invisible or rather imperceptible, secondary causes, and in themselves the effects of primary causes behind the veil of all terrestrial phenomena. Electricity, light, heat, etc., have been aptly termed the ghost or shadow of matter in motion, that is, supersensitive states of matter whose effects only we are able to cognize. To expand then the simile given above. The sensation of light is like the sound of the rolling wheels, a purely phenomenal effect, having no existence outside the observer. The proximate exciting cause of the sensation is comparable to the driver, a supersensitive state of matter in motion, a nature force or elemental. But behind even this stand, just as the owner of the carriage directs the driver from within, the higher noumenal causes, the intelligences from whose essence radiate these states of mother, generating the countless milliards of elementals or psychic nature spirits, just as every drop of water generates its physical infinitesimal infusoria. See God's monads and atoms in Part 3. It is Fohat who guides the transfer of the principles from one planet to the other, from one star to another, child star. When a planet dies, its informing principles are transferred to a laya, or sleeping center, with potential but latent energy in it, which is thus awakened into life and begins to form itself into the new sidereal body. Vide infra, a few theosophical misconceptions, etc. It is most remarkable that, while honestly confessing their entire ignorance of the true nature of even terrestrial matter, primordial substance being regarded more as a dream than as a sober reality, the physicists should set themselves up as judges nevertheless of that matter, and claim to know what it is able and is not able to do in various combinations. Scientists know it, matter, hardly skin deep, and yet they will dogmatize. It is a mode of motion, and nothing else, but the force that is inherent in a living person's breath, when blowing a speck of dust from the table, is also, and undeniably, a mode of motion, and it is as undeniably not a quality of the matter or the particles of that speck, and it emanates from the living and thinking entity that breathed, whether the impulse originated consciously or unconsciously. Indeed, to endow matter, something of which nothing is known so far, with an inherent quality called force, of the nature of which still less is known, is to create a far more serious difficulty than that which lies in the acceptation of the intervention of our nature spirits in every natural phenomenon. The occultists who do not say, if they would express themselves correctly, that matter, but only the substance or essence of matter, is indestructible and eternal, that is, the root of all, mula prakriti, assert that all the so-called forces of nature, electricity, magnetism, light, heat, etc., etc., far from being modes of motion or material particles, are in esse, that is, in their ultimate constitution, the differentiated aspects of that universal motion which is discussed and explained in the first pages of this volume. See Proem. When Fohat is said to produce 7 laya centers, it means that for formative or creative purposes, the great law, theists may call it God, stops, or rather modifies its perpetual motion on 7 invisible points within the area of the manifested universe. From the occult catechism, the great breath digs through space 7 holes into laya to cause them to circumgyrate during Manvantara. We have said that laya is what science may call the 0 point or line, the realm of absolute negativeness, or the one real absolute force, the noumenon of the 7th state of that which we ignorantly call and recognize as force, or again the noumenon of undifferentiated cosmic substance, which is itself an unreachable and unknowable object to finite perception. the root and basis of all states of objectivity and subjectivity too, the natural axis, not one of the many aspects, but its center. It may serve to elucidate the meaning if we attempt to imagine a neutral center, the dream of those who would discover perpetual motion. A neutral center is, in one aspect, the limiting point of any given set of senses. Thus, imagine two consecutive planes of matter as already formed, each of these corresponding to an appropriate set of perceptive organs. We are forced to admit that between these two planes of matter an incessant circulation takes place, and if we follow the atoms and molecules of, say, the lower in their transformation upwards, these will come to a point where they pass altogether beyond the range of the faculties we are using on the lower plane. In fact, to us the matter of the lower plane there vanishes from our perception into nothing, or rather it passes on to the higher plane, and the state of matter corresponding to such a point of transition must certainly possess special and not readily discoverable properties. Such 7 neutral centers, then, are produced by Fohat, who, when, as Milton has it, fair foundations are laid whereon to build, quickens matter into activity and evolution. Note on 7 neutral centers. Such, we believe, is the name applied by Mr. Keeley of Philadelphia, the inventor of the infamous motor, destined, as his admirers have hoped, to revolutionize the motor power of the world to what he again calls the etheric centers. End of note. The primordial atom, Anu, cannot be multiplied either in its pregenetic state or its primogeneity. Therefore it is called sum total, figuratively of course, as that sum total is boundless. See addendum to this book. That which is the abyss of nothingness to the physicist, who knows only of the world of visible causes and effects, is the boundless space of the divine plenum to the occultist. Among many other objections to the doctrine of an endless evolution and re-involution or reabsorption of the cosmos, a process which, according to the Brahminical and esoteric doctrine, is without a beginning or an end, the occultist is told that it cannot be, since, by all the admissions of modern scientific philosophy, it is a necessity of nature to run down. If the tendency of nature to run down is to be considered so forcible an objection to occult cosmogony, how, we may ask, do your positivists and freethinkers and scientists account for the phalanx around us of active stellar systems? They had eternity to run down in. Why then is not the cosmos a huge inert mass? Even the moon is only hypothetically believed to be a dead planet. Run down. And astronomy does not seem to be acquainted with many such dead planets. Note. The moon is dead only so far as regards her inner principles, that is, psychically and spiritually, however absurd the statement may seem. Physically, she is only as a semi-paralyzed body may be. She is aptly referred to in occultism as the insane mother, the great sidereal lunatic. End of note. The query is unanswerable. But apart from this, it must be noted that the idea of the amount of transformable energy in our little system coming to an end is based purely on the fallacious conception of a white-hot, incandescent sun, perpetually radiating away his heat without compensation into space. To this we reply that nature runs down and disappears from the objective plane only to re-emerge after a time of rest out of the subjective and to re-ascend once more. Our cosmos and nature will run down only to reappear on a more perfect plane after every pralaya. The matter of the Eastern philosophers is not the matter and nature of the Western metaphysicians. For what is matter? And above all, what is our scientific philosophy but that which was so justly and so politely defined by Kant as the science of the limits to our knowledge? Where have the many attempts made by science to bind, to connect, and define all the phenomena of organic life by mere physical and chemical manifestations brought it to? To speculation generally, mere soap bubbles that burst one after the other before the men of science were permitted to discover real facts.